The girl went all in with her entire savings, doing 180 consecutive draws. Seeing the golden glow, good loot is sure to appear. Yet, it ended up summoning the most useless R-rank humanoid contracted spirit in history. The girl was so angry that she immediately severed the mental connection. Still want to witness his demise with my own eyes. To vent one's deep-seated hatred. Faced with the girl shouting, I wore an expression of utter disdain. A fool like you dares to contract with the invincible me? Go eat your feed. Final 10 draw, I must get a high-tier contract spirit. On the card-drawing platform of Northern Sichuan Arcane Academy, a lovely girl with her hands clasped together in prayer, kneeled devoutly and bowed 3 times. Then in a desperate gamble, I shouted, give it to me. The last 1,680 spiritual stones vanished in an instant. 10 streaks of light, resembling meteors, descended upon the summoning platform. One of them was the golden glow representing the successfully drawn contract spirit. The onlooking students immediately began buzzing with discussion. Golden light, the pity system is here. Jiang Li is truly the unluckiest, taking 180 pulls to finally get a drop. Lost big time. Could it possibly be a 3S level contract spirit? Do you think SSS rated is as common as cabbage? How many 3S level spirit contracts does Dasha currently have? Each one is equivalent to a national level strategic weapon. Can you make a B-level version? Jiang Li's ancestors must be rolling in their graves with joy. Gotcha stage. Jiang Li's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on that glimmer of golden light. Can't breathe from nervousness. She exhausted all her spirit stones and resources. As long as it's a contracted spirit of A rank or above, she can accept it all. Come on. Jiang Li took a deep breath, her eyes widening in shock. Want to see the contracted spirit in the golden light at the first glance. The entire room fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the golden light, looking forward to it together. Amid the gaze of countless eyes, a humanoid silhouette gradually emerged. For a moment, exclamations erupted one after another. Holy crap, a humanoid contracted spirit. Was it an ancient hero or a mythical war god? Or perhaps another humanoid alien race? Humanoid spirit contracts are the most popular type. Not only do they allow for seamless communication, but they are also easy to cultivate. Jiang Li's pretty face flushed with excitement, staring intently at the top of that humanoid contract spirit's head. Just want to check the tier of the packed spirit. At last, the golden light completely vanished. A teenager wearing flip-flops and a t-shirt looked around in utter confusion. The pale gray air symbol looming overhead caught everyone's eye. It instantly caused an uproar. Holy crap, it's actually an R-rated card. The lowest of the low. Is this even rarer than SSS grade? Ha, a once-in-a-century R-grade human-shaped trash. Jiang Li is truly the unluckiest person ever. This slender and delicate spirit has thin arms and legs. You probably couldn't even beat a slime, could you? Spirit ranks range from R to SSS in ascending order. And our cards are equivalent to useless spirit cards. No one would willingly form a contract and nurture it, because the combat power is really too low. Not even a match for the spirit summoner themselves. Listening to the chatter from below, my mind went blank. Guaranteed? Our card? I've crossed over and become a gacha character. And someone pulled it out? I've been playing Raising Sim games for so long. Never thought I'd become a gacha character that someone else would roll for. Suddenly, an abrupt mechanical sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have activated the Peerless Versatile Combat System. Current level R. Once the contract is successfully bound, the versatile mode can be activated. Random reward for one of the top-tier character templates with maximum combat power. Killing monsters can accumulate reward meters. Draw new ceiling character template. Current mission, the host is now as weak as trash. Quickly find someone naive to form a contract with. Without the spiritual power of an oath-bound mage to sustain it, the spirit contract will vanish and annihilate. My eyes lit up. After hearing the system's explanation, he also came to understand. Although it's currently in our card. But as long as the contract is successful, the transformation to SSS level is possible. Moreover, rewards can be accumulated by killing monsters in subsequent gameplay. Extracting new SSS level template. Doesn't this mean drawing me is equivalent to drawing all SSS class contracted spirits? What kind of useless card is this? It's practically a god tier card with limitless potential for growth. I snapped back to reality and looked at the person drawing the card. Let's see who the lucky one is. I actually managed to pull off such a badass character like me. Yet as soon as I raised my eyes, I saw a distorted oval face. At this moment, Jiang Li was staring at the air above my head in disbelief, as if seeing the most filthy thing in the world, utterly devastated. Our card? As Jiang Li, a noble descendant of prestigious lineage, I actually pulled the lowest tier, most useless card? Jiang Li shouted in near collapse. Everyone was startled. How could I, Jiang Li, draw trash like you, garbage, worthless scum? Her eyes slightly red, she glared at me with deep resentment. That was my 180 consecutive draws. All my spirit stones, my brilliant future as a spirit contractor. It all went to ruin because of this card in your hands. I was scolded so much that I felt completely bewildered. That woman must be blind as a bat. To think that I'm just an ordinary card. I can understand the frustration of getting an off-banner character despite hitting the pity system, but this is no excuse for the other party to insult me at will. My expression instantly turned cold. Just to show how speechless I felt. Jiang Li was even more undone by those two mocking heads. How dare you, this useless card, mock me. Her entire being was rippling with spiritual energy when she suddenly raised her hand, severed the soul connection between them without the slightest hesitation. You think you're worthy of making a contract with me? A trash card like you isn't even fit to clean my feet. Worthless. I was instantly so exasperated that I laughed at my own meltdown. You just have to vent your anger on me. Since the other side has gone too far, then I won't leave any leeway for the other party either. I immediately shot back. Which mental hospital failed to keep its doors properly closed? Did they let you out to bite people? I should have known you were such a short-sighted lunatic. I might as well rot in the gacha pool. Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. Who would have thought an card would dare to talk back? You damn trash card, stole my pity roll and still dare to insult me. I clicked my tongue twice, looking at her as if she were a fool. Your face is so dark it could pass for the African tribal chief. Do you just shift the blame onto me when you get humiliated and fly into a rage? The entire venue froze in astonishment. I never expected this card to be so talkative. The summoned spirits descended from the card pool. Which one doesn't come with its own sense of style and a silent, reticent demeanor? Like this kind of person who just arrived and immediately started heatedly arguing with the summoner. Live long enough and you'll see anything. You. Jiang Li's fingers trembled as if she had Parkinson's. Her pretty face turned an ugly shade of purplish red. You useless card. Not a single trace of what a spirit familiar ought to be. Perish and be annihilated. With that, she stomped her foot and turned to leave the platform. Feeling increasingly feeble, my expression turned slightly grave as the current situation grew somewhat perilous. Without a contract, one would vanish and die. However, with its R-rated classification, few are willing to make a contract. His gaze swept across the room. He noticed the expressions of disdain and contempt on everyone's faces. But to stay alive, I'll just have to grit my teeth and promote myself. So I took a deep breath and said, I'm no ordinary card, but a hidden character. Anyone who contracts me is guaranteed a profit, absolutely unbeatable. However, these words immediately provoked uproarious laughter from the entire audience. Ha, this card is way too funny. Still calling yourself a hidden character? You don't say. Being the lively one at gatherings isn't such a bad thing. Dare a useless card boast about carrying the team? Are you trying to kill the monster with laughter or what? Just immediately disappear like a useless card. Jiang Li below the stage also crossed her arms with a cold smirk, still running off at the mouth when death is at hand. Today, I will personally witness your utter destruction. Amidst the full venue's mockery, my heart sank to the depths. It's over. These natives have no idea what a potential stock is. Am I really going to die as soon as I time travel? This is so frustrating. As time passes, my figure grew increasingly ethereal. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the audience below. The crowd abruptly parted to make way. It's Mo Shiyu. How beautiful. No wonder she's the campus belle of northern Sichuan, with such looks and figure. I'd believe you if you said she's an SSR-tier character in the gacha pool. There stood a tall figure with exquisitely beautiful features and flawless appearance. The slightly baby-faced beauty walked over slowly. Mo Shiyu's gaze swept over the high platform of the card pool. It finally came to rest on the boy in the t-shirt. His pupils contracted slightly. From a perspective invisible to others, a golden light screen appeared before her eyes, displaying the panel attributes of the R-rank spirit contract. True name of the contract spirit, Xia Yuan. Rank, R. Level, 1. Race, human. Combat power, 1 barely human. Skills, none. Growth potential, SSS plus max. Hidden attribute, transformable SSR. Contract recommendation rating, full stars. Note, an extremely rare and ultra-rare card pool character. Hosts are strongly advised to contract this character immediately. Missing out will result in lifelong regret. Mo Shiyu appears cold and indifferent on the surface, but her inner world is a storm of emotions, utterly breathtaking. From a young age, she possessed an unknown ability, the power to see the stats and potential of unclaimed contract spirits, allowing her to decide whether to contract them. Transformable SSR? Both growth potential and contract spirit recommendation index are nearly maxed out. However, the data displayed for the R-rank contracted spirit before her was something she had never seen before. Mo Shiyu watched the spirit's form grow increasingly translucent and made her decision instantly, sprinting forward. Her ability never fails her. This card she must contract it. Chapter 3, The Belle of the European Emperor. Xia Yuan felt the spiritual energy within him fading away, a sense of despair welling up inside him. His body was visibly becoming transparent and thin, on the verge of dissipating. The faces below, filled with contempt and mockery, made him even more disgusted. Especially Jiang Li's smug face, which didn't forget to deliver the final insult. You're just in our card, yet you dare to speak so boldly? You wasted so much of my resources, you deserve this fate. However, just as Xia Yuan was about to vanish completely, a fragrant breeze swept past. Mo Shiyu's figure suddenly rushed up to the card-drawing platform and extended her white, jade-like hand toward him. Contract. The person who had rushed over was panting heavily, bowing deeply with great solemnity and politeness. Beneath the spirit summoner's robe, a hint of alluring snow-white skin flickered briefly. My name is Mo Shiyu. May I form a contract with you? At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world seemed to have hit the pause button. The entire crowd was stunned into silence. No one could comprehend why the strongest spirit contract master among the new students, the acknowledged school beauty of Chuanbei Academy, would choose to contract the weakest card character. Xia Yuan's scattered pupils refocused, and he raised his eyes to look at the person before him, as if he had seen salvation. That jade-like hand suspended before him had become the only lifeline for a drowning man. He instinctively reached out and grasped the soft, delicate hand before him. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and a contract array lit up beneath Xia Yuan's feet, officially binding him to Mo Shiyu in a soul contract. A surge of spiritual energy, purer and more abundant than anything he had ever experienced, flooded into his body, instantly revitalizing him and solidifying his form. Mo Shiyu exhaled deeply in relief, finally having made it in time. Her bright eyes fixed on Xia Yuan as she spoke sincerely. From now on, you are my soul contract spirit. Please take care of me. Xia Yuan looked at her with deep gratitude. He had never felt a human hand could be so warm. Having been reborn after so much hardship, he truly did not want to die again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the contract task. You have obtained the newbie gift pack. Newbie gift packet is opening. Congratulations, host. You have randomly selected the SSR Gojo Satoru character template, the peak combat power of the early stages of the Cursed World. Character template loading complete. Do you wish to initiate the first transformation? Xia Yuan heard the name and was slightly startled. In his previous life as a second-rate assassin, he naturally knew who Gojo Satoru was. 6 eyes. Unrestricted spell techniques. And that thrilling domain expansion. Although he became a clown later on, his combat prowess was undeniable. At this moment, the crowd finally snapped out of it, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. She's gone mad. The school beauty, Mo, has contracted in our rank contract spirit? Ah! My goddess has been defiled. Such a trashy contract spirit, how could she have chosen it? The sky is falling. Who would have thought that a comedy-type contract spirit would actually be chosen by someone? The strongest spirit master among the freshmen contracted the weakest rank card? Who would believe that? The Mo family's century-old reputation is ruined. Jiang Li, watching from below, saw Xia Yuan come back to life and grew increasingly furious. She hadn't been able to see the person who had insulted her disappear, and her heart was filled with resentment. She couldn't help but shout out an accusation. Mo Shiyu, are you out of your mind? You actually contracted in our card? The Mo family is a renowned clan of spirit summoners in Xuanbai. What you've done is a disgrace to our clan and a shame to the Mo family. Mo Shiyu ignored her completely, her attention fixed on Xia Yuan. She could clearly sense that the moment the contract was successful, the other party felt completely different. Whether it was his aura or the energy he emitted, everything was completely different. After all, she had already signed a soul contract with him. As his master, she could sense the subtle changes occurring within Xia Yuan. The previously faint, firefly-like aura was now transforming into a storm capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. Mo Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The C-rank spirit cat on her shoulder suddenly bristled with fear and hid itself, peeking out only a small head to observe the situation. Mo Shiyu, what a beautiful name. Xia Yuan patted her shoulder with a smile and said, I must say, you have excellent taste in choosing to bind yourself to me. I will fulfill my promise and take you flying. My name is Xia Yuan. From now on, you are my master. The crowd below erupted into another round of mocking laughter. It was hard to believe that such words could come from a character on an card he was bragging to the heavens. Jiang Li was also amused by his words and was about to speak up to mock him further, but her words suddenly got stuck in her throat. Because the card character on stage, who had been nothing but a worthless, lowly, and trashy, began to undergo a sudden transformation. A powerful, heart-pounding sense of oppression suddenly engulfed the area. Dong dong dong. Within the Xuanbai Spirit Master Academy, the bell signaling the arrival of an SSR rang out. The entire academy was shaken to its core. Holy crap, this is the sound that only rings when the academy detects an SSR-tier spirit. The European Emperor's bell? It hasn't rung in centuries. Someone from this year's freshman must have drawn an SSR. That's way too lucky. Let's go check it out. An SSR-tier spirit contract? I couldn't even dream of such a thing. Someone actually got it? On the high platform of the multiverse creatures card pool, Mo Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her small mouth slightly open. Xia Yuan was already enveloped in a bright light, his body beginning to twist and stretch, transforming before everyone's eyes. This sudden strange phenomenon once again drew the attention of everyone present. Everyone couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Under everyone's gaze, the faint glow began to fade, and the young boy suddenly transformed into a tall, slender man over 190 centimeters in height, dressed in black. He had striking silver-white hair, wearing a black eye mask that obscures his eyes. He wore a pure black uniform that fit his tall, slender frame neatly and sharply. Even with most of his face concealed, the sharp, icy jawline still hinted at his exaggeratedly handsome features. Every inch of him exuded an air of mystery and power. But calling you master feels a bit odd. The silver-haired man ran his fingers along his chin, studying Mo Shiyu closely, his lips curving into a faint smile. He suddenly leaned in close to her ear, adopting a carefree, lazy posture, and whispered in a playful tone. Your little face is so chubby. I'll just call you Fat Rain, it's more convenient. Xia Yuan had already transformed into the form of Gojo Satoru, and even his personality seemed to have been influenced. The R rank emblem on his head had clearly transformed into a golden SSR. For a moment, the entire crowd was stunned and speechless. Chapter 4, Regret Comes Too Late. A card widely regarded as a worthless R rank card had transformed into an SSR right before everyone's eyes. The entire venue fell silent before erupting into a deafening roar. The golden SSR emblem, shimmering with light, hovered above Xia Yuan's head, nearly blinding everyone present. Jiang Li's face turned ashen, as if her soul had been ripped out. Her lips trembled as she muttered repeatedly, impossible. How could this be? How could an R card be an SSR? Mo Shiyu covered her burning ears and took a step back, taking a deep breath before looking up again. The combat power panel of the person before her had already changed. True name of the spirit contract, Xia Yuan transformed into Gojo Satoru. Rank, SSR. Level, 10. Race, human curse technique user. Estimated combat power? Skills, 6 eyes, unlimited spell formula, curse technique cyan, spell formula reversal red, void form purple, reversal spell formula, boundless void domain. Growth potential, SSS plus max. Hidden trait, versatile SSR. Contract recommendation rating, full stars. Note, the host has already contracted this spirit. Except for its personality, it's perfect in every way. It's the strongest one out there, just level it up mindlessly, and you'll win. It's changed. It's really changed. Mo Shiyu's heart raced wildly, nearly leaping out of her chest. She stared at the SSR before her, feeling a sense of unreality. She couldn't resist pinching her cheeks, the pain making her wince, but it was real. This time, she had truly defied the odds and scored a huge win. Senior Xia Yuan. She suddenly remembered something and blushed, protesting, I'm not fat at all. Soon, the entire area was swarming with teachers and students who had rushed over. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the legendary SSR and see what he looked like. And Xia Yuan did not disappoint them. Whether it was his appearance or the mysterious and powerful aura he exuded, it left everyone in awe. Moreover, he possessed a charm that no other contracted spirit character could compare to. In an instant, the expressions and gazes of everyone below shifted once again, with every single person gazing at Mo Shiyu with envy and admiration. Especially the freshmen who knew the entire story. They were now filled with regret. Who could have imagined that the words spoken by this R card were all true? He was truly the ultimate hidden character in the card pool, and after forming a contract, he became an SSR. He could really carry the team. Despite being the last to arrive, Mo Shiyu had somehow managed to snag this incredible opportunity. Of course, the one who regretted it the most was Jiang Li. She has become the center of everyone's mockery, the ace of the clowns. After all, this was the character she had drawn from the card pool, and she had even voluntarily abandoned the contract, allowing Mo Shiyu to snatch it away. Jiang Li's nails were dug deep into her palms, completely unaware of the pain, staring blankly at the figure on stage, shaking her head in denial. It's impossible. How could that be? How could an R card turn into an SSR? It must be a mistake, it must be a glitch. She found it hard to accept reality. No one could have imagined that the scruffy, nerdy teenager from just moments ago could transform into the mysterious and handsome 190 centimeters tall black-clad hunk. A wave of regret nearly overwhelmed Jiang Li. She clenched her teeth so hard they almost broke, her lips bleeding, and she screamed with bloodshot eyes. Mine. Yes, mine. Yes, the character I pulled from the gacha pool. Yes, my SSR. Mo Shiyu, give it back to me now. Break the contract with him immediately. The entire crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone was shocked by her shameless, clownish behavior. Xia Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. This woman had publicly abandoned him like a worn-out shoe, yet she dared to say such words now? How ridiculous. Mo Shiyu snapped back to reality, suppressing her overwhelming joy, and coldly stared at the woman below the stage. Jiang Li, everyone here saw it. You have abandoned Senior Xia Yuan. According to the laws of our country's spirit contract masters, once a spirit contract is abandoned, ownership no longer belongs to the original contractor but to the next person who actively enters into a contract with it. She spoke with reason and evidence. As a spirit contract master, you drew a spirit contract and didn't know how to cherish or respect it. You even maliciously wanted to watch it fade away. Do you think I'll give him back to you? You don't deserve to possess Senior Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked at the young girl beside him with a sense of satisfaction and teased, I didn't expect you, Fat Rain, to be so eloquent. Mo Shiyu heard the nickname and felt a bit flustered. She puffed out her cheeks and retorted, Senior Xia Yuan, I'm not fat. Can you stop calling me Fat Rain? She admitted her face was a bit chubby, but only a little. Certain parts of her body were indeed more robust than others. But her figure was still very slender. Xia Yuan, alright, Fat Rain, no problem. Fat Rain. Mo Shiyu finally understood what the combat power panel meant by perfect in every way except for personality. This guy doesn't listen to a word anyone says. Jiang Li watched as the SSR she had drawn was flirting with another woman, making her so angry she wanted to spit blood. Her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears on the spot. With tears streaming down her face, she humbly pleaded to Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan, sir. It was my fault earlier. I didn't recognize your true worth. I lost my composure and acted that way. She stared at Xia Yuan with a pitiful expression, completely disregarding her dignity. Please forgive me. Give me another chance, and I'll treat you like an ancestor and take care of you. As long as you change your mind, forgive me, and renew our contract, I'll do anything. The onlookers, who had once seen Jiang Li so arrogant, now watched her in her humiliating state, casting strange glances her way. They had truly seen the thickness of her skin. She was the one who abandoned him first. What good does crying do now? Xia Yuan didn't even bother to speak to her. He casually pointed at the growing crowd inside to Mo Shiyu. Fat Rain, there are more and more people. It's getting noisy. Should we leave first? Plus, we've just arrived in this world, and I have so many questions I want to ask. Mo Shiyu had long since given up arguing over the nickname Fat Rain, sighed, and nodded. She didn't want to stay any longer either. After all, she had indeed stumbled upon a big opportunity, and being too conspicuous wasn't good either. It was inevitable that it would attract some unscrupulous individuals. A spirit contract master who has just signed a contract with a new spirit contract, if the contract is not fulfilled within 6 months and the spirit contract master dies, the contracted spirit would return to an unclaimed state and could be contracted again. Mo Shiyu dared not let her background as a member of the Mo family lull her into complacency. After all, there were bound to be those willing to take risks. Especially SSR, it's worth fighting for. Jiang Li saw that she was completely ignored by the two of them, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. She knew Xia Yuan wouldn't give her a friendly look, so she directed all her resentment toward Mo Shiyu. Mo Shiyu. You can't leave. This SSR was drawn by me, Jiang Li. You must give it back to me, or else the Jiang family will never forgive you. Jiang Li was already losing her mind. She screamed while rushing onto the stage, reaching out to grab Mo Shiyu. However, before she could touch Mo Shiyu, she was instantly knocked flying and landed heavily on the ground below. Jiang Li struggled to get up, looking disheveled and disbelieving as she looked up. There stood the silver-haired man, gazing down at her with a cold, piercing gaze. The corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous smile. Fat Rain is now my master. If you dare to lay a finger on her again, I won't hold back. And those of you lurking in the shadows. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets, looked around, and said, I don't know what you're up to, but if you dare harm Fat Rain, you can try. I'll kill you first. He wore a cheerful expression, his tone brimming with unmatched arrogance. After all, the aura you're emitting is pretty weak. Xia Yuan's words sounded as light and carefree as a joke, yet they emanated an overwhelming sense of power that sent shivers down everyone's spines, leaving the entire crowd in awe. Jiang Li had never seen such an intimidating presence before. She was so scared that she fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably, dared not make a sound. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her words. After those words, the spirit contractors and spirits who had been lurking in the shadows, itching to act against Mo Shiyu, suddenly became much more subdued. The spirit beast before them was a legendary SSR-ranked spirit beast, with an initial level of 10. And no one knew what kind of game-changing skills and abilities it possessed. Even though he had just been summoned and hadn't been cultivated yet, being only at level 10, he was still not to be underestimated. Because in this world, there was a saying that had been passed down about the strength of spirit beasts. SR and below are all mere ants. And even more so for an SSR, which stands at the pinnacle of the spirit contract class. Chapter 5, The Spirit Contract Era. Mo Shiyu looked up at Xia Yuan beside her, feeling the surging and depletion of spiritual energy within her body, experiencing the power of an SSR for the first time. Had the other party already noticed someone spying on them in secret? However, with Xia Yuan's words serving as a deterrent, Mo Shiyu felt much more at ease. This place isn't safe to linger in. Mo Shiyu didn't let her success go to her head. She immediately took Xia Yuan and prepared to leave the scene. Under the envious stares of the entire school, Xia Yuan held his head in his hands, looked up at the sky, and walked with a carefree stride, following Mo Shiyu out of the card drawing area. All the way to the residential area of Chuandi University, in front of an elegant and luxurious standalone villa. Mo Shiyu finally exhaled deeply in relief. Xia Yuan glanced at the luxurious villa, surprised to find that he had ended up contracting with a wealthy woman. In his previous life, he hadn't managed to marry into wealth, but in this life, he had finally fulfilled his dream. Mo Shiyu could no longer contain her joy. Her eyes sparkled as she circled around Xia Yuan, examining him with excitement, her face flushing slightly. She even pulled out her phone and started snapping photos of Xia Yuan. This is an SSR, hee. I have an SSR too. The cold and aloof school beauty in everyone's eyes was now showing a look of infatuation. Earlier, she hadn't looked closely, but now that she examined him carefully, Mo Shiyu found herself increasingly captivated by how handsome her SSR was. Even with the eye mask on, he was so handsome. She really wanted to see what he looked like without it. Senior Xia Yuan, is something wrong with your eyes? Mo Shiyu curiously examined the eye mask on Xia Yuan's face, speculating wildly. Could you be blind? But even with your eyes covered, you seem to be able to see the path. I was thinking about holding your hand, but you didn't need it at all. Xia Yuan playfully tapped her on the head with the back of his hand. What are you talking about? My eyes are six-eyed, with 360-degree vision. Even if my line of sight is blocked, it doesn't affect my vision. I can see things clearly even from a great distance. He pointed to his eyes. Its computational power is too strong, equivalent to a super information processor. Wearing an eye mask or sunglasses is the only way to reduce the information I see, thereby alleviating the burden on my brain. Mo Shiyu covered her head where she'd been hit, not fully understanding what he said, but she found it incredibly impressive. On the other person's spirit panel, there was indeed a skill named Six Eyes. The ability to observe in all directions without blind spots undoubtedly enhances combat capabilities. SSR is indeed powerful. Xia Yuan finished speaking and excitedly strode into the villa, cheerfully entering the living room while continuously exclaiming in wonder. He then began to explore the house, looking around here and there. Finally, he plopped down onto the leather sofa with a thud, whistling softly. I never expected Fat Rain to be so rich. He can even live in a villa at school. He should be able to afford to support me now. Yeah, I can just relax and do nothing. Mo Shiyu watched quietly from the side. She couldn't help but think that as an SSR, she seemed a bit careless. She didn't walk properly, and she didn't sit properly either. Xia Yuan habitually crossed his 190 centimeters long legs over the table, accidentally knocking over a toy bear and several cute decorations. Mo Shiyu's eyes twitched. Those were my favorites. Xia Yuan sank lazily into the sofa, pretending not to hear. Huh? What? What's your favorite? You like me, right? That's normal, after all, I'm too handsome. Mo Shiyu rolled her eyes in frustration. Garlic bird. Garlic bird. She had to endure it. Even if he was riding her head and acting like a tyrant, she had to endure it. After all, he was the dream of all spirit contractors and SSR. Xia Yuan suddenly snapped out of his lazy state and spoke seriously. So, what's going on in this world? Why did you choose me? What exactly are spirit masters and spirit beasts? Xia Yuan roughly understood the concept of card drawing, but he still didn't know much about this world. As a spirit contract, what was his purpose? What was the meaning of being brought to this world? Mo Shiyu took a deep breath, straightened her spirit tamer robe, sat down gracefully, and spoke slowly. At some point, countless mysterious monster realms and monster dungeons began to emerge worldwide. Even more dangerous are the raid bosses known as catastrophes, which can appear at any time. These creatures are fierce in both body and mind, numerous in number, and rampage unchecked through human society, viewing humans as their prey. Among them, the world-class bounty bosses are even more terrifying, their power utterly despairing. Every time they appear, it is a catastrophe for humanity. Even with our modern firearms and various heat weapons, we achieve little against them. Their rampage has dealt a devastating blow to human civilization. Perhaps out of divine mercy, as humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, spirit masters endowed with spiritual power finally emerged, and miraculously, diverse pools of primordial spirit cards began to appear across the globe. Spirit masters hunt monsters to obtain spirit stones, which they then consume to randomly summon powerful otherworldly beings from these primordial pools, forming them into spirit companions to fight alongside them. It was through the power of spirit contracts that human spirit contract masters gradually conquered dungeons, eradicated monsters, defeated powerful enemies, and finally stabilized the foundations of human society with great difficulty. Mo Shiyu sighed softly. Unfortunately, the drop rate of spirit cards in the pool is extremely low. The more powerful the creature, the harder it is to draw. This also means that humans remain at a disadvantage when facing monster dungeons. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems this world is largely similar to what I had imagined. This situation was exactly like a card drawing cultivation game coming to life. Everyone draws cards, selects characters from the pool, cultivates them, and battles various monster dungeons. Xia Yuan raised his hand, feeling the power within him. My power is restricted, I can only use 10% of my peak strength. What's going on? Mo Shiyu continued her explanation. I haven't taken you through any dungeons to level up yet. SSR cards start at level 10, so you can only use 10% of your power right now. To return to your peak strength, you must defeat monsters to level up. The maximum level for a spirit companion is 100. Her eyes darted around, and her voice dropped a notch as she muttered sheepishly. Plus, since I'm a freshman at the Spirit Contract Academy, my total spiritual energy isn't very high, which also weakens your strength. Xia Yuan rested his hands behind his head, a playful smile curving his lips. I noticed that from the start of the contract. Well, 10% is enough for the early stages. He could clearly sense that every time he used his abilities, it would consume Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy. Therefore, he didn't keep the unrestricted spell active. Otherwise, Mo Shiyu would probably have been drained of her spiritual energy by now. My skills are pretty rough, so I must be using a lot of spiritual energy. Xia Yuan smiled sweetly at his school beauty teacher, so you have to try harder, Fat Rain. Don't hold me back. His smug, teasing expression instantly ignited the young girl's frustration. Mo Shiyu, furious, puffed out her proud chest and said with a smug expression. Humph, don't look down on me. I'm the strongest in spiritual energy among this year's freshmen, a recognized genius. And... She lifted the white-winged black cat on her shoulder and proudly showed it to Xia Yuan. Little Black is my C-rank support spirit companion. It has a rare hidden attribute that enhances my spiritual power and reduces the spiritual power you consume when fighting me. So, during combat, you can use your skills freely. The white-winged black cat trembled slightly and gave a faint meow, its obsidian-like pupils filled with fear towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan curiously pinched the back of its neck and lifted it up, examining it from all angles. Wow, a cat with wings? A rare breed. A bird cat? A cat bird? He raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. Cat urine? Ha, that name is priceless. Mo Shiyu snatched the pitiful little black cat back into her arms and glared at him angrily. Impolite. What bird cat? Its name is Xiaohei. It's a noble elf species. She was so angry her cheeks puffed out. Xia Yuan rolled his eyes in disgust. Wow, Xiaohei? Your naming skills are really indescribable. Mo Shiyu clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking. She really wanted to punch him. Just as the two were arguing, shocking news about Xia Yuan swept through the entire Xia Spirit Master Circle like a storm. National breaking news, a new SSR-tier Spirit Beast has appeared at the Xuanbai Spirit Beast Tamer Academy. Today's card drawing news is a bombshell. Someone drew an R-rank spirit, discarded it, and it turned into an SSR, only to be picked up by someone else. Latest card draw intelligence from the Wan Jie Xiangling card pool. Attention! R-rank spirit companions can also become SSR. A new student from Xuanbai drew a hidden card pool character. Chapter 6, Solo Leveling. Wretch. How could the Jiang family produce such a foolish descendant? Inside the Jiang family mansion in Xuanbai, Jiang Yuan, the head of the Jiang family, slammed the table so hard it echoed, nearly losing his breath from anger. Pointing at Jiang Li, who was kneeling below, he shouted angrily. That's an SSR. You just let him go? And let the Mo family pick up the slack. Jiang Li cried, her face covered in snot and tears, saying pitifully. Dad, I didn't know that an R card could turn into an SSR after the contract. She crawled forward, clutching Jiang Yuan's pant leg and begging, Dad, I'm not willing to give it up. You have to help me. That's the SSR I drew. Let's go to the Mo family and demand it back. Jiang Yuan's face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth, saying, You have the nerve to say that. No matter what rank of contract spirit you draw, you must never abandon it and let it dissipate. That is the most basic virtue of a contract spirit master. You, on the other hand, broke the first soul contract and now want to watch it vanish into nothingness. He knelt down, gripping Jiang Li's shoulders tightly. Do you know how valuable a main C-type SSR spirit is? It could elevate our entire Jiang family to the top tier of the great Xia aristocracy. How could the Mo family possibly give it back? Jiang Yuan looked at his daughter and truly wanted to slap her senseless. SSR. The dream of countless contract spirit masters. If he had been able to contract it, he could have taken the Jiang family to new heights. But such an opportunity had been ruined by this idiotic daughter standing before him. Jiang Li sobbed uncontrollably. Dad, I messed up the backup plan. I was just so angry at the time. You have to help me get the SSR back. Jiang Yuan clenched his teeth. We'll have to give it a try. Even if we can't get it back, we'll make the Mo family pay a price. Night fell. Inside the villa. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu chatted until late into the night, finally getting a clear understanding of the general situation in this world. After all that, Mo Shiyu was starving, her stomach growling loudly. She decided to order some takeout. Xia Yuan was lazily sitting on the sofa, his head drooping over the backrest, waving at her. Hey, rich lady, I want the full banquet of this world. Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. What the heck is a Manchuhan feast? Plus, spirit companions don't need to eat. You sustain your life with spiritual energy. Xia Yuan raised his head leisurely. I'm different from other spirit contracts. I like to eat. Just kidding. Although he had become a contract spirit now, he had always been the biggest foodie in the past and wouldn't give up the pleasure of enjoying delicious food. Mo Shiyu had no choice but to order a variety of delicious dishes for Xia Yuan. After they had eaten their fill, they prepared to sleep. Xia Yuan yawned, so, where should I sleep? Mo Shiyu blinked, you're going to sleep? Spirit beasts don't need sleep, and you can just go back to the spirit beast space. Contract spirits can enter the contract spirit space to rest, just like Pokemon, without taking up any space. Xia Yuan waved his hand, oyster, what are you thinking, Fat Rain? I'm not going to be a Pokemon. Prepare a room for me, oh, and I also need a top-of-the-line computer. Mo Shiyu found it increasingly absurd, what do you need a computer for? Xia Yuan replied seriously, to play games. Mo Shiyu? Who has a good contract spirit that plays video games? She firmly refused for the first time. No way. We're really busy. The National College Spirit Companion Masters competition is starting soon, and I need to level you up as soon as possible. Xia Yuan became even more stubborn, lying down on the sofa, if you don't buy it for me, I won't fight monsters. I'll just lie around all day. Mo Shiyu stared at him with her beautiful big eyes, completely stunned. Whose spirit pet is so spoiled? Is he a child? Does he really need her to act like his mother and coax him? And usually, it's the contract spirit master who gives orders to the contract spirit, right? But seeing his handsome appearance and the golden SSR on his head, Mo Shiyu couldn't muster any anger. There was nothing she could do, so she agreed. Alright, I'll go tidy up your room for you. Alright, I'll go take a shower. After spending the entire day together, Mo Shiyu's way of addressing Xia Yuan had already dropped from the respectful senior Xia Yuan to a casual form of address. Who could blame her? His arrogant and annoying attitude made it impossible to respect him at all. Their relationship had grown a bit closer, no longer as stiff as before. By the time Mo Shiyu had finished cleaning the room, her back aching from the effort, Xia Yuan had also finished showering and stepped out, his 8-pack abs exposed, his eye mask replaced with sunglasses. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was heading to the beach for a vacation. This scene was too shocking for Mo Shiyu, a young woman. She glanced at him, her face turning bright red, and quickly turned away, unable to look back. She stammered nervously. You should wear clothes when you're at home. She suddenly recalled the scandalous news about the contract spirits and their masters. Many spirit contractors had engaged in relationships with their spirit beasts. Their relationship was simply too complicated, they were both partners and allies bound by mutual interests. If it was a man and a woman, spending so much time together, it was easy for things to happen. Mo Shiyu thought of this and her mind started racing. If her SSR really made a request, should she comply or refuse? Xia Yuan, drying his hair with a towel, walked past Mo Shiyu and smiled, saying, Good work, Fat Rain Master. See you tomorrow. Mo Shiyu watched his carefree figure disappear, shook her head quickly, and dismissed those unhealthy thoughts. She slapped her cheeks hard, snap out of it. Don't let your mind be filled with abs, we've got a dungeon to clear tomorrow. The next day. Chuandichi Lingshire Academy, Monster Dungeon Area. Although it was only 6 in the morning, this prime leveling area was already packed with people, bustling with activity. Spirit masters, accompanied by their various spirits, were constantly shouting in the team-up hall. C rank level 50 contract spirit leading a group to level up. Any support-type contract spirits are welcome to join the group for experience. Female and attractive female contract spirits are given priority. Team up for a 2-star dungeon raid. E rank level 30 or below spirit companions, please do not disturb. B rank level 60 spirit beasts leading the group, 10 spirit stones required, accepting a few accessories to join the team. Newbie contract spirit masters seeking a team for beginner level dungeon runs. No restrictions, let's set off once we have 5 people. To ensure their safety, most spirit masters in the academy choose to team up to tackle monster dungeons, just in case. Additionally, teaming up increases the maximum combat power, allowing players to tackle higher level dungeons and earn generous rewards. Of course, there are also solo spirit contractors. However, this is extremely rare, and such individuals are usually academy geniuses with high-tier, high-level powerful spirit companions under their command. The arrival of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan immediately drew everyone's attention. As expected, even if I hide your rank, I can't help but draw attention. Mo Shiyu sighed helplessly, glancing at the tall, black-clad, silver-haired man beside her. Xia Yuan continued to laugh carelessly, casually surveying the surroundings. The dungeon area of the Chuan Yuan Academy was vast, spanning several mountains. From afar, the mountains were covered in swirling vortexes of different colored lights. This must be the dungeon entrance. Xia Yuan crossed his arms over his head and asked with a smile. So, Fat Rain, which dungeon should we go to first? Mo Shiyu studied a dungeon map in her hands, of course the safest beginner dungeon. I'm not familiar with your combat strength and skills yet. Xia Yuan didn't want to waste time in the beginner dungeon. He was well aware of the strength of his Goju template. Dungeons should be ranked by danger level, right? Mo Shiyu glanced at him in surprise, nodded slightly, and continued explaining. As a spirit contract, you're pretty knowledgeable. Dungeons are ranked by difficulty: beginner dungeons, 1-star dungeons, 2-star dungeons, 3-star dungeons, 4-star dungeons, 5-star dungeons, and finally the most terrifying abyss dungeon. Xia Yuan nodded slightly. Alright, let's start with at least a 3-star dungeon. Mo Shiyu opened her rosy little mouth in surprise. Huh? What are you thinking? That's definitely not possible. This is our first time going into a dungeon. Xia Yuan glanced at her and mused. Right, I almost forgot. You're still a novice contract spirit master, you'll hold me back. Mo Shiyu's cute face visibly puffed up, and she whispered angrily, let's play it safe. If we die in the dungeon, we'll be finished. Xia Yuan shrugged helplessly. Alright, a 2-star dungeon. Any lower and I'm out. Mo Shiyu clenched her fists in frustration, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who could blame him for being an SSR? Mo Shiyu sighed helplessly. Want to team up? Xia Yuan shook his head. Teaming up means sharing experience with others, and that's not good. I want to level up alone. Chapter 7, Curse Arts of the Void. Mo Shiyu. My level 60 C rank rock armor colossus can tank and deal damage. Teaming up will easily clear the 2-star dungeon. B rank 50 level flame lance knight requesting to join the battle. I just want to admire the SSR's glory. Mo, the school beauty, I can also take you dungeon crawling. My silver armor general ranks in the top 20 of the Academy's contract spirit strength rankings. Need a support? D rank, level 60 support. I can definitely make the Abyss God perform even better. Mo Shiyu coldly rejected each request one by one. She was as cold as ice toward outsiders, but completely different in private. Xia Yuan, however, glanced at the so-called high-level contract spirits with interest and suddenly burst into laughter. You're this weak, and you have the nerve to bring me along to clear dungeons? The air froze instantly. One sentence was enough to offend all the contract spirit masters and contract spirits around him. Among them, several high-level contract spirits glared angrily, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A giant warrior from the giant clan, wielding a massive sword, narrowed his eyes. What did you say? We're weak? He slammed the 1,000-pound sword on his back onto the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater. The silver-armored general's spear hummed like a dragon's roar, and he sneered, Huh, kid, don't think that a higher rank makes you invincible. What's so great about being an SSR? Who knows if it's just a hollow title? After all, you're just AR card transformation. Facing the furious glares of the contract spirits, Xia Yuan stretched lazily and replied, Mine. I forgot that telling the truth can also hurt someone's pride. The contract spirit's temples throbbed with anger. Mo Shiyu knew Xia Yuan's mouth was as sharp as a sword. If this continued, they might end up getting beaten up by the crowd. So she quickly pulled Xia Yuan away from the scene and headed to the location of the 2-star dungeon. Mo Shiyu took a deep breath and finally asked seriously. Xia Yuan, are you sure you can solo the 2-star dungeon? The boss inside is level 40. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and smiled. Of course, Fat Rain, you have to believe me, I'm the strongest. Mo Shiyu had always been a cautious person since childhood. She had never been one to take risks. But today, she was willing to take a risk with her SSR. It was mainly because of Xia Yuan's request she found it hard to refuse. If she refused, he would just act like he didn't care and wouldn't listen to her. Whether or not they were SSRs, daring to solo a 2-star dungeon on their first attempt was something only they would do in the entire Great Xia. Mo Shiyu sighed, clenching her fists, and said angrily, Xia Yuan, if you can't handle it and we die in the dungeon, I'll definitely kill you. Xia Yuan, you're saying that? Don't you think your logic is all over the place? Xia Yuan led the charge, dragging Mo Shiyu into a green vortex door. Their figures vanished, instantly teleported into a random 2-star dungeon. Every one of their actions was being watched. When everyone found out that Mo Shiyu had brought an SSR to solo a 2-star dungeon, it instantly blew up the entire Sichuan University campus website. Wow, Mo Shiyu, the campus beauty, is soloing a 2-star dungeon with an SSR. That's insane. Really? There were so many people watching in the dungeon area, it's definitely true. The boss of the 2-star dungeon is level 40, and the average level of the minions inside is around 20. Even with an SSR and a starting level of 10, that's still going to be tough. They're really crazy. Even us upperclassmen have to team up for a 2-star dungeon and be extra careful. They dared to solo it on their first try? They're just reckless idiots. Speaking of which, SSRs are so strong. Why not just farm levels steadily? Jiang Li, who had spent all her spirit stones and was borrowing money from the Spirit Contract Master's official website to purchase spirit contracts, saw this news and was both angry and upset. That jerk Mo Shiyu, what is he doing with my SSR? Damn it! But Jiang Li quickly changed her mind. If the other person really died in the dungeon, she might be able to understand things better. She then burst into a nervous laugh. Die, go ahead and die. If I can't have it, no one else will either. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan's vision began to shift. The space warped, and a blinding light erupted. When they could see clearly again, they found themselves in a dark underground cavern. Blue crystals glowing in the darkness illuminated the path ahead. Mo Shiyu surveyed the terrain, feeling the rock walls around her. This is a dungeon-type instance. The area is narrow and difficult to maneuver in, and there might be traps. We need to be careful. Xia Yuan casually complimented her, you know so much? Mo Shiyu smirked proudly, we spirit contractors aren't just here to provide spiritual energy for your spirit beasts. We can also provide information on common monsters' weaknesses and tactical planning. No sooner had she finished speaking than a series of intense crawling sounds echoed from the front of the cave, sending chills down their spines. Soon, over a dozen giant scorpion-like monsters charged toward them. Each was about 5 meters long, with bodies composed of angular, iridescent spirit energy crystals that reflected multicolored light. They had a pair of massive crystal claws and a deadly tailspike covered in sharp crystals. Above their heads, its level and name appeared, Level 23, Crystal Devouring Scorpion. Mo Shiyu hid behind Xia Yuan. I recognize these monsters. Their exoskeletons are incredibly hard and highly defensive. Their weak point is where the crystal exoskeleton connects, that's where their defense is weakest. Attack there. Xia Yuan scratched his ear, a mad grin curling his lips. What are you babbling about? Weakness? I can't pinpoint it. Just crush them all to pieces. This was his first real battle, and to be honest, he was pretty excited too. Switch spells. Minimum output. Xia Yuan raised one hand, rotating it slightly. A point of blue condensed in the palm of his hand, causing the air currents in the entire cave to roar. A powerful force erupted in his hands. Hum. Blue light engulfed the underground passage, following the pull of Xia Yuan's palm, rushing toward the group of scorpion monsters ahead, sang. Clank, clank, clank. The scorpion monsters that came into contact with the blue light were drawn in, crushed, and forcibly compressed into a bloody mass. Even their crystal exoskeletons, which were supposed to be impenetrable, shattered layer by layer, reduced to powder, and their health bars were instantly depleted. After a single strike, the entire cave fell silent once more. Over a dozen crystal-devouring scorpions all turned into spirit stones and fell to the ground. Due to the limitations of Mo Shiyu's spiritual power, Xia Yuan did not use a brutal method to kill the monsters. He aimed to use the most effective and least energy-consuming approach possible. This is a monster of over 20 levels, yet it seems to have little resistance. Xia Yuan slipped his hands back into his pockets and continued forward, speaking casually. Mo Shiyu stared blankly at the crystal mining scorpions that had been crushed and crushed. This is the curse of the blue sky. A 20+ level monster was as fragile as paper in front of that blue light. Seeing her curious expression, Xia Yuan explained. This is one of my most common attack methods. It manifests as an attraction centered around the curse technique, with the maximum force reaching negative infinity. How should I explain it to you? It's kind of like a miniature black hole? Mo Shiyu was completely baffled. This move's destructive power is almost on par with other contract spirits' ultimate attacks, and it's just a common attack method? And the maximum force can reach negative infinity? A mini black hole? That's way too overpowered. With such a powerful skill, where would you even need tactics? Chapter 8, No Limits. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.10 LV.11. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.1 LV.15. Mo Shiyu stared at the level up notification, momentarily speechless. No comparison, no pain. Are you kidding me? Over 10 monsters at level 20 plus only gave Xia Yuan a single level up? Meanwhile, the little cat that had only provided minimal assistance nearby suddenly leveled up by 15 levels? Sure enough, SSR upgrades require significantly more experience than ordinary contract spirits. What are you staring at, Fat Rain? Xia Yuan turned around and saw Mo Shiyu still standing there dumbfounded. Upon hearing his words, she snapped back to reality, ran over, and waved her hand, sucking all the spirit stones on the ground into the contract spirit master's exclusive space. The space constructed by the spirit contract master using spiritual energy could store spirit stones and various materials dropped by monsters, making it extremely convenient, similar to a storage ring. This is taking too long. Let's speed things up. Xia Yuan spoke, then reached out and used the gravitational pull of his cursed art to grab Mo Shiyu's waist, causing her to suddenly float in the air. Wait. What are you doing, Xia Yuan? Before she could finish speaking, she was already being dragged along at high speed. The surrounding scenery kept shifting, and a fierce wind blew against their faces. Along the way, monsters from the underground lair kept coming, but Xia Yuan easily deflected them with a flick of his wrist, crushing and killing them, turning them into spirit stones. The spirit stones automatically flew into the spirit summoner's space at Mo Shiyu's waist. Mo Shiyu couldn't resist at all, being dragged along like an object, and could only scream in frustration. Can't you just carry me like a princess? Xiao Hei struggled to cling to her collar and also let out a meow. As a result, the two of them cleared the dungeon at an astonishing speed. Xia Yuan charged forward, killing enemies as he ran, moving like a dragon through the underground tunnels. Any monsters that dared to charge at him were instantly crushed. In less than 5 minutes. They spotted the final boss room of the dungeon. Xia Yuan finally stopped, let go of her, and set her down. "You're so heavy. You should really lose some weight." Mo Shiyu was nearly frantic. "Where am I heavy?" She had been carried and dragged along the entire way, feeling unsteady on her feet. She stood up and tidied her hair, which had been blown into a mess by the wind. Along the way, they had killed many level 20+ minor monsters, but Xia Yuan's level had only reached 12. Xiao Hei was already level 20. Xia Yuan surveyed the dungeon boss room in front of him. "Fat Rain, how much spiritual energy do you have left?" Mo Shiyu checked and looked surprised. She was the top newcomer in spiritual energy, and she also had the passive boost from the elf Xiao Hei. Yet after this single run, she had already depleted 30% of her spiritual energy. 70%. Mo Shiyu felt a bit discouraged. The spiritual energy she had always prided herself on was completely insufficient for Xia Yuan. And they hadn't even faced the dungeon boss yet. Xia Yuan crossed his arms and stretched his body. He wasn't being sarcastic this time, he just wanted to get a rough idea of the situation so he could allocate their strength properly. "That's enough. Let's take on the boss." Mo Shiyu nodded slightly, her nerves taut as she huddled behind Xia Yuan for a sense of security. The boss of a 2-star dungeon is usually a level 40 monster. However, there's an extremely rare case where a level 50 red-named boss can appear. It's very difficult to defeat, but it drops a massive amount of experience, spirit stones, and rare materials. Apparently, the trigger conditions are extremely stringent. We probably won't encounter it. Xia Yuan slipped one hand into his pocket and pushed open the boss's door with the other. Humming sounds filled the air. Inside the room, layers of blue campfires ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings. The boss's form materialized. Hovering mid-air was a black, ghost-like monster. It was enormous, roughly 3 stories tall. It is clad in a black cloak adorned with star-shaped markings, wielding a massive scythe, resembling the Grim Reaper. Above its head, the red-named boss's distinctive red level indicator glowed brightly, clearly displaying its imposing name. Level 50, red-named boss, Scourge of the Reaper. Mo Shiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with terror as she swallowed hard. "No way, what you fear has come." Xia Yuan, however, was laughing heartily. "Good luck, you hit the jackpot." The black ghost trembled, and a gust of wind swept toward them, blowing Mo Shiyu's long hair and causing her robe to flutter. Her exposed slender legs trembled slightly. This was her first time facing a powerful dungeon boss up close, and she was genuinely scared. Looking at the crimson-red name, Mo Shiyu hesitated. "Xia Yuan, maybe we should run away. A level 50 red-named monster is too tough for you at level 12. Even if you're an SSR, it's unlikely you could take on a 50-level boss at level 12. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. "We're already in the dungeon. We can't just run away now." Mo Shiyu pulled out the teleportation crystal issued to freshmen by the academy and explained. The dungeons within the Spirit Summoner Academy are different from the wild monster dungeons outside. They have a safety feature, you can use teleportation crystals to escape at any time. Xia Yuan smiled confidently and walked forward. "No need. Trust me, I've said it before, I'm the strongest. Isn't this a golden opportunity to level up?" He didn't want to miss it. Xia Yuan removed the eye patch from his face, revealing a pair of sky-blue eyes that shone like precious gems. Mo Shiyu was momentarily speechless. This was the first time Xia Yuan had ever removed his eye mask. She had never seen such beautiful eyes before. They were like the depths of the ocean, the vastness of the sky, and the brilliance of a star-studded galaxy. Such eyes, paired with Xia Yuan's handsome face and dazzling silver hair, were impossible to look away from. For a moment, Mo Shiyu couldn't help but stare in awe. She felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, temporarily dispelling her fear. The dungeon boss, seeing the silver-haired man before him approaching without any defense, grew furious. It suddenly swung its scythe, aiming for Xia Yuan's head. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept across the entire area. Mo Shiyu was so scared she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw that the sharp scythe had come to a complete stop right in front of Xia Yuan. What's going on? Even the expression on the face of the boss, the scourge scythe, betrayed a hint of astonishment. Xia Yuan brushed the dust off his shoulder, his bright eyes fixed on the boss, and he said with a slight smile. "Do you understand? Between us." He smiled and held up 2 fingers, separated by infinite distance. Xia Yuan knew that Mo Shiyu was eager to understand his abilities to better plan tactics in the future. Though he felt it unnecessary, he respected his master and began to explain. "This is my limitless spell. Its essence is to materialize the Achilles and the tortoise paradox. It can interfere with matter at the atomic level and manipulate space. However, it requires extremely precise manipulation of magical energy, so only those with 6 eyes can use this technique. In simple terms, the unlimited technique is relative stillness in reality. The closer an object or attack gets to me, the slower it becomes, ultimately never able to touch me." Mo Shiyu was utterly amazed. She had seen many powerful abilities of contract spirits on the Contract Spirit Master official website, but she had never encountered anything this game-breaking. Mathematical infinity had been realized in reality. Mo Shiyu had initially thought Xia Yuan was just an arrogant braggart, but now it was clear he had every reason to be so confident. With his limitless spell, even if Xia Yuan were only level 10, he could still fight powerful enemies. Because this skill is a mechanism-type ability, its strength is unrelated to level. Whether he's level 10 or level 100, he can use it. In other words, Xia Yuan's defensive power is roughly equivalent to infinite? Chapter 9, Void Form. Xia Yuan's leisurely attitude and taunts instantly ignited the fury of the disaster scythe. It's bang, bang, bang. The wind pressure from the slashes stirred up a fierce gale. The surrounding walls were sliced open by its strikes, revealing countless cracks, a testament to its immense power. However, it couldn't break through Xia Yuan's defenses at all. It let out a piercing screech, realizing that the scythe couldn't kill the person before it, and decided to change its attack method. The cloak on the disaster scythe suddenly collapsed into a swirling black hole. Dozens of dark currents erupted, crashing towards Xia Yuan. Boom! 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 The terrifying energy hadn't even touched the hem of Xia Yuan's robe before it collided with an absolutely smooth dimensional barrier, scattering brilliantly and dissipating. Mo Shiyu hid behind him, her voice trembling with excitement. As expected, even such a long-range attack cannot penetrate the limitless spell. The attack continued for an extended period, yet Xia Yuan stood there unscathed. The scourge scythe finally came to a halt, exhausted, and could only rage helplessly at Xia Yuan. Angry and humiliated? I'm letting you hit me while I stand here, giving you a chance, but you're useless. Xia Yuan seized the opportunity, raised one hand, extended a finger toward it, and spoke slowly. Since you're the boss, using the celestial sword seems a bit impolite. The next moment, a small black hole ball emitting a red glowed in front of his finger, radiating a terrifying power that made one's heart race. Mo Shiyu was a bit scared, but she forced herself to keep her eyes wide open, not wanting to miss her SSRS skill. What's this skill? Xia Yuan's calm voice rang out. Spell reversal. Ha! As he finished speaking, a flash of red light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it charged toward the boss, disaster scythe. It had no time to react, its body suddenly pierced by the red light. A powerful repulsive force shattered its body, and the terrifying aftereffects even shattered the walls behind it, causing the entire boss room to collapse. Crash! Pieces of debris fell from the ceiling, and Mo Shiyu was so scared she covered her head and ran away, while the black cat spirit on her shoulder trembled in fear. Fortunately, she was once again lifted by Xia Yuan with one hand, who shielded her from the aftereffects. Alright, stop running around like a mouse. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.12 LV.15. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.20 LV.30. Xia Yuan could clearly feel that his power had unlocked a bit more, and the system's progress bar showed 3%. Mo Shiyu was stuck to Xia Yuan's hand like a tiny shrimp, still in shock. Wait. Such a powerful level 50 red-named boss was just instantly defeated? This isn't the cursed art, is it? What skill is that? It seems much more powerful than the cursed art. Xia Yuan continued to explain his cursed arts. Infinity is actually everywhere, I just used cursed arts to bring it into reality. Convergence and divergence correspond to gravity and repulsion. Reversing the spell formula, Sang is gravity. And reverse spell formula, He, is repulsion. He glanced down at Mo Shiyu. By the way, I'm currently using the gravitational pull of Song to hold you by the waist. Xia Yuan followed suit, gently pinching her slender waist. The feel was pleasant, but he couldn't resist teasing her. Pork has good elasticity. Mo Shiyu was both angry and embarrassed. You're the pig. The 2-star dungeon solo run was completed, and the rewards were being settled. Mo Shiyu obtained the valuable 1,300 spirit stones, along with numerous rare materials dropped by the red-named boss. Obtained Death Sai. Obtained Dark Core. Obtained red-named crystal. Mo Shiyu excitedly stored all the materials in her spatial bag. This was a huge haul. The items dropped by the red-named boss are rare treasures. They are essential breakthrough materials for upgrading spirit bonds. If sold on the Spirit Contract Master's official website, they could fetch a high price in spirit stones. Contract spirits must break through every 30 levels before they can continue upgrading. The higher the level, the more valuable and rare the breakthrough materials become. After clearing this dungeon, Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was left with a pitiful 1/3. She had planned to clear the dungeon again, but now she had no choice but to return. After successfully completing the guide, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu were teleported back to the initial location of the Academy's dungeon entrance. As soon as they returned, a huge commotion erupted. They're back. Looks like they soloed it successfully? Holy cow, that's the power of an SSR. They soloed a 2-star dungeon on their first try. They went in at level 10 and came out at level 15, only gaining 5 levels? SSR leveling is indeed harder, but this is way too overpowered. Can you really beat a 40-level dungeon boss while only being 10 levels higher? Everyone was buzzing with excitement, utterly shocked. Mo Shiyu also felt this trip was a bit surreal. If these people knew they were taking down a level 50 red-named boss, they'd be even more speechless. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a piercing sound suddenly rang out above her head. A massive axe plummeted from the sky, aiming straight for Mo Shiyu's head. Aim! The black cat spirit perched on her shoulder instantly bristled, sensing danger. Xia Yuan suddenly raised his hand, narrowly blocking the axe, as his limit-breaking spell was activated in advance. Bang! He ripped off his eye patch, his sapphire blue pupils filled with murderous intent. In front of me. Dare to touch my master? The attacker's figure slowly materialized, a burly, leopard print-clad female warrior wielding a massive axe. She actually has the ability to turn invisible. She's been lying in wait here all this time, planning to ambush and kill Mo Shiyu. The female warrior's first strike failed, and she retreated, creating some distance. A rough voice rang out. Oh, my SSR guy's reaction is really unfair. Her gaze swept over Mo Shiyu's pale face, and her smile suddenly turned vicious. Let me cut this little girl down, it'll be better for everyone. The assassin's rank was hidden, but her level was not a 70th level contract spirit. The entire arena descended into chaos. The student contract spirit masters and contract spirits watching the commotion inside the school scattered in all directions, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Mo Shiyu stood frozen in place, stumbling a few steps, her legs trembling. Recalling the axe blow from moments ago, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Almost. She almost died. If it weren't for Xia Yuan's quick reaction, she would already be a headless corpse. She had underestimated the obsession of a spirit contract master toward an SSR. This is the Contract Spirit Master Academy of Sichuan University, yet they dared to attempt an assassination so brazenly. Xia Yuan carefully searched the area with his 6 eyes but couldn't identify the spirit contract master among the group of students in the distance. Since the enemy was after him, the SSR, they must be hiding nearby, ready to step forward and contract her once Mo Shiyu was dead. Fat Rain, in this situation, if I kill her, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Mo Shiyu had never seen Xia Yuan look so serious before, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. To be honest, she was also furious. Mo Shiyu's timid expression faded, and she stood up, her gaze sweeping sharply around the area. She addressed the female warrior's contract spirit and asked, just out of curiosity, who is your contract master? Or rather, who sent you? Do you know my identity before attacking me? The female warrior raised her large axe and laughed heartily. Ha ha, little girl, do you really think I'd tell you? She glanced at the academy's center and frowned slightly. Time is running out. If those meddling fools show up, it'll be hard to kill you. SSR hunk, I advise you to step back. I don't want to kill you. After all, my mission is to kill the woman beside you. Mo Shiyu's face was covered in frost, and she spoke coldly. Xia Yuan, kill her. I suppose we won't be able to find out who is behind this. The muscular female warrior raised her massive axe, laughing coldly. Little girl, you're saying that a level 15 SSR can kill my B-rank level 70 contract spirit? You're talking big. Mo Shiyu heard the rank and paused slightly. The opponent was indeed bold, willing to use a B-rank contract spirit for an assassination. Xia Yuan. She was about to say something, but Xia Yuan interrupted her first, coldly smiling and gesturing. This time, I might have to get a bit rough. Since you're a rich woman, you should be able to afford to compensate for any damage to the academy's terrain. Chapter 10, Master, you're no good. What did you say? Mo Shiyu didn't quite catch it. Xia Yuan, already grinning maliciously, assumed the starting stance for his curse technique. Spell reversal, sung. Reverse the spell, he. Fat Rain, what do you think would happen if these two forces collided without any overlap? Mo Shiyu looked completely lost and honestly replied, I don't know. Xia Yuan smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a force so powerful it made everyone's hair stand on end began to gather and erupt. The female warrior wielding a giant axe was the first to feel its impact. She watched Xia Yuan's movements closely, her cold sweat pouring down her face. She could sense that something big was about to happen. War escape armor. The female warrior clenched her teeth and roared. Layers of glowing armor appeared on her body, her defensive power skyrocketing. She didn't wait, instead raising her axe and stomping the ground, charging towards Xia Yuan at lightning speed. Empty form. Z. Xia Yuan's eyes shone with a lustrous glow. As soon as he finished speaking, he flickered his fingers, and his silver hair flew wildly. The space in front of him warped and distorted, and a small purple energy sphere erupted from his fingertips, hurtling toward the female warrior. The purple light intensified, illuminating the heavens and earth, blinding everyone present. Mo Shiyu's face paled as the remaining spiritual energy in her body was drained away, leaving her weak and collapsed on the ground. The female warrior, realizing she couldn't dodge it, roared and swung her axe, striking the purple energy sphere with a single blow. Boom! The purple light, containing terrifying power, left her unable to move an inch. The axe was instantly pierced through without any resistance. Even her ward-on armor, which should have been as sturdy as armor, was pierced through as easily as tofu. The female warrior's face betrayed her despair. She couldn't escape, she could only watch helplessly as the small purple light tore open a large hole in her abdomen. Wherever the purple light passed, it was unstoppable. With a thunderous roar, the ground behind the female warrior was violently carved into a deep ravine, extending all the way to the distant mountains, forming a hollow void. Rocks tumbled down continuously, and the earth trembled slightly. The female warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. She was a level 70 contract spirit, yet she couldn't put up a fight against a level 15 SSR? Is the gap really that huge? Hey, you're supposed to be a tank, right? You took my axe swing and didn't even flinch. I didn't expect you to be a damage dealer. The female warrior's form began to fade, and she forced a smile, staring at Xia Yuan as if he were a monster. This is an SSR. It's really strong. As she finished speaking, she vanished completely. Contract spirits cannot be revived after death, unlike in the game. Mo Shiyu crouched on the spot, her mouth agape in astonishment. She looked at the ravines and shattered mountains behind the female warrior and finally understood what Xia Yuan had just said. It seemed like she'd have to pay some compensation. The students and contract spirits watching from afar felt their heads buzzing. That single strike had completely redefined their understanding of SSR tier beings. A level 15 defeating a level 79. SSRs and other contract spirits are simply not in the same dimension. Yuanshin is too overpowered. And what was that skill? So cool. If I had an SSR like that, I'd be smiling in my dreams. No wonder he can solo a 2-star dungeon. The Abyss God must be a versatile contract spirit, capable of both tanking and dealing damage. Did you notice that Yuanshin made his first appearance? He has such a hunk, especially those blue eyes, they're stunning. I envy Mo Shi유's luck every day. How did she manage to get such a great deal? Xia Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, readjusting his eye mask. The power is too weak. Without peak combat strength, it's still not enough. I need to level up by defeating more monsters as soon as possible. If he were level 100, the illusory technique he released wouldn't be so weak. Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. The power is still too weak? Xia Yuan turned around and looked at the girl lying limp on the ground. Can you get up? Mo Shiyu tried to stand up, looking at him with a pout. I can't. I'm too weak. Her spiritual energy had been completely drained. Xia Yuan burst into laughter without mercy. That's not good enough, Fat Rain. You're no good. You need to keep training. A spirit contract master being told they're no good by their own spirit contract, how humiliating. Mo Shiyu was furious but couldn't refute a single word. Her spiritual energy was indeed completely insufficient for Xia Yuan, this output monster. She had even boasted earlier that he could attack her freely during the battle. At that moment, the teachers from the academy finally arrived at the scene with their spirit beasts. Seeing the exaggerated gorges and the mountain range pierced through, they looked completely bewildered. What was going on here? Did someone fire a laser cannon here? Mo, are you okay? What about the contract spirit that was sent to assassinate you? I heard it was a level 70 contract spirit. The teachers looked around warily and asked. Upon hearing of the commotion, they immediately rushed over. After all, Mo Shiyu was the prodigy of the Mo family and had just contracted an SSR, making her a precious treasure within the academy. Mo Shiyu struggled to lift her head. It's okay now. She's been taken care of by Xia Yuan. The teachers and the group of high-ranking contract spirits exchanged glances, looked at Xia Yuan, and found it hard to believe. Wait. A level 15 SSR had altered the academy's terrain? After learning the truth, the academy teachers fell into silence. Xia Yuan's combat power far exceeded their imagination. They were no strangers to the world and had some understanding of SSRs, but they had never heard of any SSR with such terrifying achievements as Xia Yuan. At level 15, he instantly defeated AB rank 70th level contract spirit. That's way too much of a level gap. That was AB rank contract spirit of no small caliber. Even among SSR ranked contract spirits, there are distinctions in strength, such as support type and control type SSRs, whose combat power is relatively less exaggerated. Clearly, a contract spirit with Xia Yuan's combat power belongs to the damage dealing type among SSRs, an absolute powerhouse in the card pool. Even the teachers couldn't help but envy Mo Shiyu's luck. Mo student, this is an issue on our school's end. We allowed external contract spirit masters and contract spirits to infiltrate the premises. The principal has already instructed us to investigate thoroughly and provide a proper explanation to the Mo family. Subsequently, the academy detained all the young spirit contract masters present for investigation, leaving no one untouched. However, they still couldn't uncover the true culprit behind it. Clearly, the perpetrator had come prepared and had already planned an escape route. Perhaps the culprit is even a student of the academy. After the matter was temporarily resolved, Xia Yuan returned to the villa with Mo Shiyu to rest, as she had no spiritual energy left to continue clearing dungeons today. However, the next day, the Chuanbei Mo family sent word, instructing her to return to the clan immediately. Mo Shiyu knew she couldn't escape, so she had no choice but to return and face them. Since obtaining Xia Yuan, an SSR-tier individual, she had not proactively contacted or informed the Mo family, as she harbored some reservations. Before leaving, Mo Shiyu still felt uneasy. She reached out and grabbed Xia Yuan, who was dressed in casual attire and wearing sunglasses, and asked in a low voice with her brows furrowed. Xia Yuan, if a spirit master with even stronger spiritual energy were to seek a contract with you, would you agree? Xia Yuan sensed her heavy heart and pinched her waist. Mo Shiyu instinctively let out a soft ah, and rubbed her waist, glaring at him in embarrassment. What are you doing? Xia Yuan dropped his carefree attitude, looked at her seriously, and promised. When I was on the brink of dissipation, it was you who pulled me back. No matter how powerful others may be, my spirit master can only be you. Others have no right. Mo Shiyu was moved to tears by his words, sniffing back tears. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets, his sunglasses hanging loosely on his nose, and turned to glance at her sideways. Of course, your spiritual power is indeed insufficient. Can you take some pills? Those that restore spiritual power bring more of them, just in case of emergencies. Mo Shiyu felt humiliated. A spirit contract master relying on pills to sustain their spirit contract? How humiliating. Chapter 11, As Long as She Is Here. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had just left the academy when the driver of the Mo family's exclusive luxury car was already waiting outside. After getting into the car, the vehicle drove through the bustling, vibrant streets of the city. Xia Yuan leaned lazily against the seat, propping his chin up with one hand, observing the scenery outside. It was his first time leaving the academy to see the world. It seemed that the technological level of this world was not too different from his previous life. Skyscrapers and bustling streets were everywhere. To maintain such a large urban scale in such a chaotic and perilous era was already quite impressive. 20 minutes later, the vehicles finally arrived at the large estate where the Mo family resided. The members of the Mo family had been waiting at the gate for some time, their faces betraying their excitement. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was eager to see what an SSR looked like. As soon as Xia Yuan stepped out of the car, he became the center of attention. Dressed in casual attire, wearing sunglasses, and standing at 1.9 meters tall, he exuded an undeniable charm and coolness. Some of the younger members of the Mo family couldn't help but scream in excitement, completely captivated by Xia Yuan's good looks. Seeing this, Xia Yuan waved at them and greeted them with a hello. Mo Shiyu rolled her eyes. She had once been the same, but after spending so many days with Xia Yuan, she had long since seen past his charm. The Mo family welcomed Xia Yuan, the SSR-ranked individual, with great enthusiasm, treating him with the utmost care and respect, almost as if he were a revered ancestor. Xia Yuan's achievements within the academy were already well known to everyone in the Mo family. Soloing a 2-star dungeon. Instantly defeating a B-rank 70th level contract spirit. This clearly demonstrated his immense strength, making him an unquestionable damage-dealing role among SSR-tier contract spirits. Xia Yuan's arrival has given the Mo school a chance to compete for the top spot among the elite clans of the Great Xia Empire. If he is fully cultivated and developed into a national-level strategic asset, the Mo family could rise to new heights alongside him. Mo family hall. Xia Yuan sat like a lord, crossing his legs and sipping tea, enjoying the attentions of the Mo family disciples. Mo Shiyu watched from the side, seething with envy. Why didn't she get such treatment? And the current head of the Mo family was none other than Mo Shiyu's uncle, Mo Chang. He smiled and said, Senior Xia Yuan, from now on, the Mo family is your home. Whatever you command, the Mo family will do our utmost to fulfill. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate, smiling broadly and saying, That's great. I want to try the Manchu Han banquet. Since I've just arrived in this world, I'd like to taste some of its delicacies. Mo Shiyu clenched her little fist. Xia Yuan. Mo Chang clapped his hands and immediately ordered someone to go and arrange it. Before long, a long table laden with an array of delicacies was set before Xia Yuan, featuring all manner of mountain delicacies and seafood, with beautiful maidservants standing by to serve him and even feed him directly into his mouth. The focus was all on indulgence. Once he was well taken care of, Mo Chang finally turned his attention to Mo Shiyu, his tone growing slightly stern. Shiyu, why didn't you inform us immediately about your contract with Senior Xia Yuan? Mo Shiyu turned away. It's nothing. I just didn't want to. Mo Chang snorted coldly and demanded harshly. This is a major matter. Do you know how many people are watching the SSR contract spirit outside? Earlier, the Jiang family also came by, but fortunately we managed to fend them off. With your current abilities, you couldn't possibly hold them off. If it weren't for Senior Xia Yuan's overwhelming strength, you'd be dead by now. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The other party wasn't concerned about her at all, they were just afraid that the SSR would be taken by someone else. Mo Chang sighed and waved his hand, saying, Enough. You've been a great contributor to the Mo family this time, so I won't hold these matters against you. Break your contract with Senior Xia Yuan. With your current spiritual power, you couldn't possibly support Senior Xia Yuan using his full strength. Senior Xia Yuan will be temporarily entrusted to Mo Shiyu for cultivation. A young man with sharp eyes, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a luxurious school uniform, stepped forward. He was Mo Shiyu. He glared intently at Xia Yuan's direction. Payu sister, I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. I will exchange my SR contract spirit with you, and you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Mo Shiyu pushed his glasses up and spoke confidently. With Senior Xia Yuan's combat strength, I will definitely lead the Mo clan to become one of the top-tier clans. Mo Shiyu had already anticipated this and her expression turned cold as she firmly refused. No way. My contract spirit, I will not give it to anyone. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan, who had overheard the conversation, slowed down his pace of enjoying the delicious food. No wonder Mo Shiyu was so uneasy. It seems this family wants her to abandon the contract and go her own way. Mo Chang furrowed his brows slightly and said, Shiyu, this is a matter of vital importance to the prosperity of our entire family. You cannot act on a whim. Wuxuang is the most talented genius in our Mo family with the strongest spiritual power. He has also been admitted to the Tianqiong Academy, one of the 3 top-tier contract spirit master academies in the Great Xia Empire. Only by having him contract with Senior Xia Yuan can we maximize the potential of his SSR tier strength. You can't be so selfish, you must think of the greater good. Mo Wuxuang chimed in from the side. Senior Xia Yuan has always been held back by your spiritual power, unable to showcase his true strength. Is that what you want? Mo Shiyu showed no intention of backing down, her eyes firm as she said, it's just a top-tier university. At most, it'll take me a year to boost my spiritual power and directly skip a grade to enroll in one of the 3 top-tier spirit contract academies. Mo Chang slammed his fist on the table. You. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Sure you, after your parents were killed by a world-class bounty boss, have I ever treated you unfairly? This is non-negotiable. You must break the contract. Mo Shiyu replied with unwavering resolve, fine, unless I die. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The other disciples of the Mo family dared not say a word. Both Mo Shiyu and Mo Wuxuang were geniuses in cultivating spiritual energy within the Mo clan, holding extremely high status. However, in terms of spiritual power alone, since Mo Shiyu was still a freshman at the high school level of the Contract Spirit Master program and relatively young, she indeed couldn't match Mo Wuxuang, who had already entered the top-tier Contract Spirit University. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, a lazy voice rang out. Excuse me, as the object of your dispute, shouldn't I have the right to speak? Xia Yuan, bored out of his mind, tugged at his eye mask with a smile. The only one qualified to contract me and become my master is Mo Shiyu. The rest of you, I don't recognize. All eyes turned toward him. Mo Chang was also surprised, not expecting Xia Yuan to speak up for Mo Shiyu. Generally speaking, the thoughts of spirit contracts are simple, they only want a contract with a spirit contract master of higher spiritual power. After all, this allows them to unleash their full potential and make their path to advancement smoother. Mo Wuxuang was also stunned, immediately volunteering himself with a hint of resentment. Senior Xia Yuan. My spiritual energy is the only thing that can unlock your full potential. Moreover, my ability to cultivate contract spirits, whether it's tactical arrangements or dungeon knowledge, is far more professional than that little girl Shiryu. Xia Yuan smiled and waved him off. Sorry. I only recognize Fat Rain. I only want her. No one else is worth considering. Anyone who wants to break the contract between me and her. Then they'll be my enemy. Although Xia Yuan didn't consider himself a good person, he would never betray someone who had done him a favor. Mo Shiyu had saved him. So he would definitely protect her. Chapter 12, Your martial arts are also strong. Although Xia Yuan's words were light-hearted, everyone from the Mo family felt an unprecedented pressure. The hall fell silent once more. After a moment, Mo Chang spoke up. Since Senior Xia Yuan has spoken, there is no other choice. Mo Wuxuang hesitated, wanting to say something. He still felt reluctant, but he knew he couldn't offend Xia Yuan. However, Mo Chang changed the subject and looked at Mo Shiyu. But Shiyu, since you've already said that, you must spend a year studying to enter the top spirit contract master university. You can't go back on your word. Mo Shiyu nodded, her expression unusually serious. Of course not. If I fail, I will voluntarily dissolve the contract. She knew that Xia Yuan had chosen her out of gratitude. If she couldn't support him in battle, she wouldn't want to stay by his side and hold him back. Mo Shiyu also had her own pride. Xia Yuan was surprised that Mo Shiyu would make such a vow. Mo Chang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mo Shiyu understood that as the head of the Mo family, Mo Chang had no personal motives and always prioritized the family's interests. As for Mo Wuxuang, he had little blood relation to Mo Chang. He was merely a distant relative within the clan, though he possessed the talent for cultivating spiritual energy. Mo Wuxuang clenched his teeth, but in the end, he had no choice but to leave. Before departing, he lingered by Mo Shiyu's side for a moment and sneered. A year's time, and you want to get into a top-tier university? You sure are confident, Shiryu. I'll await your good news. I hope you can live up to being paired with a super powerful SSR contract spirit like Senior Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu shot him a cold glance. That's none of your concern. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan didn't stay at the Mo family compound for long. After lunch, they returned to the academy to prepare for their training. After learning of Xia Yuan's monstrous strength, Mo Shiyu's courage grew as well. While the new students in the academy were still struggling to form teams and tackle the beginner dungeons, they were already preparing to take on the 3-star dungeons. As celebrities within the academy, they still caused a stir wherever they went, becoming the center of attention. Unfortunately, Jiang Li also arrived at the dungeon area with her newly purchased C-rank contract spirit, the Skeleton General, intending to clear some beginner dungeons. In the crowd, Jiang Li immediately noticed Xia Yuan, and her eyes turned red. She looked at him, silver-haired, handsome, standing at 1.9 meters tall, both visually appealing and powerful, an SSR-tier character. She then glanced at her own C-rank contract spirit Skeleton General, which she had bought with 10,000 spirit stones and taken out a loan for, and it was emanating a terrifying aura. Endless regret flooded her heart. Because she had abandoned her SSR contract, she had become a pariah in her clan, and even her own father refused to give her any spirit stones. Jiang Li naturally knew about Xia Yuan's achievements from yesterday, soloing a 2-star dungeon and instantly defeating a B rank level 70 contract spirit. Such an invincible contract spirit should have been hers. But she had voluntarily renounced the contract. Damn it, you're still such a powerful SSR. Why is the heavens treating me like this? Jiang Li grew increasingly furious, kicking the Skeleton General beside her with all her might. What are you looking at? A contract spirit that can't even speak useless. Why can't you become an SSR? The Skeleton General stared at her with its empty, black eyes, looking completely innocent. On the other side, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had already decided to enter the 3-star dungeon. Senior students with their own contract spirits gathered around, eager to join them. Unfortunately, they were all ruthlessly rejected. Xia Yuan wanted to level up alone. Mo Shiyu's C-rank cat spirit had a hidden trait that reduced spiritual energy consumption, and it wouldn't share much experience with him, so he wouldn't even want to bring Little Black along. Fat Rain, do you have enough spiritual energy reserves? Did you bring any spiritual energy potions? After the assassination attempt last time, Xia Yuan had not let his guard down in the academy, constantly observing his surroundings with his 6 eyes. Though he couldn't maintain the unlimited spell at all times, it was sufficient for prevention. Mo Shiyu's expression was slightly unusual, like a helpless husband being forced to take medicine, feeling ashamed and helpless. He turned away and muttered softly, I brought it. Xia Yuan nodded slightly, that's good. Just in case some of those guys take advantage of you being low on spiritual energy and launch a surprise attack. Mo Shiyu understood Xia Yuan's concerns, but this trip back to the Mo clan wasn't in vain. In addition to bringing numerous potions to temporarily replenish her spiritual energy, she had also brought several life-saving barrier artifacts as a precaution. Speaking of which, how do you spirit contract masters cultivate your spiritual energy? Xia Yuan asked curiously. Mo Shiyu replied, it's all about practice. The way to cultivate spiritual energy is to constantly drain it. Xia Yuan was taken aback for a moment before laughing, that's way too simple. No wonder you dared to bet with that old guy from the Mo family. Mo Shiyu snorted, I'm not stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the world spinning, and then everything turned upside down. Xia Yuan skillfully lifted her up and stepped into the teleportation gate of the 3-star dungeon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. That's insane. Another solo dungeon run, and it's a 3-star dungeon. A 3-star dungeon? Even we upperclassmen wouldn't dare to team up and challenge it lightly. SSR characters really defy conventional logic. Wow, with such combat power, our Xuanbai Academy might finally make a name for ourselves at the National College Spirit Summoner Tournament this year. Succeeding in a 3-star dungeon solo must earn 3,000 spirit stones as a reward. That's almost enough for 20 consecutive draws. I'm so jealous. The environment of this 3-star dungeon seems to be a tropical rainforest, with an open and bright setting. Vine Claw Hunter. Moldy Swamp Beast. Symbiosis Spore Moth. Mo Shiyu continued to professionally and skillfully reveal the weaknesses of these monsters, though Xia Yuan never needed to use them. He grabbed Mo Shiyu and, with lightning speed, began the slaughter once more. The ground suddenly sprouted numerous vine tendrils with sharp spikes. Xia Yuan sprinted forward, performing a 180-degree free spin in mid-air to dodge the vines, then delivered a Curse of the Void to the Vine Claw Hunters. A massive beast with a gaping abyssal maw suddenly burst forth from the swamp below, aiming to devour him in one gulp. But Xia Yuan had already sensed it and kicked it away with a single blow, then delivered a spell of He that pierced its neck. Monsters surged wave after wave through the rainforest, but Xia Yuan maneuvered effortlessly among them, handling each with ease. The two he held in his hands, Mo Shiyu and Xiao He, felt like they were on a roller coaster, their faces filled with despair. Mo Shiyu never expected that despite Xia Yuan's skills being already so absurdly powerful, his physical combat abilities were also exceptionally strong. Her SSR was exactly as described on the panel, perfect in every way except for her personality. Truly a versatile contract spirit. The monsters in the 3-star dungeon correspond to levels 40 to 60. The dungeon boss is fixed at the highest level of 60. The difficulty is significantly higher than that of a 2-star dungeon. However, as long as Xia Yuan activates his unlimited spell, he becomes nearly invincible and can clear the dungeon without taking any damage. Combined with the nearly instant cast Cursed Arts Song and he, along with his exaggerated physical combat skills, the efficiency remains quite high. 10 minutes later. They once again arrived at the boss's location. Mo Shiyu finally got to come down for a brief rest. Being carried around had left her waist quite sore. She stretched her graceful body and moved around. I wonder if this is a red-named boss. A red-named boss in a 3-star dungeon means it's level 70. But it probably won't be that lucky, right? 2 red-named bosses in a row? We could buy lottery tickets. Xia Yuan removed his sunglasses, revealing his icy eyes. Let's hope so. After Mo Shiyu had rested, the two entered the boss's domain. As soon as they stepped in, red warning lines appeared around them. A emerald-green humanoid mantis suddenly descended from the sky. It had a robust build, with sharp blades embedded in its arms and legs, and blood-red pupils. It wasn't very large, roughly the size of a human, but it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A red level indicator glowed above its head. Level 70, Blade Master. Mo Shiyu broke out in a cold sweat, backing away in fear. It seems our luck really is good. Xia Yuan's expression was the opposite of hers, wearing a delighted expression as he analyzed rationally. Perhaps it's not luck. The way to trigger a red-named boss is probably by clearing the stage quickly. Chapter 13, The Expansion of Cursed Arts. It's coming. Xia Yuan's pupils flickered. The emerald-green mantis flickered and appeared before him in an instant, swinging its blade at him. Bang! The blow struck the infinite expanse. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, speaking calmly. So you're the speed type. That was fast. He raised his hand, and the emerald-green mantis seemed to sense something. With a whoosh, it vanished again, reappearing 10 meters away, watching him warily. Mo Shiyu hid behind Xia Yuan, observing secretly. Seeing this, she furrowed her brows slightly. Such speed, no wonder it's a level 70 red-named boss. She now had a basic understanding of Xia Yuan's skills. Whether it was the curse technique Song, the reverse technique He, or the most powerful void technique Ji, the speed at which they were fired wasn't particularly fast. It was extremely difficult to hit a monster with such terrifying speed. This was far more challenging than dealing with that B-rank female warrior. Mo Shiyu focused her attention on another skill on Xia Yuan's skill panel that hadn't been displayed yet, the one she was most concerned about at the moment, domain expansion. It sounded incredibly powerful, and she had no idea what kind of force it was. Mo Shiyu guessed it was probably Xia Yuan's ultimate move. Xia Yuan, should we use domain expansion? She asked impatiently. Xia Yuan turned to look at her in surprise. How did you know I had this move? Have you also watched Cursed Technique Showdown? What's Jujutsu Kaisen? Mo Shiyu looked confused. Spirit contractors have skill panels for their contracted spirits. I naturally know what skills you have, I just don't know their effects yet. She smiled triumphantly. Let me tell you a secret, I don't actually have a contract with a spirit. I can still see the stats and potential of those unclaimed spirits. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. You have a system too? Mo Shiyu, I don't understand what you're talking about. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blades flashed. The mantis seized the moment when Xia Yuan was distracted and launched another attack, slashing him several times, but once again, its efforts were in vain. Xia Yuan tried to grab it with a backhand, but it dodged and escaped. He grinned, raised his palm, and aimed at the distant dungeon boss. In this situation, there's no need to activate the domain. Let me show you another advanced application of the curse arts. Guess what will happen if I compress the distance and space between me and that mantis monster? Mo Shiyu's mind raced. Cursed Arts Song is gravity, so it must be related to gravity. If I compress the distance and space between us, the effect is undeniable. Teleportation. Mo Shiyu suddenly realized. The next second, Xia Yuan vanished from his original position and instantly appeared in front of the mantis boss, his palm colliding violently with its body. The Blade King was struck as if hit head-on by a truck. The intense impact caused its body to suddenly curve into a shrimp-like shape, and green liquid spewed from its mouth. You dog. Correct. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary paralysis, unable to move from the impact, Xia Yuan raised a finger and swiftly executed a spell reversal technique, a red light flashing. Boom! The mantis boss was sent flying backward, colliding with the tree trunk in the middle of the courtyard, breaking several branches before coming to a stop. Its health bar, which was tens of thousands, had only dropped by a third and hadn't been completely depleted. Xia Yuan sighed. It's pretty tough. As expected, the power of a dozen levels is still too weak. The mantis boss wasn't pierced through, but a crack appeared on its emerald green shell. Mo Shiyu was astonished, her mouth slightly agape. She knew how powerful he was, no wonder it's a level 70 red-named boss. It actually withstood that. She immediately shouted, You idiot, Xia Yuan. Why didn't you use the more powerful Su Shi Ji? The battle continued. The mantis boss rose to its feet and dared not linger, instead fleeing at top speed. The entire space was filled with its green afterimages. Ah! I thought her power was enough, but I forgot we're still under power restrictions. Xia Yuan laughed it off, then raised his hand again. Speed alone won't save you. Bang! Another teleportation. Xia Yuan appeared again, his palm nearly touching the mantis boss, but this time the enemy had been warned and blocked with both arms, dissipating most of the impact. Pretty capable. But it's not enough. At the same time, his 190-inch long legs had already risen, kicking toward the opponent's side. The mantis boss was sent flying backward once more, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Its health bar dropped again. Xia Yuan's attack didn't stop. He made a snapping finger gesture toward the boss lying on the ground, void form. Gee! The familiar purple light once again illuminated the entire world. Boom! This time, the mantis boss's body could no longer withstand the energy of the void style, shattering completely. The ground was pierced, forming a massive crater. The boss's health bar is now empty. The 3-star dungeon strategy was successful. Xia Yuan's body shone brightly, leveling up from 16 to 20. He also gained 1 level from fighting the minor enemies earlier. The system reward bar has reached 6%. Dungeon cleared successfully. Xia Yuan, the spirit contract, level up, LV.16 LV.20. Contract spirit black cat spirit, level up, LV.35 LV.50. Obtained mantis heart. Obtained red name crystal. Obtained whirlwind blade. Upgrade and reward notifications kept coming in. Mo Shiyu joyfully collected the boss drop items. This trip alone netted her over 3,400 spirit stones, a bountiful harvest. Soloing is so satisfying. Across the entire Xuanbai Qiling Academy, no one could match their efficiency in clearing dungeons. The two teleported back to the entrance of the academy's dungeon. Xia Yuan remained on high alert, but no one else attacked this time. They likely knew of Xia Yuan's combat strength and dared not act rashly. Other students, seeing that they had successfully cleared even a 3-star dungeon, erupted into another round of envious shouts. Comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. Especially Jiang Li, who heard the commotion and was seething with anger. She had to bring her skeleton general along, sacrificing her own appearance, to ask her older brother to lead the team before she dared to tackle the beginner's dungeon. Meanwhile, they had already soloed the 3-star dungeon. Spirit stones were rolling in, and levels were skyrocketing. Jiang Li? What are you looking at? Hurry up and come over. We're about to enter the dungeon. A senior student with a sleazy appearance shouted impatiently, if it weren't for your looks and the fact that you're from the Jiang family, I wouldn't bother taking a newbie like you to clear the dungeon. Jiang Li's look of disgust fleeted away, quickly replaced by a sweet smile as she approached. Oh, big brother, I'm here. After that, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan continued to tackle the 3-star dungeon. The difficulty was just right, the rewards were decent, and the clearing speed was fast. It wasn't until Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was completely drained, and she had to take some potions, that they finally finished 3-3-star dungeons and ended their day of grinding. Xia Yuan dragged the school beauty master, who looked like a zombie, back to the villa and threw her onto the bed. His level had finally reached 25. The system reward bar had reached 10%. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up, making it increasingly difficult. Xia Yuan. I really can't go on. Don't touch there. Mo Shiyu lay on the bed, her Qiling master's robe outlining the curves of her beautiful hips. Her slender, white legs were slightly closed, and she mumbled incoherently. Xia Yuan was exasperated. What kind of dream is this girl having? He threw the blanket over her, just covering her seductive body. Night fell. For in the morning, Xia Yuan, bored out of his mind, was engrossed in playing video games in his room. The top-of-the-line computer was arranged by the Mo family, as they would grant Xia Yuan almost any request. One advantage of being a contract spirit was that he could stay up all night without feeling tired. Xia Yuan grew more energized as he played, likely because Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was steadily recovering. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded outside. The school intercom broadcast the urgent voice of a teacher. Attention! Announcement! The Huannan district of Chuanbei City has been attacked by a sudden abyss dungeon raid. The Great Xia Spirit Contract Alliance is short-handed. Spirit contract masters with level 50 or above, please proceed to the scene immediately. Chapter 14, Abnormal Teleportation. The situation is critical. All spirit contractors with spirit beasts of level 50 or higher, please rush to the scene immediately. Mo Shiyu suddenly jolted awake from her sleep. Xia Yuan had already teleported into her bedroom, standing with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall, and listening intently to the broadcast outside. Fat Rain, it seems there's trouble outside. Mo Shiyu rose groggily, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, and listened to the broadcast as her consciousness cleared. This is bad. The Abyss Dungeon? Upon hearing the requirement of level 50, Xia Yuan chuckled. Though we haven't reached level 50 yet, our strength is sufficient. We can go. Mo Shiyu leaped off the bed like an arrow, hurriedly tidying herself up, and rushed out the door. The wild dungeons that appear outside are far more dangerous than the fixed ones in the academy. Every time they erupt, many people lose their lives. Xia Yuan followed closely behind. How's your spiritual energy recovery? Mo Shiyu clenched her fists tightly. It's fine, I've already recovered 80%. The two of them rushed out of the villa. It was 4 in the morning, and the sky was still dark. In the dim night, the sounds of contract spirits guiding their contract masters as they leaped and darted between buildings could be heard, their figures as ghostly as shadows. They were all students who had been summoned to provide support. Almost all of them were senior students. Xia Yuan grabbed Mo Shiyu's waist with one hand and lifted her up, following the main group. What is the monster level in the Abyss Dungeon? Mo Shiyu, already accustomed to being carried, replied seriously. The lowest is level 50. The Abyss Dungeon is called the Abyss because the number of monsters inside far exceeds that of ordinary dungeons. In ordinary dungeons, even the most powerful 5-star dungeons have a maximum of 100 monsters. In the Abyss Dungeon, the maximum number of monsters can reach thousands. Each time they appear, it's a major disaster. Xia Yuan smiled as he flew between the skyscrapers with Mo Shiyu. Sounds great, we should be able to gain a lot of experience. The Abyss Dungeon's outbreak location in the southern region is approximately 30 kilometers from the Xuanbai Spirit Academy. For the spirit contractors moving at full speed, it wasn't too far. Soon, from a distance, they spotted the terrifying red domain in the distance. Ordinary residents were evacuating under the organization of various official organizations of the Great Xia Empire. The roads were packed with people and vehicles, the noise deafening. That's the place with the red glow, right? Xia Yuan gripped Mo Shiyu tightly and reminded her, time is tight, let's get past it quickly. Mo Shiyu looked confused. Huh? Get out of the way? The next moment, she felt a flash before her eyes, and the surrounding scene changed. When she opened her eyes again, they had already appeared at the location of the red light barrier. Did we just teleport? Mo Shiyu was utterly astonished. Xia Yuan set her down and spoke calmly. What's so surprising about that? It's simply using Son's gravitational pull to quickly drag us to our destination. The effect is the same as long-distance teleportation. Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. This wasn't just surprising, it was an outright god-tier technique. This guy, how many more insane skills does he have that she doesn't know about? Are you students sent from the academy to provide support? A stern male voice rang out from behind them. The two turned around and saw a bearded man wearing the military coat of a spirit contract master, frowning at them. Behind him stood several powerful spirit contractors of varying appearances, all of whom had reached over level 90. Shenhu glanced at the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head and couldn't help but snort coldly. These academy students are truly like newborn calves fearing no tigers. Though I don't know how you managed to get here, you should leave immediately. This isn't a place for a 25th level spirit contract user to be. Since Xia Yuan's SSR rank had been hidden by Mo Shiyu, outsiders could only see his level. Mo Shiyu noticed the 3-star badge on his chest and immediately adopted a respectful tone, explaining. Sir, although my contract spirit is only level 25, its SSR class, and its combat power far surpasses that of a regular level 50 contract spirit. A military contract spirit master and a 3-star officer at that. This bearded man's status is extremely high. Shenhu looked at Xia Yuan, who had his hands in his pockets and looked anything but serious, with a look of astonishment. Even the contract spirits behind him, emanating powerful auras, curiously turned to look. SSR? You're the student from Xuanbai Academy who drew an SSR, from the Mo family? Mo Shiyu nodded. That's correct, sir. Xia Yuan paid no attention to the bearded officer, fixing his gaze on the red barrier that blocked everything in front of him. He cut straight to the point. Is that the Abyss Dungeon inside? Shenhu didn't mind his rudeness after all, SSRs were always self-important characters from the card pool. He explained. That is correct. To prevent monsters from the Abyss Dungeon from escaping, an SR-ranked spirit contract was stationed here by the Alliance to set up this barrier. The raid team has already entered the Abyss Dungeon to take on the boss, but the difficulty of this Abyss Dungeon is far beyond what we imagined. After investigation, the number of monsters may have reached an astonishing 3,000 or more. Mo Shiyu's tone was hard to believe. 3,000? Such a dungeon suddenly appearing in a bustling urban area, with such a massive number of monsters, no wonder reinforcements are needed. You guys are pretty fast, you're the first to arrive. Shenhu praised them, but don't worry, you don't need to bring your contract spirits into the barrier to build the first defense line. There are people from our alliance there. You just need to stay outside the barrier and form the second defense line, dealing with any monsters that break through the barrier. Xia Yuan let out a ha sound, finding it hard to accept. Shenhu thought he found the task too difficult and furrowed his brows again. Since they're 25th level SSRs, you should be able to handle this, right? Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, looking disgusted. I'm not staying outside. How many monsters can we fight there? Fat Rain, let's get ready to go in. Shenhu froze. Wow. You thought the second front was tough and now you want to go in? You idiots, do you want to die? Even if it's an SSR, it's only level 25. How much combat power does it have? The Abyss dungeon outside isn't as easy as those fixed dungeons in your academy. Shen Hu immediately stopped him. But Xia Yuan seemed not to hear him, already grabbing Mo Shiyu by the arm. Let us go. This barrier only blocks those coming out, not us going in. Mo Shiyu was utterly helpless and could only awkwardly smile at the bearded officer. Sir, I'm sorry. We won't cause any trouble. Shen Hu's forehead veins bulged, and even his usually calm temper was starting to boil. Hey, you brat, obey orders. He immediately waved his hand to signal his contract spirits, stop him. Several contract spirits were about to act, but before they could react, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu's figures vanished from the spot, leaving them to attack empty air. Shen Hu was stunned. Several fully leveled contract spirits looked at each other in disbelief. They disappeared? They must have used this ability to get here first. Teleportation? Rumor has it that SSR-tier contract spirits possess extremely abnormal skill mechanics. Today, we've finally witnessed it. Chapter 15, Battlefield Meat Grinder. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu instantly teleported into the barrier's interior. Inside, a chaotic battle had already erupted. Alliance-side contract spirits and their masters were engaged in fierce combat against a massive horde of level 50 monsters, with skills flying everywhere. At the center stood a pitch-black dungeon portal, many times larger than a regular dungeon gate. At that moment, countless monsters were continuously pouring out from the portal. These monsters appeared to be of the dragon species. Level 50, Wingless Abyssal Dragon. Level 55, Corpse Rotting Dragon. Level 60, Icefire Two-Headed Dragon. Level 65, Roaring Funeral Dragon. They soar through the skies and dive into the earth, unleashing a dazzling array of elemental breaths that leave onlookers spellbound. The entire city lies in ruins, transformed into a hellish wasteland. These are all monsters that Mo Shiyu has never seen in her textbooks. They're not in the monster database, they're new types. Xia Yuan, be careful. Dragon-type monsters have extremely powerful physiques and are tough to handle. So many dragon-like monsters, if they escape, that would be dangerous. It's hard to imagine what the city of Chuanbei must look like now. The Alliance Spirit Masters and their spirit beasts on the front lines quickly noticed the two of them. When they saw the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head, everyone was stunned. What the hell? A 25th level spirit contract is daring to come in here. Hey! This place is too dangerous. Get out of here. You students should be guarding the perimeter. What's going on outside? Didn't we agree that the reinforcements would have 50th level spirit masters? It's too noisy. Xia Yuan removed his eye patch, and his sapphire blue eyes shone brightly in the night. Between his palms, he formed a blue spiral, curse technique, reverse, maximum output, azure. He spun his arm in a circle, pulling the twisted blue spiral force toward him. Taking himself as the center, he began to draw a circle. A powerful blue gravitational force swept through the area, crushing and tearing apart the dragon-like monsters charging toward him, reducing them to spirit stones. A ring around him, wherever its song passed, the ground collapsed inward by a significant depth. Only the small area where Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu stood remained untouched. This single strike killed over a dozen dragon-like monsters. This terrifying scene left the other members of the Alliance speechless, closing their mouths in shock. What's going on? What kind of 25th level power is this? Their combat power is way too overpowered. Did he use his ultimate ability? Even their 70-80 level contract spirits couldn't pull that off. Xia Yuan pulled it off. Mo Shiyu also felt inexplicably thrilled, standing tall and proud, with a sense of riding on someone else's coattails. This is her SSR, frighteningly powerful. Then, relying on the absolute defense granted by his limitless spell, Xia Yuan launched an unrestrained attack. A smile curled the corners of his mouth as he held the cursed art of the left hand and the reversed heretic art of the right hand. Occasionally, when he encountered a highly formidable advanced dragon-like monster, he would send it a virtual form Ji. Boom! 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 Xia Yuan seemed to have transformed into a battlefield cannon, slaughtering everything in his path. The dragon-like monsters with their extremely strong defense crumbled like paper in his hands, shattering at the slightest touch. The other contract spirit masters and contract spirits of the Alliance were left trembling in fear, nearly convinced that a boss from the Abyss dungeon had escaped to run amok. Poor Mo Shiyu felt her spiritual energy being drained away constantly. With Xia Yuan, the monster-crushing machine, joining the fray, the Alliance's situation wasn't as dire as before. However, due to the overwhelming number of monsters, they still couldn't completely control their numbers. Many monsters had already begun colliding with the red barrier, attempting to break through. It was unclear how much time had passed. The number of 50th level monsters killed by Xia Yuan had already reached over 100. His level has now reached 28. System reward bar. 13%. Xia Yuan tore apart the head of a dragon-like monster with his bare hands, kicked it away, and asked Mo Shiyu, who was hiding behind him, how much spiritual energy do you have left? Mo Shiyu hurriedly replied, only 1/3 left, but with the spiritual energy potions I brought, we can replenish half, making it about 80%. She had been making steady progress these past few days. Each time Xia Yuan drained her spiritual energy, her total spiritual energy would surge significantly after recovery. Additionally, her little cat spirit companion had leveled up to 50, stuck at the threshold of a breakthrough, providing her with significant spiritual energy replenishment and damage reduction. In the past, if Xia Yuan had been this reckless with his attacks, she would have been finished long ago. Xia Yuan looked at the central teleportation gate. If we keep fighting like this, it'll never end. The boss of the Abyss Dungeon is probably hiding inside that teleportation gate. If we kill it, will the other minor enemies also die? Has anyone gone in to investigate yet? Mo Shiyu nodded. The Alliance officials should have sent a raid team into the dungeon. We just need to hold our ground here. Xia Yuan raised her hand and used the reverse spell to crush another one. But it's been so long, and those guys haven't succeeded yet. They must have encountered some difficulties. Mo Shiyu knew exactly what Xia Yuan was thinking. She said with a strange expression, "You want to go into the dungeon, don't you?" Xia Yuan pondered. Defeating the boss of the Abyss Dungeon should yield a huge amount of experience, right? During previous dungeon runs, Xia Yuan had noticed that defeating dungeon bosses not only granted a large amount of experience but also had the best effect on advancing the system reward progress bar. Mo Shiyu immediately waved her hands frantically. No way, no way. The bosses in the Abyss Dungeon are almost all max level, with thick health and high attack power. With our current strength, we definitely can't defeat them. Boom! A massive ice shard slammed into Xia Yuan's face, but it was blocked by an unlimited spell, shattering into fragments. Aren't there other contract spirits from the Alliance? Just let them handle the damage. Mo Shiyu blinked, confused. What do you mean? Xia Yuan explained with a smile. You wanted to see my domain unfold, right? My domain unfold is actually a control-type ultimate move. It might be able to help him. Mo Shiyu was taken aback. You've already unleashed such terrifying damage, and now you're telling me you're actually a control-type contract spirit? Xia Yuan smiled. In a way, his most powerful domain expansion was indeed control. But his damage output wasn't low either. Alright, let's just decide this happily. Let's go in. Before Mo Shiyu could react, Xia Yuan grabbed her and charged toward the teleportation gate of the Abyss Dungeon. Along the way, the Alliance members saw the absurdly low-level 28th tier player charging toward the teleportation gate again and were all startled. Has he lost his mind? He's going to try the Abyss Dungeon again. The strategy team is already inside. Isn't he just going to cause trouble? Are the students at the academy really this fearless now? I remember there was news recently about a new SSR appearing at Chuan de Qiling Academy. It must be him, otherwise his combat power wouldn't be that absurd. But even if he is an SSR, a level 28 shouldn't he be touching the Abyss Dungeon? He is treating the Abyss Dungeon like a daily grind for leveling up? He is really brave. Mo Shiyu felt utterly hopeless. She felt like a power bank, constantly attached to Xia Yuan, charging him up, with no say in the matter. However, she knew that although Xia Yuan appeared extremely arrogant, he was actually quite cautious in his actions. Since he said his ultimate move could control the battlefield, it wouldn't hurt to go in and take a look. If it could truly help the Alliance's strategy team clear the Abyss Dungeon ahead of schedule, she could not only get a share of the abundant experience but also end this disaster sooner. Xia Yuan dragged Mo Shiyu alone, unleashing his full power, and killed the dragon-like monsters attacking them from all sides before diving into the teleportation gate. The surroundings instantly transformed. What greeted their eyes was a barren desert. Yellow sand covered the ground, and the scorching sun blazed overhead. Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu floated in mid-air, temporarily avoiding the monsters' attacks. Looking ahead, a dark mass of dragon-like monsters surged toward them endlessly, all attempting to break out of the dungeon. Loud battle cries echo from the distance. The two looked up and saw a massive black dragon standing tall in the desert. Its body soared 100 zhang into the sky, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex from ancient times. Its body was covered in obsidian-like scales, and its head bore 3 crimson pupils arranged in a neat row, emanating an evil aura. Its limbs were powerful, and its claws were as sharp as knives. Every time it opened its bloodthirsty maw, it released a terrifying energy blast. Level 100, Dark Abyss of the Stars, Nidhogg's Shadow Stage 2 world-destroying tyrant form. The strategy team's contract spirits from the Alliance are currently engaged in fierce combat, swarming around it like a swarm of flies, relentlessly attacking. Mo Shiyu saw such an overwhelmingly powerful boss for the first time, her pretty face turning pale with fear. Xia Yuan raised his hand to look up, whistling in amazement. This is a monster. Is Ultraman here? Mo Shiyu asked in confusion. Who is Ultraman? Xia Yuan, light. Chapter 16, even a level 100 boss can't touch him. Does this boss have a second phase? Xia Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Mo Shiyu stared at the colossal creature, trembling with fear. Max-level dungeon bosses all have multiple attack phases, essentially multiple lives, making them extremely difficult to defeat. They floated in the air, watching the battle from a distance. The Alliance's strategy team wasn't a bunch of pushovers either. Every spirit contract user was at least level 90. And the lowest tier was B rank. The strongest and most eye-catching figure was a white-armored female swordsman who was an SR-ranked contract spirit. Each of her sword strikes contained immense power, even matching the current Xia Yuan in terms of damage output. Even the massive Black Dragon boss was taking heavy damage from the contract spirit's attacks, its health bar slowly but steadily decreasing, nearly reaching the critical threshold. It seems the Alliance's strategy team contract spirits have been fighting for a long time and are about to deplete the enemy's health bar. Wow, they're almost all defeated. They're pretty capable, aren't they? Xia Yuan felt a bit regretful. He had originally thought he could join in to help and gain some experience along the way. But it seems unnecessary now. Mo Shiyu comforted him from the side. Xia Yuan, you're already max level, you're definitely stronger than them. Don't get discouraged. Since that's the case, let's just kill the minor enemies instead, we'll gain a lot of experience that way. Xia Yuan pinched her slender waist and massaged it gently. Fat Rain, when did I ever get discouraged? Mo Shiyu was tickled to the point of distraction, her slender body writhing uncontrollably. Stop. I'm sorry, Xia Yuan, please stop. At that moment, the Black Dragon boss's health bar was finally depleted by the coordinated attacks of the strategy group's spirit companions. However, to everyone's surprise, the Black Dragon boss wasn't defeated. It had actually entered its third phase. Mo Shiyu was completely stunned. Third phase? Are you kidding me? It actually has a third phase. The Black Dragon boss, which had been as large as a mountain, began to shrink and shrink, eventually transforming into a humanoid monster. The thick health bar, which had been reduced to nearly 100,000, was fully replenished. Level 100, Dark Abyss of the Stars, Nidhogg's Shadow, third phase human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex form. The strategy team's spirit contractors and their spirit beasts seemed completely caught off guard by the third stage, momentarily stunned. Immediately, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus began its fierce attack. Unlike the clumsy giant monster from the previous stage, its speed, reaction time, and strength seemed to have reached their peak, swiftly knocking several max-level spirit masters out of the air and rendering them unable to fight. It even circled around and swiftly killed an auxiliary spirit summoner who was providing control skills. In the blink of an eye, the Alliance's assault team found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Only the SR-ranked white-armored female swordsman could still hold her ground against the enemy. This is bad. It looks like it's our turn to step in. Xia Yuan couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He had been worried about not being able to gain experience, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Mo Shiyu was tense. Even from a distance, she could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss. Xia Yuan, are you confident? Of course, I'm the strongest. This Alliance strategy group for the raid on the Abyss Dungeon boss. It consists of 5 spirit contractors and 13 spirit beasts of level 90 or above. The team leader is Hanyu, a T1 ranked spirit summoner in the Alliance. She is also the strongest combatant in the current strategy team, the contract holder of the 95 level SR Ice Soul Queen. Hanyu and the other 4 spirit contractors remain within the spiritual energy barrier, observing the situation on the battlefield. The current situation is quite dire. She has already requested reinforcements from the Alliance. The original battle plan was disrupted by the appearance of a powerful 3-stage boss. They have been fighting until now, and their remaining combat strength is dwindling. That humanoid Tyrannosaurus combat power is too overwhelming. It has knocked several contract spirits into a near-death state where they can no longer fight, forcing them to be temporarily stored in the contract spirit space. Currently, only the Ice Soul Queen and 3 support contract spirits remain on the battlefield. Hanyu bit her finger, forcing herself to stay calm, her eyes fixed on the battle. The Ice Soul Queen and the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss had already transformed into 2 streaks of light in the air, colliding and clashing wildly. It seemed like an evenly matched battle. However, the boss's health was terrifyingly high. The Ice Soul Queen had suffered severe casualties earlier in the battle, and her remaining spiritual energy was dwindling. If this continues, there's a high chance the Alliance's reinforcements won't arrive in time, and they'll collapse first. This is way too unbalanced. This guy was already so strong in the first 2 phases, and our team's spirit companions are almost depleted and there's still a 3rd phase? We never saw that coming. Captain Hanyu, what should we do now? Boom! The white-armored female swordsman in the sky suddenly swung her sword, sending a chill through the air. After knocking the boss flying, she swiftly moved above Hanyu. She shook the frost from her body and spoke with a cold gaze. Master, this isn't working. Do we have any other tactics? Hanyu bit his finger hard and sighed, there is no way. With our current strength, it'll be tough to take down the boss. Let us retreat. The Ice Queen fell silent for a moment, her golden eyes brimming with defiance. Retreat? I want to try again. At this stage, its defense isn't as strong as before. If I use my ultimate move, I'm confident I can take it down. But its dodging speed is too fast, we can't hit it. If only we had some control abilities. As an SR-ranked Ice Elemental Swordmaster, she truly didn't want to flee in the face of battle. If word got out, what would happen to her reputation as the undefeated queen? Hanyu sighed helplessly, that thing is intelligent. The last control-type spirit it summoned has already been killed. Queen, we can't be reckless. Retreating now is the best option. Otherwise, once my spiritual energy is depleted, we'll have no way to retreat. The other few spirit summoners exchanged glances, knowing there was nothing they could do. It seems this abyss dungeon will have to be postponed for now. Just as everyone was pondering, a lazy male voice suddenly rang out. What are you talking about? Preparing to retreat? That would be such a waste. We've already reached the third stage. Hanyu and the others looked up in shock, only to see a silver-haired, black-clad man holding a young girl, floating above their heads. The level 28 emblem above his head stood out prominently. The Ice Queen suddenly turned around, her icy cold face filled with astonishment. You bastard, how did you get here? She hadn't noticed him at all. After all, she possessed an extraordinary passive ability of heightened perception, allowing her to sense anything within 100 meters of her. Yet she had completely failed to detect his arrival. Level 28? Hanyu's eyes widened in shock, suddenly realizing something, and hurriedly said. What are you doing here? Are you looking for trouble? Quick, enter the barrier. You're already within the boss's attack range. In the split second the Ice Queen was startled, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss, which had been hundreds of meters away, suddenly charged forward and appeared before Xia Yuan in the blink of an eye. We're doomed. The Ice Soul Queen's pupils contracted sharply. She had intended to intervene, but it seemed too late. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss's bone blade struck with precision, aiming straight for Xia Yuan's head. Bang! The blow was powerful and swift, the speed of the swing nearly breaking the sound barrier. The sound of the sonic boom followed closely behind. The terrifying force unleashed a whirlwind of sand, sending yellow sand swirling through the air. The Ice Soul Queen and Hanyu, along with the other Alliance Contract Spirit Masters, looked terrified, thinking to themselves, we're done for. The boss's single strike was enough to overwhelm a 28th level Spirit Contract Master, and the young girl might not survive either. However, when they looked closer, they witnessed an utterly unimaginable scene. The boss's bone-bladed longsword had come to a complete halt before the silver-haired man, unable to penetrate even an inch. The Ice Soul Queen's golden eyes were filled with shock as she exclaimed in disbelief, it stopped? Xia Yuan remained calm as he extended his hand, flicked the blade in front of him with a flick of his fingers, and whistled. That strike was indeed powerful. No wonder it's a 100th level boss. Mo Shiyu's heart raced with excitement, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, even a max-level boss from the abyss couldn't break through Xia Yuan's limitless spell. Chapter 17, I have one more S than you. At close range. The form of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus reared up, clearly visible to everyone. She was actually a beautiful woman. 2 black horns protruded from her forehead, and she wore black scaled armor. Her figure was voluptuous and muscular, exuding an indescribable sensuality. The bone-bladed swords on her hands extended outward from her arms. One swing failed to kill Xia Yuan. The opponent's face also revealed a look of astonishment, stammering out human words. What is going on? What is blocking me? Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. The dungeon boss can talk? It was just a female Tyrannosaurus Rex from the start. The Ice Soul Queen drew her sword without hesitation and struck at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus's back. A flash of swordlight, followed by a chill that cut through the air. The temperature in the entire space plummeted, and the moisture in the air froze into frost. Ice cold 10,000 miles. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus turned around, raising its bone blades to block the attack. The icy sword energy continued to erupt, violently sending it flying backward. Clang! 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 Wherever the sword energy passed, it condensed into a thick, sharp ice wall, dragging the humanoid Tyrannosaurus backward. It raised its bone blade, swung it backward, and cleaved the ground, finally breaking free and escaping. That sword strike wasn't bad either. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, giving a casual appraisal. No wonder it's a SR-ranked level 95 contract spirit, it still has some firepower. So, who are you? Level 28? How did you block its attack? The Ice Soul Queen sheathed her sword and glared at Xia Yuan with a piercing gaze. A high-level SR, the sense of oppression was palpable. Mo Shiyu, nervous, hurriedly explained. We're students from the Xuanbai Spirit Contract Academy. He's my spirit companion, named Xia Yuan. His abilities are very special. I can't explain it all right now. Xia Yuan tapped her on the head. Fat Rain, you're making this too complicated. He cut to the chase and summarized. In short, I'm here to help you. That guy seems to have some self-awareness. I should be able to control her and put her into a trance. But with my current level and Fat Rain's spiritual energy, we can only keep her in that state for about a minute. Hanyu looked up at Xia Yuan, who was holding Mo Shiyu. Wait, let the girl enter our spiritual energy barrier first. It's the safest place here. Xia Yuan touched the barrier. This looks pretty fragile. Is it really reliable? Hanyu explained, this is the special barrier of the strategy team. It blocks the boss's perception, so it won't attack this area subconsciously. Even the aftereffects of a normal battle won't break this barrier. Xia Yuan finally tossed Mo Shiyu inside. The Ice Soul Queen frowned at the level above Xia Yuan's head. You say you can control the boss? But you're just a level 28 contract spirit. How can we trust you? Xia Yuan crossed his arms, tilted his head back, and smiled at her. You're an SR, right? I've got one more S than you. That should be enough, right? Han Yu and the other Alliance contract spirits present were all taken aback. Are you an SSR? Right, I saw the report earlier. The Spirit Master Academy at Sichuan University has indeed produced a new SSR. The Ice Soul Queen looked at the silver-haired man in front of her, feeling inexplicably annoyed, and arrogantly retorted, "What is the use of having extra SS? I'm level 95 and I'm also carrying max-level spirit power runes." Xia Yuan didn't let up, smirking, "So you're still an SR, huh? Ha ha. There's an entire S between us. Why didn't you add an S? Don't you like it?" Seeing his smug expression, the Ice Soul Queen gritted her teeth and asked, "Master, can I beat him up?" Han Yu immediately spoke sternly. "Enough, both of you stop causing trouble. Don't you see what's going on right now?" Mo Shiyu pouted and complained, "Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, I get it. This is such a hassle. In any case, as I mentioned earlier, I can control her for 1 minute. During that time, as long as this SR lady and I use our strongest abilities to attack her together, it should be manageable." Han Yu bit her finger and began to think. The ability Xia Yuan had just demonstrated was truly extraordinary. As a T1 ranked spirit summoner in the Alliance, Han Yu was well traveled and had some knowledge of SSR ranked beings. SSR were renowned for their overpowered skills. Some skills are completely unaffected by level, so there might actually be a chance. Therefore, she decided to give it a try. Han Yu glanced at the distant boss. Due to Xia Yuan's appearance, the enemy had become cautious and seemed to have no immediate plans to attack. They have time to discuss. Alright. You need to tell us the specifics of your control abilities so we can formulate a strategy. Xia Yuan didn't hold back, immediately explaining the activation method and capabilities of his domain, the Boundless Void. In simple terms, I can pull the enemy into my domain and force their brain to undergo countless repetitions of perception and transmission. He pointed to his head. It's like flooding the brain with a massive amount of useless information, causing it to lose function and fall into a state of stupor and paralysis. Once the domain is activated, only those I touch will remain unaffected. Additionally, within my domain, my attack power is greatly enhanced, and all attacks are guaranteed to hit. Everyone listened to his explanation and fell into a state of utter shock. Especially the Ice Soul Queen, because how could there be such a twisted control skill in this world? Mo Shiyu was completely speechless. She never imagined that Xia Yuan's ultimate move could be so overpowered. Forced brain freeze, combined with the guaranteed hit attacks within the field, plus Xia Yuan's powerful cursed attacks, it was simply unstoppable. No wonder Xia Yuan had been boasting about being the strongest. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Han Yu and the Alliance Spirit Masters were also stunned. SSR skills are really out of this world. This is way too overpowered. What did I just hear? I can't believe my ears. Han Yu bit her finger hard. Alright, let's do this. I hope you're not just talking big. The remaining support-type spirit contractors were also summoned back and briefed on the final battle plan. Don't underestimate them. Just because they're support, they can provide significant assistance. 2 of them can enhance the main C-rank contract spirit's attack power, with a maximum boost of 300%. Another one can provide speed bonuses. This is why the Ice Soul Queen has been able to keep fighting the humanoid Tyrannosaurus boss for so long on her own. Xia Yuan stretched his body. Give all these buffs to SR Mississippi. I don't need them. The Ice Soul Queen snorted coldly. You handle the control. The rest is up to me. Xia Yuan glanced at her and smiled. Remember, when my domain is activated, make sure to hold on tight. Otherwise, if you turn into a little cutie, I won't be responsible. The Ice Soul Queen ignored him, slowly closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. A powerful chill erupted from her body. The layers of her night skirt froze into shimmering icicles, and her entire body bloomed like an ice lotus, enveloped in ice, breathtakingly beautiful. All attributes enhanced. Ice Crystal Valkyrie form. Xia Yuan clapped beside her. Impressive, impressive. She's covered in ice. I didn't expect SR Miss to have a second stage like the boss in ice cream form. The Ice Soul Queen's forehead erupted with a well symbol, and she shouted angrily, it's the Valkyrie form. Are you deaf? Xia Yuan had somehow switched to a serious expression and said solemnly. Alright, SR Miss, this is no time for jokes. Be serious. Ice Soul Queen. After defeating the boss, she absolutely had to beat this guy up. How could there be such an annoying contract spirit in this world? Chapter 18, Domain Unleashed. Battle is about to erupt. The atmosphere is tense as a taut string. In the distance, the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus resembling a cute girl but covered in vicious bone blades and scales, its crimson vertical pupils fixed firmly on this side. Ice Cream Lady, get ready for your ultimate move. I hope you can take down the boss in one go. Xia Yuan flexes his wrists, still wearing his usual slightly cocky smile. But deep within his pale blue eyes, a faint silver glow begins to emerge. It's the Ice Maiden Warrior. And my strongest attack, you don't need to question it. The icy chill surrounding the Ice Queen erupted once more. The ice crystals in the air seemed to have a life of their own, swirling around her and refracting the surrounding light into a dazzling ice blue halo. She snorted coldly, you'd better think about whether you can control it. That thing is incredibly fast. Xia Yuan glanced down at Hanyu and the others at his feet. He couldn't use his ultimate move here, it might accidentally involve the others. Fast? That won't work on me. A grin spread across his lips as he raised his palm, aiming it at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss. Let's go! The moment the words left his mouth, Xia Yuan's figure vanished from where he stood. Gone? The Ice Soul Queen's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to look, only to find that Xia Yuan had somehow teleported in front of the boss and struck her abdomen with a palm strike. Bang! The red-named boss had been completely caught off guard by Xia Yuan's teleportation the first time. However, this humanoid Tyrannosaurus was no pushover. She took the full brunt of Xia Yuan's super-powerful collision, enhanced by the curse spell Gravity Pull, yet her 120,000 HP only dropped by around 5,000, without even a moment of stun. Roar! The cute Tyrannosaurus Rex girl let out a dragon's roar. Clearly startled by Xia Yuan's disregard for distance, the massive sense of danger prompted it to roar and attack. Its arms extended into gigantic bone blades, slicing through the air with a tearing wind, sweeping towards Xia Yuan's waist. Clang! However, just like before, the bone blades were once again infinitely blocked, halting in front of Xia Yuan, unable to touch him even slightly. Xia Yuan flickered his fingers, instantly unleashing a single strike of the void form. In an instant, a dazzling purple light erupted. At level 28, Xia Yuan's strength had significantly increased. The virtual style strike he unleashed was superior in both scale and power compared to before. A terrifying purple energy sphere twisted and sliced through space, colliding with the Tyrannosaurus Rex boss. A layer of mystical light shield suddenly appeared on her body, managing to block most of the void form's power. Her health bar dropped slightly again. However, the opponent still had over 100,000 HP, and this was merely a drop in the bucket. Xia Yuan had originally intended to test how much damage he could inflict on a 100-level Abyss boss using his own output. But he had clearly overestimated himself. Currently, he was only level 28, not even at a third of his peak strength, and his damage output was still far too low. But this scene was already considered absurdly powerful in the eyes of Hanyu and the others. A 28th level Xia Yuan was able to engage in combat with a 100th level boss. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Hanyu asked Mo Shiyu curiously, he just blocked the boss's attack without a scratch. It seems he has more than just one super skill. Mo Shiyu nodded and briefly explained the capabilities of the unlimited technique. Everyone was once again blown away. The concept of infinity and formulas from mathematics manifested in reality? No wonder he could block the boss's attacks without a scratch. Even if the Qilin and the monsters in the dungeon are powerful, most of them are just numerical monsters. But this guy is a pure mechanical monster. On the other side, Xia Yuan knew he couldn't take it on alone, so he formed a seal with one hand, preparing to activate his domain. He called out, "Ice Cream Lady." A icy blue afterimage darted past like lightning, appearing behind the boss in an instant and slicing it down with a single sword strike. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus briefly froze, its body plummeting downward. With the support of the three auxiliary spirit beasts, the Ice Soul Queen's attack power and speed reached their peak. Her single strike contained terrifying power, dealing over 5,000 damage to the boss. Here we go. The Ice Soul Queen reluctantly grabbed Xia Yuan's arm. I hope you're not just bragging. Xia Yuan's sapphire blue eyes flickered with an odd glow. His lips moved slightly, and his calm, ruthless words echoed. Domain expansion. Infinite void. In an instant, the Ice Soul Queen's hair stood on end. A force field that seemed almost rule-like began to spread out from Xia Yuan at its center. Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was instantly drained, leaving her limp on the ground. An absolutely silent spherical space suddenly descended, enveloping Xia Yuan, the Ice Soul Queen, and the falling humanoid Tyrannosaurus within. It distorted the light, forming a blurry barrier filled with viscous gray substance. Everything outside was completely swallowed by the gray space. The scene inside became hazy and distorted. At the center of the domain, Xia Yuan remained in the same raised hand posture. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an extreme calmness. In the depths of his silver eyes, endless swirling runes spun like the reflections of stars in the cosmos. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss's eyes, filled with savage intent to kill, suddenly became unusually clear and foolish. Its vertical pupils dilate and contract violently, then dilate again, flickering like a faulty light bulb. Woo! Within her mind, filled with destruction and the desire to fight, an endless torrent of information was being forced into her brain. The perceptions, sensations, and senses generated by life itself are being forced to continue without limit. In this moment, she felt as though she could perceive everything in the world, as if she were a deity. However, her brain couldn't process the billions of useless transmissions and information bombardments, causing it to overload and crash, leaving her in a state of hopeless stupor. Ultimately, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex boss freezes in place, motionless, completely reduced to a living target. Xia Yuan grinned and exhaled deeply. Phew. It seems to have worked. As expected, even a dungeon boss has the most basic level of consciousness. The Ice Soul Goddess's nerves were taut, her face expressionless, but her mind was in turmoil. She had originally believed that Xia Yuan's description of his skills was merely exaggeration. But now, witnessing the once invincible level 95 Tyrannosaurus Rex boss standing motionless like a lifeless doll, her soul seemingly ripped out. Her understanding had been completely shattered. SSR could actually possess such a rule-breaking power that ignores levels and targets the very source. If she hadn't been touching Xia Yuan, even she, a max-level SR, would have been overwhelmed by the massive influx of information, leaving her frozen and paralyzed in place. Becoming an helpless target. The Ice Soul Queen silently withdrew her decision to punish the opponent afterward. Outside, Han Yu and the others stared in disbelief at the silent gray sphere in the sky, utterly shocked. Could this commotion really be caused by a 28th level contract spirit? Mo Shiyu had already taken out all the potions to replenish her spiritual energy and was constantly downing them. The spiritual energy consumption from expanding the domain far exceeded expectations. If she hadn't prepared in advance and been frantically consuming potions, she would have fainted long ago. Chapter 19, You will all die. Attack. 1 minute. Xia Yuan reminded them. The boss's brain structure was unlike that of an ordinary human, allowing for extremely rapid recovery. The opportunity is fleeting. The Ice Soul Queen's stunned expression turned into a cold, sharp gaze in an instant. All shock and doubt were cast aside in that moment, leaving only the absolute focus and unwavering determination of the main C-class contract spirit. She let out a loud shout and raised her long sword with both hands. Extreme cold energy surged wildly from her body, flowing into the sword in her hands. The sword emitted a joyful hum, its length swelling several times over, transforming into a crystal-clear, translucent giant sword, as if carved from ancient ice. Hum. Her aura surged once more. The icy aura swirling around her grew so dense it solidified, freezing the space beneath her feet into a deep blue ice ring that spread outward endlessly. The Ice Soul Queen drained every last ounce of spiritual energy from Han Yu's body, pouring it all into this single strike. She gripped the swollen Ice Soul greatsword with both hands, leaned backward, and swung it downward with all her might. Ice silence. Absolute zero judgment. A blade of icy blue light, condensed to its purest form and capable of freezing everything in its path, shot straight toward the heart of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, which stood frozen in place. At the same moment the icy sword energy was released, Xia Yuan also moved. The spiritual energy generated by Mo Shiyu's consumption of pills had granted him the strength to fight. He raised his 5 fingers and clenched them fiercely in the air toward the humanoid Tyrannosaurus's head. Void form. Ji. Purple energy waves erupted from his fingertips, directly targeting the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Within the domain, the attack was guaranteed to hit. Moreover, this void-style Ji, enhanced by the domain, was even larger in scale and more powerful. The boss, still in a dazed state, had no time to dodge or defend, and could only take the full brunt of the 2 attackers' damage. Put. The absolute 0-degree icy sword Chi pierced through her black-scaled armor, striking her voluptuous chest with precision. The void-style blade followed closely behind, tearing at her body from another direction. The boss's health bar, which had been at 100,000, began to plummet visibly. Roar. The adorable face of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex contorted in agony, emitting wild roars. The excruciating pain penetrating her bones awakened some of her primal beastly instincts. Her eyes rolled back, and she suddenly struggled violently, trying to break free from the control. Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was depleted, and she fainted to the ground. Han Yu caught her. Xia Yuan could no longer maintain the boundless void domain, and the pitch-black domain dispersed, revealing the scene within. As the boss continued to lose health rapidly, it struggled to escape. The remaining 3 support-type contract spirits, seeing this, rushed forward without hesitation, unleashing their strongest skills to suppress the boss and prevent her from escaping. 30 seconds. Xia Yuan reminded from the side he had already exceeded his mission and helped deal a significant amount of damage. The rest was now in the hands of SR Miss. Watching the boss's health bar plummet rapidly, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Success or death. If they failed, they wouldn't have enough combat power left to escape the boss's pursuit. They might all be wiped out here. The Ice Queen heard Xia Yuan's words, and a surge of anger ignited within her. Her entire body seemed to transform into an icy core, and the power of the massive sword in her hands surged once more, roaring as it channeled its final strength. Die obediently. Boom. 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 The absolute 0-degree sword Chi and the void form struck the boss from the sky, slamming him into the desert ground. The ground collapsed, forming a massive crater. 10 seconds. The icy sword chi dissipated. The Ice Queen descends from the sky, her long sword plunging like a falling meteorite, piercing the boss's skull. Crackle! The humanoid Tyrannosaurus's body began to show signs of disintegration. Whether it was the hard black scales or the bone blades that had grown from them, everything cracked like broken porcelain, covered in fissures. 1 second. As Xia Yuan finished speaking, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus's vertical pupils, which had rolled back, returned to normal. Everyone's morale plummeted. The control over the boundless void had ended. Could this thing still get back up? However, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus lacked the strength to regroup. The girl-like figure revealed an extremely human expression and struggled to utter a few words. They're coming. You humans will all die. Boom! The next moment, her body collapsed and exploded, scattering into a blinding burst of light. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the health bar of this Abyss boss finally reached 0, and it was completely defeated. Abyss dungeon cleared. The situation was extremely critical. These monsters, all above level 50, had just broken through the second defense line formed by the academy students. However, just at that moment, the boss was successfully defeated. The dragon-like monsters rampaging outside the dungeon were all shattered and dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Abyss dungeon clear success. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.28 LV.38. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.50 LV.50 experience required for further level ups after breaking through. Mo Shiyu clung to her last breath, hearing the level up sound, and finally fainted again in relief. Han Yu and the Alliance Spirit Masters finally cheered. Oh yeah, we won. That was so dangerous. This Abyss boss wasn't just a little tough, it had 3 stages. Luckily, an SSR showed up out of nowhere, and their ultimate skill was control. Otherwise, we would have had to run away in disgrace. Xia Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, slowly landed on the ground and smiled. Impressive strength, Ice Cream Lady. The Ice Queen knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her long sword, breathing heavily. The Ice Shard Valkyrie form had already dissipated, returning to her white armor and light armor state, revealing her sleek, curvaceous figure. Her beautiful golden eyes shot a disdainful glance at Xia Yuan. I don't need your praise. However, I must admit, you are indeed very strong. The Ice Soul Queen has always recognized strength. Today, without Xia Yuan, she alone would have been unable to defeat the boss. Xia Yuan clapped his hands, stretched lazily, and said, "Job done. Don't forget to share the spirit stones from the dungeon and the items dropped by the boss with us." Han Yu looked at him gratefully. Of course. You're the heroes of the day. The spirit stones go without saying, and you can each choose 2 of the boss's dropped materials. He glanced at Mo Shiyu, who was already asleep, and shook his head helplessly. I'm not very familiar with these matters. Let's wait until my master wakes up to choose. Han Yu nodded and handed his contact information to Xia Yuan. My name is Han Yu, a T1 ranked spirit summoner in the Alliance. Once she wakes up, have her contact me. After we finish cleaning up, we'll deliver the rewards to your academy. Xia Yuan glanced at her fingers, which were covered in bite marks, and took the business card. Thanks. This older woman in her black office attire looked quite mature, but where did she pick up that odd habit of biting her fingers? Han Yu smiled. We should be thanking you. Without your timely intervention, we wouldn't have been able to clear this Abyss dungeon for now. If those dragon-like monsters had been left to rampage for any longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She glanced at Mo Shiyu. Your spirit master is really brave. Using a level 28 SSR to charge into the chaotic Abyss dungeon, I didn't have that kind of guts when I was young. After all, if you'd gotten killed in there, that would have been a huge loss. Xia Yuan. He seemed to have dragged Mo Shiyu in, his attitude a bit forceful. However, before taking action, he did ask her opinion first, and it seemed she had accepted it. She was indeed quite brave. Chapter 20, the world-class bounty boss with a debt of billions of lives. After successfully completing the Abyss Dungeon Guide, the Spirit Contractors Alliance began cleaning up the scene. Official organizations and departments from all sectors got involved, initiating rescue operations for the injured and repairing the city's ruins. Han Yu knew that Mo Shiyu had just contracted Xia Yuan an SSR-ranked soul contract, and their soul contract was still unstable, making them an easy target for other soul contractors with ulterior motives. Therefore, she thoughtfully dispatched the Ice Soul Queen, who still retained some spiritual energy, to drive Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu back to the academy. Xia Yuan never expected that this sword-wielding spirit binder, who looked like a medieval female knight, was such a skilled and stylish driver. She performed a rocket start and executed various drift turns, driving at an extremely high speed. Mo Shiyu, who was still asleep, was swaying back and forth, so Xia Yuan had to hold her between his arms to steady her. Ice Cream Lady, did your original world have cars? The Ice Queen glanced at him through the rearview mirror and replied casually, no, but how long do you think I've been in this world? Over a decade. I've naturally adapted. My hobby is racing. Xia Yuan slumped in the backseat, feeling drained because Mo Shiyu had exhausted her spiritual energy. Speaking of which, I think Han Yu doesn't have much spiritual energy left either. How did you manage to defeat the boss and still be so energetic? The Ice Queen snorted triumphantly. I'm level 95 and can carry 5 runes. Since I don't need extra damage, I opted for a set of runes that replenish my spiritual energy. Even if a spirit contract master runs out of spiritual energy, I can continue fighting for a while using the engraved runes. She glanced at Xia Yuan again, as if she had found something to boast about, and explained enthusiastically. You're only level 38. Forget about runes. You can't carry them until you break through to level 50. Only after breaking through to level 90 can you carry a complete set of 5 runes. Xia Yuan listened without batting an eyelid. After all, such systems existed in the card collecting and cultivation games of his previous life. Like sacred relics and artifacts. Having to wait until after breaking through to level 50 to carry them, he'd have to wait a while longer. What he needed most right now was spiritual energy. He was squeezing every last drop out of fat rain every time, which was a bit cruel. Xia Yuan glanced at the system in his spare time. It can only be said that he truly lives up to his reputation as the max-level boss of the Abyss. After the battle ended, the progress bar from the system reward had already reached 20%. It had increased by a full 10% compared to before. Xia Yuan made up his mind. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely join in on such monster-infested dungeon disasters that erupted outside. What did that dragon-like female Abyss boss mean by her final words? Who were they referring to? This was what Xia Yuan was most curious about. It was clear that the monsters in this world's dungeon might possess their own consciousness. They weren't just a bunch of data in the game. The Ice Soul Queen chuckled twice. Who knows? Maybe it's just a last threat before dying. Her tone grew much colder. But the they he's talking about are most likely referring to world-class bounty bosses. Though I don't want to admit it, they are indeed powerful. Xia Yuan heard about world-class bounty bosses for the first time. How exactly are they so strong? Could it be that the entire Qiling Master Alliance of the Great Xia Empire can't defeat them? The Ice Soul Queen continued. Only bosses who have accumulated the lives of 1,000,000 humans and have never been defeated can be targeted by a global bounty hunt and hunted down. They are ranked based on the number of lives they've taken, with the highest ranked ones being ancient bosses who've been around since the dawn of time and bear the lives of over 100 million people. Upon hearing the number 100 million, Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. An ancient boss that hasn't been defeated yet? The Ice Soul Queen took a deep breath. Even someone as proud as her seemed to lose her composure when talking about world-class bounty bosses. Those creatures aren't just incredibly powerful, they're also cunning beyond belief. They can hide their boss markers and transform into ordinary humans, blending into human society to live among us. There was a case before where a security guard in a residential complex got into an argument with a resident, lost his temper, and transformed into a world-class bounty boss, killing all the residents in the building. Xia Yuan listened and felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced out the car window at the pedestrians. If there were monster bosses hiding among these ordinary people, it would truly be impossible to guard against them. But, such rare bosses? Killing them should yield a lot of experience and loot, right? Xia Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. The Ice Queen scoffed, you're really incorrigible. They're not easy to deal with. Even a top-tier SSR-led team of fully leveled SR rank strategists might not stand a chance against them. Xia Yuan thought for a moment, I get it with world-class bounty bosses, but what about raid bosses? What's the difference between them? The Ice Soul Queen replied. Essentially, there's no difference. It's just a matter of strength. You can think of raid bosses as the minions under world-class bounty bosses. Squeak! The Ice Soul Queen slammed on the brakes and came to a stop in front of the academy gates. We've arrived at our destination. Xia Yuan picked up the delicate and fragile Mo Shiyu, got out of the car, and left. As she was leaving, the Ice Soul Queen couldn't help but ask. Hey, Xia Yuan, are you interested in joining my contract spirit team, becoming Hanyu's contract spirit? Our alliance can offer you a compensation that will fully satisfy the girl in your arms. Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, speaking lazily, even if you gave her the position of leader of the Great Xia, she wouldn't bother to take it. The Ice Soul Queen couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, her icy demeanor melting away as she smiled like a flower. You're such a arrogant guy. As a contract spirit tasked with protecting humanity, I'm delighted to have such a powerful SSR like you. Xia Yuan, I hope you can maintain this arrogant and invincible attitude even when facing those world-class bounty hunters. Xia Yuan turned toward the school gate, gave her a thumbs up, and said, got it. After all, I'm the strongest. The Ice Soul Queen exclaimed. Also, my real name is Ice Soul. Don't call me by the name of my favorite food, that's too weird. Xia Yuan's teasing voice echoed from afar. Got it. Ice Cream Lady. The next day. News of the disaster in the Tianjiang Abyss Dungeon in the Huannan district of Chuanzhou City spread throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. Number of affected individuals, 80,000. Death toll, 1,029. Although the Spirit Contractors Alliance responded swiftly, dispatching both an expedition team and a defense team almost simultaneously with the outbreak of the Abyss Dungeon. They also successfully cleared the dungeon in a short time. However, such a sudden outbreak in the heart of the city made casualties unavoidable. Especially given the extremely high difficulty of this Abyss dungeon, with its 3-stage dragon-type boss, managing to keep the death toll around 1000 was already a historic low. The exploits of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, witnessed by so many, were naturally broadcast by major television stations. According to many contract spirit masters on the front lines of the Alliance, a young contract spirit master named Mo Shiyu from the Xuanbai Contract Spirit Academy, accompanied by a level 25 contract spirit, made significant contributions to the raid on the Abyss dungeon boss. It is reported that this level 25 spirit beast is the newly born SSR that emerged from the Xuanbai Spirit Beast Masters Academy recently. We hope that the new generation of spirit masters in the Great Xia Empire will take them as role models and embody their spirit of fearlessly facing danger and bravely moving forward. After the news broadcast, there was no doubt that Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had once again made a name for themselves. A 25th level spirit contract, daring to venture into a dungeon filled with 50th level monsters, and making significant contributions to defeating the fully leveled 3-stage boss. This was absolutely mind-blowing in the Xia spirit tamer community. It's like a fairy tale being confirmed by the official authorities. Journalists swarmed the scene. Fortunately, the Academy's security was top-notch, otherwise, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan would have been swamped. Later, the Spirit Contractors Alliance dispatched a special envoy to personally visit the Xuanbai Spirit Contractors Academy, where they awarded Mo Shiyu an honorary badge in front of the entire school. They also brought the 10,000 spirit stones as rewards from the Abyss dungeon raid, along with 2 top-tier materials dropped by bosses that she had personally selected. The honorary badge is no ordinary item, it serves as a bonus point for future advancement to a top-tier spirit contract university. With this, even if one's scores are lackluster in the Spirit Summoner College entrance exam, they can at least secure admission to a first-rate Spirit Summoner university. The other students in the academy were green with envy. That's the charm of an SSR. As long as you can contract an SSR, it means your combat power is off the charts, you'll be a legend among peers, and your future will be bright and promising. The fate of a spirit contract master can be completely transformed. Below the stage, Jiang Li watched Mo Shiyu, who was the center of everyone's attention, her teeth grinding so hard they almost broke. She regretted it so much she wanted to die. All of this should have been hers. Xia Yuan should have been her SSR. It was Mo Shiyu who had taken everything from her, turning her into the biggest laughingstock in the academy. Jiang Li's dark, vengeful gaze flashed briefly, and she muttered to herself. Oof. Mo Shiyu, enjoy your triumph. Anyway, you won't have many happy days left. What I can't have, you won't either. Chapter 21, The Spirit Contract is Too Handsome. The matter with the Abyss dungeon had come to a close. Inside the villa, Mo Shiyu took out all the spirit stones stored in the contract spirit space and began counting them with a smile. Since she had accidentally contracted Xia Yuan, the number of spirit stones she possessed had begun to grow exponentially. So far, she had earned nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Combined with the 20,000 spirit stones distributed by the Mo family as initial card drawing resources for their own members, she now had a total of 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. If I use them all for card draws, at 1,680 per 10 card draw, I can do 242 draws. With 180 draws, I get the guaranteed contract spirit. Maybe I could even draw 2 contract spirits. Mo Shiyu calculated excitedly, unable to stop smiling. There were also special materials dropped by the Abyss boss. Mo Shiyu chose Dragon's Heart and Black Dragon's Horn, as these materials contain extremely high spirit contract breakthrough power. She planned to save them for Xia Yuan's breakthrough. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yuan spoke in a tone. Fat Rain, my spiritual energy isn't even enough for me right now, and you want to use it on newcomers? Using the spirit stones I earned to recruit new favorites? Oof. He sniffled, looking heartbroken, stood up, and pretended to leave. As expected, women really do prefer new things over old ones. I'd better go. Mo Shiyu panicked upon seeing this, quickly stood up, and pushed him back onto the sofa. She then tenderly massaged his shoulders with her delicate, boneless hands. Hey! Xia Yuan. Yuan, the handsome guy. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare use these spirit stones to draw cards. I've been saving them all to cultivate you. SSR breakthroughs and rune sets all require a lot of spirit stones. She raised her hand and swore. Even if I have to sell everything I own, even if I have to go out and perform or beg on the streets, I will give you the best. Xia Yuan crossed his legs, finally nodding in satisfaction. Try harder. Didn't you eat today? Mo Shiyu's eyes twitched slightly, and her little fists clenched unconsciously. This guy is like a sunflower, give him a little sunlight, and he bloom into a whole garden. She had been the pampered daughter of the Mo family her entire life. She had never had to serve anyone like this. A mere contract spirit, and he actually thinks he's the boss. Xia Yuan, why stop? Keep going. Mo Shiyu, alright. Is this pressure okay? Xia Yuan sighed comfortably, not bad. Mo Shiyu thought of Xia Yuan's nearly invincible combat prowess and completely lost her anger, submitting entirely. Xiao Hei jumped from Mo Shiyu's shoulder into Xia Yuan's arms, rubbing against his hand affectionately and meowing. Xia Yuan smiled as he stroked the white-winged black cat. Xiao Hei is already level 50. Is it time for a breakthrough? Mo Shiyu looked at Xiao Hei, who was begging for attention, and found it hard to believe that it had once been a proud elf, now submitting to Xia Yuan's silver might. That's right, but it needs at least 3,000 spirit stones to break through, plus some breakthrough materials. Xia Yuan said generously, give it to him. Xiao Hei seemed to understand, its gem-like eyes sparkling, and it even stuck out its tongue to lick his palm obediently. Mo Shiyu nodded and muttered, I know, I was planning to do that anyway. Xia Yuan rubbed the cat's head and laughed, Fat Rain, Xiao Hei is so useful. Don't be stingy with resources for it. If it needs anything, just tell me, and I'll go get it. This black cat spirit's hidden trait was incredibly useful. The spiritual energy boost was exactly what Xia Yuan needed most right now. Mo Shiyu rubbed her sore little hands and said, alright, I understand. Let's go to the breakthrough platform and help it break through now. Xia Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, why did you stop? I told you to stop. Wait a moment before going again. Mo Shiyu was so angry she almost used all her strength, giving him a hard squeeze on the shoulder and letting out a gritty growl, yeah. Unfortunately. Her display of defiance only earned her a single remark from Xia Yuan, that was a good amount of force. The spirit breakthrough platform had always been set up near the source card pool. There were 3 such platforms within the Xuanbai Academy. However, due to the difficulty of leveling up spirit beasts and the high cost of breakthrough materials, as a result, there aren't many spirit masters bringing their spirit beasts there for breakthroughs on a regular basis. Most are senior students within the academy. Freshmen from the first year are almost non-existent. The appearance of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan was quite eye-catching, drawing many other students who wanted to draw cards to change their fate to gather around. No way, is Yuanshin really going to break through? No way, SSR upgrades can't happen that fast. You guys are blind. Didn't you see that Yuanshin is only level 38? He's definitely breaking through to that level 50C rank black cat. That makes sense. It's a support-type contract spirit, always following Yuanshin and SSR to gain experience. Its level must have skyrocketed. They've been soloing 3-star dungeons non-stop lately. With an SSR, dungeon clearing efficiency is way too high. 1 week is equivalent to several months for us. Yuanshin is truly strong, handsome, and stylish. I envy Mo Shiyu, the junior, for having such a visually pleasing companion every day. Every time Xia Yuan appears, the young female contract spirits in the academy can't help but swoon, screaming, staring, and taking secret photos. So far, he has already become the top-ranked contract spirit in the hottest contract spirit rankings at the Xuanbai Contract Spirit Academy. Some of the secretly taken photos posted online have gained significant fame, attracting a large fan base. Even female students from other academies have been drawn to him. After all, they're young girls. Even if Xia Yuan is already taken, it doesn't stop them from secretly admiring him. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. Yuanshin, look here. Can you take off your sunglasses? Xia Yuan didn't mind at all. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his sapphire blue eyes, causing a wave of screams from the women. While others took photos, he could even strike a few cool poses, showing no signs of shyness. Mo Shiyu watched from the side with a pout, whispering under her breath. Aren't powerful spirit companions usually aloof? How can one be so into showing off? She placed Xiao Hei on the breakthrough platform, and the conditions required for breakthrough appeared. Contract Spirit, C-rank Black Cat Spirit level 50 requirement met. First breakthrough. Please provide 3,000 spirit stones. Please provide breakthrough materials worth 10,000 breakthrough power. Upon seeing the requirement for 10,000 breakthrough power, the surrounding senior students gasped in astonishment. Wow, a C-rank support contract spirit needs 10,000 breakthrough power? That is so much. I thought my B-rank main damage dealing C-rank spirit only needed 8,000. Contract spirit breakthroughs require different breakthrough power based on their class and strength. This shows that the white-winged black cat isn't ordinary. Its abilities must be incredibly strong. There is no need to mention the taste of the contract spirit of the school beauty, Emoda. She contracted a Yuanshin that's only in our card. Who knew Yuanshin could evolve into an SSR? Mo Shiyu retrieved 3,000 spirit stones from the spirit beast space and placed them on the altar. She then carefully took out the breakthrough materials obtained from defeating the red-named boss and placed them one by one on the altar. After taking 2 red-named crystals and dark cores, she finally met the requirements and could break through. The peculiar inscriptions at the base of the breakthrough platform began to rotate. Immediately afterward, Xiao Hei's body began to glow, as if it were evolving. The form of the black-winged cat began to change. It began to condense and shrink. It eventually transformed into a smaller, cat-eared elf. She slowly opened her large, watery eyes, with 2 fluffy black cat ears on top of her head, and her wings transformed into the agile, fairy-like wings unique to elves, making her exceptionally adorable. Whoa whoa. Finally transformed into a true fairy form, it wasn't easy. The cat-eared fairy, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion, immediately flew toward Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. She clung tightly to Xia Yuan's leg, tearfully expressing her gratitude. Master Xia Yuan. Woo woo woo. Thank you so much. Without you, I probably would have had to wait much longer to transform into human form. From now on, I'll be your personal assistant and will definitely repay you. Xia Yuan pulled her off his leg, lifted her up, and examined her alongside Mo Shiyu. Both of them were utterly astonished. Can a spirit contract break through and change its form? You know, this little cutie actually looks pretty unique. A spirit contract breakthrough does indeed have a chance to alter form, but I never expected my little black one to turn into a cat-eared fairy. The onlookers grew envious once more. Whether it was a catgirl spirit or an elf-type spirit, both were extremely rare. Regardless of their strength, their appearance is truly charming. The cat-eared fairy stood with her hands on her hips, looking proud and said, Master, I originally planned to leave you once I became human. But you're really lucky to have contracted with Lord Xia Yuan, so I guess I can still stick around with you. Mo Shiyu felt insulted and immediately grabbed her little face with both hands, glaring at her with a stern expression. Xiaohei, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. The cat-eared fairy immediately backed down, her big eyes brimming with tears, and apologized in a muffled voice. Private message. Master, I dare not. I was just joking. Mo Shiyu snorted coldly before finally releasing her. As her master, her status was already too low in front of Xia Yuan. Now she couldn't even be ridden by a little karami, could she? Xia Yuan recalled what Ice Cream Lady had mentioned about inscriptions and asked. Fat Rain, after Xiaohei breaks through to level 50, can he carry inscriptions? Mo Shiyu nodded. Yes, buying inscriptions on the official website is too expensive. Even a 1-star inscription costs thousands of spirit stones. So today's goal is to go to the monster's secret realm and farm some usable inscriptions for Xiaohei. The monster's secret realm is different from monster dungeons. After successfully clearing it, you'll receive some experience points, as well as inscriptions that enhance the various abilities of your spirit beast. Its characteristics are also different. The monster dungeon is generally extremely stable and does not actively erupt in human society. Mostly found in remote areas, with fixed respawn points. Monster dungeons come in 2 types, stable and unstable. For example, the dungeon area behind the Qianbei Qiling Academy is a permanently stable safe dungeon where monsters do not spawn from portals on their own. After being cleared, they automatically respawn randomly after a certain period of time. Unstable and unpredictable monster dungeons, such as the Abyss Dungeon that suddenly appeared in the southern region of Qianbei last time. They appear suddenly in large numbers. Monsters swarm out of the teleportation gates and actively attack humans, posing the greatest danger. It is currently one of the most frequent and deadliest disasters affecting humanity. Countries around the world despise it and are at a loss, forming the Spirit Summoner Alliance to address such sudden disasters. Upon hearing the term inscriptions, Xia Yuan felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. In his previous life, he had spent countless hours grinding for these in a card-collecting game. However, if the runes could enhance the ability of his little black to reduce mana consumption, they were a must-have. Xia Yuan thought to himself that if he could obtain templates for other top-tier characters in the future, he could switch between various top-tier combat powers to adapt to different situations. Especially those characters with their absurdly overpowered ultimate skills. The amount of spiritual energy they consume is unimaginable. Even if you drained Mo Shiyu dry, it might not be enough. Therefore, spiritual energy is his top priority at the moment. Chapter 22, Teaming Up to Grind Runes for a Boost. Monster dungeons are already rare within Yunchuan province, and none are found within the Qianbei Spirit Binding Academy. Spirit contractors within the province must travel to the provincial capital, Chongyang City, to farm runes. To facilitate students, major spirit contractors academies have constructed high-speed trains directly to Chongyang City within their campuses. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan took the train for over 30 minutes and arrived at the secret realm district of Chongyang City. As soon as they stepped off the platform, a cacophony of noise and heat hit them like a wave. As the largest secret realm hub in the province, this area has developed a well-established ecosystem. The team-up hall was bustling with activity. The rune exchange was packed with people. The spirit contract battle arena echoed with continuous shouts. The commercial street offering accommodation and dining is bustling with activity. Looking around, one sees nothing but students and teachers wearing academy badges and wandering free spirit contractors. After all the rune seekers from across the province have gathered here. Xia Yuan looked around at the scene with curiosity and couldn't help but tease. So diligent this early in the morning? You're all true overworked warriors. Mo Shiyu sighed softly, how can we not work hard? If we can't nurture our spirit masters properly, who will protect humanity? Once they stepped out of the academy, the attention finally subsided. Both of them felt much more relaxed and headed straight for the teleportation gate to the monster's secret realm. The monster's secret realm was roughly on par with monster dungeons in terms of difficulty. It is divided into 1 to 5 stars and the abyss. Each star-rated abyss corresponds to the same star-rated runes that spawn. The Abyss Rune Dungeon, however, spawns the rarest and most powerful colored runes with the highest strength bonuses. Xia Yuan, let's start with the 4-star lair. There are far fewer monsters in the lair compared to the monster dungeon, usually no more than 10. One boss, plus a few guardian monsters. 4-star dungeons feature monsters between levels 60 and 80. With your current strength, soloing should be manageable. Mo Shiyu considered the situation carefully and instinctively sought Xia Yuan's opinion. She wasn't backing down anymore. She directly chose the challenging 4-star dungeon. Mainly because Xia Yuan was too powerful, and she had complete confidence in him. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since we're here, we should get Little Black a good set of runes. Why not try the 5-star secret realm? He was now level 38, with his strength nearly restored to half its original level. Little Black, perched on Mo Shiyu's shoulder, heard this and was overjoyed. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and flattered. You're truly the best, Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu thought she was already pretty brave, but Xia Yuan was even more reckless. 5-star? The monsters inside are all level 80 or above, and the boss is level 100. That's way too hard. Xia Yuan asked. The 100-level boss in the secret realm, is it as strong as the boss from that Abyss dungeon raid? Mo Shiyu replied, no, the secret realm is the most stable, so the boss naturally isn't as strong as the ones in the chaotic Abyss dungeon. But it's still 100 level. She took a deep breath and decided to assert her authority as the master. How about this? Let's try the 4-star dungeon first. If you find it manageable, we can consider the 5-star secret realm later. Xia Yuan thought that was a good idea and nodded in agreement. After all, he also needed to assess the strength of the monsters in the secret realm. If they used up all their spiritual energy and forced their way through a 5-star dungeon, they wouldn't be able to gather enough runes for Xiaohei. Mo Shiyu finally relaxed. Alright, I'll check if there's a queue first. She took out her phone and scanned the QR code for the secret realm's location. A WeChat official account for the Chongyang City Monsters secret realm popped up. After registering an account, she opened the 4-star secret realm and took a look. She found that the queue had already started. Their reservation was already at number 19 in the queue. The 4-star secret realm, due to its high difficulty, didn't have too many people in the queue. For dungeons below 4 stars, any one of them would have over 100 people in the queue. Many spirit contractors had to book their spots days in advance to clear the secret realms. Mo Shiyu fiddled with her phone, furrowing her brows slightly. The queue for the 4-star dungeon has reached 19th place. It's estimated to take 1 hour. Xia Yuan leaned in. Is it that troublesome? Can we cut in line? Mo Shiyu tightly pressed her red lips together. Cutting in line is definitely out of the question, unless you have a T3 level spirit contract master ID. However, you can join another team and queue up as the second team. They're currently missing one more person to form a team. Xia Yuan looked reluctant. The rewards have to be split evenly? That's too inefficient. Mo Shiyu explained. In the secret realm, while you'll gain less experience, each spirit tamer receives the same amount of rune rewards. Plus, you can exchange the types of runes you want, so most people choose to team up. Xia Yuan, that's not bad. I guess I can accept it. Mo Shiyu, seeing he agreed, began communicating with the team ranked second on her phone. The other party didn't mention joining the team yet, but sent a location and asked her to bring her spirit pet to the destination to meet in person and discuss further. They were quite close. After walking a short distance, they spotted several people waiting at a pavilion. There were only 2 spirit contract masters. 1 man and 1 woman. Both seemed to be students, wearing the academy's student uniform. However, it was clear they were not from the Chuanbei Spirit Contract Academy. Standing beside them was a level 75 B-rank spirit contract, whose appearance was extremely peculiar. A lion standing upright. It wears a cowboy hat on its head, covering its golden mane, dressed in leather armor, with a long sword hanging at its waist, its eyes filled with a melancholic yet domineering gaze. Upon seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan approach, the young man's eyes lit up slightly, immediately fixating on Mo Shiyu. He probably didn't expect to end up teaming up with such a beautiful woman. The other girl, with her delicate features, didn't react much when she saw Mo Shiyu, but her expression changed noticeably when she noticed Xia Yuan beside her. The two of them, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, were indeed a sight to behold. However, the level 38 badge on Xia Yuan's head was quite glaring, instantly making them feel a bit disappointed. The boy sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Beautiful lady, is this your first time running a dungeon? For a 4-star dungeon, the minimum level for a spirit contract should be at least 60. The lion-type spirit companion glanced at Xia Yuan, lowered the cowboy hat on its head, shook its head, and spoke in a deep voice. "Ignorance is bliss." Xia Yuan kept staring at the lion spirit beast. When it spoke, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, a lion western cowboy? This spirit beast's design is so weird, ha ha ha. The lion contract spirit could no longer maintain its mysterious demeanor and erupted in anger, shouting, "What the heck? This is called retro wild aesthetics. It's better than your cheesy eye mask, isn't it?" Xia Yuan found him increasingly amusing, laughing so hard he bent over. After all, a lion standing upright like a human, dressed like a western cowboy, and speaking with bared fangs and a wide mouth was simply too hilarious. As the lioness expression grew increasingly grim, Mo Shiyu hurriedly tugged at Xia Yuan's clothes and whispered, "Xia Yuan, behave yourself. We need to join another team to clear the secret realm sooner." Xia Yuan finally stopped laughing and forced himself to look serious. The elegantly beautiful girl glanced at her phone and spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Level 38 is fine. They'll do. Anyway, their combat power isn't that great and the time is just right. I'm too lazy to find others." Chapter 23, Filling the Ranks and Coasting Through There's Such a Good Thing? The group headed to the secret location provided by the official account. On the way, the young man began introducing himself. "Ah, beautiful lady, you're really lucky today to have met us. Otherwise, the weaker teams wouldn't have let you join just to coast by." He cleared his throat. "My name is Su Hang. The girl next to me is Su Yun, my cousin. We're both students at the Chongyang Qiling Academy, and we're both in our senior year." Mo Shiyu, out of politeness, also introduced herself, Chuanbei Spirit Bond Academy, Mo Shiyu, first year. She never expected that the two of them wouldn't mind having her bring along Xia Yuan, a level 38 spirit contract, and let them join their team without any explanation. Su Hang was slightly taken aback for a moment. "HM? I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before, but I can't quite place it." Su Yun rolled her eyes and muttered, "Such a cliché pickup line." "Ignore him, Mo." She sneakily glanced at Xia Yuan a few times, her eyes filled with envy. "Mo's contract spirit is human? That's so cool. I've always wanted a human contract spirit." Su Hang shouted from the side. "Hey, Su Yun, your spirit companion is an A rank, and a high tier one at that. Its combat power is almost on par with an SR rank. Why are you envying others?" Su Yun snorted coldly. "You don't know what you're talking about." She just wanted a companion she could spend every day with. But her own contract spirit was indeed powerful, but its size was simply too large. Besides combat, it was completely unsuitable for appearing in other situations. Xia Yuan placed his hands behind his head and asked lazily, "I'm level 38. You're letting us join the team now? Aren't you afraid our combat power isn't enough?" The lion spirit companion crossed its arms, looking confident, and replied, "We're not afraid because I'm strong. And Su Yun's rank contract spirit is even stronger." Xia Yuan, pfft. The lion-type contract spirit angrily pointed at him. "Hey, you're laughing at me again, aren't you? If you laugh at me again, I won't take you with me to clear the dungeon." Xia Yuan adopted a pleading expression, raising his voice dramatically and said, "Ah, Lion Lord, don't abandon us. Please take us with you." The lion snorted coldly, nodded satisfactorily, and said, "That's better. Since you're here to slack off, you should at least look like you're slacking off." Su Hang rolled his eyes, unable to resist reminding him, "Sword God, he's clearly mocking you. Didn't you notice?" Xia Yuan, "Sword God, your name is Sword God, huh? Ha ha ha." The lion, "Hey." Su Yun stopped in her tracks and interrupted the conversation. "We're here." The teleportation gate to the 4-star secret realm was already within sight. A staff member was standing at the entrance. After Su Yun showed him her phone, he gestured for everyone to enter and start the dungeon run, adding, "Each spirit summoner must create a room, form a team, and can clear the dungeon up to 3 times in a single day. The 4-star secret realm is filled with elite monsters above level 60, with a boss at level 80. There is a chance for stage 2 monsters to appear, and an extremely low chance for a level 90 red named boss to appear. Please proceed according to your abilities. If you encounter a situation you cannot handle, do not risk your life. Immediately use the teleportation crystal to escape. If any accidents occur within the dungeon, the Chongyang City Monster Dungeon Service Area shall not be held liable for any legal responsibility." Su Yun led the charge, stepping into the dungeon portal first. The others followed suit. The surroundings began to change. They found themselves in a deep, ancient forest, with plants emitting a faint blue glow. In the distance stood a massive tree, emitting a dim glow. Mysterious inscriptions, glowing with light, floated and swirled around the twisted, winding tree trunks, exuding an indescribable sense of sacredness. Beneath the tree lay the ruins of a wide, flat ancient altar, adorned with numerous strange inscriptions and murals. "This is the inscription tree. The spirit-binding inscriptions were created by it." Mo Shiyu, who was also entering the secret realm for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Su Hang, upon hearing this, blushed with embarrassment and said, "You're really here for the first time, aren't you? You dared to challenge a 4-star monster on your first try? You're really brave." Su Yun took a deep breath. "Get ready." Suddenly, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared beside her. A titanic beast clad in armor, with twin axes and a massive cannon on its shoulders, emerged from the void. Its massive form, nearly 5 meters in height, resembled a colossal giant. Standing at its feet, Su Yun looked incredibly small. A rank. Level 78. Armored Titan Beast. Mo Shiyu, upon seeing the colossal titan before her, finally understood why Su Yun had said those words. These titan beasts are undoubtedly powerful, but they're definitely not easy to live with day in and day out. Its size was too massive, and its appearance was quite intimidating. It could only stay in the spirit bonding space for convenience. Mo Shiyu glanced at Xia Yuan beside her and suddenly found him much more tolerable. Though he was always slacker, careless, had a foul mouth, loved to provoke trouble, and had a complete scoundrel's demeanor, even riding on her head. But compared to the titan behemoth, these personality flaws were nothing. Xia Yuan quickly noticed her gaze. Fat Rain. Did you just insult me? Mo Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Huh? How did you know? Xia Yuan. Let's go. Let's see what kind of boss is in this secret realm. Su Yun led the way toward the ancient altar ruins, and the titan beast beside her also moved, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Everyone followed suit. The moment they stepped into the ancient altar ruins, the secret realm boss finally appeared. Hum, hum, hum. The air walls surrounding the altar were activated. In the center, 3 dark portals emerged. From the left gate, a skeleton monster wielding a long spear and clad in blood-red-black armor emerged, speaking slowly. Though my body may rot, this spear remains. Level 70, bone-eating long spear guardian, elite monster. From the right gate, a skeleton monster emerged, wielding a massive shield and clad in sacred white armor. It slammed the shield into the ground and roared. Those who dare to cross this shield shall only see the underworld. Level 70, unbreakable iron shield of 10,000 bones, elite monster. From the central door, a shrouded figure crowned with a royal crown emerges. Its body was bathed in blue flames, its skull's pupils flickering with red light. It raised its long sword and shouted. The underworld still exists, the Grim Reaper lives forever. Level 80, Lord of the Underworld, Boss. This entrance is quite impressive. He exudes a powerful presence. It left Xia Yuan and the others speechless. With a single glance from Su Yun, the titan beast beside her began to move, taking steps forward as the ground trembled continuously. The 3 skeleton monsters, in comparison, looked like greenhorns. Xia Yuan couldn't help but remark. This titan beast is even more boss-like than the secret realm boss. The blade god stepped forward, shoving Xia Yuan aside with his shoulder, grinning broadly and speaking with authority. Get out of the way, human spirit beast. We're taking the front line. Don't steal our experience. You just stay behind and cheer us on. Ha? Is there such a good deal? Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, stepped back behind them, and cupped his hands around his mouth to cheer them on. Cowboy Lion, you're so cool. Go get it with your sword. Titanic Beast, you're so big. You have to keep going too. Go up and crush it with a mountain. He was enjoying the leisure. Since he could get the inscriptions without lifting a finger, why not take advantage of it? He could save his spiritual energy for other quests. At level 38, Xia Yuan was indeed considered a weakling in their eyes, just there to make up the numbers. One more person meant one more inscription reward. This way, there is also a higher chance of obtaining the desired type of inscription. Chapter 24, Xia Yuan's cheerleading squad. Something's wrong. Go for it. Come on. Xia Yuan had become a cheerleader, waving a flag and shouting encouragement from the sidelines. Mo Shiyu looked speechless. There was no doubt about it, Xia Yuan's thick skin was just as impressive as his skills. Her face was almost too much to handle. Su Hang and Su Yun, however, didn't care at all. They hadn't expected much from a level 38 contract spirit from the start. Titan, finish this quickly. Don't waste time. Su Yun issued orders like a queen. The armored titan colossus roared toward the central secret realm monster, its voice shaking the heavens. Roar! The gale generated by the roar alone caused the 2 elite monsters to retreat several steps. The titan charged toward them with heavy footsteps. Dong dong dong. It charged forward, and the undead elite monsters wielding shields stepped forward, raising their massive shields to block the front line. Unmovable fortress. Boom! The 2 sides collided, and the immovable fortress was directly knocked flying, crashing into the transparent air wall barrier, losing a quarter of its health bar. Oh! Titan brother is so powerful. I love it. Xia Yuan cheered loudly from the side, raising his voice. Su Hang, standing nearby, was so disgusted he shuddered, looking at Mo Shiyu with sympathy and saying, Mo, your spirit companion, is really a character, isn't it? Mo Shiyu gave a shy smile, her toes digging into the ground. As Titan approached, he lowered his body and aimed the black cannon barrel on his back at the Yellow Springs King and the spear-wielding guards. Boom! An annihilation cannon fired, and the entire area was instantly shrouded in smoke. The Yellow Springs King and the spear-wielding guards dodged, but not completely, and their health bars dropped slightly. They burst out of the smoke, splitting into 2 groups on either side, and began attacking Titan. A ring of mysterious runes glowed on the Titan's body. Facing their attacks, it didn't flinch, simply taking the blows head-on. Even when faced with attacks from an 80-level boss and 70-level elite monsters, it remained completely still, truly a fortress that cannot be moved. Mo Shiyu saw the circle of runes and was slightly startled. 3-star defense set? Su Yun nodded, that's right. I equipped the Titan with a defense set, intending to train it into a frontline tank. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and laughed. Who said this big guy isn't good? I think it's super cool. Seeing the lion hadn't moved for a while, he shouted loudly. Lion cowboy, what are you doing? Get moving. The blade god furrowed his brow, drew his sword, and charged forward, shouting, no way out. His sword flashed, and he engaged in combat with the long spear guard. The long sword and spear collided fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. The sword god's martial arts skills were clearly superior to his opponents. While deflecting the opponent's attacks, he also occasionally inflicted some damage. There's an opening. Lion King slash. The blade god slashed through the air, creating a spatial fissure that instantly depleted a quarter of the spear guard's health bar. Xia Yuan shouted again. Oh. Lion Big Brother's strike was so cool. Keep it up. The shield-wielding undead, knocked flying by the impact, rejoined the battle. A chaotic five-way battle erupted, with 3 against 2. The fight was intense, with both sides exchanging blows back and forth. However, it was clear that the health bars of the Secret Realm monsters were steadily decreasing, while the Spirit Contract side had suffered almost no damage. The outcome of the battle was decided. 20 minutes later. The level 80 boss unleashed its final burst of power, slashing out a torrent of dark flames with a single sword strike, forcing the Titan Beast and the Blade God to retreat and finally taking damage. But this was its final act. After a final struggle, the Titan Beast and the Blade God launched another attack, completely depleting the boss's health bar. The 4-star Secret Realm has been successfully cleared. It must be said that the Titan Beast and the Blade God are both quite powerful contract spirits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to clear it. Xia Yuan stood by, cheering them on while also assessing the combat strength of the monsters in the 4-star Secret Realm. Experience points increased by a quarter. The system reward bar also moved slightly. For someone who didn't pay anything, that's already pretty good. The Secret Realm rewards began to be settled. The dense runic tree above their heads began to grow branches, splitting into 3 branches, each pointing toward Mo Shiyu, Su Hang, and Su Yun. Each of them received 3 runes of different colors and types. They examined them, discussed briefly, and each took what they needed, exchanging with one another. Su Yun chose the defense-boosting inscription. Su Hang took the runes that boosted attack and speed. Mo Shiyu, of course, chose the inscription that enhanced her support abilities. However, among the 9 inscriptions this time, only one was of that type. She could only take an additional spirit power rune and an attack rune. Even runes of the same type have different set names. Therefore, it is quite challenging to collect a complete set of runes that meet the requirements. Let's continue. Let's use up my 3 team-up slots first. Su Yun spoke up. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan naturally had no objections. Free stuff is too good to pass up. They temporarily exited the Secret Realm and re-entered. On the way, the Blade God gave Xia Yuan a smug smile and boasted. How about it? You still think your big brother is strong, right? You're lucky to have run into us. We'll take you out for free twice more. Xia Yuan held back a laugh, adopting the demeanor of a devoted younger brother, and flattered him. You're truly the best, brother Knife. You're too strong. I'm completely dazzled. The combat power you've shown is on a whole different level from mine. The lion spirit immediately burst into laughter, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry, keep training hard. One day, you'll become a powerful spirit like me. Re-entered the scene. The scene changed again. This time, it wasn't the ruins of a deep, ancient forest, but the center of a ruin surrounded by the sea on all sides. The only thing that remained unchanged was the mystical inscribed tree above the ruins. Everyone chatted and laughed as they entered the ruins once more. The Secret Realm monsters appeared once more. For a moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because this time, the boss was a bit different. A deep blue humanoid monster boss, accompanied by 5 different types of sea monster subordinates, emerged from the void. Su Yun, Su Hang, and the Blade God's expressions froze instantly. The emblem on the humanoid monster boss's head was red. Level 90, Deep Sea King, red-named boss. The sea monster minions guarding him on either side were all at level 80. Level 80, Squid King, Elite Monster. Level 80, Shark King, Elite Monster. Level 80, Lobster King, Elite Monster. Level 80, Sea Turtle King, Elite Monster. Level 80, Jellyfish King, Elite Monster. The names of these monsters don't sound very impressive, and some even sound a bit silly. However, the aura and oppressive presence they emit are far beyond what the monsters from the previous level could ever match. The Deep Sea King is massive, far surpassing humans in size, with bulging muscles and an explosive sense of power. His body is covered in smooth, moist skin resembling that of a fish, and his entire form is a deep ocean blue. Its head resembles a mix of human and fish. His facial features are clearly visible, yet they bear distinct fish-like traits. The Deep Sea King wore an extremely human-like, comical smile on his face. He looked at Su Yun and the others, baring his sharp teeth, and laughed. Yoo-hoo! 2 beautiful human women this time? I really am lucky. The expressions on their faces darkened instantly, growing increasingly solemn. Red-named bosses, aside from being 10 levels higher, are generally much stronger than ordinary bosses. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan remained calm, having faced even more powerful abyss bosses and defeated several red-named ones before. However, the other two were extremely nervous. Su Hang swallowed hard. Oh my god, 5 level 80 elite monsters and a level 90 red-named boss? We don't stand a chance. Everyone, get ready for the teleportation crystals. Let's give up this opportunity. Su Yun's face was covered in cold sweat, but since it was her first time encountering a red-named boss, she still wanted to give it a try. Don't panic, let's give it a try first. Keep the teleportation crystals in your hands. If things go south, retreat immediately. The blade god gripped his long sword tightly. Though the pressure was overwhelming, he forced a smile and said, "Running away outright isn't really my style as the blade god. What if this boss called Deep Sea King is just another show-off like the one in the last round?" Chapter 25, Despair Time to switch players. Titan, you go first. Sword god, protect us. I sense this Deep Sea King isn't ordinary. At least hold it off long enough for us to shatter the teleportation crystal. Su Yun remained vigilant, calmly arranging the tactics. She glanced at Mo Shiyu. "Mo, you can take your contract spirit and leave using the teleportation crystal first. We might not be able to protect you against the red-named boss." Before she could finish, the Deep Sea King covered his face and burst into laughter, trying to escape. No way. Today, the two ladies must grace me with their company for dinner. He revealed a twisted smile, then flickered forward and launched his attack without hesitation. The titanic beast immediately stepped forward to block the others. Bang! The Abyss King, like a professional boxer, delivered a stunning punch to the Titan Colossus's waist, producing a crisp, thunderous sound. The immense force erupted, and despite the Titan Colossus's steel-like body and a set of 3-star defensive runes, it couldn't withstand the blow. Its waist caved in significantly, and it staggered back several steps. The Abyss King shook his fist, his expression slightly careless, pretty tough. Su Hang was stunned. A single punch caused damage to the Titan? Su Yun, we have to leave. The red-named boss is too strong. Su Yun's face broke out in a cold sweat. I understand. We have to retreat. Smash the teleportation crystal. The two didn't hesitate for a moment and crushed the teleportation crystals in their hands. However, nothing happened. They remained where they were, still trapped in the secret realm. Su Yun looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Su Hang's voice began to tremble. It seems like we can't teleport. Su Yun clenched her teeth and said, try using more teleportation crystals. The two hurriedly pulled out all the teleportation crystals from their spirit contract spaces and crushed them one by one. No response. No response. This one doesn't work either. How could this happen? Within the secret realm, all the monsters saw the two people's tense and anxious behavior and couldn't help but burst into laughter, their voices filled with mockery. Trying to teleport away? The space has already been sealed off. How do you plan to leave? You're stuck here. Do you really think the secret realm is so easy to break into? Humans have an escape route, but do we monsters have no countermeasures? At that moment, Su Hang and Su Yun finally realized the gravity of the situation. Fear and despair instantly overwhelmed the two of them. It's over. Su Hang trembled uncontrollably, his voice shaking as he said, I'm still young. I'm still a virgin. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die like this. Su Yun clenched her teeth tightly and glared fiercely at the Deep Sea King and the other monsters. You're such a coward. We've got no way out, so let's fight to the death. Titan. Sword God. Count on you. The Titan Colossus roared furiously, its voice deafening. The Blade God also grew unusually serious, drawing his long sword and roaring, oh. They had no other choice. Upon learning that the teleportation crystal was unusable, Mo Shiyu remained calm, as she trusted Xia Yuan's strength. Xia Yuan remained as lazy as ever, analyzing the situation calmly. Even the red-named boss has become a master, using space-sealing techniques to counter human contract mages using teleportation crystals. Indeed, the dungeon monsters and demons in this world are no ordinary foes. But the probability of me encountering a red-named boss is way too high. There must be some reason behind this. Could it be because I'm the protagonist? The Deep Sea King spread his arms wide, his perverted gaze sweeping over Mo Shiyu and Su Yun. Two beautiful ladies. There's no point in struggling. Why not just submit to me, the Deep Sea King? One day, I will conquer all of you humans and become the supreme ruler who enslaves all of you. The Blade God protected Su Yun and Su Hang behind him. Though the pressure was overwhelming, he forced himself to raise morale and shouted loudly. We haven't lost yet. Big Blue Lizard, don't get too cocky. Your brother here won't let you touch me. Before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! The Deep Sea King's fist was already inches away from his lion-like face, moving so fast that no one else could even catch it with their eyes. The Blade God's body tensed suddenly. His passive skill, which sensed the intent to kill, allowed him to react in advance, and he blocked with his sword. Bang! However, he couldn't block it and was sent flying by the punch, crashing into the air wall and coughing up a mouthful of blood. The Deep Sea King clenched his fist tightly, his face filled with contempt. Stupid lion, you're too talkative. Su Hang, sword god. The Titan beast finally reacted, turning around and grabbing the Deep Sea King with its massive arm. It exerted all its strength, its palm emitting a creaking sound as it tightly gripped the Deep Sea King, immobilizing him. The other sea monsters saw this and rushed forward. But they were halted by the Deep Sea King's command. Don't move! They are my prey. You dare not disturb my enjoyment, or I will kill you all. The Blade God, who had been knocked flying earlier, endured his injuries and suddenly darted toward the Deep Sea King, who was being held captive, making a move to draw his sword. Opportunity. Finishing move. Lion King decapitation. He roared with fiery anger, swinging his sword toward the Deep Sea King's head. In the next instant, the Titan's palm suddenly exploded, billowing smoke. The Deep Sea King broke free from control, its claws flashing. Snap! A crisp sound of a sword breaking echoed through the air. The Blade God and the Deep Sea King narrowly missed each other. His long sword snapped into two pieces, and his chest was sliced open by two massive gashes, blood gushing out. The Blade God screamed in pain, kneeling on the ground, unable to believe what he saw in his hands. How is this possible? This is the 4-star weapon Master gave me, and it's broken? He could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground, muttering, damn it. In Su Hang's contract spirit panel, the Blade God was nearly at critical health. He clutched his head in despair. It's over, it's over. The Blade God only has a sliver of health left. We can't win. This boss is too strong. Meanwhile, one of the Titan Beast's hands had been blown off, greatly reducing its combat power. Su Yun hadn't expected their contract spirits to fall so quickly. Her face turned pale. But her strong-willed nature wouldn't allow her to show weakness prematurely. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Titan, kill him. The Titan Colossus charged forward, launching a suicidal collision toward the Deep Sea King. However, the Deep Sea King merely raised one hand to block its attack, sending a gust of wind in its wake. He sneered coldly, suddenly exerting all his strength, causing his muscles to bulge, and lifted the entire Titan beast into the air before flinging it away. Su Yun stared blankly at the scene, unable to remain strong any longer. The sense of superiority and arrogance she had felt from drawing in a rank-powerful character had vanished completely, leaving only despair in her beautiful eyes. She felt as though all her strength had been drained from her, collapsing to the ground. It's over. The Deep Sea King slowly walked up to Su Yun, his towering figure blocking her path, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A look of excitement spread across his face. I love seeing the desperate looks on you human mother beasts. It's absolutely fantastic. Su Yun trembled as she raised her head, watching the terrifying Deep Sea King slowly approach. Overwhelming fear engulfed her heart. Her eyes were filled with tears from fear, and her instinct for survival caused her to instinctively scream for help. Help! Save me! Anyone! The Deep Sea King completely ignored the level 38 human contract spirit, fixating his gaze on Su Yun instead. He savored her fear, licking his lips as he slowly extended his hand toward her. He. I'll take good care of you. A black figure suddenly appeared before Su Yun's tear-filled vision. Xia Yuan had somehow appeared between the two, his hands in his pockets, looking calm and composed, speaking in his usual offbeat tone. So, can we switch now? Chapter 26, I'm the father of your monsters. The Deep Sea King's smile vanished, and he coldly said, Hey, you 38th level guy, can't you read the mood? Do you know that you just interrupted my enjoyment? In the distance, the Blade God lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head and gaze in this direction. He desperately wanted to help. But his body no longer obeyed him. That guy stepped forward? But he was only a level 38 contract spirit. What use was he? The enemy was a 90th level red-named boss who could even send a 78th level armored Titan beast flying. Thinking of this, the Blade God let out a painful roar, trying to get back on his feet. Xia Yuan tilted his head, looked over, and smiled mischievously. Brother Dao, you're so badly injured. Don't push yourself. I'll handle them. You just rest. The Blade God was utterly shocked, but even as he coughed up blood, he couldn't help but retort. Hey, is that something a level 38 should be saying? You need to know when to show off. What are you going to do about them? Mo Shiyu walked over calmly, helped Su Yun up from the ground, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Su Yun. My spirit beast is actually very strong. Su Yun had no idea why the two of them could remain so calm. They were about to die, and there was no chance of winning. But he's only level 38. How could he possibly defeat the boss? We've already lost. Mo Shiyu smiled confidently, no way. Because my spirit beast is the strongest. She immediately summoned Xiao He. Normally, to conserve spiritual energy, Xiao He stayed in the spirit beast space. He only came out when Xia Yuan was fighting, using his ability to conserve spiritual energy. Xiao He was excited, phew. Finally, I can get some fresh air. Are we going to fight? Su Yun was stunned. She immediately thought that Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had both lost their minds and were talking nonsense. The Deep Sea King looked at the figure before him, his hands in his pockets. He saw contempt and arrogance on the other's face, and his expression darkened immediately. You dare to look down on me? Xia Yuan slowly pulled off his eye patch, revealing his pale blue eyes, and grinned. Sorry. I'm not targeting you. I'm talking about all of you monsters, you're all trash. Su Hang listened in disbelief, feeling utterly despairing. Hey, it's almost over. Why provoke him? Wouldn't it be better if we just died quickly? Su Yun also didn't expect Xia Yuan to dare mock the enemy at this critical moment. The 5 sea monsters immediately flew into a rage. Human, you're too arrogant. A mere 38th level monster and you dare to boast. You must be delusional. You're probably too desperate, your mind is already chaotic, and you're starting to ramble. Leader, make sure he dies a gruesome death. The Deep Sea King furrowed his brow into a shape. This was the first time he had ever been insulted, and his tone grew icy. Fine, then go die. He struck out confidently, his fist aiming straight for Xia Yuan's face. At such close range, there was no time to react. Bang! The Deep Sea King's fist unleashed a terrifying shockwave, erupting in a deafening roar. Xia Yuan remained standing there, motionless. The Deep Sea King's fist, as large as a sandbag, seemed to strike an invisible wall of air, failing to touch Xia Yuan in the slightest. He let out a startled "eh" and turned his head, locking eyes with Xia Yuan's pale blue gaze, utterly astonished. This punch felt too strange. It felt like hitting an indestructible wall. How is this possible? The Blade God's eyes widened suddenly. From his angle, he could see everything clearly. The boss's fist seemed to strike some kind of transparent barrier, completely failing to harm Xia Yuan. Su Yun and Su Hang were also stunned. The expected did not occur, he had withstood it? That was a punch that even a titan beast with maxed out defense couldn't escape unscathed. How could a level 38 contract spirit remain unscathed? Su Yun asked blankly. What happened? Skill? She suddenly remembered that Xia Yuan's head was hiding his rank. What rank is your contract spirit? Mo Shiyu curled the corners of her mouth upward, speaking with pride, SSR. Su Yun listened, her mouth slightly open, but even if it's SSR, level 38. Su Hang suddenly shouted nervously. I remember now. SSR. Mo Shiyu, you're the high school spirit summoners who made significant contributions in the previous Abyss dungeon, as reported in the news? Su Yun didn't have the habit of watching the news, but she had heard that the Xuanbai Spirit Summoner Academy had produced a new SSR. Abyss dungeon? Major contributions? These terms combined left Su Yun completely baffled, her mind going blank. It was far beyond her understanding. But the one thing she could confirm was that they had once again gained hope for survival. Everything hinged on Xia Yuan. You like using your fists so much? I'll give it a try too. Xia Yuan maintained his casual smile, clenching his fist with one hand and channeling his magical power. He struck the Deep Sea King's abdomen with a single punch, black. Flash. Boom. The Deep Sea King was sent flying by the punch, his feet skidding to a halt, leaving a long trench in the ground before slowly coming to a stop. His health bar dropped by 1/6. Mo Shiyu blinked her big eyes. Xia Yuan, you bastard, you've been holding back? Black Flash was something she had never seen before. It seemed to be a physical combat skill, and the power of a single punch was quite strong, actually knocking back a boss with such physical strength. Su Yun, Su Hang, and the Blade God lying on the ground were all stunned. They never expected the seemingly weakest member of the team, the contract spirit, to have such hidden strength. Was this really the same carefree, thick-skinned cheerleader? Her power had far surpassed their imagination. At that moment, the titan beast that had been knocked flying finally flipped over and slowly stood up, intending to charge over to help. Xia Yuan glanced at it and said, Su Yun, bring the big guy into the contract spirit space. Put Knife Brother away too, he's getting in the way. They are all my prey. The Blade God tried to object, but choked on a mouthful of blood and gave up. He was indeed a nuisance right now. However, he truly wanted to stay on the field and see if Xia Yuan could win. Su Yun and Su Hang snapped out of their shock and immediately summoned their 2 contract spirits into the contract spirit space. At that moment, they had completely pinned their hopes for survival on Xia Yuan. The gaze they cast upon Xia Yuan was as if they were looking up at a deity. They naturally obeyed him without question. The Deep Sea King looked at the fist mark on his stomach in disbelief, his arrogant demeanor completely gone, his expression turning serious. Who are you? At level 38, you possess such power. That single punch had hit a wall. And he still couldn't figure out Xia Yuan's abilities, feeling a bit panicked inside. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, walking forward slowly, his posture even more arrogant than the Deep Sea King's. You're just a monster, stop pretending to be human. You're disgusting. How am I supposed to respond to that? Oh, I'm the father of all you monsters. Before figuring out Xia Yuan's abilities, the Deep Sea King dared not act rashly. He immediately ordered his subordinates. All of you, attack him together and kill him. The 5 sea monsters roared and charged forward, launching a coordinated attack on Xia Yuan. However, no matter what attacks or skills they used, they couldn't harm Xia Yuan at all. All attacks were blocked by an unlimited range spell. Xia Yuan brushed the dust off his clothes, his pale blue eyes coldly sweeping over the monsters. Seafood belongs on the dinner table, not evolved into human form like you. How am I supposed to eat you now? He initiated the attack. Xia Yuan grinned, raised his hand slightly, and the two monsters, the Squid King and the Shark King, were propelled into the air, colliding violently with each other. The Lobster King opened its massive claws and launched a surprise attack from behind, pinning him down. The Jellyfish King rose from the ground, floating in the air, with dozens of tentacles wildly lashing at Xia Yuan. The Sea Turtle King wasn't idle either, flipping and spinning into a whirlwind of sharp blades, constantly slicing at Xia Yuan. However, all these attacks were ineffective against Xia Yuan, who was using the unlimited technique, unable to come within range, completely blocked. Suyun was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. What kind of ability is this? Why are their attacks ineffective? Mo Shiyu mimicked Xia Yuan's earlier gesture, raising her snow-white arm and making a sign. Because there's an infinite barrier between them. In simple terms, any attack or object that comes near Xia Yuan slows down to a crawl, as if frozen in time, and can never touch him. This distance is infinite. Xiao Hei added proudly. In short, invincible. Chapter 27, Who is the real villain? Infinite? Su Yun and Su Hang were utterly shocked. SSR's skill once again surpassed their imagination, completely shattering their understanding of the spirit beasts. Spell reversal. Maximum output. Son. Xia Yuan's cold, ruthless words echoed as he swung his palm, and the 5 sea monster kings surrounding him were all engulfed by the blue gravitational field, their screams filling the air. The health bars above the 5 elite monsters' heads were rapidly depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Leader, save me! I don't want to die. The tide turned. The ones begging for mercy have become the monsters. Xia Yuan seemed to have transformed into a demon lord, easily crushing them. Suyun stared blankly and said, "How powerful is this?" She felt ashamed of her previous arrogance, having believed that her rank titan was nearly invincible within the academy and among the top few. When faced with a truly absolute and powerful spirit beast, their combat power is practically as weak as a chick. The Deep Sea King looked at his dead subordinates, spat on the ground, and said, "Useless. Trash is trash." He took a deep breath, glaring at Xia Yuan with a maniacal grin. "I must admit, you are a strong opponent. However," the Deep Sea King assumed a battle stance, with organ-like structures resembling fish gills sprouting from his body. The gills opened like pores, expelling gas. A powerful aura engulfed everything around him. It whipped up a tornado like gale. He roared, "I am stronger than you." Deep Sea King, Stage 2. Rage Mode. Xia Yuan stood his ground as a storm of fist shadows descended upon him, so dense they nearly engulfed him entirely. Su Yun, Mo Shiyu, and Su Hang watched the battle, their eyes barely able to stay open, feeling countless invisible fist winds violently striking Xia Yuan. The Deep Sea King's maniacal laughter echoed around them. "Ha ha 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 ha. Can you catch me? Can you see me? I'm not like those worthless fools. I've been training since I was a child to become a world-class bounty hunter monster. Ultimate technique, saturated combo attack." Xia Yuan stood there quietly, letting him attack. No matter how intense the saturation combo strikes were, they couldn't break through the infinite distance between them. The Deep Sea King fought for a while and realized his attacks were still missing their mark. He immediately abandoned his attack on Xia Yuan and shifted his target, striking toward Mo Shiyu. "If I'm not mistaken, the human spirit summoner is your weakness, isn't it?" The Deep Sea King flickered forward, appearing before Mo Shiyu, and suddenly threw a punch at her. Bang! A transparent barrier appeared. The Deep Sea King's punch struck the Spirit Tamer's barrier. Mo Shiyu's large, fluttering eyes suddenly turned toward him, showing no trace of surprise. She sneered. "Don't underestimate human spirit contractors, you bastard. Because this red-named boss was intelligent and capable of thinking like a human. Therefore, Mo Shiyu had already anticipated that the opponent might act this way. She wasn't just Xia Yuan's power bank. She was a smart, beautiful power bank with the ability to protect herself. Su Yun and Su Hang were nearly scared to death. They only relaxed when they saw the barrier. But creating a Spirit Contract Master's barrier isn't a technique that can only be learned by Spirit Contract Masters with over 10,000 spiritual energy points, is it? Generally speaking, only genius Spirit Contract Masters who have advanced to university have over 10,000 units of spiritual energy. Mo Shiyu, a high school student, actually has over 10,000 spiritual energy? They finally understood. Not only is a spirit contract a superpowered, rule-breaking abnormality, but even Spirit Contract Masters aren't human at all. The Deep Sea King was furious. How dare a mere human woman mock him? He was about to erupt and shatter the barrier. However, he felt a chill on his back. Xia Yuan's palm had already adhered to his back, curse reversal, her. A colossal repulsive force erupted, violently blowing the Deep Sea King back and crushing him against the barrier at the edge of the ruins, flattening him into a pancake-like shape. Xia Yuan stood before Mo Shiyu, glancing back at her. "Master, well done. The barrier experiment is complete. It's time to end the battle." Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. Yes, it's time. We still need to continue engraving the runes. Both of them crossed their arms at their waists simultaneously, glaring at the Deep Sea King with maniacal grins. He. Su Yun and Su Hang stood by, speechless. That evil grin, if anyone saw them, they'd think they were the villains. The Deep Sea King was already enraged, screaming wildly. Ah! I can't take it anymore. I'll kill you both. It clasped its hands together and roared. Ultimate technique. The boundless sea. In an instant, a massive torrent of seawater erupted from the pores all over its body. The entire ruins were submerged in seawater, as if they had sunk into a deep blue ocean. Fortunately, Mo Shiyu's barrier kept all the seawater at bay. However, without air, they couldn't hold out for long. In the depths of the sea, the Deep Sea King's attributes and stats skyrocketed, with his speed and strength surging dramatically. His form flickered constantly in the water, and his voice echoed from all directions. Feel honored. Humans! You are the most challenging foes I've encountered so far, worthy of me unleashing my third stage power. Deep Sea King, third stage. Ruler of the seas. In the sea, I am invincible. I know I can't break through your defenses, but you humans need oxygen, right? To become a world-class bounty boss, I didn't even skip studying. Tremble. Humans. Su Yun and Su Hang were on the verge of breaking down. The red-named boss they encountered this time was simply too powerful. It actually has 3-stage abilities. This power is probably already close to that of a raid boss. And what else with the learning ability? It can actually use its brain? Is it trying to avoid combat and let them run out of oxygen and die? Su Hang, what should we do? Su Yun also looked anxious. If it keeps running and doesn't fight Xia Yuan, by the time the oxygen in our barrier runs out. Exactly. Even someone as powerful as Xia Yuan is, after all, just human. Without oxygen, he'll die too. Mo Shiyu's expression also grew serious. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan formed a seal with one hand and said helplessly. I understand. There's nothing we can do. It seems we can't afford to conserve our spiritual energy anymore. Su Yun's eyes lit up. Is there any other way? The voice of the Deep Sea King echoed again. Ha 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 ha. With my speed, how can you kill me? As long as I avoid battle, no one can kill me. Mo Shiyu tiptoed, wrapping her arms around Xia Yuan's arms, and said to the other two. Quick, come over and hold on to Xia Yuan. There's no time to explain. Just do as I say. As long as you make contact with Xia Yuan, no matter what happens, don't let go under any circumstances. Su Yun and Su Hang didn't know why they had to do this, but they obeyed anyway. Both of them clung to Xia Yuan's legs. The Deep Sea King watched this ridiculous scene and mocked again. Ha ha ha. Have you lost your minds? Seeking comfort before death? Xia Yuan ignored his mockery, merely curling the corners of his mouth slightly as he slowly uttered a few words. Domain unfold. Infinite void. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed by his boundless void domain. Even the Deep Sea King, despite his incredible speed, couldn't escape. It felt an almost infinite flood of information surging into its brain, leaving it no time to think before it instantly shut down and froze in place. Su Yun and Su Hang stared at the strange dark space, their faces blank with confusion, unsure of what had happened. All they knew was that the boss, which had been darting around everywhere, suddenly came to a halt, as if trapped in some strange state, frozen in place. Chapter 28, Universal Skill Lottery, Zanpakuto Ability. The spiritual energy consumed by the domain expansion was enormous. Mo Shiyu's face paled significantly as her spiritual energy depleted by 50%. Due to Xiaohei's breakthrough, her ability to reduce spiritual energy consumption had grown significantly stronger. Additionally, every time Mo Shiyu was drained in battle, her spiritual energy reserves continued to increase. Compared to before, things were much better. Time was running out. Xia Yuan made a finger snap gesture, and a terrifying purple lighted at the tip of his finger, resembling a purple star. There were many questions I wanted to ask you, but it seems there's no time now. Void Form G. Within the domain, the skill is guaranteed to hit. Xia Yuan didn't hold back. The single strike of the Void Form Z utilized all his current strength. It must be said that the Deep Sea King was one of the smartest and most powerful dungeon bosses he had encountered so far. Therefore, Xia Yuan also showed him a little respect. The entire space was shrouded in purple light, blindingly bright. The Z technique struck the defenseless Deep Sea King directly, and the powerful purple energy sphere pierced through its muscular body, creating a large hole. Its health bar was instantly depleted. The Deep Sea King never regained consciousness before dying. It didn't even know how it had died. The surging seawater receded like a tide. The secret realm was successfully conquered. Rewards are being distributed. Spirit Contract, Xia Yuan, level up, LV.38 LV.43. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.50 LV.60. Mo Shiyu was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, the experience points gained from a secret realm dungeon should be very few, yet it actually leveled up Xia Yuan by 5 levels. This was truly an unexpected delight. It seems like this red-named boss, the Deep Sea King, isn't someone to be underestimated. Xia Yuan also glanced at his system reward bar, which had already reached 25%. At the same time, the system popped up a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accumulated the system reward bar to 25%, earning one chance to draw a universal skill usable by any character template. This skill includes characters from the comprehensive manga and anime world pool, but its strength is below the combat power ceiling. Do you wish to proceed with the draw? Note, each time the reward bar increases by a quarter, this reward will be triggered. Please accumulate more reward bars. What do you call this, a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Thank you for your contribution, Deep Sea King. Xia Yuan praised sincerely. General purpose skills, though they are below the ceiling, are still decent. After all, they can enhance one's combat capabilities. Moreover, in the various anime and manga worlds of his previous life, even characters below the ceiling had many powerful and useful skills. He couldn't wait to start the draw. Start the draw. A dazzling spinning wheel appeared on the screen, beginning to rotate. Xia Yuan was a bit excited, hoping for a powerful and cool skill. Like Saber's Curry Stick, Blue Rin's Mirror Flower, Water Moon, or Unlimited 8 Gates Escape Night Kai. If all else fails, even Doraemon's Magic Pocket would be acceptable. The system was speechless. Are you making a wish? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the abilities of the original character Rukia Kachiki's Zanpakuto Senbunzakura from the Death God world, including Shirkai, Bankai. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, already smiling broadly inside. Lucky me. He was well aware of this skill, Bankai Senbunzakura. In the Soul Reaper world, it wasn't the strongest Bankai, but it was all about being incredibly cool, and its destructive power wasn't low either. In an instant, Xia Yuan felt an unfamiliar power surge through his body. From now on, no matter what kind of ceiling character template he faces, he can use the ability of the Zanpakuto Senbunzakura. This was a fruitful gain, all thanks to the Deep Sea King. This fight was well worth it. The threat of death had been averted. Su Yun and Su Hang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily in relief. If it weren't for the team hiding top-tier experts like Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, they would have died in the secret realm. Both of them looked at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan with gratitude, their voices sincere, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Thank you so much, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. We were blind before. Please don't hold it against us. Mo Shiyu helped Su Yun to her feet, no need to thank us. Since we're in the same team, it's only natural. The Blade God, deeply concerned about the situation outside, was also released by Su Hang. Whereas the boss. What's the situation? Is everyone okay? Did that guy Xia Yuan win? The Blade God looked around nervously. After recovering in the spirit contract space, his injuries had healed significantly. Su Hang explained. Xia Yuan the Great has successfully defeated him. Xia Yuan said with a smug expression, "Oh my, is my brother okay? I almost died just now." That was really a close call. The Blade God froze in place upon hearing this. He never expected that Xia Yuan, the second-rate human contract spirit who looked unreliable and irresponsible, would be the legendary SSR. Upon hearing the term Brother Dao, the Lion God's face clearly betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head, and humbly said, Yuan Shen is truly a hidden gem. Calling me sword brother? I'm just a lowly karami, how could you address me like that? You're putting me on a pedestal. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin, then call you Lion King. Your moves are all about lions and kings, pretty cool. The Blade God awkwardly waved his hands, eh? What Lion King? In your presence, I'm just a little kitten, Joking aside. He can take down the Deep Sea King, a level 90 red-named boss, at level 38. If we were the same level, beating him would be as easy as crushing a kitten. The rune tree began to grow wildly, its branches once again extending toward the 3 spirit contractors. The rune rewards are coming. I heard that red-named bosses drop rewards 1 level higher, meaning they drop 5-star runes. Su Hang exclaimed excitedly. Su Yun's hands trembled as she took the runes. 5-star inscriptions are extremely rare. Don't let the 1-star difference fool you. Generally, you have to clear a 5-star dungeon to obtain it, which is extremely difficult. Take them, for example, they probably need to gather the top few spirit contractors from the entire high school during the Double Ninth Festival just to manage it. On the Spirit Binder official website, the price of a 5-star inscription is astronomical, and it's practically priceless. The 3 began to examine the categories of runes. Su Yun and Su Hang thought it over and decided to give all the 5-star inscriptions they had obtained to Mo Shiyu. You saved our lives, we don't want these 5-star runes. Besides, we didn't help much during our expedition to the secret realm this time. Mo Shiyu pushed the 5-star runes back and refused to accept them. In the first round, we didn't help much either, and you let us slack off. Let's just exchange what we need. The 2 hesitated. Xia Yuan smiled and joked. This is what you deserve. After all, you almost lost your lives. Take it. That's the rule of teamwork. We're not that stingy. Su Yun and Su Hang, though initially arrogant, didn't mock or look down on him just because he was level 38. Moreover, even though Xia Yuan had slacked off in the first round, they hadn't withheld the rune rewards meant for Mo Shiyu. In other teams, someone of Xia Yuan's low level who was just coasting along would probably only get to smell the experience points, forget about runes. So Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan naturally weren't going to be stingy either. What are you guys planning to do next? Want to rest? Mo Shiyu asked. I still have some extra spiritual energy. I plan to keep grinding the rune dungeon with Xia Yuan. What about you guys? Su Yun and Su Hang exchanged glances. They had just narrowly escaped death, and though they were still shaken. But with Xia Yuan, a powerful SSR, leading the way, who wouldn't want to grind more inscriptions? As long as you don't mind having us along, we can help you make up the numbers. That's right. That way, you'll have a higher chance of getting the inscriptions you want. Then, Su Yun and Su Hang looked at the 5-star secret realm before them, with its level 100 secret realm boss and elite monsters above level 80, and the two fell into a daze. Wait. You didn't say you were aiming for a 5-star secret realm? Chapter 29, The Efficiency of SSR Speed Clearing Secret Realms. The 5-star secret realm had almost no queue. After all, the difficulty is there you have to fight a 100-level boss. So, Mo Shiyu and her group could enter the dungeon directly. This was naturally Xia Yuan's decision. However, fortunately, this time, they finally didn't encounter any more red-named bosses. Su Yun and Su Hang trembled in fear at the sight of the level 100 boss. Although the enemy didn't have the overwhelming pressure of the Deep Sea King, they still dared not move. The blade god clutched the hilt of his sword, lacking the courage to draw it. Of course, Xia Yuan didn't need them to move either. To maximize efficiency and complete the dungeon run without risk, he planned to activate his domain from the start, leaving no time for the secret realm monsters to react. Hold on tight. Or you might end up brain dead. Xia Yuan raised his hand, already forming the hand seals to activate his domain. The blade god looked confused. What do you mean? Xia Yuan replied casually. Nothing, I'm just going to try and see if I can solo a 5-star dungeon in an instant. The blade god went from confused to baffled, instantly solo? How is that possible? Practice makes perfect. Su Yun and Su Hang skillfully grabbed Xia Yuan's legs, intending to summon the blade god into the spirit contract space. But he insisted on seeing what Xia Yuan's ultimate move was, and since it could indeed clear the dungeon solo in an instant, he stayed outside, his claws resting on Xia Yuan's shoulders. The elite monsters and bosses in the secret realm were already charging toward them. The blade god was sweating profusely. Activate your domain. Infinite void. The entire world plunged into darkness once more, as if they had been transported into the vastness of the cosmos. Whether they were 100-level bosses or elite monsters, they all froze in place, unable to move. The blade god's eyes widened in shock. Su Yun and Su Hang, even on their second experience, were still utterly amazed. Xia Yuan, at level 43, had significantly increased his strength. Soloing a 5-star secret realm was still quite challenging. The monster's health bars were quite thick. Therefore, he showed no mercy, using the gravitational pull of his spell to gather the boss and elite monsters together before unleashing his full power Z technique. Mo Shiyu had already boosted her spiritual energy to its peak state by taking potions before entering the dungeon, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand the battle. Half of her spiritual energy was depleted. Boom! Purple light flashed, and the elite monsters were nearly wiped out, their health depleted. However, the 100-level boss still stood on the field, with a quarter of its health bar remaining. Even as a stationary target, it managed to withstand one of Xia Yuan's strongest attacks. Finally, Xia Yuan delivered a final blow with the spell reversal technique, successfully clearing the dungeon. He sighed regretfully. Speedrun of the secret realm failed. Su Yun, Su Hang, and the blade god were speechless with astonishment. They glanced at the time. It had taken no more than a minute. Although they hadn't cleared the dungeon in seconds, this clearing speed was already impressive. What more could one ask for? They could already imagine it. If Xia Yuan reached max level, a single skill would likely be enough to solo clear the 5-star secret realm in one go. This is the insane power of SSR tier characters. But then again, can other SSRs match Xia Yuan's invincibility? Su Yun and Su Hang were truly envious. If they could have an SSR like Xia Yuan, they would gladly sacrifice 10 or even 20 years of their lives. Su Yun couldn't help but ask. Mo, which source card pool did Xia Yuan come from? Mo Shiyu, the all-world beings card pool. Su Yun and Su Hang quietly noted it down. From now on, whenever they draw characters from a card pool, they only draw from this massive card pool. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.43 LV.45. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.60 LV.75 can be broken through twice. Mo Shiyu listened to the level up notification sound, feeling incredibly content. Xiao Hei perched on her shoulder, thrilled beyond words. I'm also a level 75 Contract Spirit now. Following Xia Yuan around, you eat 9 meals in 3 days. After completing the 2 secret realm battles, even the Blade God and Titan Beast had leveled up by 7 or 8 levels. The 5-star secret realm strategy was successful. Each of the 3 received 5 5-star runes. Mo Shiyu had little spiritual energy left, so she didn't continue grinding the dungeon. They organized the runes they had obtained today. The 3 runes needed to enhance Xiao Hei's support abilities were finally gathered. 1 4-star and 2 5-star. Although they weren't from the same set and lacked set bonuses, they were more than sufficient for Xiao Hei's current level. As everyone was about to part ways, Su Yun couldn't help but ask, Mo, will you be participating in this year's National University Spirit Summoner competition? Mo Shiyu nodded. I've already signed up. Su Yun and Su Hang glanced at Xia Yuan and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. With Xia Yuan's abilities, participating in this competition would be like a dimension-lowering attack for other spirit masters. Su Hang rubbed his head. It seems like the Xuanbai Spirit Summoning Academy is going to make a name for itself this time. The national championship is probably all yours. Su Yun sighed. She had once hoped to make a name for herself at the competition, but now the thought was completely out of the question. If she really encountered Xia Yuan, she would surrender immediately. Mo Shiyu humbly said. The national championship is still a bit challenging, after all. There must be more than just me with an SSR-ranked spirit beast among all the spirit beast masters in the entire Great Xia Empire, right? She had also seen in the news that many students from well-known universities across the country had received SSRs. At least 5 cases have been reported. Xia Yuan chimed in sarcastically, huh? Fat Rain has no faith in me? I'm hurt. Su Yun looked at Xia Yuan with stars in her eyes, already transformed into his die-hard fan. Mo, you're overthinking it. I'm sure none of the other SSRs are as amazing as Xia Yuan. He's definitely the strongest. Xia Yuan laughed heartily. You're right, Su Yun. I am the strongest. To be honest, as long as the opponent's spirit pet doesn't have the ability to prevent the field from being deployed, he's almost guaranteed to win. But he still needed to stay humble and vigilant. To avoid ending up like those in the cursed world who get cut in half. Xia Yuan certainly didn't want to end up like 2.5 Point Gensher. But as long as he accumulates enough system rewards and draws the next top-tier template, his combat power will skyrocket again. He really doesn't know how he lost. Su Yun blushed bright red at the mention of sister, her face as delicate as a blossom. Then, can I call you Xia Yuan brother? Xia Yuan, of course. The Blade God, with his lion-like face, revealed a tender expression. Can I too? Xia Yuan coldly refused. Get lost. Mo Shiyu looked left and right. Her cheeks puffed out. She turned around, grabbed Xia Yuan's arm, and left, saying, we'll see each other again someday. Xia Yuan was being dragged away. Hey. I wanted to talk to Su Yun more. Mo Shiyu muttered discontentedly, I'm out of spiritual energy, I'm tired, I need to go rest. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets, looked down at her head, and said, what? Jealous? Can't stand seeing me get along with other female spirit masters? Mo Shiyu replied expressionlessly, no, you're just too self-absorbed. Xia Yuan rested his hands behind his head, tilted his body back, and sighed, Fat Rain is actually cuter than Su Yun. If only she could sweetly call me Xia Yuan brother. Mo Shiyu's crystal clear ears turned red in an instant, her little mouth puckered up, and she hummed softly. I'm sorry you don't like sweet girls. The two arrived at the station and waited for the high-speed train. Mo Shiyu, with nothing to do, began to examine Xia Yuan's contract spirit panel. Level 45 already. Level 50 is getting closer. She needed to start preparing the breakthrough materials in advance. SSR breakthrough materials must be quite rare. As she looked on, she noticed that there were some new skills in the skill bar. Mo Shiyu wiped her eyes with her sleeve, thinking she might be seeing things. Xia Yuan? Your skills seem to have increased? However, Xia Yuan didn't respond. His face no longer bore his usual playful expression, and a voice filled with killing intent rang out. Fat Rain, take your medicine first. Someone's coming to die. Chapter 30, The Assassin's Spirit Contract. Mo Shiyu froze, lifting her head to look around. Xia Yuan pulled his hands out of his pockets, placing one hand on his eye patch, and explained. We're surrounded. Someone's watching us. They've been lying in wait for a long time, waiting for us to finish the secret realm and when you're out of spiritual energy. He curled his lips into a cruel smile. It seems we didn't scare them enough last time. Let's use this opportunity to see if we can uncover the mastermind behind this. Mo Shiyu's body tensed up, and she immediately swallowed the spiritual energy potion. She forced her spiritual energy reserves up to 70%. Spirit contractors are limited in the number of spiritual energy potions they can consume daily. Overconsumption can lead to severe side effects and potentially damage the body. However, Mo Shiyu couldn't afford to care about that now. Since the enemy had dispatched so many spirit contractors, they must have prepared numerous tactics. She had to remain vigilant. Little Black, come out. The catgirl spirit ran out again. Having obtained 3 inscriptions, she emitted a faint glow from her back. They're here, master. She perched on Mo Shiyu's shoulder, her vigilant little face scanning the surroundings. In the crowd, four figures cloaked in black hoods, moving with suspicious intent, approached from four directions, slowly encircling Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. They were all cloaked in black, concealing most of their features. The leader of the spirit contractors lifted her hood, revealing the face of a mature woman with purple hair and a long, pointed witch's hat. A rank, level 81, Night Witch. She glanced at Xia Yuan's level, then cast a sideways look at Xiao Hei, covering her mouth with a smile. Her sensual red lips parted slightly. A C rank, 70th level. And another 45th level contract spirit. The employer really is generous. To kill such a weak human contract spirit master, they actually dispatched 3A rank, 70 level or higher contract spirit assassins. Xia Yuan asked curiously. Contract spirit assassins? Mo Shiyu furrowed her delicate brows, sweat beading on her. These are contract spirits illegally cultivated by unscrupulous contract spirit masters. They are sent out as assassins to accept murder contracts online in exchange for high rewards. They really spared no expense. 3 high-level A-rank contract spirit assassins. The spirit stones they spent could probably be used to draw a high-tier contract spirit. She sighed wryly, they really won't give up. But then again, the stronger you perform, the more they'll want you. Xia Yuan ripped off his eye patch, his cobalt blue eyes flashing with a murderous glint. You don't even know who we are. How can you be sure you can beat me? Another black-clad figure removed their hood, revealing a 4-armed robot. Its emotionless mechanical voice rang out. Assassin's Code, we only need time, location, and target. A rank, level 76, multi-armed battle mech. The dragon man ripped off his black robe, revealing a golden-hued body that shone brilliantly in the sunlight. He spoke coldly. Boring. The enemy only has a level 45 contract spirit. Why all the fuss? The employer instructed us not to kill the contract spirit, we must only kill the woman. Hurry up and finish the mission, I need to clock out. A rank, level 78, Crimson Golden Dragon Man. As the 3 contract spirit assassins revealed their black robes, their ranks and levels were no longer hidden, clearly visible to all. Those around them saw the tense situation and atmosphere and immediately fled the station area. Xia Yuan didn't act immediately, fearing he might hurt others. After clearing the area, he would have more room to maneuver. The witch suddenly laughed. Though I don't know who you are, our tactics have been set from the start. Dragon men, attack. The crimson gold dragon's golden eyes suddenly locked onto Xia Yuan. A colossal force instantly engulfed him, pressing him down so he couldn't move, and the floor beneath his feet shattered. Mo Shiyu, seeing this, tried to move closer to Xia Yuan to help him activate his domain. However, the overwhelming pressure completely isolated her, preventing her from even touching Xia Yuan. The witch chanted incomprehensible incantations at an incredible speed. The next moment, a magical array lit up beneath Xia Yuan's feet. Their coordination was lightning fast. Even Xia Yuan didn't have time to react. These assassins didn't target Mo Shiyu first, they attacked him instead. From the very beginning, we've been winning. The witch's triumphant words echoed in the air. Xia Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. After a flash of bright light, he had already been teleported to another location. Mo Shiyu's expression froze as she watched the tall figure vanish from the station, her sense of security shattered in an instant. Xia Yuan. At the same time, on the other side. Xia Yuan opened his eyes again to find himself in a space, pitch black in every direction, with no idea where he was. An excited female voice rang out. He's here. Here they come. SSR. Ha ha, we did it. As long as the assassin takes out Mo Shiyu, he is mine. Xia Yuan instantly understood their plan. The witch in the assassin's contract used her skill to teleport him away. Then they would kill Mo Shiyu, making him a masterless contract spirit. Then the employer would directly contract him in this sealed space. The plan is sound, but it's useless against me. I'll come back for you. Xia Yuan's icy words echoed, his sapphire blue eyes radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure as they swept across the pitch-black surroundings. Instantly, the voice in the darkness dared not speak further. Xia Yuan didn't linger. As he spoke, he began to flick his fingers, releasing the virtual technique Z toward the ceiling. In an instant, the entire dark space was illuminated by a brilliant purple light. Xia Yuan glanced around casually. The space resembled an underground laboratory, with walls made of extremely sturdy steel alloy. However, no matter how sturdy the walls were, they couldn't withstand his Z, which could slice through space itself. Boom! 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 The entire space was torn open, revealing a massive hole. Light poured out from the hole. Xia Yuan's figure vanished instantly from his original position. The employer hiding in the shadows witnessed this scene and was utterly shocked. He's gone? No, even if he escaped from here, he wouldn't be able to save Mo Shiyu. This place is over 1,000 kilometers away from Chongyang City. On the other side. Chongyang City Station. After Xia Yuan disappeared, several A-rank contract spirit assassins walked toward Mo Shiyu at a leisurely pace. The witch smiled sweetly and said, "Sorry about that, little girl. It seems our employer has set his sights on your spirit beast and wants to claim it for himself. The dragon man crossed his arms and snorted coldly. If it was this easy, why didn't you just come alone, witch? You can't even handle a 45th level contract spirit? The employer behind you must be an idiot, way too cautious. The multi-armed war machine emitted a mechanical sound. Thanks to his caution, we'll make a fortune. The 3 contract spirits continued to close in on Mo Shiyu. Xiao He stepped forward, clenching his teeth and blocking their path. What do you want? If you dare touch a single hair on my master, Xia Yuan the Great will not spare you. Mo Shiyu felt the danger for the first time since Xia Yuan wasn't around. She couldn't say she wasn't afraid. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 spirit guardians, she activated her spirit guardian barrier. At the same time, she pulled out various protective spiritual artifacts, enough to sustain her for a while. You can't kill me. From the moment I sensed something was wrong, I've already sent a distress signal to my Mo clan. They'll be here soon. And no matter where you've teleported Xia Yuan to, he'll be back soon. Mo Shiyu took several deep breaths, her slender figure rising and falling as she slowly suppressed the unease caused by the loss of Xia Yuan's protection, regaining her composure. She had been through many dangerous situations with Xia Yuan and wasn't just a crybaby spirit master. Chapter 31, Handsome, Cool, and Invincible. Spirit Contract Barrier? Did I see that correctly? Isn't that ability something only spirit contractors with over 10,000 spirit points can learn? Forget it, we can't be careless. Let us attack together, break the barrier, and finish her off quickly. The 3 assassin spirit masters were all taken aback. A high school student like Mo Shiyu actually has over 10,000 spirit power and has mastered the spirit master barrier. They didn't waste any more time and immediately attacked Mo Shiyu's barrier. The witch chanted spells at high speed, and magic arrays lit up one after another, sending shockwaves crashing into the barrier. The crimson gold dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying dragon breath. The multi-armed war machine transformed its limbs into cannons, unleashing relentless barrages. Mo Shiyu's barrier began to show visible cracks, which quickly multiplied, bringing it to the brink of collapse. Xiao He watched the barrier crack open, pacing frantically. What should we do? What should we do? My attacks are too weak, I'm just a support unit. Wah! Mo Shiyu felt her mind grow unusually calm as she prepared the spiritual artifact in her hands to continue defending. She couldn't die yet. If she died, she couldn't continue to grow stronger with Xia Yuan. If she died, she couldn't avenge her parents. Attacked repeatedly. A surge of anger rose within Mo Shiyu. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. She immediately spoke in her cold, enchanting voice, shouting angrily. You bastards! Xia Yuan is my SSR, and no one will take him away from me. If I find out who hired someone to kill me, I'll kill their entire family. Xiao He was so scared he jumped back, clutching his head in despair. We're doomed, the master has gone mad. A familiar, smug laugh echoed. Ha ha! I never expected Fat Rain to have such a fierce side. This really broadens my horizons. Xia Yuan's figure descended from the sky, blocking her path. The attacks from the 3 assassin spirit beasts all struck his body. Under the limitless spell, they seemed to hit a transparent light barrier and scattered to the sides. Mo Shiyu saw that familiar slender figure, her nose tingling slightly, and tears welled up uncontrollably. She spoke with a heavy nasal voice, Xia Yuan, you're finally back. Earlier, she had only shouted to bolster her courage. In truth, she was terrified of dying. Xiao He felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, exhaling deeply before crossing his arms and declaring, you're finished. For a moment, the witch, the dragon man, and the war machine were all stunned, unsure why Xia Yuan had appeared here. How is that possible? How did you get back here? I already teleported you away. Witch, did your teleportation fail? The 3 of them stood there speechless, seeing that their attacks had been blocked, so they decided to stop fighting for now. The witch shouted back. Impossible. My teleportation magic couldn't have failed. He must have used some kind of trick. But the teleportation destination was over 1,000 kilometers away, spanning several cities. How did he get back here? Xia Yuan exhaled a puff of white breath, panting heavily. He turned his head to look at Mo Shiyu, whose eyes were teary and filled with grievance, and gave her a smile. Well done. You're truly my master, you managed to hold on for so long. Mo Shiyu finally noticed that Xia Yuan was already panting heavily from exhaustion. This was the first time she had ever seen him look so tired. It must have been quite a journey to rush back here. Xia Yuan, are you okay? Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What could be wrong with me? I just accidentally bumped into a few buildings and stepped into a few pits while trying to find my way over here. He had an unlimited range protective spell protecting him, so he wasn't injured. The long-range teleportation derived from the curse technique zone required precise. However, he wasn't very accurate in locating the Chongyang City Station area, so he had to adjust midway and push the Tsung technique to its limits, which left him somewhat exhausted. Hearing Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu's conversation, the 3 assassin spirit companions were all a bit confused. The witch spoke in a tone of disbelief. You crashed into several buildings? You're telling me you flew back here? Even if you did fly, that's way too fast. It hasn't even been 2 minutes yet. Xia Yuan's deep blue eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at them as he spoke slowly. I'm not going to explain myself to the dead. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man snorted coldly. Though I don't know how you returned, do you really think that with your 45th level cultivation, you can stand against 3 of us rank advanced contract spirits? Mo Shiyu instinctively reached out her small hand to grab Xia Yuan's arm. Should we activate the domain? Xia Yuan glanced around. Though most people dared not get too close due to the intense battle. However, there were still a few reckless onlookers who had come dangerously close, even holding their phones up to film the scene. No, the range is hard to control. Xia Yuan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, and gave a sinister smile. I've been holding this anger in for too long. Let's take it out on them. The multi-armed war machine retracted the 4 turrets and transformed back into iron fists. Long-range attacks don't seem to hit him. Let's try close combat and finish this quickly. Otherwise, if the city defense spirit beasts arrive, we'll be in trouble. The witch said, remember, under no circumstances should you kill him. That's the employer's request. Before she could finish, Xia Yuan teleported to her side, grinned, and whispered in her ear. Do you think the employer had us transfer me first for a reason? The witch's pupils dilated, trap magic activated, engulfing flames. Xia Yuan's sapphire blue eyes shifted downward, revealing a red magic array glowing beneath his feet. Boom! A colossal pillar of flames erupted into the sky, engulfing him entirely. The witch watched Xia Yuan being consumed by the flames, smirking triumphantly. Boy, I know the client wants a contract spirit of a certain rank, but you really underestimate us rank contract spirits. However, a hand with clearly defined bones emerged from the flames, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her off the ground. The witch and the other 2 assassins then witnessed an astonishing sight. Xia Yuan emerged unscathed from the flames, stepping out and declaring, "Woman, you underestimated me." The witch struggled violently, her magic swirling around her, forming a magical array. No chant magic. Lightfall. Beams of white light struck Xia Yuan's body, but they were like raindrops falling into the ocean, causing no ripples. Xia Yuan remained unfazed, swiftly countering with a brutal move, flipping her into the air and striking her with a reversed spell, her. The powerful repulsive force crushed the witch against the station pillar, flattening her into a shrimp-like shape and creating a deep crater. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her abdomen torn open. As a fragile target, taking such a blow was utterly devastating. Her form began to dissipate. The Crimson Gold Dragon and the multi-armed war machine watched the terrifying scene in stunned silence. Xia Yuan's attack happened in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to rescue her. Level 45? How could someone possess such terrifying power? An A rank 81 level which was completely helpless against him, as easy to kill as a chick, and died instantly? The witch's attacks couldn't even touch him. Damn it, what kind of defensive skills does he have? The 2 assassin spirit companions had lost all their previous arrogance, watching the witch's gruesome death and feeling a chill run down their spines. They could lose, they could die. But they couldn't die like this, without knowing why. The A rank witch's power was indeed formidable. She still had many highly destructive spells she hadn't even used yet. Unfortunately, facing Xia Yuan, she had no chance to land any attacks. Even if she had, it would have only looked spectacular, but it wouldn't have broken through the limitless defensive spells. Xia Yuan turned around, his icy blue eyes gazing at the other 2. Next. Mo Shiyu and Xiao He were both stunned. Xia Yuan usually appeared lazy and carefree, but once he got serious in battle, he was both handsome and cool and utterly invincible. Chapter 32, The Divine Favor, designed too well for him. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man and the multi-armed war machine had no intention of sitting idly by. The 2 attacked Xia Yuan almost simultaneously. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man glared again, his golden eyes flashing with light, using a suppressing force from the sky to restrict Xia Yuan's movements. As expected, you can't withstand this power. The multi-armed war machine's rear thrusters erupted with flames, propelling it instantly towards Xia Yuan. For mechanical arms, aided by the thruster's thrust, slammed down on him with tremendous force. Unfortunately, the iron arms hovered in front of Xia Yuan, unable to penetrate even an inch. What? Even close combat can't hit him. It's like something is blocking him. Xia Yuan glanced at the robot with his blue eyes, then took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Unrelenting pressure bore down on the multi-armed war machine, forcing it backward until it was pressed against the wall. Click, click, click. Even its body made of ultra-high hardness mechanical alloy was now creaking under the pressure, sparks flying everywhere. It seemed as though the multi-armed war machine was about to be completely pinned against the wall. The Crimson Dragon Man charged forward to help, roaring as he swung his claws. He even transformed his upper body into a dragon-like form and lunged towards Xia Yuan. But all his attacks seemed to strike an impenetrable dimensional barrier. Xia Yuan didn't even glance at him, his aura surging as he continued to compress the multi-armed war machine. The multi-armed war machine was nearly crushed flat. In its final moments, its mechanical eyes were filled with confusion. How? Possible? Crack. The walls shattered and cracked open. The entire robot seemed to have been crushed by a hydraulic press, scattering into a pile of thin metal sheets that began to dissipate into spiritual energy fragments. My wall slam, do you like it? Xia Yuan's lips curled into a grin as he turned to face the Crimson Dragon Man. You're the last one. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cellar, unconsciously stepping back as fear gripped his heart. For a spirit contract, death meant disappearance, no longer feeling anything in this world and unable to return to their original realm. So it was only natural for them to fear it. Since the spirit contract master assigned him to the assassin's path, he had never encountered a spirit contract being as powerful as Xia Yuan, transcending all common sense. They were a rank contract spirits, not just ordinary beings. Even if the opponent were a legendary SSR, the power disparity shouldn't be this extreme. The enemy has become so twisted that they can use various extremely violent methods to brutally slaughter them. You, what the hell are you? Why are our attacks ineffective? The Crimson Gold Dragon Man shouted in despair. Why are you shouting so loudly? Since you want to die knowing the truth, I'll tell you. Xia Yuan casually scratched his ear, walked up to him, raised a hand, and said, you can try touching me. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man was on high alert, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He raised his hand and attempted to touch Xia Yuan's palm. However, to his utter shock, his hand couldn't even touch the other person. After dispatching the two assassin spirit beasts, Xia Yuan seemed noticeably more cheerful and explained. Infinity. That's what separates us. Can your attacks traverse infinite distances and reach me? The Crimson Gold Dragon Man stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe. Are you kidding me? What kind of skill is that? That's way too unbalanced. It's not fair to the rest of us contract spirits. He suddenly backed away, his upper body transforming into a dragon's head, and let out a deafening screech towards Xia Yuan. Roar! Dragon roar! The powerful sound waves generated by the roar sent Xia Yuan reeling backward, forcing him to cover his ears. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man had lost all courage to continue fighting and turned to flee. I told you not to shout so loudly. Xia Yuan raised his hand, activating the gravitational pull of the cursed art, his body flickering as he collided with the dragon. He then delivered a punch, sending him crashing to the ground, where he bounced several times like a basketball. Don't move! City Guard, enforce the law! At that moment, nearby city defense contract spirits arrived and called out to Xia Yuan. The area had already been cordoned off by various city defense contract spirits, separating the crowd of onlookers filming the scene and slowly surrounding the area. The scene was quite gruesome. A half-dead spirit lay at Xia Yuan's feet, its smile eerily sinister. The city defense spirit guardians mistakenly believed he was the villain. Xia Yuan felt a headache coming on. This is getting complicated. Do I have to explain now? Suddenly, a snow-white horse with pure white wings descended from the sky, stirring up a whirlwind, and landed in front of Mo Shiyu. Upon its back sat a knight shrouded in holy light, so dazzling that one could not see his features clearly. Mo Chang jumped down from the horse and immediately checked on Xia Yuan. Seeing that he was unharmed, he turned to Mo Shiyu and asked with concern, Shiyu, are you okay? Mo Shiyu nodded, I'm fine. This knight riding the white horse was none other than the Mo clan's fully leveled SR contract spirit, the Holy Light Knight. Mo Chang surveyed the complex situation around him and asked, what's going on here? Mo Shiyu explained. 3A rank contract spirits above level 70 attacked us. Xia Yuan has already killed 2 of them. The last one is lying at his feet. She sighed helplessly, the city guards probably think we're the bad guys. The Holy Light Knight heard this and a muffled voice echoed from his helmet, his tone slightly surprised. Did I hear that correctly? A 45th level assassin killed 2A rank 70th level contract spirits in such a short time? His voice was neutral, making it impossible to discern his gender, but he stared intently at Xia Yuan, his eyes burning with admiration. SSR tier really is different. He looks so strong. If possible, I'd love to fight him. Xia Yuan glanced at the Holy Light Knight, whose armor was particularly glaring, and raised his hand slightly, about to unleash a virtual technique C. But upon seeing Mo Chang beside him, he relaxed and smiled. Oh, it's old Mo from the Mo family. I thought another assassin had arrived and almost attacked. Mo Chang glanced at the golden dragon man lying on the ground, who had already lost his ability to fight, and said respectfully. Senior Xia Yuan, may we take this last assassin's contract spirit? I will investigate who hired him. At level 45, he had killed several A-rank advanced contract spirits, and he still looked as though he was handling it with ease. Mo Chang had never witnessed Xia Yuan's true combat power before, and his heart was far from calm. At that moment, the city defense contract spirits had begun to narrow and close in. Mo Chang, seeing this, immediately produced an ID and shouted, I am a T1 ranked contract spirit master of the Alliance. Leave this to me. Upon seeing the ID, the city defense contract spirits halted their actions. Soon, the city defense commander issued an order to retreat, and they did not continue their investigation, withdrawing like a tide. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Xia Yuan waved his hand, already using his spiritual energy to locate the previous location. I've confirmed the employer's location. I'll go look for her. She shouldn't have gone far. I'll bring her back. Mo Laodang, during this time, Mo Shiyu is under your protection. She must not be harmed in the slightest. As he finished speaking, Xia Yuan vanished from the spot, leaving the stunned crowd behind. The Holy Light Knight and Mo Chang stood frozen in place, looking around in confusion. Mo Shiyu spoke up, there's no need to look for her. Xia Yuan has already left. He probably has a lead. We'll just wait here. Mo Chang looked astonished. Xia Yuan has the ability to teleport? Mo Shiyu nodded, something like that. You can think of it that way. The Holy Light Knight couldn't help but marvel. I don't get it. The skill mechanics of SSRs are truly mind-blowing. The divine creator is truly biased. They're only 1S away, yet they designed them so well. Chapter 33, I prefer the young ones. Xia Yuan returned to the exact spot where he had been teleported earlier. First time's a learning experience. This time, his speed was much faster. As expected, this was an extremely secluded private laboratory, built deep within an uninhabited mountain. Upon seeing Xia Yuan's figure reappear, the person hiding in the shadows was momentarily disoriented, unsure of what was happening. However, seeing that Xia Yuan was not in an unclaimed state and that the assassin spirit hadn't called to report the mission completed, she realized that Mo Shiyu was still alive. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, his sapphire blue eyes sweeping the area, speaking with authority. The employer must be hiding here, right? If you don't want to die, come out on your own. Otherwise, my methods are quite brutal. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The underground facility was vast and empty, with no sound at all. Xia Yuan didn't expect the hiding figure to come out on its own. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the curse technique Cyan, violently leveling the entire underground laboratory to the ground. Boom! The blue energy sphere of Tsang resembled a miniature black hole, leaving nothing but rubble in its wake. Those hiding within were naturally unable to stay hidden and were forced out. Several 80th level contract spirits protected a woman with long, flowing blonde hair, narrowly escaping with their lives. I've found you. Xia Yuan smiled, his gaze fixed on the woman. The blonde woman burst into maniacal laughter. Hee, just a simple skill, yet it causes such widespread damage. SSR-tier combat power is truly extraordinary. Her eyes, filled with a lustful gaze, fixed on Xia Yuan, while her two massive breasts bounced up and down, almost bursting out of her clothes. She licked her red lips, her hands sliding up her body from below, showcasing her extremely mature and sensual figure, and seductively said, Xia Yuan, would you like to be my contract spirit? Not only do I have abundant spiritual energy, but I'm also very moist. If you become my contract spirit, I promise you'll experience ecstasy every day. Xia Yuan hadn't expected the employer behind him to be such a fiery, voluptuous woman. He laughed. Sorry, sis, I still prefer the younger ones. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Yuan's palm slammed hard into her waist and his figure flickered forward. The contract spirits protecting her didn't even have time to react. The blonde woman was knocked into a pretzel shape, the pain causing her to faint on the spot, her pale body trembling uncontrollably. They immediately launched an attack on Xia Yuan, attempting to reclaim their master, but all their attacks were effortlessly blocked by an unrestricted spell, leaving no trace of impact. Xia Yuan flipped the blonde woman under his arm. You wanted to kill Fat Rain, didn't you? Well, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. I won't bother killing you. Go on your way. Xia Yuan's figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the station. Mo Shiyu and Mo Chang watched him embrace the blonde woman, looking surprised. Mo Chang asked, who is she? Xia Yuan tossed the unconscious woman to the ground and explained. This is the employer. She had planned from the start to teleport me to her side, kill Fat Rain, and then bind me to her. Unfortunately, she didn't know my abilities and ended up exposing herself instead. The muffled voice from the Holy Light Knight's helmet sounded again. Wait, you mean you brought her back in just a moment? Xia Yuan nodded casually. Mo Chang took out his phone, snapped a photo, and identified the woman's identity. Sure enough, she's a criminal. Blonde woman, a fugitive criminal with several murder cases under her belt. She especially targets newcomers who have extracted high-tier contract spirits. He looked at Xia Yuan, but she must have a lot of contract spirits under her command. Did you kill them all? Xia Yuan shrugged helplessly, you think I'm too brutal? They just couldn't stop me or catch up to me. The Holy Light Knight side, teleportation is such a useful skill. It saves so much trouble. Xia Yuan raised his hand to shield his eyes, speaking of which, is that guy with his entire body blurred out your SR, old dang? The Holy Light Knight's lips twitched slightly under his helmet as he retorted. Blurred out? This is called Holy Light. Don't make it sound like those explicit scenes in Japanese action movies. Xia Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. It seems this world is similar to mine after all. Give me some websites, I want to study the differences. The Holy Light Knight grew excited at this point, so we're kindred spirits? No problem, no problem. Do you have WeChat? I'll add you. The two exchanged WeChat IDs with a smile. The conversation was a bit inappropriate. Mo Chang, seeing Mo Shiyu's curious expression, immediately cleared his throat to interrupt the two perverts' conversation. Enough, I'll handle this. That blonde woman might be acting on someone's orders. I need to investigate thoroughly and find out who dares to lay a finger on someone from the Mo family. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you, uncle. The Holy Light Knight summoned chains from his hands, binding both the assassin's spirit beast, the Crimson Gold Dragon, and the blonde woman. Mo Chang remounted his two-winged celestial steed. Before departing, he couldn't help but entrust Mo Shiyu with a final instruction. This National University Spirit Beast Master Competition is drawing a lot of attention across the entire Great Xia Empire. If you can make it into the top 3, you might even be directly recruited into one of the 3 top-tier contract spirit universities. Prepare well. Mo Shiyu replied confidently. Top 3? We're aiming for first place. Mo Chang laughed. That would be best. The Holy Light Knight gripped the reins and laughed heartily. Xia Yuan brother, the links I sent you are really good. There's even one about contract spirits and contract spirit masters. Take your time to check them out. If you get tired of them, come find me. Xia Yuan replied solemnly. I'm just studying the differences between this world and the one I came from. It's not the same as what you're doing. The Holy Light Knight swung the reins, and the heavenly horse soared into the sky. I understand everything. Mo Shiyu was completely confused. What websites? Xia Yuan feigned ignorance. Nothing, just research materials. Mo Shiyu still didn't understand. She patted her full chest confidently and said, Research materials? What are you researching? If there's anything you don't understand about this world, you can ask me. Xia Yuan forgot to turn off his auto-aim and couldn't help but glance a few extra times. It must be said, Mo Shiyu was quite something. She was only a tiny bit less impressive than the blonde with the big waves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her Fat Rain. That's not appropriate. You're still too young to understand those things. Mo Shiyu heard this and was puffing out her cheeks and saying, What's so young about me? I just turned 18 this year. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. You started high school so late? Mo Shiyu's pretty face was filled with exasperation. Xia Yuan, do you have any common sense? Spirit contract masters usually can't enter high school until after they're 18. Most spirit contract masters don't have enough spiritual power to sustain a contract with a spirit at that age. The two continued to argue as they waited for the high-speed train to return to the academy. What they didn't know was that the video of Xia Yuan, a level 45 spirit contract master, fighting 3 A-rank spirit beasts over level 70, had already gone viral online and was spreading like wildfire. The few daring onlookers at the station had filmed the entire incident on their phones. Shocking. 3 A-rank high-level assassin spirit beasts appeared at Chongyang City Station and were brutally killed by a 45th level human spirit beast. The newly born SSR-tier spirit beast of the Xuanbai Spirit Beast Academy has revealed its combat power. Listen to experts break down his abilities frame by frame and see just how overpowered he is. The contract spirit master Mo Shiyu, who drew the latest SSR contract spirit, has vowed to crush all other competitors and claim first place in this year's National University Contract Spirit Master Competition. The National University Spirit Beast Masters Competition is about to begin. Upon hearing this news, students from all Spirit Summoner Academies have already begun studying strategies to counter Xia Yuan, the SSR-ranked Spirit Summoner. This is essentially leaking intelligence to other competitors in advance. However, even with these battle scenes, they still find it difficult to fully grasp his strategies. Even if they do, it will be difficult to come up with an effective countermeasure. The verification period is about to begin. Please add this book to your shelves, follow for updates, and consider leaving gifts. Readers who enjoy the skills and templates of certain characters can leave feedback in the comments section. Additionally, we're introducing a bonus chapter rule to motivate myself to write more. Once we reach 100 gift points, I'll add an extra chapter, with a maximum of 3 bonus chapters per day. Chapter 34, Xia Yuan breaks through, grinding and spending. Inside the villa. Just after waking up, Mo Shiyu, wearing a bear pajama, watched the viral video on the Contract Spirit Master official website, covering her head with both hands in frustration. Oh no, oh no. Those onlookers are really fearless. They even filmed the entire process. Now your skills are out in the open. It's like the whole world is analyzing every frame. We'll definitely be targeted by those with ulterior motives at the competition. Xia Yuan, who had been studying all night, yawned as he walked out of his room. Only to see 2 3-dimensional bears, Xiongde and Xiong'er. Round, sturdy, and full. He sighed inwardly, youth is truly wonderful, before shrugging it off. Just let them study. They can study whatever they want. If I lose, it's my fault. Mo Shiyu sat curled up on the sofa like a duck, glaring at him with a pout. Hearing your words is like hearing a whole lecture. Xia Yuan smiled and said, I'm just joking. I'm the strongest, I won't lose. Mo Shiyu looked worried. I'm not afraid of ordinary contract spirits, but I'm afraid of those other SSRs. Information asymmetry is terrifying. We don't know their abilities, but they already know ours. This means we're already at a disadvantage before the battle even begins. Xia Yuan sat back on the sofa with his legs crossed, smirking. In the face of absolute power, all tactics and strategies are nothing but the antics of a clown. Besides, if they can devise a strategy to completely counter me based on just a single battle video, then they deserve the credit. He chuckled. Besides, who was the one who boldly declared they'd take first place and attracted all this attention? That's why they're being targeted, right? Mo Shiyu looked confused, stuck out her tongue, and sweetly tried to brush it off. Is that really what happened? I didn't even notice. Xia Yuan, Fat Rain, you set the flag yourself, you have to take responsibility for it. Mo Shiyu's cheeks puffed out as she pondered, but came up with nothing. At this point, the fact that Xia Yuan's abilities had been exposed and he had become the enemy of everyone was irreversible. All she could do now was try to level Xia Yuan up to 50 before the competition and then break through. And give him another set of spiritual power runes. Mo Shiyu slapped her cheeks and encouraged herself. There's only a month left until the competition starts. Reaching level 50 should be enough. Let's go. Let's get started. Time to grind and level up. Xia Yuan collapsed on the sofa, motionless like a corpse. Staying up late last night watching videos left me with a sore back and a buzzing head. Calling Fat Rain technician, I need a massage on my temples. Mo Shiyu's newly ignited enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. She bit her lips and forced the words out between her teeth. Xia Yuan, I'm your master, not your technician. Xia Yuan threw a tantrum, rolling around on the floor. No massage, no leaving. Mo Shiyu. If she could, she truly wished the contract she had made with Xia Yuan was a slave contract. She wanted to ride this arrogant SSR to the ground, discipline him thoroughly, and make him know who the real master was. Xia Yuan, 19:18:7. If you don't come by 1, I'm going to play games today. I found a cute girl online recently, and she talks so sweetly. Mo Shiyu clenched her fists, then smiled sweetly and crawled over. Here I am, your personal technician Xiaoyu is here to serve you. Xia Yuan inhaled the refreshing fragrance, enjoying the tender touch of her snow-white hands, feeling exceptionally relaxed. He had already made up his mind to train Fat Rain into the world's top massage technician. The strongest in the world. No one else. Over the course of this month, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan went all out, tackling 5-star missions non-stop every day. They kept pushing Mo Shiyu, who had already taken several potions, until she was completely drained, before finally calling it a day. During this time, after witnessing Xia Yuan's insane combat power, no assassins dared to come after Mo Shiyu anymore. However, Xia Yuan's level was becoming increasingly difficult to raise. Even when rare red-named bosses occasionally appeared, they didn't grant much experience. Until 2 days before the National High School Spirit Summoner Tournament began. Xia Yuan's level finally reached 50, allowing him to break through. The system's progress bar was moving along nicely, reaching 40%. Even the little black pet he kept as an accessory had already broken through 3 times, reaching level 90. The breakthrough was imminent. Mo Shiyu looked completely overwhelmed, trembling as she was supported by Xia Yuan and made her way to the breakthrough platform within the academy. This was something you didn't know until you saw it, and it was a shock. The breakthrough power required for Xia Yuan's breakthrough was a staggering 500,000. Mo Shiyu nearly fainted upon seeing the number. With all the resources she had accumulated so far through dungeon runs and various rewards, even if she sold everything she owned, she could only afford breakthrough materials worth around 200,000 breakthrough power. 500,000? That's impossible. After all, to fully level up a spirit contract, 3 breakthroughs are required. The first breakthrough occurs at level 50. The second breakthrough at level 75. The third breakthrough at level 90. Each breakthrough requires an increasing amount of breakthrough materials. Xia Yuan's first breakthrough alone required a staggering 500,000 breakthrough power. The subsequent breakthroughs will likely require millions, or even tens of millions. Mo Shiyu finally understood why SSR characters are so difficult to cultivate. The combat power is indeed strong, but cultivating it truly requires more effort. I don't have enough resources right now, so I'll have to ask my family for help. Mo Shiyu has a strong-willed personality. Since she came out on her own, she has been determined to make it on her own and not rely on her family for a single penny. However, for Xia Yuan's breakthrough, she reluctantly agreed. Xia Yuan looked at the exhausted Mo Shiyu and saw a reflection of his former self. He had once gone through the same ordeal to cultivate a game character, spending countless hours and money, leaving him completely exhausted. Mo Shiyu made a call. The Mo family's private car arrived at the academy to pick them up. Upon returning to the Mo family mansion, without even needing Mo Shiyu or Xia Yuan to speak, Mo Chang waved his hand, and the remaining 300,000 breakthrough materials were prepared the next day. Additionally, they spent a massive amount of spirit stones to purchase a 4-star spirit energy engraving set from the Spirit Binder's official website. When it came to cultivating Xia Yuan, an SSR-ranked character, the Mo family spared no expense. Even if it meant depleting the family's entire fortune, they would do everything to help Xia Yuan reach the maximum level. They weren't foolish. Once Xia Yuan reaches max level, the returns he'll bring back to the Mo family will be far more than this. A family with a 100 level SSR at its core can join the ranks of the top-tier aristocratic families of the Great Xia Empire, becoming part of the elite few at the pinnacle of the nation. Gaining power that places one just below the ruler and above 10,000 others. As a large family, the Mo family naturally has its own breakthrough platform. Xia Yuan's breakthrough was watched by the entire crowd. All the members of the Mo family came to witness the event, making the occasion extremely grand. If it weren't for Mo Shiyu's firm refusal, Mo Chang even planned to send out invitations to other clans to attend the ceremony, all in the name of showing off. Every member of the Mo family was eagerly waiting for Xia Yuan's first breakthrough. Chapter 35, Envy the corner of the table, the grand competition begins. On the breakthrough stage. The 500,000 breakthrough points required for the breakthrough were instantly depleted. The breakthrough platform erupted in brilliant light. Xia Yuan's body trembled violently as a surging wave of energy shot into the sky, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful aura. He felt as though the power that had been locked within him had been released by more than half. Xia Yuan sensed something was amiss. At level 50, he could already unleash over half of his peak combat power. In other words, if he were to reach level 100, he would be even stronger than the original Gojo Satoru. In practical terms, this meant his skills were more powerful and he had more magical energy. Not bad, not bad. Xia Yuan never expected he could surpass Gojo Satoru's power and become an even stronger ceiling. The onlookers from the Mo school were all stunned. They had never seen another spirit contract user break through with such a grand display, giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure as if a raid boss had descended. Mo Shiyu walked up to him and embedded 3 spirit energy runes into his body. Xia Yuan felt the spiritual energy supporting his body undergo an evolution, becoming even more concentrated and pure. 3 bright runes glowed behind him, constantly shifting and forming an eerie pattern resembling a golden clock. Mo Shiyu was also thrilled by Xia Yuan's newfound strength, her voice filled with excitement as she said, "This set of inscriptions is called Time's End. Its effect is to purify the spiritual energy I give you, increasing the energy it produces and reducing the energy consumed when you release skills. Additionally, it has a special active effect. When my spiritual energy is depleted, you can rotate the clock to return half of our spiritual energy to each other." Mo Shiyu cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak so highly of her own family. Well, the Time's End spirit energy set is quite rare. The Mo clan had to dig deep into their reserves to acquire it this time. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. This girl's feelings toward her family were truly complicated. Mo Lao Dang, thank you for your help this time. From now on, the Mo family is under my protection. If there's anything you need me to handle, just give me a call. Mo Chun laughed. Senior Xia Yuan is being too kind. This is what we should do. Xia Yuan looked around but couldn't spot the figure shrouded in holy light. Curious, he asked. Where's the censor knight? That guy probably doesn't like staying in the spirit contract space, does he? Mo Cheng pointed to a house within the estate inside. The holy light knight is in her own room. Except for fighting, she is always at home playing games. Xia Yuan chuckled, surprised that the holy light knight was such a homebody. No wonder we're kindred spirits. He immediately teleported over, kicked open the door, and rushed inside. Coded knight, I'm here to play with you. Inside the room, a young girl radiating holy white light sat slumped in front of a computer, playing a game. Her entire body was buried in a mountain of snacks like potato chips and spicy noodles. Happy fatty water bottles were scattered all over the table. On the computer screen, the game's visuals were intense, filled with images that needed to be censored, making it impossible to play. The young girl tapped her delicate white toes and calmly uttered a neutral "oh," saying, Xia Yuan, I'm currently busy defeating the boss. Feel free to find a place to sit. Xia Yuan watched this scene in silence for a moment before saying, Are you a girl? Still a little girl? The holy light knight shot him a disdainful glance. Of course I'm a woman. It's just that my voice is a bit more neutral. Xia Yuan was utterly shocked. This was the first time he had ever felt like he'd been hit over the head with a bucket of cold water since arriving in this world. Not a little sister? You're a woman, what are you watching Japanese action movies and playing adult games for? Xia Yuan felt betrayed. He had come here with the intention of meeting his good brother, only to find that his good brother had turned into a loli. Who could accept that? The holy light loli saw him frozen in place, pushed aside the pile of snacks beside her, made some space for him, and patted his hand. What are you standing there for? Sit down. This cold and aloof SSR female contract spirit from the 1,000 loves and 10,000 spirits is really hard to win over. I've tried everything, but she still won't give me OXXX. Xia Yuan suddenly realized he had been too judgmental based on appearances. Even if she looks like a little lowly, she has the heart of a kindred spirit. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate to sit down, snatching the controller from her hands. Let me take a look. What kind of character is so hard to handle? Xia Yuan was no stranger to this kind of game in his previous life, with plenty of experience under his belt. He quickly defeated the character that had stumped the Holy Knight, leaving her in awe and admiration. Is this an SSR? So strong. Xia Yuan smirked triumphantly, waving her hand to indicate it wasn't an apology, it was just a friendly reminder that the newbie still had some training to do. The two quickly became inseparable, with the room occasionally echoing with their sinister laughter. In a great mood, Mo Shiyu, full of excitement, bounced over. Xia Yuan, what are you guys playing? Mo Shiyu pushed open the door with a smile, only to see an incredibly explosive scene on the computer screen. And the sound that made her face flush and her heart race. Rubbing? Scraping the table leg? Her beautiful eyes gradually lost their luster, and she silently closed the door. A few days before the competition began, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had entered a rest and recuperation mode, temporarily putting their training on hold. They wanted to ensure they were in the best possible condition for the competition. During this time, they stayed at the Mo family's large estate. Xia Yuan spent his days hanging out with the Holy Light Knights, hiding in a small house playing various games, enjoying endless fun. Mo Shiyu could only stay on the other side, feeling dejected all day. She feels like her husband is cheating on her. Praying for the competition to start soon. Otherwise, her SSR would be corrupted by that Holy Light Knight. Just a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The highly anticipated National High School Spirit Summoner competition officially kicked off today. The competition format is extremely clear. Each Spirit Summoner high school first holds internal selections to determine the top 10. The top 10 will then compete in the provincial level competition, with 5 university spirit masters selected to advance to the national finals in the capital city of Dasha to vie for the national championship. At this moment, the entire nation's attention is focused on this competition. The competition will be broadcast live in real time, with unprecedented levels of attention. All major factions across the Great Xia Empire are eagerly awaiting the outcome and closely monitoring the competition. Every university spirit master and their spirit are itching to compete, ready to showcase their talents on this grand stage and make a name for themselves. The opportunities and rewards at stake are self-evident. Chuanbei Spirit Beast Master Academy. The Spirit Beast Battle Square is already packed to capacity. All faculty, students, and even the spirit beasts have gathered here. Today, they will select the 10 spirit masters with the strongest spirit teams from the school. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan immediately became the center of attention upon their arrival. As the only first-year student participating in the competition, she was likely the only one. All other participants are senior spirit masters who have had more time to cultivate their spirits. Whether it comes to spirit level or quantity, they hold a significant advantage. However, Mo Shiyu's spirit beast lineup was the simplest, consisting of only Xia Yuan. Chapter 36, a solo defender, standing until the end. The selection rules for our school are simple. 10 battle stages for spirit beast duels have already been set up. You have 1 day to choose any time to defend your platform, defeat as many challengers as possible, and accumulate your defense time. At 6 p.m., we will rank participants based on their total defense time. The 10 spirit masters with the longest defense times will represent our school in the provincial level competition. Principal Chuanbei personally explained the competition rules, his voice booming and clear. This method is fair enough. As long as a spirit master has sufficient spiritual energy reserves and a powerful spirit beast, their defense time will naturally be longer. It also avoids the unfairness caused by a round-robin format. After hearing the rules, the entire venue erupted in a stir of discussion. It's the same old story ranking based on how long one can defend the stage. After all, it's simply too difficult for one person to defend the stage until the end. In a round-robin format, even if the spirit beast is strong enough, the spirit master's spiritual energy wouldn't be enough. The top contenders this year are undoubtedly the combination of Mo Xiaohua and Yuanshan, right? They're also the only first-year participants. You've all seen that video, right? Yuanshan is indeed both handsome and powerful, but when it comes to the current top spirit master in the entire region, it's got to be Han Guang. Han Guangshui's spirit beast team is too strong as 70 level SR rank spirit beast, plus 280 level A rank spirit beasts. The spirit battle arena square was packed with over 10,000 seats. Besides the entire school faculty, students, and spirit beasts, there are also outsiders who have come to watch the matches. For example, the elders and disciples of spirit master clans. They wouldn't miss the chance to see their family's young spirit masters perform in the tournament. Members of the Mo family and the Jiang family have all arrived. Cameras from major television stations have filled every corner of the venue, ensuring that the live broadcast footage is crystal clear. In the past, the Chuanbei Spirit Beast Master Academy never received such high attention. Such selection competitions would only attract one news media outlet at most. However, with the emergence of Xia Yuan, an extremely active SSR-ranked spirit tamer, things have changed overnight. Just a short time after being selected, while still below level 50, he participated in tackling the Abyss Dungeon boss and single-handedly defeated 3 A-rank spirit beast killers. These achievements are truly impressive and cannot be ignored. After hearing the rules, Xia Yuan yawned boredly and pointed at the spirit summoning arena, asking, "The longer we stay up there, the higher our chances of becoming first, right?" Mo Shiyu nodded, that's right. Xia Yuan asked again, my power is still pretty hard to control. What if I accidentally kill them? Mo Shiyu bit the rope in her lips, tying her long, smooth black hair into a sleek high ponytail, revealing her smooth, white swan-like neck. They won't die. The spirit contract arena is specially designed. Any spirit contract beings that die in battle will return to their spirit contract master's spirit contract space, though it will consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Xia Yuan smiled, so that means I can go all out. Mo Shiyu thought about his skills and their destructive power, and even the arena's barrier might not hold up, so she couldn't help but say, be moderate. Don't use your full strength. It probably won't be necessary. Xia Yuan waved his hand, got it. Cheers erupted from the audience. Oh. Yuanshin is so cool. Yuanshin, look this way. We're here. Yuanshin playing in a school tournament? That's like fishing in a pond. First place is ours. I bet no one can break Yuanshin's defense. Xia Yuan turned his head and saw the people from the Mo school waving at him. Ink City and the Holy Light Knights have arrived. The Holy Light Knights aren't wearing their Holy Light armor this time. However, the Holy Light little girl seemed to be trying to prevent her own glow from being too blinding, so she wrapped herself in a large coat, leaving only her two little eyes exposed. She was holding a game console and playing with it. When she saw Xia Yuan looking at her, she waved at him and shouted loudly. Xia Yuan, you rascal. You better come in first, or else it'll be a waste of my time coming out here in this blazing sun just to see you. Xia Yuan smiled and gave her an okay sign. Mo Shiyu, upon seeing the Holy Light Knight, wore a look of resentment. She felt like he had corrupted her SSR, playing such a game. Recalling the scene from that day, she blushed and angrily said, Xia Yuan, stay away from the Holy Light Knight. That guy looks so holy, but he's not holy at all. Xia Yuan let out an ah and pretended not to hear. The competition was about to begin. All the participants gathered around the 10 battle stages, waiting in silence. However, upon seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, the other participants immediately moved away and switched platforms. They didn't want to face the big boss right off the bat. Similarly, on the other side, Han Guang, who was considered the strongest overall, had no one daring to stand by his side. Mo Shiyu and Han Guang, separated by the crowd, exchanged glances and silently avoided standing on the same stage. Both sides had their reasons. As alumni, they didn't want to engage in a fierce battle right away, exhausting their spiritual energy and allowing others to overtake them. Moreover, revealing their true abilities would give other academies an opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. But Xia Yuan didn't think that far ahead. Bored, he said. That guy named Han Guang has a lot of spirit pets, and I think he has an SR1 too, just like Xiao Guang. I'll challenge him later and see how strong his spirit pets really are. Mo Shiyu immediately stopped him, don't do that. Picking the strongest ones to fight first is just wasting your spiritual energy. Xia Yuan thought about it and agreed, but if there's extra spiritual energy left when time runs out, we can try him out then. Mo Shiyu knew she couldn't persuade him, so she sighed, we'll see then. Xia Yuan stood behind Mo Shiyu, playing with her ponytail, enjoying himself immensely. So, when are we going? Mo Shiyu felt her ponytail at the back of her head was about to spiral off, and she turned around angrily, swatting his hand away. Let's start right away and keep going until the end. Xia Yuan tapped his chin, I have no problem, but can you handle it, Fat Rain? Mo Shiyu took a deep breath, I'll do my best. The loudspeaker in the square blared. Time is up. I hereby declare the selection competition officially underway. Principal Chuanbei finished speaking. 10 battle platforms were gradually filled with challengers. Xia Yuan strolled onto the stage with a leisurely stride, leaping onto it in a single bound, waiting for challengers to test his skills. Everyone watched him closely. As soon as Xia Yuan stepped onto the stage, several challengers immediately pulled themselves down from mid-air to join him on the stage. Are you kidding? Going up now would be suicide. Although one wouldn't die on the platform, it would require a massive expenditure of spiritual energy to revive. Mo Shiyu summoned Xiao Hei, and her time defending the stage began. Other stages were in fierce combat, with intense battles raging. But on the stage where Xia Yuan stood, it was calm and quiet. He stood there alone, bored out of his mind, his hands in his pockets. The audience began to murmur. No way? No one dares to challenge him? What are we even watching? Who's going to go? Didn't you watch the video? 3A rank advanced spirit contractors were all beaten to a pulp. SSR is just too overpowered. But if we use a relay strategy to drain the spirit master's energy, we might be able to take him down. That depends on whether they have the guts to try. I want to see the SSR's combat power with my own eyes. Come on, a few brave souls, challenge the dragon. Chapter 37, is there anyone who can fight? If not, let us all go together. Xia Yuan defended his position, and for a time, no one dared to step forward to challenge him. The disciples of the Mo school cheered non-stop, each one brimming with pride. This is the strongest spirit beast of the Mo family. Who dares to defy them? Who dares to challenge them? The disciples of other prominent families, seeing the Mo family's overwhelming dominance, could only feel envy and admiration. Does having an SSR mean you can do whatever you want? Sorry, having an SSR means you can do whatever you want. The audience. The Jiang family members watched the black-clad, silver-haired man on the stage, who had no challengers, with expressions of regret and distress. They instinctively turned their gaze toward Jiang Li, the unlucky one. Xia Yuan, the SSR who could have led the Jiang family to greatness, now lets the Mo family gloat so freely. Jiang Li couldn't even lift her head, her eyes bloodshot, looking utterly defeated. Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Xia Yuan, clutching her pant leg tightly, a metallic taste rising in her throat. Damn it! Even that woman is a useless and couldn't kill Mo Shiyu. The more powerful Xia Yuan's combat prowess became, the more pain and regret she felt. These past few days had nearly driven her to the brink of death. On the stage. Xia Yuan hadn't expected these guys to be so cowardly. Being alone on the stage was getting a bit boring. He walked over to the edge of the stage, his voice lazy and mocking. Hey, hey! You people down there, isn't there a single one of you who can fight? Xia Yuan smiled kindly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and challenged all the contract spirits on the stage. This defending the stage is way too boring. Here's a deal, I'll draw a circle on the ground and stand still. If any of you can make my feet move even an inch, I'll admit defeat and step down myself. A light bulb went off in Xia Yuan's head. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, oh, I've got another idea. The rules didn't say anything about not being able to gang up on one person, so you can all work together to knock me down first. That would be brilliant. But if you're still too scared to come up like turtles, then I can help you. Whether you choose to be a cowardly turtle or a brave warrior, the choice is yours. His expression and tone were so provoking that the arrogant contract spirits below clenched their teeth in anger. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but hold her forehead in frustration, but she also knew that if Xia Yuan could stay idle, that would be truly rare. The contract spirits couldn't resist such provocation. They were all proud creatures, and they all rushed to their contract spirits to challenge him, wanting to test just how strong this SSR was. Even if they lost, they could at least stay on the stage longer and improve their rankings. They wouldn't have to look so pathetic. For a moment, the contract spirits were filled with passion and united in their hatred. How dare he underestimate us? He is too arrogant. Brothers, can we just let this slide? I can't take it anymore. What's so special about an SSR? Let's all go together and wear down his spirit master's spiritual energy with a relentless assault. Count me in. He is too arrogant. Today, I'll slay the god. Oh woo 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 woo. Clank clank clank. The entire audience never expected Xia Yuan to provoke them on his own and even set rules that he couldn't break. This unbounded arrogance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. The live streams of major media outlets were ablaze. Ha, I was just worried there wouldn't be any excitement, and now he's really stirring things up. This face-slapping mockery has instantly angered everyone. Is he some kind of spirit companion trained to be a jerk? According to experts' analysis of his battle footage, he likely has a powerful defensive barrier around him, and his offensive capabilities are also formidable. A SSR that's both powerful and high output that's definitely strong. Let's start the battle. The stage where Xia Yuan was standing was suddenly swamped by 5 contract spirits, who charged forward to take the lead. Almost all of them were spirit beasts of levels 60 to 70, ranging from D rank to B rank. Their races and appearances were all different. Xia Yuan jumped to the center of the stage, rubbed his chin, glanced at the 5 spirit beasts, and said in an odd tone, "Only 5 spirit beasts? Do you look down on me?" The spirit beast arena was built on a vast area, nearly the size of a football field, to allow the spirit beasts ample space to maneuver. Even if a dozen or more spirit beasts were to engage in a chaotic battle, it would still be manageable. We're enough. Today is the day I make a name for myself. 5 spirit beasts, their rage meters maxed out, formed a battle formation: tanks up front, support units in the rear, and damage dealers in the center, and charged toward Xia Yuan. The scene resembled a boss battle in a dungeon crawl. Iron Fist Judgment. Rampage Beam. Tidal Wave Attack. All-out power amplification. Xia Yuan intended to have some fun with them and made an extremely exaggerated gesture, spreading his arms wide to greet their attacks. Various skills exploded all over his body. A dazzling array of colors. The 5 contract spirits were fighting with great vigor, circling Xia Yuan and attacking him from all directions, close combat and long-range attacks alike. It looked incredibly destructive. A piercing scream echoed from the center. Aha! I'm dying. It hurts so much. You're so strong. The 5 spirit contractors smirked, thinking they might actually win, and immediately ramped up their attacks, filled with excitement. If they could really take down this guy in front of them, they'd become famous. But after unleashing their attacks for a while, the aftereffects of their skills faded away, and Xia Yuan still stood there unscathed, his hands in his pockets. He grinned. I was just kidding. Xia Yuan pointed his fingers like guns, aiming at each of them, and made the sound by yubu. The minimal spell reversal technique he was activated, sending out waves of repulsive force. These forces struck the 5 contract spirits, unleashing an irresistible colossal force that sent them flying through the air, crashing down in a heap. Except for the meat shield, who survived, the rest were left half dead. The remaining contract spirits were all killed and returned to their contract spirit master's contract spirit spaces. The meat shield spirit beast was clever. Seeing that Xia Yuan's handgun was aimed at him again, it quickly raised its hands in surrender and fled the stage in a flash. Death meant a massive consumption of spiritual energy to resurrect in the contract spirit space. Xia Yuan treated it like a game, easily defeating the 5 contract spirits leading the charge. He blew on his fingers, his sunglasses tilted slightly downward, revealing sapphire-like eyes, his expression growing cold. I told you. Are you underestimating me? Only sending 5? He looked down at all the waiting spirit beasts and said casually. Is there anyone who can fight? If not, come all at once. The entire arena fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The contract spirits below stared at Xia Yuan with eyes as though they were looking at an unimaginable monster. At that moment, they finally witnessed firsthand the overwhelming pressure of a top-tier SSR. Arrogance? Boasting? Belittling? Boasting? None of that exists. What he says has always been the truth. The next second, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Oh my goodness, that S too strong. Even if the deep god stood there and let them attack, they couldn't touch him. What kind of defensive skill is that? It's completely unbeatable. That guy must be a raid boss, right? He doesn't look anything like a contract spirit. This is the true value of an SSR. I'm so jealous. The deep god's fingers are so long. If only he could help me out with my needs. Chapter 38. Can you still farm rewards? Then I'll farm you all. Xia Yuan had already transformed into the ultimate demon boss of the selection tournament. The contestants below knew that without defeating this boss, they wouldn't stand a chance on this stage. So this time, they truly united, forming teams and devising tactics. They just couldn't believe that Xia Yuan, a mere spirit summoner, could withstand their relentless team attacks. Even if they can't defeat him, at the very least, they must force Xia Yuan to move. Otherwise, where would the other contract spirit masters and their contract spirits' faces be? The second assault team formed to defeat Xia Yuan took the stage. This time, 10 spirit beasts had taken the stage. On the stage, Xia Yuan sneered and waved at them, come on. In an instant, the 10 spirit beasts each took their positions, roaring and charging toward him. Exploding flames. Water gun. A fire and water skill struck Xia Yuan, who remained standing in place, but not to attack him. The fire and water collided, their temperatures canceling each other out, turning into a cloud of steam that obscured Xia Yuan's vision, preventing him from using the same technique to blast them away. The next moment, 5 close-range contract spirits leaped into the mist almost simultaneously, attacking Xia Yuan from all directions. Wave punch. Flash of the blade. Absolute flying leg. Pressure palm. Superhuman martial arts. They couldn't figure out what Xia Yuan's defensive skills were. However, defense has its limits. As long as the attacks are numerous enough, fast enough, and dense enough, the defense will inevitably be broken. If it were ordinary defensive abilities, that would indeed be the case. Bang 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 bang. Dense close-range attacks rained down on Xia Yuan like a storm. However, in the face of this absolute infinite wall, their attacks were reduced to fireworks on a backdrop, futile and absurd. Whether it was the molecules forming the fists, the metallic crystals of the blades, or the fluctuating particles of elemental energy, all were trapped in a state of complete stagnation at an infinitely small distance from Xia Yuan's skin, unable to advance further. Interesting. This has me sweating bullets, caught between a rock and a hard place, quite a predicament indeed. Xia Yuan lazily raised his right hand, which had been tucked into his pocket the entire time. Centered on him, an invisible, extremely concentrated repulsive force was precisely compressed into fan-shaped shockwaves, erupting outward like a flood breaking through a dam. Any spirit beasts that came near were instantly blown away. Shinra Tensei. It should be pretty similar. As Xia Yuan engaged in more battles, he became increasingly familiar with Gojo Satoru's abilities. He gradually mastered them, and was now able to achieve the effects he desired. Moreover, since breaking through level 50 and obtaining the Spirit Power Inscription set, this feeling had grown even stronger. The Gojo Satoru template in Spirit Bond mode, enhanced by continuous upgrades and system-extracted abilities, could continue to grow stronger, even surpassing the original Gojo Satoru. Close-range contract spirits were flung into the air, transforming into colorful meteors that traced distinct parabolic trajectories, crashing down like a shower of flowers onto the ground and protective barriers surrounding the arena. Some were killed, others were injured. Xia Yuan remained motionless, slowly spreading his arms and smiling at the remaining contract spirits. Come again. Keep going. Don't give up, my defense is almost broken. Unable to withstand his taunts, the remaining contract spirits charged at him once more. This time, Xia Yuan didn't rely entirely on his limitless techniques. Instead, he began using his physical combat skills to fend off the incoming enemies. Unable to move his feet, he could only rely on the strength of his hands and waist. Standing like a stationary warrior god, he struck down those who dared to approach with a few powerful punches. Straight punch. Horizontal slash. Hand blade. He swiftly disposed of the spirit beasts beneath him. The second assault team easily wiped out the enemy once again. When they saw Xia Yuan standing still, using only his fists to crush the remaining contract spirits. The contract spirits below were filled with deep fear, their eyes wide with shock. The audience erupted once more in a deafening roar of astonishment. Holy crap! He took down those 70-80 level contract spirits with his bare hands? Hey, this guy isn't just skilled, his physical combat is also that strong? What can't he do? Is an SSR's strength really this overpowered? This isn't just a walk in the park, it's a complete dimensional assault. The deep god hasn't even shown his true strength yet. The skills he used in his videos were already devastating. Did Mo Shiyu save the galaxy in a past life? How did she manage to contract such a powerful card pool character? To be honest, Xia Yuan really wanted to try out the abilities of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, but unfortunately, they were useless against these contract spirits. He glanced at the system panel and was suddenly surprised to find that his system reward bar had actually moved. It had gone from 40% to 41%. Wait a minute, fighting in the arena and killing contract spirits can actually increase the reward bar? This thrilled him to no end. Xia Yuan looked down at the spirit beasts below as if he had seen a treasure, his eyes sparkling. He laughed heartily. Keep going, don't stop. Bring more this time. 10 isn't enough, make it 20. 20 isn't enough, make it 30. I told you to bring them all up. Please beat me. Please beat me. The spirit pets felt a chill run down their spines, sensing an intense gaze from the boss on stage. The third strategy group from last time. This time, as Xia Yuan had wished, the number of contract spirits had increased to 20. Among the 10 battle stages, the one where Xia Yuan was fighting drew the most attention, almost capturing everyone's gaze. Even the audience unconsciously regarded Xia Yuan as the main antagonist, feeling sympathy for the other contract spirits and wanting to cheer them on. The battle erupted once more. Xia Yuan, the boss, was defeated for the third time. This time, Xia Yuan didn't wait for them to act. In pursuit of efficiency, he took the initiative first. Spell reversal. Minimum output. Sun. Boom. Xia Yuan pulled the blue gravitational sphere toward him and began clearing the area. Wherever Sun passed, the contract spirits scattered and died, returning to the contract spirit space. 20 contract spirits were instantly annihilated upon their arrival. With a single skill, Xia Yuan completed the clearing. For a moment, the entire arena erupted in chaos. If the lowest output was this powerful, how overwhelming must the highest output be? Mo Shiyu watched her SSR character dominate the battlefield from below. She couldn't help but feel thrilled, though she tried to hide it. However, she maintained her composed and elegant school beauty image on the surface. After this round of battles, Xia Yuan had barely exerted any of his true strength. Her spiritual energy was still at 95%. As long as no stronger enemies appeared, even if she had to keep fighting in a continuous battle to defend her position, standing from start to finish, it wouldn't be a problem at all. The fourth wave of the assault team was increased to 30 members. However, the outcome was as expected. Xia Yuan didn't even move an inch before slaughtering them all. The fifth wave. The sixth wave. Xia Yuan was like a harvester, mowing them down wave after wave. The system reward reached 43%. After dispatching the sixth wave, Xia Yuan flicked his fingers, and Mo Shiyu, seeing this, threw the water she was holding at him. He twisted open the cap, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The water soaked his rolling Adam's apple, causing the girls below to scream in excitement. After finishing the water, Xia Yuan exhaled deeply, his sapphire-like pupils gazing faintly at the contract spirits below the stage, speaking casually. Next wave. The contract spirits, who had previously been arrogant and thought they could defeat Xia Yuan through a relentless assault, now looked at him in fear, their hearts filled with the desire to retreat. Are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this? A world-class bounty boss? It's already the third wave, and there's no sign of fatigue from the guy on stage. A relentless assault? Even if they all attack together, they probably won't be able to deplete Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy, because they're just too weak. Before Xia Yuan can hold on, they'll collapse first. Xia Yuan saw no movement below the stage, and his joyful expression turned cold. He crossed his arms and sighed. You dare not challenge me anymore? Forget it. He gave a sinister smile and turned his gaze to the other 9 chaotic battle stages. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone else to play with. Chapter 39, The Unstoppable God of Death. The system reward was too tempting for Xia Yuan to resist. Since killing contract spirits on the stage could accumulate points, he naturally couldn't miss out on these opportunities. Once he reached 50%, he could draw a universal skill. Continue to enhance his combat power. Mo Shiyu noticed Xia Yuan's gaze shift to the neighboring table, and she froze for a moment before realizing what he intended to do. Xia Yuan, you're not planning to. The contract spirits below had already been beaten into submission. They could have stayed on stage to rest and still come in first. But that guy was like he had ADHD, he couldn't stay still for a second. Mo Shiyu bit her lip, feeling a headache coming on. She could only go along with his nonsense. Under the gaze of the crowd. Amidst the puzzled and shocked stares of everyone, Xia Yuan voluntarily jumped off the stage, did a somersault, and landed on the neighboring stage where a chaotic battle was raging. For a moment, the spirit beasts on the stage were completely stunned by the sudden appearance of the great demon lord. Not you guys. You were ruling the roost on the neighboring stage, living it up. Why did you come over here? Xia Yuan chuckled. I was bored, so I came over to help you guys settle this. I'm a nice guy, right? The Holy Light Knight had just put down his game console when he saw this scene. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Xia Yuan is really a battle maniac. The contract spirits in his academy must be suffering a lot. Mo Chang shook his head helplessly, feeling sorry for his niece, Mo Shiyu. Having such a spoiled SSR must be quite a hassle. The audience now understood what Xia Yuan was up to. He could have just stayed on the original stage and won. Is he trying to make all the spirit companions in the school submit to him? Oh my god, Yuan Shen is so powerful. This fight is so intense. The other spirit pets dare not challenge him, so he goes to other stages to mediate, and after so many rounds, he shows no signs of fatigue. He's definitely the real deal. Ha ha ha, this trip was definitely worth it. It was so satisfying to watch. He is so arrogant, I love it. Xia Yuan didn't waste any words and started to mediate. This time, he didn't claim territory for himself. Relying on his limitless techniques, he bathed in a sea of skills, dodging and weaving like a ghost, eliminating one spirit contract after another. The other contract spirits never expected such a surprise attacker to appear out of nowhere. Realizing there was no way out, they immediately joined forces to confront Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination, showing no fear. He transformed into a harvesting machine. His exaggerated physical techniques combined with various cursed art skills systematically defeated the contracted spirits on the stage. No one could stand in his way. He was unstoppable. He was on a killing spree. After sweeping through one arena, he leaped into the next, beginning his cleanup. The scene was too bloody. Regardless of which stage it was, as soon as the black-clad, silver-haired man arrived, it was completely overrun, with countless casualties, and the spirit beasts were all forced back into the spirit beast space. This is terrifying. Is there anyone who can stop him? I'm too scared to even step onto the stage. We surrender, we really surrender. Please stop killing them. Even though they can be revived, the fear of death is still there. The audience was enjoying the show, but the participating contract spirits looked utterly devastated. Some of the weaker female spirit pets even burst into tears on the spot. From then on, they would likely have nightmares every day, dreaming of Xia Yuan's mocking, contemptuous smile. The senior spirit masters who had participated in the competition couldn't help but glance at Mo Shiyu, their faces pleading, hoping she would intervene and stop Xia Yuan, the god of death. Mo Shiyu wanted to intervene, but what could she do? She was helpless too. After sweeping the area several times, Xia Yuan finally grew tired and sat cross-legged on the stage, taking a brief rest while checking the system. The system reward bar reached 45%. He whistled, sincerely thanking the spirit masters for their contributions. Xia Yuan had already begun fantasizing about which skill he would choose once he reached 50%. After being disrupted by Xia Yuan, the once chaotic battle on the 10 stages had dwindled to just a few participants, leaving the area quiet and deserted. Only a few bold ones dared to sneak up, but upon seeing Xia Yuan approaching, they immediately jumped down. This was their only chance to secure some time defending the stage. Xia Yuan stood up, ready to continue sweeping the battlefields. A little boy dressed like a doll stood in front of him, his innocent voice ringing out. That's enough. The entire arena fell silent. Though the newcomer was just a boy, no one dared to underestimate him. For on his head shone the clear markings, SR, level 70. Below the stage, Han Guang sighed and glanced at Mo Shiyu. Mo Shiyu, your spirit companion has gone too far. He had no intention of facing Xia Yuan in the selection tournament. But Xia Yuan was sweeping the stage so thoroughly that even he found it difficult to secure a spot to defend his position, forcing him to act. Behind the young boy, Han Guang's other 2A rank contract spirits also took the stage. A rank, level 80, shadow manipulator. A short-haired woman in tight leather armor, her figure seductive. A rank, level 82, blocking sorcerer. An elderly man with a frail appearance, holding a staff, coughing constantly. Xia Yuan lowered his head, smiling as he looked at the little boy in front of him, reaching out to touch his head. Where did this little guy come from? Where's your mother? He shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, whose child is this? Please come forward and claim him. The little boy frowned, swatted his hand away, and snorted coldly. You're just an SSR. I don't see what's so strong about you. You just like to bully the weak. Anyone below SR is just an ant. Do you really enjoy crushing ants? Xia Yuan remained unfazed, extending his finger and shaking it. You little sissy, you don't know me. I don't just like crushing ants, I also like crushing cockroaches. Their seemingly casual conversation carried a tense, confrontational undertone, filled with tension. Everyone in the crowd couldn't help but tense up, holding their breath as they stared intently at the stage. They never expected the two strongest opponents in the academy to clash so early on. I knew it. With Xia Yuan's reckless nature, he was bound to clash with Han Guangshui's spirit pet sooner or later. Which side is stronger? It's hard to say. If it's a one-on-one fight, then it's definitely Yuanshan, the SSR rank spirit master. But Han Guangshui's spirit master team isn't to be underestimated. They have damage dealers, support units, and controllers, making them a well-rounded team. He's definitely a worthy opponent. Senior Han Guangshui was ranked among the top 5 spirit summoners in our entire Yunchuan province last year, and he even made it to the national competition. This should be interesting, but internal conflicts can easily expose one's true strength, and that could put us at a disadvantage in provincial competitions. On the stage, the two sides faced off, ready to fight. The superpowered boy coldly said, "Shadow sister, old man, hold your horses. I want to take him down alone." Xia Yuan heard this and shouted in fear. How terrifying. I didn't expect the little guy in drag to be so brave, but I advise you to give up. I don't want to bully someone weaker than me. The three of you together would be fair. The superpowered boy sneered, dealing with you? I can handle it alone. Xia Yuan scoffed, you're really arrogant, aren't you? You're just asking for a beating. Everyone felt ashamed. You're the most arrogant and deserving of a beating. What gives you the right to talk to others like that? Xia Yuan was fighting an SR for the first time and felt a little excited. He had always wanted to test the waters of SR and see if the rumor that anyone below SR is just an ant was true. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets and raised his hands, signaling the other to go first. The superpowered boy glared at him with a menacing look, raised his hands, and said, I'll show you what it means to have a sky above the sky. Mo Shiyu suddenly remembered his ability and immediately shouted. Xia Yuan, his ability. But before she could finish, a loud bang. Xia Yuan had already been knocked back against the stage barrier. Mo Shiyu, it's a supernatural ability. An invisible force, as if acting directly on his body, violently pulled him back and slammed him into the barrier. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stabilized himself. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. The superpowered boy smirked triumphantly, no matter what kind of defense you have, my power is unstoppable. Xia Yuan felt the immense force pressing down on him and realized the nature of his opponent's ability. Supernatural abilities? Supernatural? This power must completely defy the laws of science and physics. His limitless spell, based on mathematics, seemed to be truly ineffective against it. To be honest, this little guy can actually attack him. But that's all he can do. Chapter 40, the stubborn one who can block my attacks. Mo Shiyu was slightly surprised. This was the first time anyone had managed to penetrate the limitless technique and hit Xia Yuan. She furrowed her delicate brows and began to analyze the situation. If the little boy's psychic abilities were merely intangible forces, they shouldn't be able to traverse infinite distances. It can't be that simple. This seemingly intangible psychic ability must be a mysterious force that directly acts upon its target. That's why it bypassed Xia Yuan's unlimited technique. Seeing that Xia Yuan, the killing god, had finally been attacked, the audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. Finally hit him. The great demon lord finally took a hit that was no easy feat. No wonder he's an SR. He broke through Yuanshan's peculiar defense. The contract spirits below felt even more satisfied, eagerly anticipating Xia Yuan continuing to suffer defeats, and even being defeated by Han Guang's contract spirit squad. Xia Yuan grinned, it's my turn. His figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. The young boy's pupils contracted, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Yuan had already appeared in front of him, striking out with a palm that sucked onto his abdomen. He seemed to have anticipated Xia Yuan's move, flipping his hands and activating his psychic ability once more, unleashing an invisible force to repel the attack. Xia Yuan's hand froze mid-air as the two's forces collided invisibly, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. The young boy sneered. I've watched your videos. I know you use such techniques in close combat. After knocking Xia Yuan away, he roared again, manipulating Xia Yuan and sending him crashing toward the ground. However, due to the nature of the unrestricted spell, the ground couldn't harm Xia Yuan. His falling motion abruptly stopped, as if all kinetic energy had vanished in an instant. Technique reversal. Song. Xia Yuan maintained his suspended posture and activated the spell. A blue gravitational sphere collided with the little boy. The boy pushed with both hands, activating his psychic ability once more, attempting to block the blue gravitational sphere. However, the overwhelming force caused his arms to tremble. He knew he couldn't go head-to-head, so he gritted his teeth, flipped his hands upward, and with a deft maneuver, redirected Song's trajectory, sending him soaring toward the sky. It's no use. The little boy muttered, then turned his attention back to Xia Yuan, only to find he was no longer where he had been. His eyes darted around, but there was no sign of Xia Yuan in his field of vision. The little boy suddenly turned around and charged forward, shouting, "Behind you!" The psychic ability collided with the air behind him, but there was still no sign of Xia Yuan. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, Xia Yuan was already hovering above his head, having already assumed the pistol stance, and fired a shot with a loud bang. The woman he called Shadow Sister, his spirit companion, hurriedly shouted a warning. "Boy! Above you!" But he couldn't react in time. Xia Yuan's calm voice echoed. "Spell reversal." Oomph. The little boy's hair stood on end, and he quickly assumed a defensive posture using his superhuman abilities. But the red he was already almost touching the top of his head. Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted, and red light bloomed above the young boy's head like a mountain crushing down. The high-quality alloy ground beneath his feet was crushed inward, forming a large depression, with the boy curled up inside it. Xia Yuan landed gracefully, raising an eyebrow. Not bad. You managed to hold on. Though he had only used a third of his strength, being able to withstand such a close-range attack was still impressive. Inside the indentation, the little boy struggled to his feet. His doll-like dress was torn to shreds. His entire body was covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. The intense battle between the two sent the audience into a frenzy, thrilled beyond belief. Oh my god, this is so satisfying. This ticket was totally worth it. This is the true power of a contract spirit battle, it's so over the top. I thought the material of the Spirit Beast Arena was the hardest there is, it's been completely crushed. The Deep God seems to be playing around, not using his full strength. The superpowered boy is starting to struggle, he's just not cut out for this. But being able to withstand that insane attack is already pretty impressive. Han Guang frowned deeply. He could tell that Xia Yuan hadn't even started taking it seriously yet, and their side's damage output was already struggling to keep up. If the damage dealers were to fall, they had no chance of winning. He shouted toward the stage. "Boy, you can't be so reckless. Give up fighting alone, you're stronger together." The young boy glared at Xia Yuan with clenched teeth. He knew deep down that continuing the fight would lead to his defeat. Though reluctant, he prioritized the greater good and gave up. Xia Yuan seized the opportunity and launched into a taunting mode. "What's wrong? Can't handle it? Who was the one just now saying they'd take me on alone? Your dad just said one thing and you're already listening? Too bad I've only just warmed up. But as a warm-up opponent, you're barely passable." The young boy froze in place, his forehead veins bulging, and immediately turned to continue the fight. But he was stopped by the shadow figure behind him and could only retort angrily. "You don't know anything. If it weren't for the stage limiting my moves, I'd beat you so bad you'd be crying for your parents. You clearly used underhanded tactics to hit me. If you're so brave, let's fight fairly." Xia Yuan looked at the hysterical little boy and shook his head. Enough. I understand. You won. Don't cry. You're the toughest little guy around, but if you'd used your mouth to block my moves just now, you might actually stop them." The little boy was so angry he went crazy, his face turning red. The entire audience was left both amused and exasperated. Xia Yuan's mouth was like it had been dipped in poison, even licking it himself might cause him to die from the poison. It's hard to believe that someone with such a terrible personality could be an ultra-powerful SSR. The Holy Knight propped his chin up, looking speechless. Is Xia Yuan just a kid too? Still arguing with the other guy. How boring. Mo Chang glanced at her, clearly you're just a little girl too. The Holy Light Knight suddenly spoke seriously. Old man, do you think if I fought Xia Yuan, who would win? Mo Chang thought for a moment, if there's a way to break through his peculiar defense, it'd be a 50-50 split. The Holy Light Knight laughed, I'd win. The sun was blazing overhead. It was noon, and the selection tournament had already passed the halfway mark. After Han Guang's contract spirit team faced off against Xia Yuan, the remaining contract spirits finally dared to take the stage, and the 10 battle platforms once again buzzed with activity. However, almost everyone's attention remained fixed on the strongest battle. Who is the top seed at the Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy? The answer is about to be revealed. Xia Yuan. The young boy continued arrogantly. If my combat power is 1, then the combined combat power of the three of us is 6. This time, you'll definitely lose. The woman in the black tight-fitting outfit smiled sweetly at Xia Yuan, giving him a seductive grin. We're even wearing matching outfits, both in black. We hope you'll go easy on us, big brother. Xia Yuan dug his fingers into his ears, glancing at the chaotic battle on the stage. Alright, I'm not playing with you anymore. My time is precious, I need to continue sweeping the stage. He took off his sunglasses and tossed them casually into Mo Shiyu's hands. His sapphire blue eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the three across from him, raising the corners of his mouth. If my combat power is 1, then when I just fought you, it was 0.3. In an instant, his handsome, dashing appearance caused a wave of screams from the crowd of women. The sense of pressure he exuded with and without his sunglasses was completely different. Even the usually stubborn young boy couldn't help but look serious. Mo Shiyu sensed the spiritual energy within her body. It was still at half capacity, more than enough. Moreover, the Time's End inscription set on Xia Yuan's body could be activated once more, providing him with nearly half of his spiritual energy. The corners of her lips curled upward involuntarily. The top seed of the Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy, she was determined to claim it. Chapter 41, 0.2 Seconds of Infinite Void. Xia Yuan was about to face off against the superpowered boy squad, and the tension was at its peak. In the live streams of major media outlets at the Chuanbei Spirit Contract Academy, the number of viewers is skyrocketing. Each live stream had over 10,000 viewers. Chat messages are flying everywhere. At that moment, in the capital city of Daxia, the Zizihua Spirit Binding High School has already determined its top seed. Luo Ziyan held her phone, humming a tune as she watched the live stream. I didn't expect Mo Shiyu to get an SSR, and it's such a powerful and handsome card pool character. Ah! I'm so jealous of her. I want a husband like Spirit like that too. She turned to look at the female spirit companion holding a massive demon sword beside her. If you were a handsome guy, demon sword maiden, that would be great. The demon sword spirit's blood-red eyes gleamed with loneliness and gloom as she silently replied, sorry. She was tall and slender, with skin as white as snow and a delicate face. Her thick, deep purple hair was tied high, reaching all the way to her ankles. A red kimono with floral patterns accentuated her slender, alluring figure, yet she clutched a massive sword nearly as tall as herself. Though she was undeniably beautiful, she exuded an aura of coldness and violence. Luo Ziyan burst into laughter. I was just joking. But Mo Shiyu's SSR is really strong, isn't it? Since you're both SSRs, who do you think is stronger? I hope they keep up the good work so we can meet in Kyoto and have a proper duel. But I think it's definitely you, Demon Sword Maiden, who'll win. Yao Daoji remained silent, simply staring at the screen of her phone, where Xia Yuan was displayed. She was also curious as fellow SSRs, who was stronger between her and the other person. The selection process at Zizihua Qiling High School was simple and brutal. They directly selected the top 50 based on the school's strength rankings and had them engage in a massive free-for-all. The top 10 who survived would represent the academy in the final battle. However, due to Demon Sword Maiden's one-sided slaughter, the battle had lost its criteria for judgment. She had single-handedly slaughtered all the spirit contractors, and in an extremely short amount of time. Luo Ziyan watched the livestream and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it's about to begin. Let the battle begin. Let me see what this SSR named Xia Yuan has up his sleeve." On the stage, Xia Yuan glanced at the opposing team, composed of a child, a woman, and an elderly person, rubbed his neck, and decided to let them go first. They didn't hesitate either. Shadow Sister stomped her high heels, and the shadows beneath her feet suddenly split into branches, spreading rapidly from the ground to Xia Yuan's feet. Xia Yuan saw this and stepped back. The old sorcerer's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and he muttered, "Weak and vulnerable." The next moment, a yellow cage appeared around Xia Yuan, trapping him inside. A sense of weakness washed over him, and both his speed and strength greatly diminished. A spell. Another spell directly targeting the subject, an unlimited spell that couldn't be blocked. The moment Xia Yuan's speed slowed, he was caught by the forked shadows on the ground. For a moment, he was unable to move. Poof. Are you Shikamaru from Naruto? It must be said that their skills are all of the mysterious type, rendering the unlimited technique ineffective against them. Shadow Sister clasped her hands together, gave a seductive smile, and said, "Success." His defensive abilities indeed have limitations. It's not an all-encompassing barrier, it can't stop abilities like ours. Han Guang felt a sense of relief. It seemed that his three contracted spirits happened to counter the enemy's abilities. Lady Luck was on his side. The little boy burst into laughter upon seeing this. "Xia Yuan, you were too careless. We've won." He made a gesture with both hands as if to squeeze someone. "I'll crush you to death." The old man beside him spoke again, "Enhance and amplify." The little boy's body was enveloped in a red glow, and his superpowers were greatly enhanced. However, before he could be controlled, Xia Yuan had already performed the hand gestures to activate his domain. The entire crowd was stunned. The great demon lord was under control. Could he be about to be defeated? Everyone stared wide-eyed, their breath held, fixated on the stage, afraid to miss a single moment. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but feel tense, but upon seeing Xia Yuan's familiar hand gestures, she instantly calmed down. She knew that Xia Yuan had already won this battle. Just as the young boy was about to unleash his full power, Xia Yuan smiled and spoke first. Domain activation. Infinite void. Centered around him, a black void barrier spread out at an incredible speed, enveloping the entire stage and trapping the young boy, Shadow Sister, and the old sorcerer within it. The entire arena erupted in chaos. No one knew what had just happened. They couldn't see what was happening inside the black barrier. However, the next moment, the black barrier quickly dissipated. The audience could once again see what was happening on the stage. There, the three who had been about to attack Xia Yuan, the psychic boy, Shadow Sister, and the old sorcerer stood motionless in their original positions. Xia Yuan easily broke free from Shadow Sister's control and began forming seals at a leisurely pace. "Playing mind games with me? A few minutes is more than enough for me to kill all of you." "That's right." Xia Yuan was unleashing the 0.2-second domain expansion. It required opening and closing the domain at an extremely fast pace over a wide area in a short amount of time. He hadn't dared to do this before because he wasn't yet familiar with Gojo Satoru's template, making it difficult to execute such precise domain deployment. However, after breaking through, he was completely different. A 0.2-second void can flood the brains of all lifeforms within the domain with half a year's worth of useless information. In the curse technique world, it can paralyze a top-tier cursed spirit for over 5 minutes and ordinary people for 2 months. And 5 minutes is more than enough for Xia Yuan to kill them all countless times. Moreover, there are numerous advantages to using this technique, such as conserving spiritual energy. Everyone on the battlefield watched the 3 contracted spirits on the stage, motionless and confused, having no idea what was happening. In the viral footage of Xia Yuan's battle circulating online, there was no scene of the domain being activated. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted into chaos. What's going on? Why aren't those 3 spirit beasts moving? Xia Yuan. It must be the domain expanding ability that the Yuan god just activated. What did he do? That black barrier was so large just now, could it be Xia Yuan's ultimate move? A control-type ultimate move? Holy crap, the Yuan goddess damage output is so high, and you're telling me he is actually a group control-type contract spirit? Han Guang was completely baffled, having no idea what was happening. The situation had turned around too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was about to pop the champagne. Han Guang shouted anxiously. Boy! Ing Jie! Master Shu! However, the 3 spirit companions showed no response, remaining frozen in place. Xia Yuan aimed his finger, made a gesture, and selected a position. On a straight line. Since the opponent was an SR rank spirit, he decided to show a little respect and unleashed a virtual technique, Z. Generally speaking, after a domain is activated, one cannot use cursed techniques and enters a state of technique disruption. However, Xia Yuan had noticed earlier that he did not experience this after deploying his domain. This was likely due to the special spiritual body state of the contract spirits. Spell circuit disruption is actually a bodily protective mechanism, but since the spirit body is special, it only consumes spiritual energy and doesn't seem to require protection. This characteristic removes the restrictions of spell formula meltdown. This allows Xia Yuan to use his skills with even greater freedom. Chapter 42, 1 against 5 on the stage, the Demon of the North. Third update. Xia Yuan took a deep breath, his azure blue pupils flickering with a faint glow, as he formed hand seals. Spell reversal, azure. Spell reversal, crimson. On either side of him, suspended in mid-air, were a deep blue Tsang energy sphere and a crimson He energy sphere. Violet energy emitted high-frequency tremors. Xia Yuan's silver hair flew wildly as he made a finger-snapping gesture, his movements as graceful as a dancer bowing at the end of a performance. He slowly uttered a few words, void form. As the 2 spheres collided, a deafening hum shook the entire arena. Z. Time seemed to be frozen for a moment, and an absolute beam of nothingness erupted, intertwined with the pitch-black distortion of space, the azure of gravity, and the crimson of repulsion, spiraling and roaring outward. A dark purple energy sphere swept toward the 3 frozen figures. The alloy ground emitted a sharp, piercing screech as it was sliced open, forming a deep gash. SR truly lives up to its name. Just as the beam was about to strike him, the young boy took a deep breath and suddenly snapped back to consciousness. He couldn't escape, so he roared and pushed forward with all his might, unleashing his full psychic power. Give it to me. Back off. Boom. The 2 forces collided. The superpowered boy gritted his teeth and held on, his hands being torn apart, blood spattering everywhere. But the purple energy sphere before him only slowed slightly. The superpowered boy could only watch helplessly as the purple spiral light sphere, carrying the annihilating imaginary mass, engulfed the 3 of them. Even with his all-out attack, he couldn't budge it. All he managed to do was delay it by a few seconds. The destructive purple light swept past. The 3 were obliterated into ash and resurrected in Han Guang's contract spirit space. After this battle, the superpowered boy developed a deep-seated fear of purple. To the point that from then on, whenever he saw the color purple, he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably, his expression filled with fear. However, after their deaths, the illusory Z did not dissipate but collided with the barrier of the arena with undiminished force. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even the barrier of the stage, which was meant to prevent the contract spirits from accidentally harming others, was shattered into pieces by the impact. Dark purple energy spheres continued to collide with other stages along the same line, shattering the defensive barriers layer by layer and crashing into the other contract spirits engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, a series of agonizing screams echoed through the air. Bang! 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 The spherical energy of the Z technique pierced through the barriers of the remaining 5 battle platforms, sweeping away all the spirit beasts on the battlefield before slowly dissipating. Xia Yuan glanced up, feeling that he might have gone a bit too far. Does this count as intentional damage to Academy property? Never mind, I'll just say I didn't control my strength properly. It wasn't intentional. Meanwhile, his system reward bar successfully reached 48%. The residual energy dissipated. The entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. They stood there like statues, wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. After a moment, the audience finally snapped out of their trance, and a deafening roar erupted. Purple, such terrifying destructive power. Han Guangshue's spirit beasts are all dead. Yuan Shen deliberately aimed for them. The spirit beasts on the other 5 stages were all killed by that purple attack. He's truly a god of death, killing without mercy. This is the power of an SSR tier character, how incredibly strong. Is that guy invincible? Domain expansion, boundless void, and the void form, such a cool skill. Unmatched control combined with absurd damage output, this is too perfect. Mo Shiyu stared blankly at the shattered stage, her lips twitching slightly. Xia Yuan. You went too far. She was so angry she wanted to bite Xia Yuan to death. Her wallet was about to take another hit, she could have gone easier. Han Guan was even more speechless, his entire body feeling drained of all strength. His pride and joy, his contracted spirit team, had been completely annihilated by a single contracted spirit from the opposing side in an instant. In the audience, the Holy Light Knight's mouth hung open in shock, unable to close it. Mo Chang and the disciples of the Mo family stood up excitedly. The stronger Xia Yuan became, the happier they were. Do you still think you can win? The Holy Light little girl slumped in her chair, waving her hands. I take back what I said. How can we fight this? We can't even land a single blow. The members of the Jiang family, one after another, looked as pale as corpses. They glared at Jiang Li with eyes filled with hatred, as if they could almost write "What have you done" on their foreheads. Jiang Li had already lost her mind and had been walking around for a while. She knew Xia Yuan was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. She truly wanted to die right now. Zizihu at Qiling High School. Luo Ziyan blinked her big eyes, stunned by the exaggerated damage output. This guy is pretty strong. Yao Daoji's blood-red pupils flickered slightly, no longer as lifeless as before, and she spoke 2 words succinctly, very strong. I want to fight. Xia Yuan's single strike destroyed 6 battle platforms. He turned around, smiling broadly as he looked at the remaining 3 platforms behind him. The chaotic battle on the stage had already come to a halt due to the terrifying commotion on this side. Upon noticing his gaze, the spirit beast was so terrified that it scrambled off the stage in a panic. Don't go. I still want to play. His system reward bar was only 2% away from reaching 50%. Xia Yuan was about to move when the academy principal and teachers rushed out and immediately announced. I declare that Mo Shiyu has successfully advanced and become the top seed of the Xuanbai Spirit Beast Academy. They were both overjoyed and heartbroken over the damage to their facilities. They were thrilled that their academy had produced such a formidable spirit contract user who was sure to shine brightly at the national competition and bring glory to the academy. But they were also genuinely worried that Xia Yuan might tear down the remaining 3 spirit summoning platforms. Mo Shiyu noticed their concerns and immediately shouted. Xia Yuan, we've won. We're already first. There's no need to fight anymore. Stop. Xia Yuan let out a disappointed It was so close. However, seeing the spirit packs that were nearly scared out of their wits, as long as he was there, they wouldn't dare step onto the stage. Xia Yuan could only give up, slipped his hands back into his pockets, and jumped off the stage. Fat Rain, you still have some spiritual energy left, right? Go grind some more levels. Ha! But we just finished the match. Xia Yuan casually picked up Mo Shiyu by the collar, as if carrying a doll, and headed toward the dungeon area. Mo Shiyu. Being dragged away in public like this, she had no dignity left. But then again, with such a powerful spirit companion, what does she need face for? The other contract spirits watched Xia Yuan leave with eyes as intense as those of demons. Listen to that. Is that even human speech? You just killed so many contract spirits and still aren't satisfied? Now you want to go grind levels? After the demon slayer Xia Yuan departed, the selection tournament resumed, narrowing the remaining participants down to 9. And because of this livestream, the video of Xia Yuan shattering the defensive barriers of 6 Spirit Beast platforms with a single strike once again caused a sensation throughout the entire Spirit Beast master community. In a single match, he killed nearly 100 Spirit Beasts. Although they can be revived on the stage, they were still killed in real combat. The Killing God of Xuanbai became his infamous title, echoing throughout the entire Qiling High School of the Great Xia Empire. Everyone watched to see if this killing god could maintain his nearly invincible strength and arrogant disregard for everything at the provincial level competition. Chapter 43, 200% Void Form. The Xuanbai selection tournament was still in full swing. Xia Yuan brought Mo Shiyu to the dungeon area. Since almost everyone was watching the matches, the dungeon area was unusually quiet, with hardly anyone around. Fat Rain, how much spiritual energy do you have left? Only 30% left. That's more than enough. At that moment, they were standing before the only 5-star dungeon teleportation gate within the academy. This place was rarely visited, with weeds growing waist-high. A 5-star dungeon was still too challenging for the high-ranking spirit contractors of the academy. Excluding Xia Yuan, even if all the spirit contractors from the Xuanbai Spirit Contract Academy were combined, they couldn't form a team capable of tackling a 5-star dungeon. However, Xia Yuan intended to attempt a speedrun to minimize time costs. Although Mo Shiyu's spiritual power was limited and she couldn't clear the dungeon many times, he could play the game with the Holy Light Knight for a while longer. Xia Yuan latched onto Mo Shiyu's waist, ready to get started. But the person he was holding onto complained, looking pitiful. Xia Yuan, can we try a different method? Being sucked like this is making my waist hurt. Mo Shiyu felt her waist growing increasingly uncomfortable, occasionally throbbing with pain. Aside from the aftereffects of having her spiritual energy drained, the rest was likely due to being held by Xia Yuan. Her delicate waist had endured too much. She couldn't endure Xia Yuan's continued torment any longer. All right. Since it's the master's order, I'll obey. Xia Yuan tossed her into the air, then wrapped his hands around her, but the sensation felt odd. Round. Soft yet firm. Mo Shiyu blushed fiercely, her mind going blank, and she let out a series of wah-wah-wah sounds. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan finally realized he had formed a ball and quickly moved it down. Sorry, it was an accident. It's all your fault for being so fat. Mo Shiyu puffed out her cheeks in protest. I'm fat, but I didn't eat your rice. Besides, what's the difference in this position? She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Xia Yuan pondered for a moment, then decided to hoist her onto his shoulders, like he was carrying a rocket launcher. Is this better? Mo Shiyu looked blankly at him, feeling even more embarrassed. She was being carried like a piece of luggage, not even a bag. It seemed to emphasize how much heavier she was. She turned her head to look at Xia Yuan's handsome profile and suddenly had an idea. Excitedly, she said, Xia Yuan, why don't I ride on your head? That way, you can use both your hands. Xia Yuan playfully slapped her butt, catching Mo Shiyu off guard. She blushed with embarrassment and anger, letting out a soft ah. You think you're so clever, making wishes with me? Let's go. The two entered the 5-star dungeon. The environment they were teleported to was extremely harsh, resembling the interior of a volcano, with lava flowing alongside the tunnels, scorching hot. Mo Shiyu fanned her face with her hands and summoned the small black pendant, hanging it beside Xia Yuan like a guiding spirit. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. No wonder it's a 5-star dungeon. It feels completely different. Xia Yuan, we can't be careless. Xia Yuan had already assumed a charging stance, his face bearing a slightly expression. Careless? That doesn't exist. I just want to clear this quickly. Xiao Hei excitedly raised a hand. Let's go all out. She had a feeling her level was about to skyrocket. No more talk. Xia Yuan carried Mo Shiyu and sprinted forward at full speed. As they ran, he utilized Song's ability, causing his figure to constantly flickering. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei both felt as though they were on a roller coaster, with the wind whistling past their ears, thrilling and exhilarating. Rustling sounds filled the air. 80-level minor monsters emerged in droves, charging toward the fleeing Xia Yuan. Level 80, Blazing Flame Elemental. Level 82, Volcano Dragon Lizard. Level 84, Lava Worm. These monsters are extremely powerful, each one matching the strength of a C-rank contract spirit of the same level. Unfortunately, in front of Xia Yuan today, whether they are C-rank, B-rank, or even a rank, there is little difference. Spell Reversal, Azure. Spell Reversal, Cur. The two major curse techniques were executed flawlessly by Xia Yuan, even with his eyes closed, unleashing astonishing power. Their efficiency is so high it's like basic attacks. He didn't slow down, charging forward relentlessly, leaving nothing in his wake. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.50 LV.51. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.90 LV.100 maximum level reached. Xia Yuan kept fighting all the way to the boss's door, and the system reward bar finally reached 49%. He exhaled deeply, set the dazed Mo Shiyu down, and shook his hands. Still not fast enough. It's already been 3 minutes. These monsters are really tough. Let's aim to finish in 5 minutes. Mo Shiyu felt dizzy and swayed left and right, leaning against Xia Yuan to avoid falling. 5 minutes? She didn't know what to say. If anyone else had said that, it would have been a huge joke. But he was Xia Yuan, her most prized SSR. Xiao Hei spun around excitedly, level 100. I'm a max level contract spirit too. She sighed. 5-star dungeons are so thrilling. It feels like the experience points are overflowing. Mo Shiyu looked at the fully leveled catgirl pendant and considered getting a few more pendants to assist Xia Yuan. As the two of them were marveling at the scene, Xia Yuan had already arrived at the boss's door and kicked it open with a single kick. Surprise, community outreach. 200-level bosses slowly materialized, their terrifying aura pressing down on the three. The overwhelming aura was suffocating. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei hid behind Xia Yuan, using his tall, slender figure to shield themselves, only peeking out to observe. 2 bosses? Red named ones? The two of them looked stunned for a moment before tensing up. Xia Yuan let out a surprised whoa with a delighted expression, buy one, get one free. Level 100, red named boss, Lord of the Flaming Abyss. Level 100, red named boss, Queen of Ashes. Two massive monsters charged towards Xia Yuan, roaring wildly, causing his black robe to flutter in the wind, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei, the two girls, covered their ears and trembled in fear. Xia Yuan stretched his body and spoke. These two beasts seem to have a lot of health. Let's try maximum output. A curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Without any enhancement aids, can I unleash 200% of the Su Shiji? Let's give it a try. Fat Rain, Little Black, hold on tight to me, don't let go. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei looked completely bewildered. They knew Xia Yuan was about to activate his domain and instinctively hugged him tightly. Wait. Maximum output? Could it be that the void-style strike he just used in the match wasn't his maximum output? 200% of the void-style Ji? Mo Shiyu's mind raced, but she couldn't come to a conclusion. Her understanding was always easily shattered by Xia Yuan. Just then, Xia Yuan had already formed a seal with one hand. These bosses couldn't be defeated with just 0.2 seconds of the limitless void. Extend it to 5 seconds, that should be enough. Xia Yuan's 6 eyes shone with a flickering light. His control over his curses and spiritual energy had reached an otherworldly level. Before the boss could react, he silently murmured. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Chapter 44, The Strongest Strike, reaching the peak of martial arts. The barrier dispersed and the light contracted, leaving everything pitch black, as if they had stepped into the vastness of space. The boundless void domain enveloped the two 100-level bosses. After 5 seconds, the domain fades away. In 0.2 seconds, half a year's worth of information and intelligence was imparted. In 5 seconds, that's nearly 12.5 years of useless information. The two 100-level bosses froze in place, temporarily unable to attack Xia Yuan. At this moment, Xia Yuan could finally chant the incantation with peace of mind. He pushes aside the two armless kangaroos beside him. Go to the back, don't get too close to me, because things might get a bit violent. If you're afraid of having nightmares tonight, just close your eyes. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei obediently moved to the rear, keeping a safe distance from him. Xia Yuan's extremely rare serious mode appeared. Mo Shiyu, seeing this, already guessed what he was up to. He was about to take down the boss again. But how was that possible? The enemy was a two-headed red named level 100 boss. Even with the 200% virtual style technique, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. She suddenly recalled what Xia Yuan had mentioned about a 200% Zushizi. Her eyes widened in shock and she murmured, that's impossible. Could he be even stronger? Xia Yuan took a deep breath, his expression more serious and solemn than ever before. His body slightly bent into a horse stance, and his hands formed a power-building position. A colossal surge of cursed energy gathered and condensed around him. The momentum was overwhelming. He began to chant the incantation. 9 pillars. Polarization. Black and white. Between the surface and the core. With each word, the terrifying power of the incantation surged through his body. The very fabric of space begins to warp. The pinnacle of curse techniques lies in subtraction, eliminating cursed words, hand seals, and streamlining the process until only the formation and activation of the technique remain. This determines the true skill of a cursed technique user. Because in real combat, you need to suppress the enemy quickly. However, this single strike, the Ji technique, does not omit any curse steps. Under a fully ritualized process, its power is amplified. The Z technique Xia Yuan normally uses is naturally not its complete form. In the curse technique world, it was because the songstress imposed a solo restricted zone auxiliary technique on Gojo Satoru, amplifying his total cursed energy output. This allowed him to unleash a 200% Ji technique, obliterating one of Sukuna's arms. However, Xia Yuan wanted to try, using all his strength, to see if he could replicate Gojo Satoru's 200% Ji technique. After everything was prepared, Xia Yuan uttered the final judgment, void form Ji. In an instant, the remaining spiritual energy within Mo Shiyu was completely drained, and she collapsed onto the ground with practiced ease, her gaze fixed firmly on Xia Yuan's direction. The big one is coming. The next second, the entire dungeon space trembled violently. The combined repulsive and gravitational forces created an immense imaginary mass that erupted before Xia Yuan, obliterating everything in its path, including the two red named level 100 bosses. Amidst the swirling purple light, their health bars, which had been in the tens of thousands, plummeted and emptied in an instant. Even after automatically recovering to full health in the second phase, they plummeted to 0 at an astonishing speed. This massive attack warped space, even penetrating the dungeon area and affecting the entire Chuanbei Spirit Master Academy. Everyone felt the ground tremble slightly, leaving them in awe. But they had no idea what was happening. They thought it was a small earthquake. After a while, the tremors gradually subsided. Mo Shiyu and Xiao Hei dared to open their eyes and discovered that the entire boss room was in ruins, completely destroyed. The Flame Prison Lord and the Ash Queen had vanished. Only Xia Yuan stood there alone in silence. This was his true peak power at the moment. Mo Shiyu's body went numb, her rosy lips parted slightly, unsure of what to say. This strike's Z technique was completely different from anything she had seen before. A series of sounds rang out. 5-star dungeon clear success. Contract Spirit Xia Yuan, level up, LV.51 LV.54. Contract Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up, LV.100 LV.100 maximum level reached. Obtained Lava Core. Obtained Mysterious Key. Obtained Red Name Heart. Obtained the Queen's Relic. Obtained. Mo Shiyu glanced at the time again. It was exactly 4 minutes and 55 seconds. She had cleared the 5-star dungeon. Not even 5 minutes yet. Xia Yuan sighed and rubbed his arms. What a pity. It's only 150%, not 200%. As expected, it's no good without assistance. The catgirl Xiaohei swallowed hard and exclaimed. My goodness, brother Yuan, 150% is still pretty strong. You really have it all, numbers and mechanics. Together, we're unstoppable. Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing yet. In this world of spirit contracts, strength is something you can never have enough of. Only by becoming truly invincible can one live in peace. The system reward bar has reached 55%. Another chance to draw a universal skill. Xia Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Although he had become a spirit contract user, he couldn't help but feel excited when faced with a lottery-style draw like this. Drawing skills from characters across various dimensions was an absolute thrill for someone who had been a shut-in in his previous life. His inner teenager was itching to come out. Start the draw. The system's elaborate spinning wheel began to rotate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill 8 Gates of the Body from the Naruto world, belonging to the character Might Guy. Note, the condition to unlock the final gate, the Death Gate, is, the Spirit Summoner's spiritual power must be greater than or equal to 50%. Otherwise, the Spirit Summoner will explode and die. Opening the Death Gate will instantly drain 50% of the current Spirit Binder's spiritual power. Use with caution. Xia Yuan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. He's off to the races. This time, he was truly invincible. Though his physical techniques were strong, they weren't the pinnacle. But the 8 Gates escape technique is the ultimate skill in physical combat. He had always wanted to obtain this skill, and now he had actually gotten it. Thinking back to that near-fatal kick that almost ended the story, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Plus, it only consumes 50% of Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy. That's way too cost-effective. In the original story, that would have cost him his life. Mo Shiyu was in the middle of collecting her dungeon rewards when she suddenly heard Xia Yuan's maniacal laughter, leaving her looking utterly bewildered. As usual, she checked Xia Yuan's level, but when she saw that his skill panel had added another skill called 8 Gates Escape, she couldn't sit still anymore. Xia Yuan, what's going on? You've learned another skill. What exactly are the Zanpaku 2 and 8 Gates of Escape? Mo Shiyu's big eyes were filled with confusion. She had never seen a spirit companion unlock new skills after leveling up before. Xia Yuan gave a mysterious smile, crossed his arms behind his head, and resumed his lazy demeanor, saying casually, "It's too complicated to explain. You'll find out later. I'm not just any ordinary SSR, there are plenty more skills to come. You'll get used to it." Mo Shiyu was speechless, dropping the material she was holding onto the ground. She clung to Xia Yuan like a curious child, bombarding him with questions, her curiosity burning inside her. Unfortunately, Xia Yuan yawned and said he needed to go rest and play games. The Holy Knight and the female netizen he had befriended were still waiting for him. Chapter 45, Xia Yuan in a suit, looking like a dog in a suit. After a day of selection matches, the 10 representatives from the Xuanbai Spirit Master Academy were chosen. Without a doubt, Mo Shiyu was the top seed, and Xia Yuan was the undisputed killing god of Xuanbai, the only ace spirit contract user. Although Han Guang's 3 spirit masters were completely defeated by Xia Yuan once, after Xia Yuan left, he still dominated the stage with the power of his spirit master team and successfully made the cut. The National College Spirit Summoner Tournament schedule was tight. Xia Yuan didn't play games at home for a few days before joining Mo Shiyu and boarding the provincial level competition's dedicated coach to head to Chongyang City, the central city of Yunchuan Province. Zhongyang City was far more prosperous than Xuanbei City. Whether it was urban development or the scale of the Spirit Beast Master Academy, it was far superior. The Qilin masters from universities in the provincial capital naturally had much stronger overall abilities. Take SR-ranked spirit masters as an example. In the local academies of Xuanbei City, there are at most 1 or 2. However, the major spirit master academies in the provincial capital each have at least 3 or 4 SR-ranked students. However, SSRs remain extremely rare. In this year's university competition, there are only 2 SSRs in the entire Yunchuan province. One is Xia Yuan. The other is the top-ranked Spirit Summoner Academy in all of Chuanzhou City, the Xianyun Spirit Summoner Academy, and their ace spirit summoner, the Platinum Dragon King. Inside the bus, Xia Yuan lay lazily on the seat, crossing his legs, looking relaxed and content. The spirit beasts of the other 9 were all stored in their spirit beast spaces. He was the only exception. It wasn't that they didn't have humanoid spirit beasts. It was mainly because Xia Yuan, the killing god, was present. The other contract spirits didn't want to ride in the same vehicle with him, instinctively afraid. They recalled the purple-hued scene from that day, when he had blown through 5 opponents in a single strike, and their legs trembled at the memory. Afterward, someone conducted a tally. Xia Yuan had killed nearly 200 contract spirits during that day's selection match. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Go kill other contract spirits instead. They were genuinely afraid that Xia Yuan might get a sudden urge to kill spirit beasts even inside the vehicle. Xia Yuan, bored out of his mind, glanced at the front row and spotted Han Guan not far away. He immediately smiled and greeted him. "Isn't this Senior Han Guan? You guys are here too. How's that stubborn little boy doing? Why isn't he coming out to chat with me? I'm bored." Xia Yuan spoke with a hint of apology, but his words were still infuriating. "I'm really sorry. I thought he was pretty strong back then, so I took him seriously. Who knew it was like firing a cannon at a mosquito?" Han Guang smiled warmly on the surface but gritted his teeth in anger. The superpowered boy now reacts to the color purple by going into shock, stiffening his body, and collapsing to sleep. The culprit was the very person standing before him. However, due to the other's overwhelming power, he could only smile and say, "Lucky to advance." Xia Yuan stood up, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him sincerely. "Don't lose heart. Your contract spirit isn't weak. At least it's stronger than those others that didn't put up a fight. You've given me quite a bit of entertainment." He raised his thumb. "Keep it up." Han Guang smiled so hard it looked like he was crying. Was this just a chance to torment him? Fortunately, the torture didn't last long. Soon, the private car arrived at the high-end hotel provided by the provincial-level competition organizers for their accommodation. The best 5-star hotel in Chongyang City. It was also famous for its rooftop starlit banquet hall, where many prominent figures would host banquets to entertain distinguished guests. Today, Mo Shiyu and the others were there to attend this banquet, which brought together the most outstanding young spirit masters from the entire Sichuan North Province, to get to know each other and build connections. The provincial competition officially began the next day. Mo Shiyu wasn't particularly interested in the banquet and was just going through the motions. However, Xia Yuan was quite interested and wanted to have some fun. Attending the banquet required formal attire, such as high-end suits and evening gowns. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan took advantage of the remaining time to explore the bustling provincial capital city and shop for clothes along the way. Mo Shiyu confidently changed into a new outfit, expecting praise from Xia Yuan. But Xia Yuan's mouth was as sharp as ever. The only time he reluctantly complimented her was when she put on black stockings, saying, "Those legs could keep me entertained for a year." The two shopped and teased each other, and to others, they didn't look like a contract spirit and a contract spirit master at all, more like a playful couple. Xia Yuan finally changed out of his classic black outfit and bought a few sets of fashionable casual wear. Once he put them on, paired with those cool sunglasses, his aura instantly elevated. Standing there on the street, every woman who passed by couldn't help but come up and ask for his WeChat, wondering if he was a model or a celebrity. Xia Yuan's approach was to accept everyone who approached him, chatting endlessly with the young women, making them giggle and blush. In Mo Shiyu's eyes, he was nothing but a playboy. After spending the entire afternoon together, the two had had their fill of fun and had also bought the clothes they wanted. The sky grew dark. The Starry Night banquet officially began. Xia Yuan put on a suit, wore sunglasses, walked with his hands in his pockets, and exuded a rebellious and rough vibe, making the suit look like it belonged to a rogue or a thug. Mo Shiyu wore a white evening gown, resembling a cold and noble snow lotus, showcasing her stunning figure. The two of them made their entrance and instantly became the center of attention. Whether it was their looks or their fame. Mo Shiyu gently raised her hand, expecting Xia Yuan to take her hand like a gentleman, but after waiting for a while, she saw the silver-haired man cheerfully rush into the banquet hall, leaving her alone in the wind, disheveled. However, the banquet wasn't as harmonious as expected. The atmosphere felt a bit stiff. Almost everyone had divided into groups based on region and academy. Han Guan was with the other 8 students from the Xuanbai Spirit Master Academy and their spirit masters. After all, they were representing their academy in the competition, so they had a sense of team spirit. Meanwhile, those selected from the major city academies were mostly arrogant and looked down on them, the ones from the provinces. Xia Yuan completely ignored the atmosphere, smiling and greeting everyone. "Hello, brothers. Oh, beautiful lady, that outfit looks great. Hey, Wei Body, let's get this party started." As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment fell on others. As the killing god of Sichuan North and SSR who had just been drawn and gained fame overnight, they naturally recognized Xia Yuan. Many people gave him face and responded in kind. Many female contract spirits, dressed in evening gowns, gracefully walked over to him and greeted him. However, Han Guang and the others on the other side didn't receive such treatment. After all, most of them were still at the C rank level, and when their B rank contract spirits entered the banquet hall, they immediately drew disdainful glances from many of the city's contract spirit masters. This provincial level competition is really letting any trash in. Put. Are you kidding me? C-rank spirit pets can even get in here? C-rank spirit pets are just fodder cards, aren't they? At best, they're entry-level spirit pets for newbies. They're already in their 3rd year and still using C-rank? That's really not impressive. Some people don't even have an A-rank spirit beast and still made it into the top 10? How trashy is that local academy? No wonder that SSR-ranked God of Death could solo through the entire tournament. It's all weaklings. I could do that too. Chapter 46, I'm saying all of you here are trash. Everyone from the Chuanbei region had ashen faces, and some low-tier contract spirits couldn't even lift their heads. Indeed, overall, the gap in contract spirit ranks between them and their opponents was too vast. Han Guang, as the senior member, immediately stepped forward to defend the others. Who did you call trash? I never expected that the contract spirits in the city lack even the most basic decency, showing no respect for the contract spirits who protect humanity. But the other side also had a leader who stepped forward. A man in a white suit with a smug expression stood up and sneered. You're the trash. What's the problem? Did I say something wrong? Han Guang saw him and his eyes clearly showed anger. Lin Juanhao, the matters between you and me should not involve my other alumni. Lin Juanhao laughed derisively. You're just a defeated foe. How dare you bark at me like a mad dog? Have you forgotten the pain of your wounds? Han Guang was momentarily speechless. He knew he couldn't match his opponent, as the latter was a renowned disciple of the Qiling clan, a prominent family in Chongyang City. A promising spirit contract master being groomed by the Lin family. Almost all resources had been poured into him, resulting in an SR-rank spirit beast with an astonishingly high level of 85. It's no small feat to reach that level, as the experience required for SR upgrades is far beyond what other spirit contractors can achieve. Few could reach level 85 with an SR spirit at the university level. Meanwhile, his own super-powered boy was only at level 75, having not even achieved a second breakthrough, making it difficult to match him. The conflict between the two quickly drew the attention of the entire crowd. On one side was the local academy, Chuanbei. The other was Wangfu Academy, the second-ranked university in the entire Yunchuan province. The difference in their abilities was immediately evident. The spirit summoners from the major city universities remained calm and composed, waiting to watch the spectacle. Xia Yuan, who had been surrounded by beautiful women and enjoying the scene, suddenly perked up upon hearing the commotion. Excuse me, everyone. I'll be right back. He pushed his way through the flowers and saw Mo Shiyu, whose cheeks were puffed out like a balloon. Upon seeing Xia Yuan approaching, she immediately switched to a cold and aloof demeanor, adopting an indifferent attitude. Xia Yuan reached out to grab her, but she broke free. He had no choice but to forcefully grab her arm, dragging her along like a wooden, pulling her along. Her high heels left a trail on the ground. Are you a child? Don't get so upset. If you have something to say, just come and tell me. On the other side, Han Guang and his group were facing off against Lin Juanhao's group, swords drawn and bows strung. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Lin Juanhao sneered and pointed at the neighboring area. What good is sticking your neck out? If you're not satisfied, come to the PK stage. I'm just a contract spirit. I can take all of you. You country bumpkins are weaklings. When I call you trash, you better take it. I'm just telling you the truth, and you don't even like it. The people from Xuanbai couldn't take it anymore and were about to step forward, but they were all stopped by Han Guang. He knew their background and strength and didn't want them to get hurt. Trash? Who has trash? A more brazen and arrogant voice erupted from behind. You're the one spewing garbage. I think you're the real trash. Everyone turned to look, only to see Xia Yuan walking over with his hands in his pockets, swaying back and forth. Behind him was Mo Shiyu, pouting. Han Guang and the others from Chuanbei were all taken aback that Xia Yuan had come to intervene. After all, in their eyes, Xia Yuan was just a brainless killing machine. Lin Juanhao turned around, his eyes darkening. What did you say? He recognized Xia Yuan as well, and upon seeing him, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Xia Yuan, I know who you are. You're not trash, but you don't have the right to insult me. Lin Juanhao's tone clearly softened. Xia Yuan walked up to him with a wide grin, baring his pearly whites. Sorry, I'm not targeting you. He raised his middle finger, sweeping it across all the onlookers, then pointed downward and shouted. I'm talking about all of you here, you're all trash. Everyone thought Lin Juanhao was already arrogant and brazen enough, but they never expected Xia Yuan to be even worse. With that single gesture, he had offended everyone present. The people from the Wang mansion turned pale with anger, unable to contain their fury. However, due to Xia Yuan's strength, they dared not speak out, only glaring at Xia Yuan to express their anger. Lin Juanhao roared. Xia Yuan, don't you dare act so recklessly just because you're an SSR. He turned to look at Mo Shiyu behind him. You little girl from the Mo family, control your spirit beast. Mo Shiyu gave him a dismissive glance. She had always looked down on such bullies who picked on the weak. Xia Yuan spread his hands in a mocking gesture. Sorry, SSRs can do whatever they want. He clenched his fists tightly. What good is a stiff neck? If you've got the guts, let's duel. I'll take all of you on by myself. Everyone fell silent, for they had witnessed Xia Yuan's livestream replace the title God of Death was no exaggeration. Those unimaginable supermodel-like skills were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. They had no idea how to even begin to fight. Han Guang and the others had just been berated as well, but they felt a sense of satisfaction. It was so satisfying. They knew Xia Yuan's fearless temperament. Having a demon king on your side was a different story. It was much more satisfying to see him dominate others. Even they felt inexplicably tough. Lin Juanhao's forehead veins bulged. In Chongyang City, he was a powerful figure who could control everything, yet he had never been mocked like this before. Xia Yuan snorted derisively. So scared of me? I thought everyone in the city was brave. Just now, wasn't there someone who said my title as God of Killing was undeserved? I can take you on too. His expression was arrogant to the extreme. Not a single one of you has the guts to stand up to me? You think others are trash? It's like the pot calling the kettle black. It's a laughingstock. Lin Juanhao had completely lost his temper and his rationality. Fine. Let us fight. I'll see just how powerful you are, you level 50 spirit contract. In an instant, Han Guang and the others from Chuanbei grew excited. This guy is a madman. Daring to challenge the kill god to PvP. And just like that, what was supposed to be a peaceful banquet turned into a spirit contract showdown. Downstairs in the Starry Sky Banquet Hall, the entire floor had been transformed into an indoor contract spirit arena. After all, this was the place where noble contract spirit masters were regularly entertained. Everyone at the banquet gathered around the arena to watch the spectacle. The audience below was divided into two groups. One side consisted of students from the local academy, while the other was made up of city dwellers. Both sides have clearly taken sides. Lin Juanhao felt a bit uneasy, but having grown accustomed to his arrogant and domineering ways, he didn't think much of it. He was the one with an 85-level powerful SR contract spirit. How could he possibly lose? Even if the opponent was an SSR, they were only around level 50 at best. After reassuring himself, Lin Juanhao summoned his most prideful contract spirit with a smirk. Come out. Crimson Demon. Kill him. A massive demon with 3 heads, 8 arms, and a body entirely crimson in color materialized on the battlefield. Its aura was overwhelming, and its terrifying appearance sent shivers down the spine. With a faint breath, it spat out blue flames from its mouth, then smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of sharp, terrifying fangs. Xia Yuan leaned lazily against the edge of the arena, spotting a demon that looked like an upgraded version of Neza, and couldn't help but react. Wow! Sure enough, where there's a spirit contract master, there's a spirit contract. You two really do look alike. Chapter 47, Who else? Level 85, SR rank, Crimson Demon. Lin Juanhao looked at the guy who was even more arrogant and conceited than him, and couldn't help but sneer. He refused to believe it. His level 85 SR could lose to a level 54 SSR. Lin Juanhao had participated in 2 major tournaments and faced off against numerous SR-ranked opponents, emerging victorious in most encounters. His Crimson Devil was one of the most powerful card pool characters among the many contract spirits. Kill him. Lin Juanhao gave the order. The Crimson Devil immediately attacked, opening all 3 heads simultaneously and firing 3 energy waves of different attributes towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan casually raised his hand, blocking the attack with an unrestricted spell, then loosened the collar of his suit. Let's warm up before dinner. I hope you'll be a worthy opponent. He wanted to test his new skill and see how strong his martial arts were with the first few gates of the 8 gates of escape enhanced. The death gate couldn't be opened lightly. But the others were fair game. 8 gates escape technique, first gate, open. Xia Yuan swung his arm, his aura trembling, feeling a sudden lightness throughout his body. The first gate was opened, lifting the restrictions on his brain domain to unlock 100% of his physical capabilities. Overloading the body's energy reserves to boost attack power and speed. Mo Shiyu was utterly astonished, her eyes brimming with delight. This was Xia Yuan's new skill, the 8 gates of escape. Though she didn't know how powerful it was, Xia Yuan's skills were always beyond the norm. Roar! During this time, the Crimson Demon's second wave of attacks had already arrived, charging towards Xia Yuan while using ranged attacks to suppress him. However, his attacks couldn't reach Xia Yuan, all deflected by the limitless spell, unable to suppress him in the slightest. Xia Yuan saw the enemy charging toward him and smiled. Here you come. He charged forward to meet them head-on. Lin Juanhao laughed out loud upon seeing this. You actually want to engage in close combat with the Crimson Demon? You're crazy. The 3-headed, 8-armed creature naturally had 6 extra arms compared to a humanoid contract spirit, giving it overwhelming close combat strength. Neither side backed down, colliding brutally with each other. The Crimson Demon's 8 arms struck almost simultaneously, their fists leaving trails of afterimages as they descended upon Xia Yuan like a storm. Even the onlookers felt a suffocating pressure. However, Xia Yuan's punches were even faster than they had imagined. His fists, imbued with cursed energy, struck back like a storm. After activating the first gate of the 8 gates escape technique, his physical combat abilities had greatly improved, and the speed of his punches far exceeded expectations. However, the strength of activating the first gate still couldn't match the opponent's 8 punches. The punches he couldn't block were all deflected using limitless techniques. If one gate wasn't enough, then open more gates. Xia Yuan continued to punch relentlessly while gradually activating the remaining gates of the 8 gates of escape. Shio Gate, open. Opening this gate removes the fatigue limits on physical strength, allowing the body to be pushed beyond its limits and continuously recover stamina. It counteracts the fatigue caused by the rapid energy consumption of opening the gates. Xia Yuan's punches became even faster and more powerful. He had gradually caught up with the Crimson Demon's punches, and the two were now evenly matched. Xia Yuan fights with great vigor, emitting the sound of ola 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 from his mouth. The Crimson Demon seems to be enjoying himself as well, rhythmically emitting hoo 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 hoo. The simple yet brutal exchange of punches creates a deafening roar, with thunderous sounds and surging fist winds. This scene left the onlookers speechless. As the saying goes, 2 hands can't fight 4. Xia Yuan was already holding his own against 8 hands with just 2 fists. Wait, is the martial arts of the Chuanbei slaughter god really this powerful? Isn't his strength supposed to come from his overpowered skills? Oh my god, his punches are like cannon blasts. My spirit beast wouldn't even last a single punch. This SSR's strength is off the charts. Besides his overpowered skills, his martial arts are this powerful too. This is the kind of fight a man should have every punch lands, making my blood boil. Who will win? Who will win? If 2 punches beat 8, that's just ridiculous. Lin Juanhao was stunned. The Crimson Demon's punches had never lost before. Other contract spirits would avoid its sharp edge, but who would dare to face it head-on like Xia Yuan and still not lose? He roared. Scarlet, what are you doing? Mo Shiyu was also stunned. She knew Xia Yuan had decent physical combat skills, but she never expected him to reach this level. She suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling, could the 8 gates of escape be a skill that enhances physical combat? If that's the case, then Xia Yuan's performance metrics are almost maxed out across the board. As he continued to throw punches, Xia Yuan's condition improved steadily. And the probability of each punch producing a black flash began to rise steadily. The power keeps growing stronger. Gradually, the Crimson Demon began to show signs of weakness. Xia Yuan's lips curled into a maniacal grin. Strike while the iron is hot, I'll take your life. 8 gates escape technique, 3rd gate, the gate of life opens. In an instant, Xia Yuan's entire body began to swell with blood, emanating green energy, and the power of his punches surged once more. The previous balance between the 2 fighters was completely shattered. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xia Yuan's fist wind directly overpowered the Crimson Demon. The black flashes, accompanied by a barrage of fist shadows, struck the opponent's towering figure. The Crimson Demon, unable to keep up, saw the situation rapidly deteriorate. Soon, he could no longer throw punches and could only take Xia Yuan's blows like a punching bag. It lacked Xia Yuan's limitless techniques to withstand the punches. Bang! 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 The Crimson Demon's body was pounded into a series of green blood spattering everywhere, and it lost all ability to resist. Ooh la 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 la! Xia Yuan was completely hyped up. What's wrong? You liked the rapid fire punches, didn't you? Give me some more fun. The entire arena fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of Xia Yuan's fists landing on the Crimson Demon's body, thud, thud. It didn't just sit there waiting to die. Under the intense barrage of punches, its 3 heads opened wide, beginning to gather elemental energy waves. Xia Yuan gave a cruel smile, temporarily halting his punches, leaped into the air, and delivered a powerful horizontal sweep, kicking all 3 of its heads. Its energy buildup was interrupted. The Crimson Demon nearly froze in place. Xia Yuan appeared behind it like a ghost, raised his leg, and kicked it away. He leaped again, landing above the Crimson Demon. He ran along the 4 corners of the ceiling at the top of the ring, performing 4 consecutive kicks to build up maximum power, and finally delivered a devastating stomp on its body. The ceiling corner was shattered and cracked. It looked like a black lightning bolt striking 4 times in succession, an astonishing sight. Lily Hua, Xia Yuan version. Bang! A deafening roar echoed from the center of the stage. The Crimson Demon crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. Xia Yuan stood with 1 foot on his body, his domineering gaze sweeping over the crowd below. He tugged at his collar and grinned triumphantly, baring his white teeth. Who else is left? The next moment, the Crimson Demon shattered into pieces, vanishing from the stage. Chapter 48, Don't Run. Reward points are up for grabs. The entire arena fell silent once more. The geniuses from all the top universities in Yunchuan province finally witnessed the abnormal strength of the Chuanbei slaughter god. He didn't even use any of the unimaginable skills from the livestream. He defeated an SR-ranked opponent at level 85 using only his physical techniques. The victor on the stage was arrogant, conceited, and utterly contemptuous of others. His personality was utterly bizarre. If it were Lin Juanhao, they wouldn't have been convinced. But Xia Yuan had already won their respect. Because he possesses the strength to match him and an extraordinary, unique charm. He could make you submit willingly. The contract spirit masters and contract spirits in the city no longer dare to underestimate the people from the local academy. Years of oppression and discrimination have been shattered by Xia Yuan alone. Han Guang and the others from the northern region regained their confidence, standing tall and proud, sharing in the glory. They even felt a sense of pride welling up inside them. Look! This is our Chuanbei's god of war who dares to challenge him? Although they were terrified of Xia Yuan when they were in Chuanbei. But now that they were in the province, they were alumni. Watching people from other places being suppressed by Xia Yuan was a real thrill. Even the people from the local college joined in the cheers. They finally felt they could hold their heads high in the provincial capital region. Lin Juanhao stood there speechless, his face filled with disbelief, muttering to himself. How is this possible? How could an SSR be this powerful? Even a Platinum Dragon King couldn't defeat the Crimson Demon so easily. He never imagined that the 85th level SR he had cultivated with the full might of the Chongyang Lin family would be so easily crushed by someone else. And it was in their strongest area, close combat. Lin Juanhao glared at Xia Yuan, who was strutting around on stage, so enraged that a bitter taste rose in his throat. He could only retreat in disgrace, slapping his sleeves as he left, muttering without any pride. Xia Yuan. You just wait. If it weren't for the White Dragon King deeming it beneath him to attend the banquet, he would have dealt with you himself. Xia Yuan swept his gaze over the other townspeople, none of whom dared to meet his eyes, as none of them had a spirit beast. No one else wants to challenge me? How about this? I'll stay right here and fight all your contract spirits. If I move even a step, I'll admit defeat. He cleared his throat, softening his tone, and negotiated with them. How about that? The god of death has gone mad again. He was trying to lure all their contract spirits into a trap. In an instant, everyone scattered in a panic, fleeing the contract spirit arena and returning to the starry banquet hall on the top floor. Xia Yuan tried to stop him, waving his hands. Don't leave. If that doesn't work, I'll even seal my own skills. Watching the reward points slip away one by one, Xia Yuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. What a pity. If he could clear all the contract spirits from this banquet, the system reward bar would probably spike again. Mo Shiyu shook her head helplessly. Xia Yuan, you're at it again? You want to kill them all? Xia Yuan returned to his lazy demeanor, casually jumping off the stage. Fat Rain, you don't understand. Do you think I'm a contract spirit killing maniac? I'm just honing my skills. Otherwise, where do you think all those skills I learned later came from? Mo Shiyu looked skeptical. Really? Xia Yuan, of course. Mo Shiyu recalled Xia Yuan's martial arts techniques from earlier and was thrilled. The 8 gates escape technique is so powerful. Now your martial arts are on par with the best. Xia Yuan smiled and walked toward the starry banquet hall. This is nothing yet. If the death gate opens and Nikai kicks her, this little girl would be scared to death. Mo Shiyu cleared her throat, straightened her chest, and adjusted her snow-white long skirt. Her big, sparkling eyes blinked. Xia Yuan, don't you think I look different today? Xia Yuan turned back to look at her a few times. What's different? Did you wear something revealing? He pretended to lift the hem of her skirt. Mo Shiyu's face flushed red, and she hurriedly pressed down on her dress with both hands. No. A white dress wouldn't possibly go with black stockings. Xia Yuan ignored her and hurried away, running off happily. Let's eat, I'm hungry. Mo Shiyu was left alone, fluttering in the wind. Was she not looking good today? Why was it so hard to hear a single compliment from her SSR? Is being a loser really that appealing? He thinks about it all day long. Mo Shiyu thought about it and decided that wearing black stockings more often wasn't such a bad idea. It's not about trying to please Xia Yuan. It's just that black stockings make her look slimmer. Starry Sky Banquet Hall. After the incident involving Xia Yuan and Lin Juanhao, the atmosphere was actually better than before. At least the local contract spirits and their masters were in high spirits. Xia Yuan headed straight for the buffet area and began to eat heartily. My cheeks are puffed out from eating. A shy, sweet voice rang out from behind. Xia Yuan, big brother. Do you remember me? Xia Yuan was already accustomed to women's cliched pickup lines, but when he turned around, he was surprised to find that it was indeed someone he knew. The person in question was wearing a red long dress, which should have exuded elegance and grace, but instead, she radiated a sweet and adorable aura, her face flushed with nervousness. This was none other than Su Yun, whom he had teamed up with in the secret realm earlier. Of course I do. Xia Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth. Seeing this, Su Yun quickly held a glass of red wine with both hands and offered it to him. He drank it all in one gulp and continued, Su Yun, you made it to the provincial competition too? Su Yun nodded obediently. From the very beginning, she had noticed Xia Yuan. But earlier, there were simply too many beautiful women around him, and she couldn't get close. Now she finally had the chance to greet him. Xia Yuan gave her a quick once-over and casually complimented her. That red outfit really suits you. It makes you look even sweeter and more adorable. Su Yun's ears turned red instantly. Thank you. I just watched the match. Xia Yuan is getting better and better. Mo Shiyu, who had just come over holding her skirt, saw the scene. She was so angry inside. She picked up a chicken drumstick nearby and bit into it fiercely. It felt as though she was biting into Xia Yuan himself. Xia Yuan ate while pondering. I wonder if tomorrow's provincial competition will be another tournament? To put it bluntly, he wanted to earn system reward points. Suyun looked around cautiously, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, her breath fragrant. I have some insider information. This year's provincial competition format is different from previous years. It might be a race to clear the dungeon guides faster. In other words, the number of spots for the national competition will be determined by how quickly you can clear the dungeon. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. Coincidentally, speed clearing dungeons was his favorite activity. Just a few days ago, he had cleared a 5-star dungeon in under 5 minutes. Well, never mind. Even though he couldn't kill the contract spirits anymore, killing monsters could still accumulate system reward points, which wasn't too bad. Mo Shiyu walked over, suddenly squeezing between the two of them with a smirk. Isn't this Suyun? What a coincidence. By the way, what were you two whispering about? Chapter 49, Spinning the Top, Provincial Competition kicks off. Suyun covered her mouth and laughed softly. Don't misunderstand, Mo. I was just sharing some insider information about the competition with Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu smiled sweetly on the surface. Oh, so that's what it was. But inwardly, she rolled her eyes at the other person's overly sweet tone, wondering why she was being so sugary and constantly mentioning Xia Yuan. Suyun smiled sweetly. It seems like Mo sure really cares about Xia Yuan, doesn't she? She has to ask about everything. Mo Shiyu remained expressionless. He's my spirit companion. We spend every day together. Is there a problem? Suyun picked up the red wine glass she had previously fed to Xia Yuan, took a sip with her rosy lips, and said, I wouldn't restrict my contract spirit from doing anything, not even finding a wife. Mo Shiyu's eyes widened, her hand raised then lowered, hesitating to speak. Those were the cups Xia Yuan had drunk from. Looking at Xia Yuan, he didn't even glance at the two of them. He picked up his plate and continued searching for food, enjoying the meal. The rhythmic music in the starry sky banquet hall reached its peak, heightening the atmosphere. Men and women gathered in the center, following the beat, and began to dance. Mo Shiyu and Suyun's eyes suddenly sharpened, and they rushed toward Xia Yuan almost simultaneously. Xia Yuan, will you dance with me? Xia Yuan, dance. At the same time, a larger group of beautiful women were on their way, their intentions clear. Xia Yuan had just finished eating, holding his stomach, and let out a satisfied belch. Seeing Mo Shiyu and Suyun both reaching out their hands to him, he smiled and said, Are you sure you want to dance with me? I don't know how to dance. Mo Shiyu, it's okay. Suyun, I can teach Xia Yuan how to dance. The two almost spoke in unison. Seeing a crowd of women approaching from behind, Xia Yuan decided to take both girls by the hand and dive into the dance floor. Alright, let's do it. It's a good way to work off the meal. Mo Shiyu looked stunned. Wait, both of you together is two. Suyun also didn't expect Xia Yuan to want both of them. Typically, men and women dance in pairs. Although Xia Yuan had never danced before, he believed he had a natural talent for it. Becoming the Asian dance king was just a matter of time. Then, two blooming flowers spun and danced in the dance floor. One rose, one snow lotus. Xia Yuan laughed carefree, holding the hands of Mo Shiyu and Suyun, guiding them to spin in circles endlessly. Oh, fun. Dancing is easy. The two of them spun around in their flowing dresses, blooming like flowers. It was indeed a sight to behold. But it's pretty exhausting. You're spinning so fast. Can you go even faster? Stay steady, I'll make you fly. Xia Yuan grew more and more excited as he played, even exerting himself to help them spin faster. Mo Shiyu and Suyun were spinning so dizzy they couldn't think straight, wanting to refuse to stop, but they were completely unable to speak. They regretted it, they truly regretted it. Xia Yuan was treating the two of them like spinning tops. The crowd erupted in cheers, applauding the two for their incredible spinning top-like dance, as if they were watching a circus act. When the starlit banquet came to an end, Mo Shiyu and Suyun had already been walking for quite some time. They had suffered enough. Before they passed out, they swore they would never dance with Xia Yuan again in their entire lives. The next day, the provincial-level competition officially kicked off. A total of 270 young spirit contractors selected from 27 spirit contract academies across Yunchuan province gathered at the Tianding Grand Square in Chongyang City. The Tianding Grand Square was equivalent to the bird's nest of the previous world, covering a vast area. The four-sided spectator stands can accommodate nearly 100,000 people. Today, it is already packed to capacity. The place is bustling with people and filled with excitement. Prominent spirit contractors from prominent families across Yunchuan province, officials from the Spirit Contractors Alliance, and even high-ranking military officials are present to witness the event. This competition is being broadcast live nationwide with no blind spots. Major media outlets from across the Great Xia Empire have arrived on site for live broadcasts and commentary. This scale, this grand spectacle, and it's just the provincial level event venue. This clearly demonstrates the high level of importance placed on the National Spirit Contractors College Championship. As the rising stars of Yunchuan Province and the future backbone of humanity's fight against dungeon monsters and secret realm demons, they entered the Tianding Square amid a sea of cheering crowds. Among the representatives from the northern region of the province, Xia Yuan strode forward with a confident stride, gazing at the breathtaking scene around him and marveling. Wow, no wonder it's a provincial level event. The scale is so much bigger than in Xuanbai. He maintained his usual relaxed and lazy demeanor, but once we win first place, let's wrap up the competition early and head back to the hotel. I have plans with my online friend and a female netizen. Dama was the nickname of the Holy Light Knight. After getting to know each other, Xia Yuan started calling him that, finding it convenient and easy to say. A female online friend whom Xia Yuan met while playing games online, a woman with excellent gaming skills. When the people from Xuanbei heard this, they didn't think Xia Yuan was bragging. Because he truly had the skills to back it up. Mo Shiyu was participating in such a major competition for the first time, feeling a bit nervous and excited. She was wondering what expression she should make if Xia Yuan were to shine brightly. How should she avoid the envious glances? Her lips were hard to keep from curling. Mo Shiyu rubbed her chin. She had been smiling so much lately that her mouth felt sore. She needed to control herself. Once everyone had entered the venue, the high-ranking officials from the provincial government of Xuanbei province walked over, delivering a lengthy and boring speech filled with encouragement and future prospects. When Xia Yuan was about to storm the stage, the chief examiner of the Spirit Summoner Alliance, responsible for this provincial competition, finally took the stage and announced the rules. This competition has abolished the traditional arena battles and will instead adopt a dungeon raid speed competition. Before the competition begins, 10 special dungeon portals will appear in the center of the arena. These special dungeons were created by my SR Spirit Contract Master, the dungeon creator Zhuang Meng. The monsters that appear in the dungeons are identical, with difficulty equivalent to a 4-star dungeon. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted into chaos, with shouts and exclamations echoing throughout the hall. The participants were utterly astonished and began whispering among themselves. The chief examiner was a middle-aged man dressed neatly and built like a tank. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, then continued. You must have your contract spirits clear the 4-star dungeon as quickly as possible, solo. However, you have 3 chances to make mistakes. You may attempt the dungeon 3 times, and your score will be determined by the shortest time it takes you to clear the dungeon in any of those 3 attempts. There are a total of 270 participants in this competition. Only the 5 spirit masters with the shortest total time will be selected to travel to the capital of the Great Xia Empire to participate in the national championship finals. He sneered, if you can't even solo a 4-star dungeon, just withdraw voluntarily. The final tournament isn't for people of your level. Chapter 50, The Strong Break the Rules, SSR Platinum Dragon King makes his debut. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, satisfied with what he heard. Su Yun's insider information was pretty accurate. It seemed she had some connections. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and shouted. Examiner Dazhuang, can I be the first to take the test? Mo Shiyu was sweating profusely, pulling at his sleeve from below, urging him not to act recklessly. This was the chief examiner of the alliance. His strength and status were unmatched. How dare you give him a nickname? The chief examiner looked at him but didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said. You must be SSR Xia Yuan, right? I've heard of you. You once rescued people from the Abyss Dungeon disaster. Han Yu is my colleague. She mentioned you, saying you're very strong. I personally admire you, but rules are rules. If I let you go first, that would be breaking the rules. Xia Yuan looked dejected. He had been hoping to end the competition early and return to the hotel to play games. The in-game events wouldn't wait. If he arrived late, the other teams might have already claimed the first clear rewards. Then he'd get censored and criticized. Mo Shiyu sighed in relief. At least he wasn't angry. As for going first, forget about it. That would be like asking the chief examiner to give them special treatment in front of everyone. However, the next moment, the head examiner's voice rang out again. But aren't rules meant to be broken? Every SSR is a national treasure of the Great Xia Empire. I judge that you have the qualifications, so I am willing to break the rules for you. These words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. In the live broadcast studios of major news media across the country, viewers frantically typed out question marks. Among the contestants, there was a buzz of excitement and discussion. Mo Shiyu was completely taken aback. She never expected the other party to actually agree. Xia Yuan's expression changed quickly, and he immediately became delighted. The examiner is quite the smooth operator. Give me your name, I'll remember you. If you ever need help, come find me. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and give you a hand. Wow! Turned upside down. The people from Xuanbai were used to it. But the others had never seen such an arrogant and insolent spirit contract before. Mo Shiyu frantically tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently, Xia Yuan, show some respect to the chief examiner. The chief examiner stood with his hands on his hips, not the least bit annoyed, but instead burst into laughter. Then I won't hold back. My name is Lu Changhe, a T1 ranked spirit contract master within the alliance. Among the participants, Lin Jun gritted his teeth in anger. He naturally couldn't stand seeing Xia Yuan do well, so he immediately incited many followers to shout. This isn't fair. Exactly. A competition should be fair. If someone gets to go first just because they're an SSR, the world will be in chaos. We refuse to accept this. We demand a fair competition. Protest. Protest. Lu Changhe's gaze swept sharply over the protesters as he spoke in a deep voice. I know the rest of you feel unfair, but if any of you have a contract spirit as powerful as Xia Yuan, I'd be happy to break the rules for you. How about that? His tone turned icy. You greenhorns, have any of you ever faced the disaster of a raid boss? Have you seen the hellish landscape along the Spirit Beast Great Wall defense line? Do you know how terrifying world-class bounty bosses are? Lu Changhe's eyes turned red. This burly man was trembling uncontrollably, clenching his teeth as he managed to utter a few words. I've seen it. Even my own contract spirits are no more than ants to be crushed under their feet. Only the truly powerful contract spirits can save the innocent civilians suffering from disaster. I've seen them risk everything to snatch lives from the jaws of death. The number of lives saved is in the millions. Such individuals, who can contribute so greatly to humanity in the future, shouldn't they be entitled to the simple privilege of cutting in line? The entire hall fell silent. Lu Changhe took a deep breath, calmed himself, and spoke slowly. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. If any of you still feel dissatisfied, you can file a complaint against me, and I will take full responsibility. After these words, the contestants had no further objections. Xia Yuan froze for a moment, then, after hearing Lu Changhe's words, fell into deep thought for the first time in his life. It seemed that this world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. He had to become stronger. However, in his spare time, he still needed to play games. Just as the entire venue fell into silence, a voice rang out. Since SSRs have special privileges and can go first, then my Platinum Dragon King wants to go first too. From the Sanyun Spirit Contract Academy team, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly stepped forward. This man was none other than the Platinum Dragon King Spirit Master, Joku. He stepped forward to the front of the team, and as he raised his head, a white gold Western-style giant dragon materialized behind him. Its body was agile, with sturdy muscle lines covering its torso. Its entire body was covered in white gold scales, though its size was not particularly large. Its blood-red maw exposed sharp fangs. Its massive wings were folded alongside its body, and its vertical pupils, resembling fiery red lanterns, glared forward. Its gaze lacked the sharpness and intimidating aura typical of dragons, instead appearing slightly confused, as if it didn't understand why it had been summoned. This is the strongest ace of the Cloud River Province's top-ranked contract spirit academy, the SSR Platinum Dragon King. Level 57. All eyes in the arena were fixed on it. Cold sweat trickled down the Platinum Dragon King's forehead in a human-like manner. Despite the intense stares, it gathered its courage, stood tall, and emitted a low growl, woof woof woof, resembling the warning bark of a dog about to attack. Looking extremely fierce. Since the other side had already stepped forward to provoke them, Xia Yuan also leaped forward, joining the front ranks of the group to confront the dragon. Mo Shiyu had no choice but to follow suit. Xia Yuan and the giant dragon locked eyes, both SSR ranked beings sizing each other up, assessing what they were up against. To be honest, this was the first time Xia Yuan had encountered another SSR, and he couldn't discern anything particularly powerful about this dragon. However, just like himself, powerful spirit beasts were often unique and kept their true strength hidden. You couldn't tell anything from their appearance. The more Xia Yuan looked at the Platinum Dragon King, the more he found it dull, and he couldn't help but ask. Dumb dragon? Are you sure you want to compete with me for first place? The white gold Dragon King, feeling uneasy, shifted his gaze and looked down at his master, whispering in human speech. Master, maybe we don't have to fight for first place. I'm not really that interested in being first. Despite its majestic dragon voice, the tone was unmistakably humble and gentle. Joku coldly replied, No, you want to. The white gold Dragon King obediently raised his head and replied to Xia Yuan with 2 words, I want to. The 2 SSR-ranked characters entered the scene with tension running high, leaving both the livestream viewers and the on-site audience on the edge of their seats. Lu Changhe cleared his throat and stepped forward. Both of you are SSR-ranked. I can even break the rules for you. But I can't decide the order. Why don't you fight it out? The moment he said this, the audience's eyes were already filled with anticipation. Let's see what you've got. You know exactly what the audience wants to see. You're the one who should be the chief examiner. Chapter 51, Xia Yuan vs. White Dragon King Part 3. Xia Yuan naturally wouldn't back down. The word back down doesn't exist in his dictionary. The game event is about to start. Let's head back early so we can prepare. The white gold Dragon King's eyes widened like copper bells, his aura growing fierce. It exhaled 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils, raised its head, and finally emanated the majesty and dominance of a dragon, brimming with killing intent. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. It spoke in a cold, menacing tone. If that's the case, then let's settle this once and for all, human. Xia Yuan clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, grinning. That's great, I was just thinking the same thing. He truly wanted to test how strong SSR really was. After all, SR was no match for him. This dragon might just bring him a surprise. The tension between the two sides reached a stalemate once again, the air thick with tension, as if they were about to clash at any moment. The overwhelming aura of the two SSRs forced everyone around them to step back. Both the on-site audience and those watching the livestream unconsciously held their breath, their palms sweating with tension. Could it be? These two SSRs can't wait to step onto the spirit contract arena. They're about to settle this right here. Right now. Quo right here. Xia Yuan never expected that this dragon, which initially looked so docile, would be so fierce when it came down to it. Daring to challenge him to a battle right here. Here, if you die, you're really dead. As he was thinking this, he noticed something off about the other's gaze. A strong intuition surged through his heart. Xia Yuan and the White Gold Dragon King locked minds in that moment, both striking simultaneously while shouting. Rock, scissors, paper. Xia Yuan chose scissors. The White Gold Dragon King extended his claws. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Xia Yuan burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, I won. I was the first to move. The White Gold Dragon King was deeply shaken, clutching his head with both claws, and spoke in a dejected tone. I lost. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent, not a sound to be heard. They wanted to collapse to the ground, feet in the air. What the hell is this? You were all so full of yourself just now, ready to fight, and now you pull this on me? I even took off my pants, and this is what you show me? Joko covered his face, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Mo Shiyu also felt embarrassed and wanted to escape. You two are SSRs. Pulling this stunt has completely ruined your previously invincible, high and mighty image. Not to mention others, Xia Yuan himself finally snapped out of it, abandoning the joy of victory, flinging his hat aside. Are you kidding me? You actually challenged me to rock paper scissors? I was craving a real fight. Do you even know what a battle is, dumb dragon? The Platinum Dragon King scratched his head, looking innocent. What battle? I've watched so many human cartoons. In this situation, you usually decide with rock paper scissors. It sighed regretfully. Anyway, I lost. You go first, I'll go second. Xia Yuan faced this clumsy dragon and, for a moment, couldn't think of any mocking or sarcastic words to say. All that remained was silence. Lu Chun has stepped forward to end the farce. Since that's the case, Xia Yuan will go first for the assessment, and the White Gold Dragon King will be second. Do either of your spirit masters have any objections? Mo Shiyu had no objections. Joko couldn't even lift his head, feeling like he'd lost all face, and remained silent. He had made such a stylish entrance, but now, thanks to the White Gold Dragon King, he looked like a fool. Joko turned around and glared at the White Gold Dragon King with hatred. You're grounded from watching cartoons for a month. The White Gold Dragon King was struck speechless, tears welling up in his vertical pupils. He felt like crying and pleaded in a submissive tone. How could you do this? I didn't do anything wrong, master. You're too heartless. Joko, seeing this, felt a pang of mercy. Alright, just 1 week then. The White Gold Dragon King was instantly moved. Master, you're such a kind person. Joku. After this bizarre farce, the competition officially began its preparations. Lu Chun has summoned his SR contract spirit, the space conceptualizer, which had an unusual design, resembling a pixelated block figure. Xia Yuan was a bit surprised. This space conceptualizer really looks like a villager from Minecraft. The pixelated figure closed its eyes in deep thought for a moment, then pulled out a hammer, nails, and various other tools, floating in midair as it began to tinker away. Before long, a pixelated teleportation gate appeared and gradually solidified into a real teleportation gate. It then proceeded to hammer and tinker at the back, eventually creating a large screen capable of displaying a timer. The remaining portals will be constructed by the designers. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, you may begin the assessment immediately. Lu Chun has spoke up. We can monitor your progress through the large timer screen behind the teleportation gate. Remember, you only have 3 chances. Xia Yuan started moving his limbs, removing his sunglasses in advance to reveal his 6 sparkling eyes. 1 try is enough. Fat Rain, get ready. Mo Shiyu immediately summoned Xiao Hei, who perched on her shoulder. Since it's a speed competition, I have a tactical suggestion. However, the best scenario would be if the constructor's 4-star dungeon leads directly to the terrain. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. The two exchanged a few whispered words. Xia Yuan's lips curled slightly. We can give it a try. I hope it works on the first attempt. I don't want to do it again. On the surrounding spectator stands of the Tianding Grand Square, everyone sat up straight. This time, there shouldn't be any surprises. We'll finally get to see the true power of SSR. Xia Yuan and his partner were ready, and under the gaze of the crowd, they stepped into the teleportation gate. The next second, they found themselves inside a 4-star special dungeon, with cameras capturing every angle on the big screen. The moment they entered, Xia Yuan immediately took a fighting stance. He smiled as he looked at the tunnel leading directly to the boss's room. This was exactly what Fat Yu had predicted. A straight-through dungeon. No winding paths. This will be easy. The others were confused, not understanding why Xia Yuan was standing motionless in front of the dungeon. All they heard was a clear, icy incantation. 9 principles. Polarization. Black and white. Between the surface and the depth. A terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted from his body. Silver hair flying. His movements are graceful and fluid. Empty form. Z. 150% full power void form G activated. Boom. The entire 4-star special dungeon trembled violently. The ground before Xia Yuan shattered layer by layer, and a purple light of destruction erupted from his fingertips. The attack's massive range obliterated everything in its path. It seemed as though space itself had been shattered. All the minor enemies within the dungeon were instantly reduced to nothingness. The power of the Z technique remained undiminished, piercing through the boss's room and striking the dungeon boss. The poor creature hadn't even had a chance to show itself before being instantly killed. The boss of a 4-star dungeon, only level 80, couldn't withstand Xia Yuan's 150% void form Z. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Xia Yuan successfully cleared the dungeon, with the time frozen at an astonishing 15 seconds. Chapter 52, is the void technique this powerful? Is he still holding back? 15 seconds. Before anyone could react, Xia Yuan had already ended the battle and teleported out of the dungeon. Lu Chenghe was dumbfounded. Mustard fast? Joku and the White Gold Dragon King's eyes widened like copper bells, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. A 4-star dungeon was also easy for them to solo, but 15 seconds was simply too absurd. The White Gold Dragon King swallowed hard. Master, he's so strong. Are you sure we're both SSRs? Did they forget an S? I just want to go home and watch cartoons. Joku knew Xia Yuan was strong after all, he'd seen his battle footage and live streams. But the opponent hadn't shown such devastating damage output either. Did his previous techniques have such immense power? Other participants from various academies were speechless. Who could possibly surpass this performance? He self already secured first place. Lin Juanhao was utterly stunned. He had been planning his revenge, but now he didn't have the courage to even think about it. SSR. He wanted an SSR so badly too. The entire venue fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a deafening roar, as if the roof were about to be torn off. Holy crap, 15 seconds? I took a quick pee, and the 4-star dungeon was already cleared? Did you see that? One single attack shattered the entire dungeon space, and the boss was instantly defeated. This is insane. So cool and powerful. His spirit master must be so lucky. I get it now. The battle videos of Yuan Shen before this were all holding back. He has been keeping his true strength hidden. So far, no spirit contract or boss has made Xia Yuan use his full strength. We can only look forward to other SSRs, like the Platinum Dragon King. Too bad they didn't fight each other. Xia Yuan finished the battle, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away with a cheerful stride. Mo Shiyu followed behind, carefully managing her expression. Lu Chenghe couldn't help but ask. There are still 2 more chances. Are you really not going to try again? Xia Yuan didn't even look back as he waved his hand. No need. We're already first, aren't we? Lu Chenghe. Indeed, a 15-second time was already enough to defy the heavens. Even the Platinum Dragon King, who was also an SSR, might not be able to break it. As Xia Yuan passed by Joku and the Platinum Dragon King, he didn't forget to greet them. Dumbo Dragon, keep it up. I hope you can break my record, at least don't let your score be higher than mine. The Platinum Dragon King looked both flattered and overwhelmed, waving his claws wildly. I'm not as good as you, so I might have to let you down. I'm sorry. Joku was so frustrated, he's mocking you. The White Gold Dragon King looked confused. Really? I thought he was a nice guy. He was cheering me on, wasn't he? Xia Yuan was also amused by this guy. Huh, you're quite interesting. I hope we can have a match at the national competition. The White Gold Dragon King shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to fight this terrifying guy. As soon as it emerged from the spirit bonding space, it sensed that the person before it was extremely dangerous. The danger level was on par with its former superior in the world. It had come from the dragon god. Why fight someone you can't beat? It wasn't that stupid. On the contrary, it's incredibly clever. After Xia Yuan finished speaking, he hummed a tune happily and walked out of the Tianding arena. Mo Shiyu had originally planned to watch the performance of another SSR Platinum Dragon King, but since Xia Yuan left so decisively, she didn't feel right staying behind. So she took out her phone and started watching the live stream. She was curious to know whether Xia Yuan was just too strong and overpowered, or if all SSRs were like that. Seeing her watching the live stream, Xia Yuan said, After watching Data Dragon's results, be sure to let me know. He was also quite concerned. If he hadn't been in a hurry to return for the game event, he would have stayed to at least watch the Platinum Dragon King's dungeon run. Inside the Tianding Arena, everyone could only watch as Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu left, then shifted their attention entirely to the Platinum Dragon King. They were also curious to see how the Platinum Dragon King, another SSR tier creature, would perform. Currently, it was the only one with the highest chance of breaking the unimaginable 15-second record. For a moment, the pressure fell on the Platinum Dragon King. Its massive body curled into a ball, seeming at a loss. Joku, seeing this, immediately shouted harshly. "Straighten your back. You're a dragon, and an SSR at that." The Platinum Dragon King snapped out of it and straightened its body. Joku sighed in exasperation and said earnestly, "Big White, believe in yourself. You're also an SSR, you're no worse than that guy. If you really try, 15 seconds is nothing, we can do it in 10. The Platinum Dragon King shook his head frantically. "Oysters, oysters, oysters. I can't do it." "Joku, then you have to give it your all." The White Gold Dragon King limped forward, his expression dejected. "I understand." The two entered the teleportation gate, ready for the assessment. Joku raised the corner of his mouth slightly and began to strategize in advance. "Those two guys up ahead have already given us a great tactical advantage. Big White. Once inside, cast the Spirit Candle Dragon spell immediately. Max out your damage output and drain every last bit of spiritual energy from my body, we're betting everything on this." The White Dragon King glanced at him with concern. "But master, draining all your spiritual energy, your body." Joku confidently waved his hand, lifting his gold-rimmed glasses. "Don't worry, it's just leukemia. My body is weaker than average, but I won't die anytime soon. Just follow my lead." The White Gold Dragon King fell silent. After arranging their tactics, the two stepped into the teleportation gate. The entire crowd held their breath once more. The world knew little about the White Gold Dragon King's combat prowess. After all, he had only been selected as an SSR last year, and hadn't even participated in last year's National Spirit Summoner High School tournament, so he had never showcased his true strength in such a large-scale event. It was far more low-key than Xia Yuan. Currently, there are few reported achievements about the Platinum Dragon King. First, it is the strongest spirit contract master in the history of the Tsungyun Academy, having become the ace with overwhelming power. Second, during a 5-star dungeon disaster, after everyone had evacuated, it charged in to protect a stray animal shelter. Despite facing an overwhelming attack by 80-level monsters, it didn't let a single animal die. At the time, its level was only 32. On the big screen, the figures of Joku and the Platinum Dragon King appeared. Their tactics were the same as Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. As soon as they teleported into the dungeon, they began charging their ultimate moves, intending to clear the dungeon in one fell swoop. Chapter 53, Yenling Candle Dragon, I am SSR. The White Gold Dragon King's clear, innocent eyes grew intensely serious. It flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, roaring out a high-pitched dragon's cry while dancing gracefully in the air. The sound was like a war song from the distant sky, sorrowful and mysterious. A heart-pounding force began too as it danced gracefully. The White Gold Dragon King suddenly halted its dance, its belly glowing red as it rose upward, straight toward its gaping maw. It suddenly expelled it, and a vivid crimson fire dragon spun out, carrying the heat to incinerate everything in its path, charging toward the boss's room. In an instant, the entire dungeon tunnel is filled with searing flames, piercing through everything in their path. Spirit Candle Dragon activated. All the minor enemies are incinerated into ash by the flames, and the fiery Candle Dragon crashes through the boss's room door, colliding with its body. It let out a piercing scream as its health bar began to plummet visibly. Though it couldn't achieve the instant kill like Xia Yuan, the speed at which its health bar dropped was still extremely fast. However, Joku suddenly collapsed to the ground and began coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. The Platinum Dragon King, seeing this, slowed down the fire it was spewing from its mouth. As the boss's health bar decreased more slowly, it dragged its burning body forward, step by step, toward this direction. However, under the continuous damage from the flames, the boss eventually collapsed on the ground. The time for clearing the dungeon was finally frozen at 41 seconds. Though it couldn't compare to Xia Yuan's monstrous 15 seconds, it was still far beyond the norm, sending the crowd into another frenzy. Wow, that's impressive, 41 seconds. So hot. It set the entire 4-star dungeon ablaze. The Platinum Dragon King may look a bit slow, but he's still so powerful. No wonder he's an SSR. Though it still falls short of Xia Yuan's damage output, it's still far beyond other spirit contractors. This is solo play, and the efficiency is off the charts. If a spirit contract master has enough spiritual energy, how many spirit stones and materials would they need to farm in a day? It's unimaginable. But the spirit master's condition seems off. He can't keep up with the Platinum Dragon King's damage output and is seriously holding him back. The Platinum Dragon King was so anxious he was spitting out fire to extinguish the remaining flames in his mouth. He leaned in closely to check Joku's condition. "Master, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital?" Joka supported its nose and stood up, speaking weakly. Big White, why did you suddenly reduce your power? I told you not to worry about me, go all out and drain my spiritual energy. The Platinum Dragon King didn't argue, just silently lowered his head and took the scolding. It knew its master's body had always been fragile, so it had never dared to use its spiritual energy recklessly. The man and the dragon were quickly teleported back to the Tianding arena, greeted by a huge cheer. Though they hadn't surpassed Xia Yuan's 15-second record. But that incredibly powerful word spirit candle dragon technique left everyone in awe, giving them a taste of what SSR tier strength truly meant. Inside the hotel, Mo Shiyu finished watching the livestream and reported the Platinum Dragon King's results to Xia Yuan, who was opening his computer. 41 seconds. They used almost the same tactics as us, but it seems their damage output still can't match yours. Xia Yuan, busy with pre-battle preparations, replied. Of course, I'm the strongest. But that guy, Data alone, achieving this result is already impressive. Mo Shiyu furrowed her brows slightly, but Joka seems to be in poor health, and his spiritual energy is limited, which seems to be restricting the White Gold Dragon King's performance. Xia Yuan glanced back at her. Oh, so you think your spiritual energy isn't limiting my performance? Mo Shiyu puffed out her cheeks, angrily punching his back with her fists. I'm improving, you know. I've always been in a state where you've been draining me dry. Other spirit contractors don't have that kind of guts. Xia Yuan enjoyed the massage, putting on his headphones and joining the team's voice chat. As soon as he joined, he heard the weary complaints of the Holy Light Knight. You're too slow. We've been waiting for you for ages. Xia Yuan was quite annoyed. You ungrateful bastard, you really don't know when to be satisfied. Do you know how much I had to rush back? I even had to cut short that major event. The Holy Light Knight replied indifferently. Oh, so did you come in first? If you didn't, don't call me your brother. I don't need a brother like you. Xia Yuan smirked triumphantly. Of course I came first. I soloed a 4-star dungeon in just 15 seconds and came right back. The Holy Light Knight fell silent. Another light, melodious female voice rang out, her tone tinged with resigned exasperation. Ha, you're bragging again. You claimed to be a spirit contract user before. Do you even know what it means to clear a 4-star dungeon in 15 seconds? Even if they're the same level SSR, they might not be able to do it. Xia Yuan had never been one to hide his identity, and when chatting with this highly skilled female gamer, he didn't hold back either. Sorry, but I did it. SSR is just the upper limit for spirit beasts in this world, but it's not my limit. He pondered for a moment. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say I'm SSR. The female voice on the other end burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, go take a hike. I even claimed I'm a world-class bounty boss with 100 million lives on my head. Do you believe me? Xia Yuan sighed. Never mind. If we ever meet in person, I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me. A silver bell-like laugh echoed through the headphones. But the Holy Knight couldn't laugh, because she knew Xia Yuan was telling the truth. She had just checked. Damn it, Yuanzi, how dare you be so much stronger than me? No way. Let's jump into the game. I'll reclaim my sense of superiority and beat you to a pulp. A skilled female gamer remarked. Oh, just keep acting. I know you're just putting on a show to impress me, hoping to win my favor and then take things offline. The person editing the video is Yuanzi's sidekick, right? Oh, my damn charm. Just my voice alone has you all mesmerized like this. It's my fault, not yours. Holy Knight. Xia Yuan. He thought his face was thick enough, but he never expected there to be mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. The scene shifts back to the Tianding arena. The grand competition was still in full swing. However, all the participants, even if they gave it their all, could only compete for the third-place spot. No matter how strongly they perform, they cannot shake the top 2 positions by even a single point. In fact, the gap is enormous. After Xia Yuan and the White Gold Dragon King demonstrated their abilities, the battles between the other contract spirits instantly became as ordinary and mundane as children playing house. Only a few SR-ranked spirits could manage to put up a fight that earned a faint round of applause from the audience. The results of the provincial level tournament were soon announced. First place, 15 seconds. Second place, 41 seconds. Third place, 1 minute and 51 seconds. Fourth place, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Fifth place, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. The 5 strongest college spirit contractors from Yunchuan province have been selected and are about to head to the capital of the Great Xia Empire to face off against monsters from across the nation in the final showdown. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan's record of clearing a 4-star dungeon in just 15 seconds has caused quite a stir among spirit summoners. The Xuanbai Spirit Summoner Academy has thus gained fame, and its rankings have soared. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Daxia, a tavern named World Peace. A tavern owner dressed in a tailcoat was leisurely polishing a glass while watching the news about the National University Spirit Summoner competition on TV. He muttered to himself, this year's spirit masters seem a bit too strong. I need to find a way to eliminate some of them, otherwise, the current state of world peace won't be sustainable. Chapter 54, Spirit Summoner Online Ranking Tournament Scatter, 1000 Cherry Blossoms. After the provincial-level competition concluded, the national competition would begin in another week, so they temporarily stayed at a top-tier hotel in Chongyang City, waiting for representatives from the capital of the Great Xia Empire to arrive. During this week, Xia Yuan had no plans to keep playing games. Gunsui's personality had influenced him, making him less of a shut-in compared to his previous life. He couldn't sit still for long. He glanced at the black-stocking JK girl lying on the sofa, her legs crossed. Mo Shiyu was staring at her phone, her two slender legs in black stockings tapping rhythmically on the sofa, creating a mysterious and alluring aura. She didn't know what she was looking at, but her lips curled into a faint smile. Xia Yuan stroked his chin, admiring the scene with satisfaction, and remarked, "The sun must be setting in the west today. Your sense of style has suddenly improved so much?" Mo Shiyu noticed Xia Yuan's gaze, her face flashed a hint of tension, and she immediately sat up straight on the sofa. She snorted coldly, "I just felt like wearing it suddenly." Xia Yuan sat down beside her, puzzled, and asked, "What are you looking at? You seem so happy." Mo Shiyu visibly tensed up, hiding her phone. "Nothing. You're not even letting me be happy." She should have left it out. Hiding it only piqued Xia Yuan's curiosity. He grinned, leaning in close, and easily snatched it from Mo Shiyu's hands. Mo Shiyu was pinned down and couldn't move at all, blushing as she shouted, "Help! The spirit pet is trying to kill its master. Xia Yuan, get away. There's really nothing going on. You're invading my privacy. What a pity." Xia Yuan was all about thick skin and being shameless. He was invincible when it came to being despicable. He showed no mercy or compassion. He opened his phone and took a look, only to find it filled with his own handsome photos. When he activated the Z technique. When the boundless void domain was activated. And even when he was laughing maniacally. Xia Yuan looked terrified, crossing his arms over his chest and glaring warily at Mo Shiyu. "Where did these photos come from? I never thought Fat Rain was a pervert, a peeping Tom right under my nose." Mo Shiyu snatched the phone back, her face red, glaring at him angrily, "I'm not a pervert. These weren't taken by me. They were snapped by your online fan club. I just wanted to print them out and make them into punching bags to vent my frustration every day. Do you think I care about them?" Xia Yuan looked skeptical, then said with a look of deep affection, "Really? I'm your spirit companion, Fat Rain. Actually, whatever you want, you can just tell me directly, like..." He slowly undid the buttons of his white shirt. Mo Shiyu swallowed hard, her throat tightening. She quickly covered her face with her hands, peeking through a finger gap. "Xia Yuan, you don't be a pervert. I'm warning you, I'm your master." Xia Yuan burst into laughter, laughing so hard he couldn't stop. "Look at you. I was just teasing you. Did you really take it seriously?" Mo Shiyu knew she had been tricked again and angrily unleashed her spiral punch, wildly striking Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's tone grew slightly more serious as he asked, "All right, enough joking around. Let's talk business. Is there a place like the Spirit Contract Arena where I can fight in underground matches? I want to hone my skills before the national tournament." Compared to traditional level grinding, killing spirit beasts on the Spirit Beast Arena yielded more system reward points. Moreover, it truly hones one's skills. As for Gojo Satoru's template, he had already mastered it to a large extent. However, he was still unfamiliar with the two universal skills, the 8 Gates of Escape and the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms of the Soul-Cutting Sword. Only by mastering all abilities and even developing new techniques can one become stronger. Mo Shiyu stopped fidgeting after listening, thought for a moment, and blurted out, "It's always been there, and it's quite common the online ranking matches for the Great Xia Spirit Masters." Xia Yuan was slightly taken aback. Online ranking tournament? He was familiar with this too. It was just like the online ranked PvP mode in card collecting games. Xia Yuan quickly tucked Mo Shiyu under his arm and gently squeezed her forehead, sighing in frustration. "How could you not tell me about something so important?" Mo Shiyu kept crying out in pain, covering her head, looking utterly wronged. "It hurts. It hurts. Xia Yuan, be gentle. As college-level spirit bonders, we usually don't initiate ranked matches first. Instead of wasting our spiritual energy on ranked matches, we rather grind through more dungeons and level up. Besides, the 10-match ranking matches are very important. The win rate determines what initial rank will be assigned as spirit masters. Who would start ranked matches before properly training their spirit beast?" Xia Yuan let go of his hand and asked, "Does this ranked match have tiers?" Mo Shiyu rubbed her temples and sat up, muttering, "No wonder you play games all day. That's right, the ranks go from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and champion." Xia Yuan pondered for a moment. "Let us focus on the ranked matches this week and see how high we can climb." Mo Shiyu suddenly felt an itch in her legs. She looked down and her face immediately turned crimson. "Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan calmly removed his hand, stood up, and said, "Time is tight. Let's go play the placement matches now." Mo Shiyu bit her lip, her watery eyes glaring at him. "How's your touch?" Xia Yuan cleared his throat and gave his assessment. "You've gained weight. At least you're better than pork." Mo Shiyu grabbed his arm, opened her little mouth, and bit down. Xia Yuan winced in pain. Are you a dog? After their playful banter, Mo Shiyu logged into the official website of the Great Xia Spirit Master online ranking tournament and registered an account. She struggled with choosing a username. What should I name myself? Do you have any ideas, Xia Yuan? Xia Yuan thought for a moment and casually suggested a name. How about Rainy Night with a sword but no umbrella? My game username is Toilet with a sword but no paper. These two go pretty well together. Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly. Only this guy could come up with such disgusting names. Thinking about it, Rainy Night with a sword but no umbrella wasn't so bad. After creating their Spirit Summoner accounts, they entered the Spirit Summoner ranking tournament portal set up inside the hotel. Mo Shiyu began explaining again. The Spirit Summoner online ranking tournament requires entering a special space to participate in the rankings. The rules of the online ranking tournament are essentially the same as the Spirit Summoner Arena tournament. There's no real death, and you can revive by consuming a large amount of spiritual energy within the Spirit Summoner space. However, you can freely spar with top Spirit Summoners from across the entire Great Xia Empire, study tactics and strategies, and experiment with Spirit Summoner team compositions. Additionally, the Great Xia Empire provides spiritual stone subsidies corresponding to each rank of Spirit Summoner, with higher ranks receiving better rewards. Xia Yuan nodded slightly in understanding. Having played so many games in his previous life, this was easy for him to grasp. As the two stepped through the teleportation gate, the scene suddenly shifted. The surroundings transformed into a space resembling a virtual game environment. Mo Shiyu logged into her account and bound Xia Yuan as her contract spirit. A pop-up window then appeared, prompting them to change their appearance. To protect privacy, prevent encountering acquaintances, and avoid revealing tactical plans or contract spirit information in advance. The ranked match space also offers a face customization system. Mo Shiyu was a bit excited. Although she had been exposed to such things since childhood and knew the basics, this was her first time entering this ranked match space. Since we're here, let's give the face customization a try. Xia Yuan smiled. I'm already familiar with this. He then began to carefully experiment with the face customization system. After a while Mo Shiyu was still struggling, Xia Yuan had already successfully customized his appearance and changed his outfit. Done. She turned around and saw that Xia Yuan had transformed into another handsome guy. He was handsome, with a cold expression. He wore a black and white overcoat draped in silver-white floral patterned fabric. His black hair was styled with a unique hair accessory, a star-shaped hairpin that held strands of long hair, which fell gracefully across his forehead. His purple eyes were sharp and piercing. This unique and unconventional outfit was exceptionally stylish. Cold and stern. Majestic. And noble. No doubt about it, the figure Xia Yuan had sculpted was none other than Captain Byakuya from the world of the Grim Reaper. He deliberately lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms. As he spoke these words, Xia Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, instantly shattering his stern image. I guess I have a natural talent for acting after all. While generic skills can't alter the original appearance of a character, being able to create this in the ranked match space is quite interesting. Book Circle has images for reference. Chapter 55, The Exquisitely Beautiful and Deadly Pink Cherry Blossoms. Mo Shiyu stood beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. She spun around, examining Xia Yuan's new creation, and exclaimed. How did you make it so well? Xia Yuan chuckled. There's no secret, it's just practice. In his previous life, he had also played games that required facial modeling. To create his favorite anime characters, he had gone to great lengths to learn the technique specifically. Little did he know that after crossing over to this world, his skills would actually come in handy. Mo Shiyu looked at him admiringly. Can you make one for me too? I want someone super beautiful and full of vigor. Xia Yuan agreed. Super beautiful and heroic, right? He already had a model in mind. Xia Yuan started tinkering with Mo Shiyu, creating a saber with a bang for her. The young girl's face was as if carved from ice and snow, fair, delicate, and icy. Her golden hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, with a single strand of unruly golden hair standing upright as a symbolic bang. She wore an indigo blue battle skirt, with flowing silver light on her shoulders from her secret silver armor, looking both heroic and exceptionally beautiful. Mo Shiyu opened a mirror, took a look, and was instantly blown away. This is simply an SSR-tier spirit companion. Both beautiful and fierce. She stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, giving Xia Yuan a thumbs up with genuine admiration. Xia Yuan, you're so talented. Is this something you designed on a whim? Or did you meet someone like this in your world? Xia Yuan thought for a moment. Well, I guess so. In his heart, she was one of his wives. But then again, with his ability to transform into any character, could he end up becoming a female character? After all, in the various worlds of the crossover manga, there are plenty of female characters with sky-high combat power. Xia Yuan immediately dared not think further. Turning into a woman was a bit unsettling. Even though he could transform back, it still felt like there wasn't much difference from wearing women's clothing. After the two were ready, Mo Shiyu took a deep breath and said, Xia Yuan, I'll start the ranking matches. We absolutely can't lose the first 10 ranked matches. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. Saber, do you think we'll lose? Mo Shiyu looked confused. Saber, what do you mean? Xia Yuan, nothing. The original character you're based on is named that, and he also has a nickname, Stupid Hair King. Mo Shiyu looked at the tuft of hair on her head and thought the name was quite fitting. Matching in progress, please wait. Countdown, 001. A mechanical female voice echoed through the space. The matching and waiting phase began. Xia Yuan couldn't help but look around, examining this space. This space must have other features besides ranking. The game content can't be this limited. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder you're a tech geek. Besides the ranking matches, this space also has bounty hunts, team matches, and entertainment matches, among other things. In any case, the life of a spirit contract master is quite eventful. Just then, the mechanical female voice sounded again. Match successful. The entire space seemed to transform magically, shifting and changing until it became a massive open-air arena. The architecture and style of the arena resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, exuding a strong sense of historical ambience. Surrounding the arena were spectator seats. It seemed that ranked matches could also be watched live. Upon entering the arena, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu found themselves separated by a short distance, with their matched opponents also appearing shortly after. The online name No Cilantro Silver Rank Edition, rank Bronze. The opponent's contract spirit was a poorly modeled rabbit police officer. There were 3 spirit companions, none of which were hidden in rank 2 or C rank, and one was B rank, all of them fully leveled at 100. The rabbit police officer froze upon seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. After a moment, he snapped out of it and exclaimed. Wait. Your character models are way too good. Rabbit officer blinked his big eyes and immediately pleaded, Rainy Night with a knife, can you send me your face customization code? I'll pay you. Xia Yuan hadn't expected that face mapping code could be sold for money, so he didn't care. However, Mo Shiyu firmly refused. Sorry, this is not for sale. It's my exclusive personal image. She didn't want the cute hairstyle Xia Yuan had created for her to become commonplace, and besides, she wasn't short on money. No Cilantro was reluctant, staring at Mo Shiyu with gleaming eyes. If all else fails, I can pay with spirit stones. Mo Shiyu shook her head, tapped ready, and coldly said, let us begin. This image was priceless to her. No coriander could only give up. She then looked at Xia Yuan's level above his head and saw that he was only level 54 and didn't have any other contract spirits. She was immediately confused. Rainy Night with a sword, you only have a level 54 contracted spirit and you dare to enter the ranking match? Could it be that your contracted spirit is of a higher rank? Mo Shiyu raised the corner of her mouth like a Dragon King's crooked smile, crossed her arms, and said, you'll find out once we fight. No coriander. The rabbit-faced one grew serious. Generally, only one contract spirit is summoned, and if it's a low-level one, it either means the user is a top-tier master, a rank, or even SR rank. Or they're just clueless newbies who don't know anything. The opponent was so confident, clearly a skilled player. But once the ranked match began, there was no way to withdraw. She had no choice but to face it head-on. Both sides pressed the ready confirmation button. The countdown to the start of the battle began. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Both sides' spirit beasts have been unleashed. The assault can begin. Xia Yuan raised his hand leisurely, and the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura appeared in his hand. Mo Shiyu stared at the long sword that suddenly appeared in his hand, utterly astonished. She didn't recall giving Xia Yuan access to the weapon pool. Where did he get that sword? Mo Shiyu suddenly remembered that one of Xia Yuan's new skills was called Jumpa Sword Senbonzakura. She immediately became excited. The previous 8 gates escape technique had enhanced Xia Yuan's physical combat skills. Then the Zanpakuto must have enhanced Xia Yuan's weapon usage, specifically his sword techniques. Under her eager gaze, Xia Yuan picked up the long sword and began swinging it wildly, struggling to block the attacks of the 3 spirit beasts known as No Coriander. There was no sign of any sword technique in his movements. He was simply relying on brute strength to swing the sword, and for a moment, he was actually holding his own against the 3 contract spirits. No Coriander burst into laughter. Huh, I thought your spirit blade technique was so strong, and you even named it Rainy Night with a sword but no umbrella. It looks like an amateur's work. You were just bluffing. Mo Shiyu's eyes twitched slightly. She hadn't expected this situation either. Xia Yuan, that guy, must be up to something again. Even if his sword technique isn't up to par, he could just use any other skill and win easily. Exactly. Xia Yuan, of course, had his own tricks up his sleeve. This time, he planned to use only the abilities of his Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, without relying on the abilities of the Gojo Satoru template, to compete in the ranking matches. But he didn't expect. The system only granted him skills related to the Zanpakuto's Shurikai and Bankai forms, not the sword techniques of the original character, Kachiki Byakuya. This means he's currently relying solely on instinct, wildly swinging his sword and constantly parrying the opponent's attacks without any strategy. Nevertheless, thanks to his powerful base stats, Xia Yuan managed to hold his own against the other 3 max-level contract spirits, splitting the battle 60-40 in his favor. The contract spirits on the opposite side, seeing him as an easy target, began to unleash their full power. Xia Yuan was in a desperate state, retreating step by step. Due to exerting too much force, his Zanpakuto was even knocked out of his hands. This delighted No Coriander, who laughed, "Ha, his sword technique is way too weak. My precious contract spirits, end this massacre." Mo Shiyu gently pressed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and couldn't help but speak up, "Xia Yuan, stop playing around." She had finally managed to put on a show at the beginning, but Xia Yuan had made her lose so thoroughly. No Coriander mocked, "Stop bluffing. Are you still playing? Do you really think I'll believe your lies? What are you trying to be, some mysterious powerful being?" Xia Yuan stepped back a good distance, sighed, and said, "I'm done. I guess my self-created mad demon sword technique really isn't up to par." He clenched his hand, pulling the Zanpakuto back into his grasp, intending to give a sinister smile. But remembering that he was currently portraying the aloof and cold-hearted Rukia Kochiki, he immediately suppressed the smile and resumed his icy expression, holding the sword single-handedly before him. In an instant, his aura changed completely. The 3 spirit beasts that had been charging toward him halted in unison, their brows beaded with sweat. No Cilantro shouted in confusion. "Guys, why did you stop? We can't just stand there because he's showing off." Mo Shiyu also found it odd. But the next second, Xia Yuan spoke, his voice cold and indifferent yet magnetic. "Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms." As the words fell, the long sword in his hand transformed into 2 pink cherry blossom waves, one on the left and one on the right, drifting toward the 3 spirit companions. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, like a dream come to life. Mo Shiyu and No Coriander stared blankly at the scene, utterly amazed. The 3 spirit beasts were completely bewildered, unsure whether this was an attack or a dazzling magic show performed by Xia Yuan. Even as the pink cherry blossoms drifted toward them, one of the spirit companions instinctively reached out to touch them. But the moment his fingers made contact, he let out a piercing scream. His hand felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 sharp blades, instantly shattering into fragments of spiritual energy. At that moment, the 3 spirit pets realized that the pink cherry blossom wave before them was both breathtakingly beautiful and deadly. Unfortunately, they had no means to resist and were engulfed in the breathtaking cherry blossom sea. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for the victory. As the voice declaring victory echoed, Mo Shiyu and No Cilantro snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with awe. They had no idea what had just happened. Rabbit Officer looked completely bewildered, unsure of what was going on. "Ha? I lost?" Chapter 56, The Husband with Many Skins, Can You Handle It? Xia Yuan had only used the initial release ability of his Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, to end the match. With a single thought, the pink cherry blossom swirling through the air flew back into his hand, condensing into the blade of the Zanpakuto. Forget about not liking Cilantro, even Mo Shiyu, the master, was speechless with shock. She had originally thought that Xia Yuan's Senbonzakura ability had failed, but she never expected it to be so cool when activated. It was so cool it was almost ridiculous. At that moment, they finally understood. Those seemingly beautiful pink cherry blossoms were actually countless sword energies that could attack from any direction, making them impossible to defend against. "I don't eat Cilantro," snapped back to reality, glaring at Mo Shiyu with envy and hatred, and asked through gritted teeth. "Rainy Knight with a sword, what rank is your spirit companion?" Mo Shiyu was overjoyed inside. As expected, Xia Yuan's skills never disappointed. She feigned mystery and said, "You guess." Officer Rabbit grew impatient. "SR? Could it be SSR?" Unfortunately, she would never know the answer. The ranked match had ended, and the ancient Roman-style arena began to fade away. Both sides returned to their respective ranked match spaces. Xia Yuan sheathed his sword and began to process the sensation of just having unleashed his full power. He had to admit, it felt amazing. He had always thought that Rukia Kochiki from Bleach was handsome, and using it himself felt absolutely amazing. Mo Shiyu, still in Saber's form, ran over with sparkling eyes, circling Xia Yuan like a curious child and asked, Xia Yuan, was that the ability of your new Zanpakuto skill just now?" Xia Yuan nodded coldly. Mo Shiyu recalled the breathtaking scene from earlier, her face glowing with delight, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Cherry blossoms, such a visually stunning skill. The divine being who designed your skill really outdid themselves. It has both power and beauty, with a skill that's both elegant and cool. Only those who have an SSR-tier spirit companion can understand this happiness." Xia Yuan understood. He couldn't help but recall the first time he had drawn the newly released SSR character and tried out its skill. It was just like Mo Shiyu's silly expression. Mo Shiyu laughed awkwardly for a moment, then composed herself and nudged Xia Yuan's arm. "You're acting weird. Why are you standing so stiffly, and your tone has changed?" Xia Yuan snorted coldly, "You don't understand. This is the self-discipline of a cosplayer. As a teenage boy with a sense of self-importance, after obtaining the body and appearance of a 2D character, who could resist pretending to be the character, recreating their personality and aura? He cleared his throat and said in a cold voice, I've decided. Once I enter this space, I'll be the personality of Rukia Kachiki, not the original Xia Yuan. The usually mouthy and irresponsible guy suddenly became so quiet and aloof. Mo Shiyu felt uneasy all over, completely unaccustomed to this. She leaned in and asked, are you sure you can handle it? Xia Yuan gave her a casual glance, of course. Mo Shiyu's eyes curved into a smile, and she felt like teasing him. She blew a few breaths into her hands, then tickled Xia Yuan's armpits, giggle. Can you really endure this? Xia Yuan almost couldn't hold back, and quickly gave Mo Shiyu a big smack on the head, finally making her settle down. Mo Shiyu, with her shiny bump on her head, her eyes sparkling, continued the ranked match. Waiting time. Xia Yuan waved her over, Fat Rain, my shoulders are sore. Give me a massage. Mo Shiyu was about to refuse firmly, but the bump on her head still hurt, so she reluctantly ran over to Xia Yuan and began massaging his shoulders with both hands. As she got closer, she could admire the man's handsome features even more clearly. Mo Shiyu's mouth felt dry. There's no doubt about it, Xia Yuan, with his appearance resembling the decaying wood of Baizai, is super handsome. But he's different from before. He exudes a different kind of cool, aloof elegance. Gulp. For a moment, Mo Shiyu felt a mix of novelty and excitement, as if she wasn't serving Xia Yuan but a brand new SSR contract spirit. She couldn't help but start fantasizing about having a husband like Xia Yuan, who could change into various top-tier handsome guy skins. Who could resist that? It would never get boring. Hee. Harder, didn't you eat today? Xia Yuan's icy words shattered her daydream. Mo Shiyu wiped away the drool and massaged vigorously with all her strength. No matter how good your skin is, your personality is still so bad. Xia Yuan enjoyed the massage from the dumbbell king and was quite satisfied. This space is amazing. He could turn Mo Shiyu, this skilled masseuse, into any of his former anime wives from his previous life. Match successful. Xia Yuan stood up, temporarily sealing all of Gojo Satoru's abilities. He was now a sword-wielding spirit companion, Rukia Kachiki. The surroundings changed again, and this time the contract spirit arena had transformed into the rooftop of a skyscraper. The second ranking match began. The opponent's rank was slightly higher, having reached silver. Moreover, the team composition was utterly absurd. 3C rank, 2B rank, a total of 5 contract spirits with distinct appearances. The number of spirit beasts is an absolute overwhelming advantage. The opposing spirit master laughed heartily. This is a sure win, we've stumbled upon a rookie. Xia Yuan was even happier than him, as more contract spirits meant more reward points. This time, he had improved his efficiency. Now that he knew the power of his self-created mad demon sword technique, he wasn't going to play the fool anymore. He immediately began the battle. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. In an instant, it was once again the season of cherry blossoms in full bloom. The 5 spirit companions of the opposing side were momentarily stunned, then, after admiring the beautiful scene, they were covered in blood and returned to the spirit companion space. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for the victory. The opposing spirit summoner. Xia Yuan sheathed his sword, swept his sleeves, and turned around. Next. Mo Shiyu? The subsequent ranking matches were all easy and enjoyable. Xia Yuan achieved 5 consecutive victories in the ranking matches solely by using the initial release of Senbon Sakura, without relying on Gojo Satoru's abilities. After defeating numerous high-level spirit summoners, Xia Yuan's system reward bar finally rose to 57%. By the 6th match, the opponent he faced had already reached the platinum tier. The opponent's contract spirit team composition also became increasingly powerful. 4B rank max level contract spirits and 2A rank 90 level contract spirits put some pressure on Xia Yuan. At this rank, they were already considered high-tier powerhouses among ordinary contract spirit masters. Therefore, every match involving platinum-tier contract spirit masters would attract a large crowd of onlookers either to learn team composition tactics or to admire the battles between the strongest players. There were already hundreds of people gathered around the spectator seats. The opposing spirit master's ID revealed his identity, top-tier university's top spirit master, Wang Dagonzi. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite in-game appearances of Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu. Wang Dagonzi was stunned. He looked at his own abstract frog-like character design, then glanced at the super stylish and attractive characters on the other side, and felt instantly envious. Rainy Knight with a knife but no umbrella? Where did you get that character design? If you tell me, I can make your spirit pet lose in a less embarrassing way. Chapter 57, Banka. Senbon Sakura K. Wang Dagonzi was very confident. He knew that the other party dared to use a 54th level contract spirit in a ranking match, so their rank must be extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. Even if it was a 54th level SR, his luxurious contract spirit lineup wouldn't be intimidated in the slightest. It couldn't possibly be an SSR, could it? Wang Dagonzi didn't believe it. There were only a handful of SSR contract spirits in the entire Great Xia Empire. How could he be that lucky to encounter one? Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had no intention of provoking him, they simply clicked ready. Pre-match trash talk. They've heard it all before. The outcome was always the same. Wang Degongzi suddenly felt embarrassed, especially with hundreds of spectators watching. Oh, you dare to ignore me? Fine. He immediately ordered, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, don't hold back, gang up on him. Xia Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy actually referred to his contract spirits as numbers 1 to 6, as if they were tools. Wasn't he degrading himself as well? Xia Yuan suddenly asked out of curiosity. What would happen if I were to kill that contract spirit master directly? Mo Shiyu replied. Of course, we'd be declared the winners. The killed spirit wouldn't truly die, but would be punished by being forced offline for an hour. However, during spirit contract master duels, they typically prioritize their own safety. Judging by the number of spirit contract beasts he is likely an experienced veteran with spiritual power already exceeding 10,000. He would naturally have spirit contract master barriers and various other self-protection measures in place. Plus, the spirit beasts will fight to the death to protect their master, so it's not easy to get the upper hand. Xia Yuan couldn't help but smile, but he managed to hold it back. He rubbed his chin. If that's the case, I understand. Even though they won't die, the fear of being killed is still there, right? Mo Shiyu understood what Xia Yuan was thinking and looked at the Wang Degongzi across from him with sympathy. Wang Degongzi was also ready. A massive battle with a significant disparity in the number of spirit beasts was about to begin. Spectators began placing bets with spirit stones, predicting the outcome of the battle. What's there to think about? It's obviously Wang Degongzi, the top spirit summoner from a prestigious university, will win. Even if Yuya's spirit summoner is an SR ranked 1 wielding a sword but no umbrella, it's still a sure loss. Indeed, 2 90th level rank spirit masters could easily handle a 54th level SR. But speaking of which, the rain-soaked spirit summoner with a sword but no umbrella is in an unranked status. She's already ranked platinum. Does that mean she won all 5 of her previous matches? That's pretty scary. Who knows? Maybe she's just lucky and matched against weaker opponents. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I'm betting he's an SSR, and I'm betting he'll win. Ah, you're so naive. Do you think SSRs are as common as cabbages? If we ever get to face an SSR in our lifetime, we consider ourselves lucky. A mechanical female voice echoed in the space. 3, 2, 1. Battle commence. The moment the words fell, Wang Degongzi's 6 contracted spirits charged forward like wolves and tigers, attacking the handsome Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan stood motionless, holding his sword with one hand, his voice cold and composed. Release. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. The Zanpakuto transformed into several waves of cherry blossoms, sweeping toward the 6 contracted spirits. At the same time, he was surrounded by a dense cloud of pink cherry blossoms, forming a circular area with a radius of 85 centimeters. Within this area, there was an invulnerable zone where blades could not penetrate. This was the Zanpakuto Senbunzakura's additional defensive ability. Since the blade had vanished, the Zanpakuto could no longer function as a conventional sword, lacking defensive capabilities and thus posing a risk. The pink cherry blossom-shaped blade forms a protective barrier around itself. This scene still left the first-time witnesses in awe, each one marveling at the sight. Beautiful. What kind of skill is this? Magic? My goodness, I've never seen such a cool spirit skill before. The blade transforms into dancing cherry blossoms and attacks. It must be deadly. This attack is truly unstoppable. The 6 spirit beasts on the opposing side were momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped out of it and began to guard against the threat. In the Platinum Bureau, they wouldn't take this lightly, mistaking it for a circus act or magic. However, the cherry blossom blades were nearly impenetrable, attacking from all directions. One small group even sneaked around to target Wang Degongzi. SSSSS. However, all the cherry blossom blades were blocked by the enemy spirit summoner's barrier. The number of Senbunzakura was simply too few to break through. Of the 6 spirit contractors, only 2 B rank ones were killed. And after one of the A rank meat shield spirit summoners activated its group defense ultimate move, it managed to withstand the attacks and protect the other spirit summoners. Wang Degongzi, seeing this, burst into maniacal laughter. You thought you could ambush me? I must admit, your ultimate move was pretty cool, and the scattered cherry blossoms were relentless, impossible to defend against. Unfortunately, I've discovered your fatal weakness. Your damage is too weak. Xia Yuan manipulated the cherry blossom blades while familiarizing himself with the skill. To be honest, he was still not very familiar with it, which prevented him from unleashing the full destructive power of the Senbon Sakura Shurikai. In the Soul Reaper world, after Rukia Kochiki returned from the Soul King's palace for treatment and combat training, the number of petals in the Senbon Sakura Shurikai had already reached the level of her previous Bankai. That was the peak of his combat power. The more cherry blossom petals, the greater the destructive power. However, with Xia Yuan's current level of proficiency, his Shirkai couldn't yet achieve the full bloom of cherry blossoms. Currently, it's just a few small waves of cherry blossoms. Xia Yuan snorted coldly and spoke slowly. What made you think I used my ultimate move? As soon as he spoke, everyone's minds buzzed. Could there be an even more powerful skill? Mo Shiyu was even more excited than the others, because she didn't know either. Xia Yuan withdrew all the cherry blossom blades, reforming them into the blade body. He then slowly lowered the tip of the blade, released his grip, and spoke the words he had been longing to say. Release. 1,000 cherry blossom scenery. The Zanpakuto stood upright and plunged downward, disappearing into the ripples in the ground. At the same time, ripples surged from the ground on either side of Xia Yuan. A rustling sound echoed. Thousands of massive long swords rise into the air, towering majestically. These blades suddenly disintegrated into countless pink cherry blossom blades, their number resembling a raging river. In an instant, nearly the entire stage was enveloped in cherry blossoms. The number of cherry blossom blades far surpassed anything that could be achieved through the initial release. For a moment, the entire arena was left speechless and utterly stunned. Xia Yuan moved his mind, controlling the cherry blossom blades that resembled a river, causing them to dance and spin, forming a magnificent and beautiful scene. The previous quantity wasn't enough. The destructive power was insufficient. What about now? The remaining 5 spirit contractors stared at the cherry blossom rain that had nearly filled the entire space, unable to move. Wang Degongzi trembled all over, his legs weak, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. It was beautiful, indeed. But everyone knew that with so many cherry blossom blades, even if they were just scraping the skin, it would still be incredibly painful. Chapter 58 Paimon, Snow King livestream. Let us start our livestream too. Xia Yuan's cold, intimidating gaze fell upon Wang Degongzi, who was collapsed on the ground. With a thought, all the cherry blossoms obeyed his command, converging into rivers and streams, sweeping down like a tidal wave to attack Wang Degongzi. Wang Degongzi had never seen such a scene before and screamed in terror. Quick! Quick, save me! Those beautiful cherry blossoms now resembled a swarm of locusts, ready to devour him completely. Though he wouldn't die, the sensation of being attacked was far from pleasant. Wang Degongzi activated all his defensive techniques. Spirit Contract Barrier. High-tier Protective Shield. Basic Defensive Magic. Pay-to-win Light Shield. Layers upon layers. Yet under the overwhelming, densely packed cherry blossom blade attacks, it shatters like an eggshell, layer by layer. He was completely surrounded by pink cherry blossoms, trapped in a sphere with no escape. The other 5 contract spirits couldn't protect him either. They charged forward at all costs, but before they could get close, they were sliced by the chaotic blades and lost their ability to fight. Aha! Screams echoed through the air. Wang Degongzi died surrounded by cherry blossoms, quite romantically. His spirit beasts also vanished one after another. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for the victory. Dasha Region Ranking Space Server wide announcement. Congratulations to Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella for achieving 6 consecutive victories. In the ranking matches, anyone who achieves 5 consecutive wins or more will receive a server-wide announcement. The current record holder for the highest consecutive wins is a player named That Woman. 37 consecutive wins. Almost an unbeatable streak to the top of the rankings. Spectators watched as the once proud Wang Degongzi was buried under cherry blossoms, their eyes wide with disbelief. A terrifying thought arose in their minds. This spirit companion is a cheat. And cheats are often the exclusive epithet of SSRs. SSR. He must be an SSR. Oh, Mom, I've made it. I actually saw an SSR in action. But which SSR is he? I follow a lot of SSRs, but I've never seen such a beautiful and dazzling skill before. Yeah, Bankai. Senbun Zakura. The skill name is super cool too. An SSR like this couldn't possibly be unknown. It should have already broken the internet by now. Ah, the master who carries a sword but no umbrella in the rain, who are you? The onlookers were too excited, but the battle ended before they could figure out the identities of Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu. The entire battle arena began to disintegrate and disappear. The two returned to their ranked spaces. Mo Shiyu, with a cold expression, raised her hand and spoke in a cool, over-the-top manner. Bonka. Senbon Sakura Kian. Xia Yuan looked speechless. Are you out of your mind? Mo Shiyu's charming face was filled with a look of ecstasy. I just think it's cool. Xia Yuan, are you one of those people who can't live without showing off? Xia Yuan crossed his arms. Just say if it's cool or not, strong or not. Mo Shiyu gave him a thumbs up. She asked curiously, how did you acquire all these skills? Can you really learn them on your own? I've never heard of a spirit contract user who can keep learning skills like you. Mo Shiyu pondered. Plus, whether it's the 8 gates of escape or the 1,000 cherry blossoms of the soul-cutting sword, these skills are clearly different from your previous spellcasting abilities. Xia Yuan closed his eyes and snorted coldly. I told you from the start I'm a hidden character in the gacha pool. I can take you places. These are just a few skills. I can learn even more later. So, can your spiritual power keep up, Fat Rain? Mo Shiyu checked her spiritual energy. After 6 ranking matches, she was left with only half her spiritual energy? This consumption is off. Ha! Strange, why is only half of my spiritual energy left? Xia Yuan was also slightly surprised. He had only used the Hajikiri once, but the rest of the time he had been using the Shikiri, so the consumption shouldn't have been that high. Could it be that universal skills consume a lot of energy? That doesn't make sense. The next moment, both of them suddenly realized. Xiaohei! Mo Shiyu finally remembered that after entering the rank space, she had been too busy explaining things to Xia Yuan and had forgotten the basic step of summoning Xiaohei before the battle. After all, the little guy's presence was too low, he was just a pretty little accessory. Mo Shiyu hurriedly released Xiaohei from the spirit contract space. Woo woo! I knew it! You guys forgot about me again. The catgirl spirit cried bitterly, tears the size of beans rolling down her cheeks. I'm useful. I can reduce spiritual energy consumption. Don't just immerse yourselves in your little world and ignore Xiaohei. Mo Shiyu comforted her for a moment before hurriedly binding the contract spirit relationship with her and adding her to the contract spirit team. He then asked Xia Yuan to give her a better model design. Xia Yuan looked at Xiaohei and quickly came up with an idea. After some tinkering, the original catgirl spirit transformed into a delicate, petite white-haired girl with a face. Her white shoulder-length hair was topped with a floating crown radiating starlight. Her round face featured gem-like eyes reflecting the stars and the sea, draped in a night sky-like star-cloud cloak, paired with her childlike features, pure and adorable. That's right. It's the exact image of Genshin Impact's Paimon. Xia Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It's perfect. Emergency rations, Paimon. Mo Shiyu's eyes sparkled with stars as she hugged the little black figure tightly. So cute. Xiaohei looked surprised. Really? Cuter than my original form? Mo Shiyu nodded wildly. Xiaohei's mood, which had improved slightly, soured again, and he felt like crying. It turned out that in Master's heart, his original appearance wasn't as cute as this one. Xiaohei joined the team, and the ranked matches continued. Match successful. Once again entering the spirit arena, the environment had changed once more. They arrived at a vast expanse of azure sea. However, while the sea surface can be stood on, it does not sink. Surrounding us are numerous pirate ships, already packed with spectators. The number of people here is estimated to be over 10,000. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan were both surprised. The number of spectators was truly staggering. The opponent's Qi Lingshi's online name was Mr. Zhang Unnoticed. The game's character models are quite peculiar. Xia Yuan felt a sense of familiarity after seeing it. Snow King? You've crossed over too. Mo Shiyu looked confused. Do you know him? Yes. The spirit tamer Mr. Zhang Unconscious is depicted as a snowman wearing a red robe and an ice crown. It bore a striking resemblance to the Snow King from Xia Yuan's previous life in Mishi Bingchang. However, this Snow King's expressions and movements were highly abstract and exaggerated. It was skillfully delivering live streaming commentary in a loud voice. Welcome everyone to Mr. Shang's ranked match livestream. Oh? The opponent I've encountered is actually an unranked spirit tamer? Oh yeah, this is interesting. Just then, a viewer on the pirate ship threw a massive golden SSR effect at him, which exploded above his head. Zhang Shui Wang immediately broke into a wide smile and hurriedly flattered. Thank you, my #1 fan, for sending the SSR. Everyone, flood the chat with praise for the boss's generosity. In an instant, the audience on the pirate ship began to shout in unison. The boss is so generous. I remember that giving an SSR gift costs 1,000 spirit stones. That is so rich. The big shot is so cool. The streamer is making a killing. The boss is so reckless. Xia Yuan looked at the shower of gift effects on the other side and was momentarily speechless. Wow. Better late than never. Sure enough, no matter which world you're in, the live streaming industry is here to stay. Mo Shiyu explained. It seems we've come across a big streamer. The ranking space can be used to start a live stream, attracting more spirit contractors to watch. Many spirit contract masters use live-streamed ranked matches to earn spirit stones as gifts, which they use to cultivate and summon spirit contract beasts. Xia Yuan nodded in understanding and began to ponder. Fat Rain, since we can earn spirit stones for free, why don't we start streaming too? Why not make some spirit stones while we can? Mo Shiyu had originally planned to keep a low profile and avoid overexposing Xia Yuan's skills. But now Xia Yuan was acting like a completely different spirit master, using the ability of the Zanpakuto Senbun Zakura and hiding his face with a custom avatar. Who would have guessed it was them? There was no way they could be studied by their opponents in the tournament. She nodded immediately and agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. Chapter 59, High Stakes Match. Mr. Zhang Unnoticed may look like a comical Snow King doll, but his rank is no joke. His rank is Diamond. Keep in mind, this was only the 7th ranking match between Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. The audience on the pirate ship finally began to scrutinize Mo Shiyu's contract spirit lineup. Upon seeing this, laughter erupted. Wait, did I see that right? There are only 2 spirit pets, and one of them is actually C rank 100. But their in-game models are really good looking. I want the code too. That handsome guy with the sword must be SR, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face a diamond ranked player in a ranking match. Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella. That name sounds familiar. I think it was mentioned in the announcement earlier. 6 wins in a row. The streamer is so lucky even if the opponent is SR, they're only level 54. After Jiang Li finished thanking the gifts, he finally looked at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan with a serious expression. As a seasoned spirit contract master, he had long developed the habit of observing his opponent's spirit contract team compositions before battle, ensuring his tactical arrangements were in place. To prevent the opponent from analyzing his spirit beast team composition and devising countermeasures, Zhang Shuiwang always waited until the very last moment before the battle began to reveal his own spirit pet team. Sure enough, a novice. But being able to face me in the ranking matches means your SR must be strong. Zhang Shuiwang, with his cartoon-like big eyes and carrot-shaped nose, wore an expression of wisdom. Though I have no idea how you managed to win all this time, I won't take you lightly. Even a lion gives its all when fighting a rabbit. Mo Shiyu was getting a bit impatient. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and get ready, Snowman Prince. It's been almost 5 minutes and the opponent still hasn't signaled readiness. Zhang Shuiwang shouted toward the audience. Everyone in the livestream, watch closely. See how I'm going to win this ranked match. I'm about to enter battle mode and will temporarily disable gift effects. Next. His tone and demeanor were just like a wedding MC. First, please welcome my most beautiful and powerful SR spirit wife. As he finished speaking, a snowman dressed in a red dress and wearing a bow appeared out of thin air. She held a shield and a long sword in her hands, her beady eyes glaring defiantly, striking an extremely cool pose as she delivered her lines with great flair. With a blade in hand, I shall judge all. With a sturdy shield before me, no force can penetrate. My name is Dawn General. The opponent was an SR-ranked spirit companion, and an extremely high-level one at that level 89. Both her demeanor and dialogue were utterly domineering, but unfortunately, she had a face that resembled a snowman's. The sense of intimidation is halved, and it's somehow comical instead. The entire crowd erupted into cheers. Oh ho 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 ho! Dawn! 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 She possesses both the sharpest sword and the hardest shield in the world, a perfect balance of offense and defense. Zhang Shuiwang is such a lucky guy. To draw such a powerful spirit companion like Dawn and marry her as his wife, he is truly the ultimate winner in life. The best part is that she can stream with him and pull pranks together. It's so touching. I wish I had a spirit companion like that as my wife too, but unfortunately, mine aren't even humanoid. Zhang Shuiwang proceeded to introduce his remaining 5 contract spirits to the stage. As expected, they were all from the Snowman family. 2A rank and 3B rank. 6 snowmen dressed in different outfits stood on the spirit companion stage, creating a scene that was absurd and hilarious beyond words. And Mr. Zhang unnoticed, as the spirit master was none other than their Snow King. Mo Shiyu's lips twitched slightly, struggling to suppress a laugh. The Snowman family is finally all here. Can we start now? Xia Yuan couldn't help but want to clap, but to maintain his image, he restrained himself and spoke casually, as expected of a streamer, all for the livestream. Fat Rain, learn from your senior. Mo Shiyu shrugged it off, looking arrogant. If we were really streaming, we'd go for the strength route, not the comedy route. Xiao He puffed up with anger, his 2 short legs trembling as he glared at the others and snarled. How dare you underestimate me? Xia Yuan, the Great One, give them a little shock so they know we're not easy to bully. After Zhang Shuiwang's spirit beasts made their appearances, they quietly arranged their tactics and were finally ready. 3, 2, 1. Battle commence. Xia Yuan raised his Zanpakuto, expecting to be overwhelmed by the snowman from Mishi Shuecheng. However, to his surprise, only the sword and shield SR charged forward. The other 5 spirit companions stood behind her, seemingly with no intention of intervening. Mo Shiyu's pupils contracted slightly as she noticed something amiss. Watch your back. Those 5 might all be support and control units. Zhang Shuiwan's lips curled slightly. Oh? You think fast, but it's too late. That's right. Zhang Shuiwan was an absolute wife-obsessed maniac. He had spent nearly all his fortune to assemble a team of contract spirits specifically designed to assist his wife, Dawn, in battle. With the support of the 5 support spirit pets, Dawn's combat power had nearly increased by 50%. Prison. A snowman dressed in a red dress and wearing a bow tie waved its hand, summoning an iron prison from the ground to trap Xia Yuan. At the same time, she thrust her long sword forward with all her might, shouting, "One sword to break 1,000 troops." Hum. A razor-sharp sword beam shot towards Xia Yuan's face, moving so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Xia Yuan wasn't relying on his eyes alone. His 6 eyes granted him exceptional observational skills, and combined with his extreme reaction speed and crisis awareness, he instinctively blocked the attack with his Zanpakuto. Bang! Xia Yuan slightly tilted his head, and the sword light was deflected by the Zanpakuto, attacking him at an angle above and to the side. Huff! That sword strike nearly hit the limitless technique, which could have been easily countered. It can only be said that he truly deserves his SR rank. He still has a bit of strength left. Zhang Shuiwang snorted, almost succeeded. The entire crowd erupted in commotion. Oh my, so close. The opponent reacted pretty quickly. If they'd been a bit slower, the battle would have ended early. This is what makes it interesting, a showdown between two powerful SR-tier contract spirits. How can Rainy Knight with a sword but no umbrella stand a chance? Dawn's side has 5 extremely powerful support-type contract spirits, while the other side only has a C-rank little guy all show and no substance. This is the contract spirit team of a wife-obsessed madman, fully utilizing the SR's full combat power. Xia Yuan sliced through the iron cage's restraints with a single stroke, but the next second, the ground beneath his feet turned viscous, sucking him in and leaving him unable to move. It must be another control-type contract spirit applying its control effect. However, Xia Yuan had no intention of moving. Before the Dawn rushed forward, he had already activated his initial release. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. As his blade transformed into a swirling storm of cherry blossoms, everyone present was momentarily stunned by the breathtaking beauty of the technique. But in that moment of distraction, the cherry blossom blades had already struck toward Dawn. Dawn raised her shield to block, but the cherry blossoms came from all directions. Seeing this, she let out a loud shout, raised her shield, and charged at Xia Yuan. The speed of the cherry blossom blades was momentarily unable to keep up with her. The cherry blossoms in front of her were completely blocked by the shield. It must be said, a very clever choice. However, Xia Yuan's lips curled into a smile. She couldn't get through. Within a circular area with a radius of 85 centimeters centered on him, numerous cherry blossoms were already suspended in mid-air. These were the invulnerable protective circles, possessing the rule-based ability to prevent any blades from passing through. Chapter 60. Sorry, I couldn't let you use your full strength. As expected. The Dawn General couldn't get close at all, blocked outside, colliding head-on with the invulnerable barrier. Behind her, the cherry blossom blades were already closing in. The entire crowd erupted in gasps once more. However, at this critical moment, Zhang Shuiwang and the Dawn General showed no signs of panic, but instead wore expressions of anticipation. Xia Yuan sensed something was off. Something was very wrong. Mo Shiyu also sensed something was amiss and warned in advance. Xia Yuan, watch out for those support spirit beasts. Just as the cherry blossom blade was about to pierce the red-skirted snowman, with a whoosh, Xia Yuan and Dawn suddenly swapped positions. Fortunately, Xia Yuan had been warned and, in the instant their position swapped, he stopped all the cherry blossoms. This prevented him from being hit by the cherry blossoms. Zhang Shuiwang sighed in frustration, slapping his thigh. Almost there again. Always so close. How did you react so quickly, you little rascal? Xia Yuan turned to look at the 5 support spirits standing behind him and noticed that one of the snowmen was raising both hands toward their side, drenched in sweat. It seemed that switching their positions had taken a significant toll. Mo Shiyu looked embarrassed. Snow King, you're such a big streamer, and you're playing so dirty? Zhang Shuiwang laughed. That's called using every trick in the book. You're still too young, little girl. The audience on the pirate ship also looked disappointed. They knew that Zhang Shuiwang's contract spirits were all cunning, which was precisely why they enjoyed watching his ranked matches. Many powerful SR spirit pets had been outsmarted and defeated by Zhang Shuiwang, all thanks to his information advantage. Xia Yuan glanced indifferently at the 5 spirit pets behind him. It seems there's a group of support-type spirit pets who don't know their own strength. This is going to be troublesome. A sudden female voice rang out, where are you looking? In the blink of an eye, the Dawn General charged forward again, a sword beam piercing toward him once more. Xia Yuan narrowly dodged again. Since he had no sword, he decided to fight with his fists. 8 gates of escape, 3rd gate, gate of life opens. Xia Yuan's body was enveloped in a green glow of life as he began to engage in close combat with Dawn, bare-handed. His chaotic punches struck the opponent's shield, producing a series of loud bang sounds. At the same time, he didn't forget to manipulate the cherry blossom blades, attacking General Dawn from the flanks. Have you ever seen the combination of Rukamaru Byakuya's martial arts and Senbun Sakura's coordinated attacks? Xia Yuan had achieved it. The entire crowd was stunned. Zhang Shuiwang and the Dawn General never expected this sword-wielding fighter to be so fierce in close combat. For a moment, they couldn't suppress him. However, due to the Dawn General's numerous buffs, Xia Yuan couldn't injure her immediately. After Xia Yuan suddenly punched the opponent back, he had an opportunity and activated his Bankai. He reformed his battle spirit sword, which stood upright and sank into the ripples on the ground before disappearing. He spoke slowly. Bankai. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Mo Shiyu was thrilled. It's here. The moment she had been longing for was about to unfold once more. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, countless massive blades rose up on either side of Xia Yuan. Immediately afterward, the blades flew and scattered in all directions, with the number of cherry blossom blades reaching over 100 million. The petals during the Bankai release were billions of times more numerous than during the initial release. This created a vast and majestic sea of cherry blossoms. At the same time, as long as he controlled them with both hands, the attack speed of the 1,000 cherry blossoms would be 4 times faster than before. The previous Platinum Contract Spirit Master had no means to defend against it, leaving him unable to fully experience the power of the banka. Now, he had no choice but to take out the snowman from Mishi Shuecheng. Because he absolutely loves drinking lemonade from Mishi Shuebingcheng. Xia Yuan controlled the cherry blossom sea with both hands, dividing it into 2 streams. One stream surrounded the Dawn General, while the other charged toward the 5 support spirit masters in the rear. He wasn't sure what abilities the support spirit contractors possessed, so he had to attack them simultaneously to prevent them from using any strange tactics to help the Dawn General escape. The cherry blossom sea left the onlookers disoriented. But Zhang Shui Wang remained completely lucid. He quickly swallowed several potions to replenish his spiritual energy and stood alongside the 5 auxiliary contract spirits, beginning to the contract spirit barrier and countless defensive shields. Quick, use every defensive measure at your disposal. The 5 auxiliary spirit beasts and the spirit beast worked together in perfect harmony, reinforcing the defenses and protecting themselves. For a moment, even the swirling cherry blossom sea couldn't break through. Zhang Shuoang roared. Hold on. Don't let my wife's passive buff break. She's our only hope to break through and win. As Xia Yuan diverted his attention to the side, a blood-soaked figure suddenly broke out of the cherry blossom blade encirclement. She fought fiercely, not attacking Xia Yuan, but instead fixating on the distant Mo Shiyu and roared. This sword will pierce the stars. The Dawn General's long sword burst into a blinding light. A sword beam, thicker than before by an unimaginable margin, struck like a bolt of lightning, charging forward to strike. Mo Shiyu had already activated her spirit summoner's barrier, cast multiple defensive spells, and equipped several premium items. Xiao Hei hid behind her, peeking at the battlefield. The first rule of a spirit contract master is to always protect oneself. However, unexpectedly, at the same time, one of the 5 support spirit contractors who had been surrounded managed to briefly deflect the cherry blossom blades with the cover fire from his companions, creating an opening. He aimed at Mo Shiyu and began casting a spell. Barrier collapse. Skill dispel. The 2 coordinated seamlessly. Mo Shiyu's spirit beast barrier shattered at the sound, and simultaneously, the lightning-like sword light had already reached her. Everyone watched in awe, their hearts pounding in their throats. Dawn General, we've got him. Zhang Shui Wang also smiled, we've won. This is the difference between battle experience and the seamless coordination of spirit masters. Even if you're a newcomer on a winning streak. Even with an ultra-powerful SR. I can still use tactical maneuvers to win as the underdog. That's the true power of Mr. Zhang unconscious. In Mo Shiyu's eyes, that flash of sword light grew closer and closer, and her mind was filled with only one thought. It's over. I'm going to die. But before she could finish the thought, a towering figure blocked her path. Xia Yuan effortlessly deflected the dazzling sword light with a single hand, activating his limitless technique. I underestimated them. As expected, relying solely on the power of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, their techniques are still too limited. And you're not very skilled in using it yet. Everyone present was utterly stunned by this unimaginable scene, unsure of what was happening. That terrifying sword light, which seemed capable of crushing everything in its path, was effortlessly suppressed by the man in the black and white coat? That wasn't just water spraying out of a faucet. That was the ultimate move of a SR-ranked spirit summoned by the Dawn General. And he blocked it so easily? Oh my goodness, this is like riding a roller coaster. Zhang Shuoang seems to have met his match this time. Is this what high-level gameplay looks like? I'm completely baffled. Can someone explain what just happened? The Dawn General's ultimate move. How did he block it, and it looked so effortless? Wait, I feel like I've seen this kind of unreasonable defense somewhere before. Although Xia Yuan used an unrestricted spell, no one immediately recognized